And now, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 7301 183rd Street in Tinley Park, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
Snap to Jay. Fake the end around. Screening right to Forte. Catch 42. To midfield. Running right. Makes a Falcon miss. Bouncing up ahead at the 35. He's got the sideline, and he is gone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 56-yard screen. Matt Forte.
The Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Welcome back.
That would be Johnny Guido, John Jr.,
the whole
and
crew.
His brother Anthony, Tony Guido. Good people.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com show, the postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone talking about the Bears win 30-12, and they just talked about that screen pass, which I thought was a great call. It was a great way they did it. We're faking the reverse, coming back with the screen. And all I can say is this, that you take a look at Forte, I think he had 90-some yards in passing, 68 yards in running. Someone should get the Brinks truck up there and pay this kid right away.
You know what, Doug?
Because it's going to cost the Bears more money if this guy keeps going the way he's going right now. And so if I'm Jerry Angelo, I'm going to say, hey, hold it. Enough's enough. I'm going to sign the kid. I'm going to find the monies to get him. Because what he did today was a big part of how they're going to win football games down the road, like they won today.
I'll tell you the big thing that I love about Forte, Doug, if we have this big offensive line can move some people on the run game, all they got to do is put a head on somebody and hit him a little bit, Doug, because this kid's a nifty and neat ability to cut back, Doug, is unique. And when he cuts back, I mean, he puts it in another gear, and he's gone. And you saw that all day today.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, watching this game, Ed, and again, I'm from the old school, the old run the football, stop the run, and pressure the quarterback routine. But the more I look at it, Eddie, the more I start to maybe understand this game, it's coming down to the pass. It really is coming down to throwing the football. I mean, there is no doubt in my mind. If you watched last year, remember the playoff game between the Packers and Atlanta, and you saw what Aaron Rodgers did to Atlanta? He was 31 out of 35 throwing the football. And you knew coming into this game that you could throw the football against Atlanta, like you had said. I don't know who the guy, the coordinator is. I don't know what his story is.
Yeah, Brian Van Gorder. But I'll tell you what, Doug, what are they, about 23rd last year against the pass,
22nd,
something like that?
Yeah, 22nd against the pass and 10th against the run. So they handled the run pretty well. But the fact was that was the game plan. The game plan was good because in that first half, that first drive, 6 passes and 3 runs. That's what the Bears did. And then you see guys, hey, listen, you're talking about Hester caught 3 passes, Eddie. But they were for 60 yards, so that was 20 yards a catch. I mean, that was 20 yards a catch. Knox caught 3 passes for 60 yards. That's another 20 yards per catch. And this was the problem with Atlanta. Last year they did do it. What happened was that, last year they had about, I would say, 32 times that they threw the football further than 20 yards. That was dead last in the National Football League.
It's quite obvious that Cutler, you give him a little bit of time, Doug.
And he got it.
And I tell you what, he can eat you up and tear you up a little bit. But I'll tell you what, it behooves this team to really get this pass blocking down and get it down solid. And if it can't be, Doug, then they've got to start moving the pocket. They got to run from a shotgun, sprint outs, bootlegs. They got to move the pocket. And I think one time, we were hoping one time go from a shotgun.
I don't get this at all. I really don't, Ed.
I don't know why they don't do it, Doug.
No clue.
I don't know why they don't move the pocket. Because this kid, what does he do best? That's one of the things that he does best, and we've said it over and over again. On the run, he can move. He's got the speed, the quickness. He's very accurate on the run, and we don't implement those things in our offensive scheme of things. And I think you have to have them. Use every weapon that you have, because sometimes the way things plan, they're not going to work. So you got to go to plan B or C, and right now we really don't have it. We don't go from a shotgun, and we don't move that pocket.
And see, you take a look at the rest of the teams in the league. He says, well, you don't want to copy the rest of the teams, but you copy success.
It's a copycat
Think
league.
about it. Think about Green Bay. Think about New Orleans. Think about how Pittsburgh did it when Manning was playing for the Colts when he was helping. That shotgun was a big part of it. I didn't see it one time today. What I did see, which they ought to scrap, is that Wildcat. I just have no
feared Wildcat.
Why would you want? I have no idea. If you're going against the Wildcat, it's just like if somebody else is in that position, you still got the same keys. Who's fooling who here? They think you're going to work all week because you had one play out of the Wildcat?
Well, the one main key is the quarterback who can really hurt you, and he's sitting on the bench.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get that. But again, that being said, this was a great way for the Chicago Bears to start out. This was fantastic how they started out. They started out with what they're all known for is getting takeaways, run the football when they had to, the protection, and I agree with you 100%. When you watch the footwork of the offensive tackles, and you see it, it's like they're in sand. A lot of times, anybody when they speed on the outside, they can't seem to get around to the guy.
No, they can't, Doug. And then once they get them back on their heels, they're off balance, and that's something they really got to work on, and that's something they really can really get a lot of help from. Now, let me tell you what, and I think you see a lot of that this week.
The what?
I think you're going to see a lot of them working on those offensive tackles on their pass protection, Dougie.
I thought I'd see more blitzes today. I thought I'd see more stuff to try to confuse the Bears, especially on their offensive line, and they're coming out with their backfield, but it didn't really happen. But I got to say this, though. Take a look at this team, and you saw certain things happen out there that make sense. For example, special teams. You say, well, what's so special about the special teams today? That kid Podlesh, the punter, he put the football down there in the 4-yard line once, and the 5-yard line once, inside the 10 once. He's putting that ball down inside where it makes that defense a lot easier, Ed, to come out there and play.
Absolutely. I think the first half he averaged, 52.5 yards per punt?
So that they're adding there. And the takeaways. Urlacher makes a nice play on that interception. They get, even on that interception, you say, well, Urlacher made a nice play, but you also got to look at DJ Moore, who was putting pressure on the quarterback for that interception to come about.
I tell you, defensively, I thought they played one heck of a game. They were very alert out there. Tillman, again, stripping the ball. And here's a kid that's been here year in and year out. He plays what hurts. I'll tell you what, the kid Doug could play on my team any day.
And that's his 25th strip of his career.
Yes, it was.
And that's a lot. And also, too, hey, hold it. I've been down on Roy Williams. But, the guy comes up when he makes, I think he caught like 58 yards worth of balls.
Doug, give it time.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be really positive here. If we could get this kid to turn it around.
It was a hell of a victory.
Yeah. If we could get him to turn it around so he makes the catch, he didn't drop the football. Forte gives you the effort. And then the defense, obviously, and I agree with you 100%, and you and I have talked about this a million times. Good defenses are predicated on who's playing defensive tackle.
Exactly.
When they can rotate those guys, and they have enough ball players to rotate, the guys that are in the football game are fresh now.
Absolutely, Doug. And I'm going to tell you what what would have been a shame, Doug, is that we know the center was out, the backup center played, and boy, was that guy lost out there on pass protection. Just awful.
And the shame
the
would
right
have been.
Guard, so their middle of their offensive line was decimated. Now, what would have been a crime if our defensive tackles didn't take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
But they did. Melton, all of them got off the ball, penetrated. Even on a double team, they picked up a couple of those that guard and center, drove them right back into quarterback's lap. That's what you want to see, and we got to do that for 15 more weeks. Because I tell you, if they can put that pressure on, Doug, you blow up whoever you're playing. You blow their offense up.
That quarterback can't step up.
No, he can't.
Dead duck.
He has nowhere to go.
Especially when you have a guy like Peppers coming from the outside, who has all that tremendous speed on the outside. If he can't step up and get out of the way, and he goes to step up and he can't because now Melton or one of the guys, Talina or somebody's in his face, Adams, where does he go? I'll tell you where he goes, right into Peppers. He goes into somebody else.
We're going to play New Orleans, obviously, next Sunday, Doug. Do you think that we might go to basically almost like a nose tackle? We might overshift the line and put it right on Kreutz. Mm-hmm. Put right on Kreutz.
Could be. I again, too, I watched New Orleans.
Just a thought.
And you watched the game, too. And they lost one of their better receivers in Colston, who broke his collarbone.
And Moore is out.
And he's out.
Their other receiver. And Colston is one of the finest receivers in the league. So they've got two of their top receivers out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the team we're going to play next week. So bad for them, good for us.
Absolutely, because Breeze put up 477 yards
That
against
all?
the Packers. And they were down to the 1 yard line. They could have tied the game, and they didn't get in.
You know,
you're
talking about moving the Cutler around and doing things which we don't do. Boy, you see Aaron Rodgers, he's all over.
Yeah.
You saw Drew Brees. I mean, they run to the weak side, the strong side. They pull every trick in the book, shotgun, whatever. And again, Doug, not to talk in circles here, but that's one damn thing that I'd really love to see Mike Martz put in, because we've got the kid at quarterback to do it.
Absolutely. And the other thing, too, it's encouraging is that I understand there wasn't the OTAs were gone, but this team, this first game, looks a hell of a lot better, even though last year they played against, was it Dallas the first game? The fact is that you can see it's a little different. I mean, it seems like these guys know where they're supposed to be. I mean, they know what's going on with the routes and what should be done, and the calling of it. That screen pass was phenomenal the way they called it. Where they called it, because they caught everybody off guard.
Doug, the guys that should step up stepped up today.
Yeah,
you got
the money guys.
You've got Forte. You've got Cutler. They stepped
Urlacher,
up to the Urlacher.
Peppers.
Oh my! They did one fine job. So the guys that we needed to make the plays, they were there today, folks.
Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Tom in Woodridge. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Great game.
Tom.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
There you go.
Why not?
And I got to agree with you with Forte. Pay the man. I mean, you don't necessarily have to give him AP or Charles Johnson money or Chris Johnson money, but you got to find something for the guy. You need him. He's earned it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom. He has that innate quality to cut back. And I know there's a lot of backs in the NFL that really don't have that. I mean, you would see Walter Payton in our day. You could see Gale Sayers back in the day. I mean, that's what separates a lot of the runners. Not necessarily that they're a power runner, but that ability to cut back. And when they cut back, I mean when they make the move, they're gone. And that's when you see Forte go for the touchdown or go for a longer run, because he has that innate gear that he can push that button anytime he wants, and he's gone. He's got great peripheral vision, so he's a quality back. And, Tommy, I agree with you and I agree with Doug. Get the kid in there, sign him.
Yeah, lock him up, get it over with. I want to ask you guys about the center from New Orleans, or not New Orleans, Atlanta. I mean, you mentioned he was pretty bad, but it looked like every time they were in the shotgun, he was false starting. I mean, he had that full body motion where he was looking back at the quarterback and then snapping the ball, and they called him, I think, twice for false starts. So why wasn't that called more often?
Well, first of all, the kid, Joe Holly, it was his first start in the National Football League. It was the first time, he did start. And
the center went down last week.
Yeah, well,
starting center.
Todd McClure. And he goes out, and, of course, like you said, they lost their guard, and Harvey Dahl was a pretty darn good guard. He went to the Rams. But a lot of times that happens with offensive line. But the fact is, though, they predicate their offense basically on short.
And now, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 7301 183rd Street in Tinley Park, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with your hosts Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
Snap to Jay. Fake the end around. Screening right to Forte. Catch 42. To midfield. Running right. Makes a Falcon miss. Bouncing off a hit at the 35. He's got the sideline, and he is gone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 56-yard screen. Matt Forte.
The Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Welcome back.
That would be Johnny Guido, John Jr.,
the whole
and
crew.
His brother Anthony, Tony Guido. Good people.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com show, the postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone talking about the Bears win 30-12, and they just talked about that screen pass, which I thought was a great call. It was a great way they did it. We're faking the reverse, coming back with the screen. And all I can say is this, that you take a look at Forte, I think he had 90-some yards in passing, 68 yards in running. Someone should get the Brinks truck up there and pay this kid right away.
You know what, Doug?
Because it's going to cost the Bears more money if this guy keeps going the way he's going right now. And so if I'm Jerry Angelo, I'm going to say, hey, hold it. Enough's enough. I'm going to sign the kid. I'm going to find the monies to get him, because what he did today was a big part of how they're going to win football games down the road, like they won today.
I tell you, the big thing that I love about Forte, Doug, if we have this big offensive line can move some people on a run game, all they got to do is put a head on somebody and hit him a little bit, Doug, because this kid's a nifty and neat ability to cut back, Doug, is unique. And when he cuts back, I mean, he puts it in another gear, and he's gone. And you saw that all day today.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, watching this game, Ed, and, again, I'm from the old school, the old run the football, stop the run, and pressure the quarterback routine. But the more I look at it, Eddie, the more I start to maybe understand this game, it's coming down to the pass. It really is coming down to throwing the football. I mean, there is no doubt in my mind. If you watched last year, remember the playoff game between the Packers and Atlanta, and you saw what Aaron Rodgers did to Atlanta? He was 31 out of 35 throwing the football. And you knew coming into this game that you could throw the football against Atlanta, like you had said. I don't know who the guy, the coordinator is.
Yeah.
I don't know what his story is.
Yeah, Brian Van Gorder. But I'll tell you what, Doug, what are they, about 23rd last year against the pass, something like that?
Yeah, 22nd against the pass and 10th against the run. So they handled the run pretty well. But the fact was, that was the game plan. The game plan was good because in that first half, that first drive, 6 passes and 3 runs. That's what the Bears did. And then you see guys, hey, listen, you're talking about Hester caught 3 passes, Eddie, but they were for 60 yards, so that was 20 yards a catch. I mean, that was 20 yards a catch. Knox caught 3 passes for 60 yards. That's another 20 yards per catch. And this was the problem with Atlanta. Last year they did do it. What happened was that, last year they had about, I would say, 32 times that they threw the football further than 20 yards. That was dead last in the National Football League.
It's quite obvious that Cutler, you give him a little bit of time, Doug.
And he got it.
And I tell you what, he can eat you up and tear you up a little bit. But I'll tell you what, it behooves this team to really get this pass blocking down and get it down solid. And if it can't be, Doug, then they've got to start moving the pocket. They got to run from a shotgun, sprint outs, bootlegs. They got to move the pocket. And I think one time, we were hoping one time go from a shotgun.
I don't get this at all. I really don't, Ed.
I don't know why they don't do it, Doug.
I have no clue.
I don't know why they don't move the pocket, because this kid, what does he do best? That's one of the things that he does best, and we've said it over and over again. On the run, he can move. He's got the speed, the quickness. He's very accurate on the run, and we don't implement those things in our offensive scheme of things. And I think you have to have them. Use every weapon that you have, because sometimes the way things plan, they're not going to work. So you got to go to plan B or C, and right now we really don't have it. We don't go from a shotgun, and we don't move that pocket.
And see, you take a look at the rest of the teams in the league. He says, well, you don't want to copy the rest of the teams, but you copy success.
It's a copycat.
Think about it. Think about Green Bay. Think about New Orleans. Think about how Pittsburgh did it when Manning was playing for the Colts when he was healthy. That shotgun was a big part of it. I didn't see it one time today. What I did see, which they ought to scrap, is that Wildcat. I just have no
feared Wildcat.
Why would you want? I have no idea. If you're going against the Wildcat, it's just like if somebody else is in that position, you still got the same keys. Who's fooling who here? They think you're going to work all week because you had one play out of the Wildcat?
Well, the one main key is the quarterback who can really hurt you, and he's sitting on the bench.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't get that. But again, that being said, this was a great way for the Chicago Bears to start out. This was fantastic how they started out. It started out with what they're all known for, is getting takeaways, run the football when they had to, the protection, and I agree with you 100%. When you watch the footwork of the offensive tackles, and you see it, it's like they're in sand. A lot of times, anybody when they speed on the outside, they can't seem to get around to the guy.
No, they can't, Doug. And then once they get them back on their heels, they're off balance, and that's something they really got to work on, and that's something they really can really get a lot of help from. Now, let me tell you what, and I think you see a lot of that this week.
The what?
I think you're going to see a lot of them working on those offensive tackles on their pass protection, Dougie.
I think, I thought I'd see more blitzes today. I thought I'd see more stuff to try to confuse the Bears, especially on their offensive line, and they're coming out with their backfield, but it didn't really happen. But I got to say this, though. Take a look at this team, and you saw certain things happen out there that make sense. For example, special teams. You say, well, what's so special about the special teams today? That kid Podlesh, the punter, he put the football down there in the 4-yard line once, and the 5-yard line once, inside the 10 once. I mean, he's putting that ball down inside where it makes that defense a lot easier, Ed, to come out there and play.
Absolutely. I think the first half he averaged, 52.5 yards per punt?
I mean, so that they're adding there. And the takeaways. Erlacher makes a nice play on that interception. They get, even on that interception, you say, well, Erlacher made a nice play, but you also got to look at DJ Moore, who was putting pressure on the quarterback for that interception to come about.
I tell you, defensively, I thought they played one heck of a game. They were very alert out there. Tillman, again, stripping the ball. And here's a kid that's been here year in and year out. He plays what hurts. I'll tell you what, the kid Doug could play on my team any day.
And that's his 25th strip of his career.
Yes, it was.
And that's a lot. And also, too, hey, hold it. I've been down on Roy Williams. But, the guy comes up when he makes, I think he caught like 58 yards worth of balls.
Doug, give it time.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be really positive here. If we could get this kid to turn it around.
It was a hell of a victory.
Yeah. If we could get him to turn it around so he makes the catch, he didn't drop the football. Forte gives you the effort. And then the defense, obviously, and again, and I agree with you 100%, and you and I have talked about this a million times. Good defenses are predicated on who's playing defensive tackle.
Exactly.
When they can rotate those guys, and they have enough ball players to rotate, the guys that are in the football game are fresh now.
Absolutely, Doug, and I'm going to tell you what would have been a shame, Doug, is that we know the center was out, the backup center played, and boy, was that guy lost out there on pass protection. Just awful.
And the shame
the
would
right
have been.
Guard, so their middle of their offensive line was decimated. Now, what would have been a crime if our defensive tackles didn't take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
But they did. Melton, all of them got off the ball, penetrated. Even on a double team, they picked up a couple of those that guard and center, drove them right back into quarterback's lap. That's what you want to see, and we got to do that for 15 more weeks. Because I tell you, if they can put that pressure on, Doug, you blow up whoever you're playing. You blow their offense up.
That quarterback can't step up.
No, he can't.
Dead duck.
He has nowhere to go.
Especially when you have a guy like Peppers coming from the outside, who has all that tremendous speed on the outside. If he can't step up and get out of the way, and he goes to step up and he can't because now Melton or one of the guys, Tolina or somebody's in his face, Adams, where does he go? I'll tell you where he goes, right into Peppers. He goes into somebody else.
We're going to play New Orleans, obviously, next Sunday, Doug. Do you think that we might go to basically almost like a nose tackle? We might overshift the line and put it right on Kreutz. Mm-hmm. Put right on Kreutz.
Could be. Again, too, I watched New Orleans.
Just a thought.
And you watched the game, too. And they lost one of their better receivers in Colston, who broke his collarbone.
And Moore is out.
And he's out.
Their other receiver. Colston is one of the finest receivers in the league. So they've got two of their top receivers out. Mm-hmm. And that's the team we're going to play next week. So bad for them, good for us.
Absolutely, because Breeze put up 477 yards against the Packers. And they were down to the 1-yard line. They could have tied the game, and they didn't get in.
You're talking about moving the Cutler around and doing things which we don't do. Boy, you see Aaron Rodgers. He's all over. Yep. You saw Drew Brees. I mean, they run to the weak side, the strong side. They pull every trick in the book, shotgun, whatever. And again, Doug, not to talk in circles here, but that's one damn thing that I'd really love to see Mike Martz put in, because we've got the kid at quarterback to do it.
Absolutely. And the other thing, too, that's encouraging is that I understand the OTAs were gone, but this team, this first game, looks a hell of a lot better, even though last year they played against, was it Dallas the first game? The fact is that you can see it's a little different. I mean, it seems like these guys know where they're supposed to be. I mean, they know what's going on with the routes and what should be done, and the calling of it. That screen pass was phenomenal the way they called it. Where they called it, because they caught everybody off guard.
Doug, the guys that should step up stepped up today.
Yeah.
You got
the money guys.
You've got Forte. You've got Cutler. They stepped
Urlacher,
up to the Urlacher.
Peppers.
Oh my! They did one fine job. So the guys that we needed to make the plays, they were there today, folks.
Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Tom in Woodridge. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Great game.
Tom.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
There you go.
Why not?
And I got to agree with you with Forte. Pay the man. I mean, you know, you don't necessarily have to give him AP or Charles Johnson money or Chris Johnson money, but you got to find something for the guy. You need him. He's earned it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom. He has that innate quality to cut back. And I know there's a lot of backs in the NFL that really don't have that. I mean, you would see Walter Payton in our day. You could see Gale Sayers back in the day. I mean, that's what separates a lot of the runners. Not necessarily that they're a power runner, but that ability to cut back. And when they cut back, I mean when they make the move, they're gone. And that's when you see Forte go for the touchdown or go for a longer run, because he has that innate gear that he can push that button anytime he wants, and he's gone. He's got great peripheral vision, so he's a quality back. And, Tommy, I agree with you and I agree with Doug. Get the kid in there, sign him.
Yeah, lock him up, get it over with. I want to ask you guys about the center from New Orleans, or not New Orleans, Atlanta. I mean, you mentioned he was pretty bad, but it looked like every time they were in the shotgun, he was false starting. I mean, he had that full body motion where he was looking back at the quarterback and then snapping the ball, and they called him, I think, twice for false starts. So why wasn't that called more often?
Well, you know, first of all, the kid, Joe Holly, it was his first start in the National Football League. It was the first time, you know, he did start. And
the center went down last week.
Yeah, well,
starting center.
Todd McClure. And he goes out, and, of course, like you said, they lost their guard, and Harvey Dahl was a pretty darn good guard. He went to the Rams. But a lot of times that happens with offensive line. But the fact is, though, they predicate their offense basically on short passing. And I got to hand it to the Bears because, you know what, that's why Julio Jones never got a chance, Ed, to run flat out. Because you know why? They're in cover two. They're not going to give it to you. They're not going to give you the deep one. They're not going to do it. And so a lot of times if you man up and go man to man and try to pressure, it happens. You can beat it. But not today, not with the Chicago Bears the way they played.
They played a hell of a game today. I'll tell you what, very proud of them.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show with Obradovich and Buffon, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the score.
Doug, when we come back, I got to tell you about my new Tour Edge golf clubs, my irons. You have no idea, Doug. The accuracy.
I've seen you play.
And length.
No.
How far.
God couldn't come down in your body and make you play any better. Stop yourself. I've seen you play.
No. They're called exotics, and they're brand new irons and woods. And I'm going to tell you what, Doug.
You need a miracle, pal.
Very hard to beat me today. Very, very hard.
We'll be right back.
Fake rolling near side. DJ Moore hits Matt Ryan, and it's intercepted. Ryan Urlacher with a takeaway on Matt Ryan. Hit by DJ Moore, and Urlacher takes the swipe. Bears football.
The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Brian Urlacher's interception, along with the help of DJ Moore, putting pressure on Matt Ryan. Welcome back to the Express.com postgame show. That's the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Wild Buffalo, or Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever you want to say it, at 183rd in Harlem in Tinley Park. And Ravitch and Doug Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Hey, Buffon, you know, one thing I'd like to point out, and which I like, what I saw today, the running game, okay? I know the first half we only had 22 yards. We wound up with a total of 88. But the fact of the matter is, we have seen before, Doug, where they would give up on the running game, totally and completely give up. They had 27 attempts for a 3.3. The first half was 1.7. The fact of the matter is, it didn't work the first half. They didn't go away from it. They stayed with it, kept everybody honest. I like that a lot.
I think, Ed, what's happening, too, now with the running game, and you're absolutely correct, because the first half, the Bears averaged 1.7 yards per carry. They come back to the second half. But, see, when you have the lead, and then what you need to do, and this is what Atlanta used to do, and they did this last year, They would take that fourth quarter, and in the fourth quarter last year, Turner averaged 5.1 per carry. So they had the lead, though, and then they would basically you kill the clock to get it over with and win. Well, that's what the Bears did in this second half. They didn't even come out firing. I, myself, am personally impressed with the coaches, the way they called the game today, both offense and defense.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
And Doug. I thought it was a great call. And they used what they had to use when they needed it. Just like you said, they needed the running game that second half because they had the lead. Now it's time to take the seconds off the clock. And that's when you got a guy like Forte and Bell or whoever it is, that's what you want to do is run that baby out.
And March took what they gave him, the underneath. And even when we went underneath, Doug, those Atlanta defenders, they were almost like nowhere to be found.
No, it was almost like impossible how open they were.
Remember, we're looking at each other? Mm-hmm. My God.
Let's go out to Pistol Pat in Westchester. Pistol Pat, you're on the score.
Hey, great show, Buffon, and O'Brien. It's the best post-game show in Chicago.
Well, thanks, Pistol.
I got 2 quick points, one on Cutler and one on Matt Forte. On Cutler, he got away with a couple of interceptions that should have been caught by Thomas DeCoux, 28 quarterback. He had stone hands. He should have caught those two.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering if that would have changed the perplexion of the game. If it could have been a game, if that would have happened, if that guy would have caught those two passes that are forced in, I think, by Cutler. What's your view on that?
You're right, Pat. I mean, I'm telling you, let's face it. The game is takeaways. And if this team, like you said, those 2 drop passes defensively, I would imagine now when they get back and look at the film, Atlanta, they're going to be really ticked off, or the coach is going to say, hey, wait a minute. Just like you said, if you'd have made that play, if you'd have made that catch, we could have turned this game around. Because who in the hell knows what would have happened after you make that interception and your offense gets the football back. That is why, when you're on defense and you get an opportunity, and you get your hands on that football, come up with it. Make the play. And I think that's what the Bears are doing in the last couple of years, and that's why they've been basically pushed toward the playoffs. And I think you're right. I think Cutler, those plays that we were talking about,
absolutely,
you got to make those plays if you're Atlanta Falcons.
That's why you're there.
That's right.
At this particular league, in this particular time, that's why you're there. You saw Urlacher. Urlacher was a big difference maker out there today.
And again, too, everything comes down to that quarterback is pressure on that quarterback. And for you to make that play defensively, you've got to have that pressure on the quarterback. Just like we saw the interception with Urlacher. If DJ Moore doesn't get in Ryan's face, you're not getting an interception there. And again, too, the other thing which the Bears, and Ed brought it up, talking about, Peanut Tillman making that strip. Well, first guy hits him, holds him up, bam, he comes in, you rip the football out, and you get that fumble. That's huge.
Doug, he saw that he was wrapped up, and he went right for the ball. Instantly went right for the ball, and he's done it all these years that he's been here. You know the other thing, and maybe some of our listeners out there might have noticed, I'm going to tell you what, Doug, you know what? To me, the Atlanta Falcons were not ready to play the opening game in the National Football League here, Soldier Field. They weren't ready. You know what? They looked confused. Ryan looked confused. And I'm going to tell you something. Mike Smith, their head coach, he looked confused. And then the great Brian Van Gorder, when they showed him on the sideline, that was mass confusion.
Yeah.
They just, Doug, they were discombobulated. I just didn't know which way they were going or what they were going to call offensively and defensively. And whatever they did, we put the pressure to them defensively and got the turnovers and basically crushed them.
Well, Ed, if you take a lot of these games when the team comes in, they were favored. I think they were favored
by 3 points.
By 3 points, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And a lot of times, again, a team could do that to you. And maybe the Bears were just so much onto their football game that Ryan and them couldn't figure it out. Because you're right. There was nothing. They've never combated anything the Bears were doing, offensively or defensively.
Lovie Smith had the team ready to go.
He played.
The Bears were ready to go and take care of business. So kudos to Lovie and the coaching staff, and they did.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one thing when you talk about Lovie. You and I have come down on him before and talked about this or that. I am telling you, today they were ready to play football. Today they had the right game plan in. Today they played what they needed to do to beat the Atlanta Falcons. Next week, a different story, but that's all we're worried about is today.
And, Doug, it looks like they made a couple of simple adjustments before halftime.
Yeah, exactly
Very
right.
important.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
and 7 QB hits. Julius Peppers had a pair of sacks and a forced fumble. Falcons did not score a touchdown on offense. Digging into the numbers presented by Julie before you dig, call Julie at 811. Some injuries for the Bears. Right guard Lance Lewis came out in the second with an ankle injury. He did not return. Roy Williams pulled up with a groin in the fourth. He sat the rest of the way. 4 live scores for you as Minnesota leads San Diego 17-14. That one just into the fourth. Carolina leads Arizona 21-14. That one late in the third. Also late in the third, the San Francisco 49ers up on the Seahawks 16-7. And the Redskins lead the Giants 21-14 with about 4 to play in the third. White Sox lose to the Indians 7-3. Zach Stewart gets the loss. It's the Cubs and Mets later tonight. Scoreboard update brought to you by Sears, #1 in appliances. I'm Connor McKnight. You're listening to the home for Bears Mondays, starting at 5 a.m. with Mully and Hanley breaking down the Bears-Falcons game with continuing coverage throughout the day on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago Sports Station.
Now it's time for Doug and Obie's thoughts of the game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's thoughts of the game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
And that'll be the final play of the game. Hopefully. Yes, it is. 3-2-1-0. Fade to black. Bears 30. Falcons 12 to start the season.
Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 183rd and Harlem in Tinley Park. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. You know, Ed, taking a look at this game, I'm thinking about specific guys, specific players. And we've heard this during the whole course, obviously, during the preseason, but everybody was talking about Henry Melton. Look at Henry Melton. Henry Melton last year was 265 pounds. Supposedly come in to the Bear camp at 295. But I got to tell you, what I saw today, this kid, and I saw it in exhibition season, but you know there's a big difference between exhibition and regular season. He's moving like a cat. And I'm telling you what, he's bringing with him about 295 pounds of romping, stomping hell. And I think that's going to be a big thing to add. And if you take a look, all the defensive tackles, you and I talked about it, Okoye, you're talking about Adams, you're talking about Toyina, you're talking about all these guys inside Eddie that are really making a difference here.
Doug, the big difference, and we've said it the last several years, the biggest problem with the Bears are our inside men on the defensive line. They just don't get penetration. Tommy Harris did it when he was healthy a couple of years, but outside of that, we had nothing. And, folks, I'm going to tell you something. If they can get to Urlacher, and if our defensive tackles can't get up across that line of scrimmage, we're in a whole lot of trouble. You can have the defensive rushing all they want. All the quarterback has to do is step up in the pocket and fire away and have his way. So we need all of our defensive tackles to get penetration and keep going. I don't care who they play against.
And the other thing, too, is the hustle of the game. Remember, I looked at you and said, boy, the guys are hustling. When I say hustling, I'm talking about defense swarming.
Lovey had them ready to go.
They were swarming. And
yes,
I got to tell
were.
you, there was a huge play. It was a gigantic play. It was a play that was 3rd and 1. And they give the football to Turner, and he's off to the races. He runs 58 yards. But up comes smoking Tim Jennings and catches him. To me, that's all hustle. You know the difference of them not hustling to get it? If you got that guy, you finally bring him down. It makes a big difference. And you could see it. You have to be blind not to see it, that you were right. These guys were ready to play. They were hustling. They were hustling to the ball. They know they do that in training camp. They do that in camp. And then when they get to the ball, what do? They try to rip the ball out. So there's no question that you got to be proud of what they did today.
Yep, there's no question about it. We're going to go to a little break right now. Friend, hang in there, callers. We'll be right with you.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Obradovich and Buffon, and brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. We will be right back.
It starts with that for us as far as getting pressure. We don't get off the bus blitzing. We feel like we can get pressure with our 4-man rush. we've been talking a lot about Henry Melton and what we thought he would bring to that group. And Julius Peppers is a hard guy to deal with for any offense, but that sets everything up, being able to get that pressure, or we can play a little bit more coverage.
This segment is brought to you by Heil & Heil Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 183rd in Harlem in Tinley Park. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Eddie, they're filled up. Let's go out to the lines. Let's go out to Rich and Skokie. Rich, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, great show as always.
Thanks, Rich.
I agree with you guys that Lovey did a great coaching job today, but there's two instances that I want to pick on, and they followed each other. One was throwing that red flag on what he thought was the touchdown. When you're inside the 1-yard line, risking losing one of your timeouts just doesn't make sense to me. And number two, then throwing for the touchdown rather than trying to run it in. You throw for the touchdown when you're inside the 1-yard line, you can risk a quarterback sack, an interception. Man, if you can't grind out less than 1 yard in 3 tries, you don't deserve that touchdown.
Rich, I'll agree with the first part of you talking about the flag. And in fact, in that instance, I thought Hester should have dove for the pylon. And I don't think he did. I think he wanted to, and I think he thought he was in. And so usually the time you see that happen, guys stretch out, take the football, pound it on the pylon, and call it a day. Now, your second part about him throwing that football on the first down, Rich, I got to tell you, I thought that was a good call because I'm going to tell you why it's a good call. Thinking down there when you're playing defense on your 1-yard line, the first thing in your mind, and Ed will tell you this also, is that they're going to run the football. You are caught by surprise. And that's exactly what he did. And so I have no problem with the second part. And the first part, you talk about the red flag, Lovey's not that good at it as far as the flags are concerned when it comes to the red flag.
No, that's one thing.
He's over 32 or something like that.
Yeah, not very good.
Yeah.
Not very good, Rich. But and I kind of agree with Doug, and I understand where Rich is coming from too. You know, I remember how many times last year, how many times we were on the 1 foot, the half-yard line, the 1-yard line, pounding, first down, second, third, couldn't even get it in.
Right.
So I thought, I agree. I thought it was a hell of a call. And guess what? And it worked, Rich, and that's what we needed to have done.
Okay, anytime it works, it's a hell of a call. If it doesn't work, then it was a bad call. Let's go out to Mike in Freeport. Mike, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, the two greatest guys on the radio right here.
Thanks, Mike.
You guys are great to listen to, and thank God for you guys. Anyway, I just about Roy Williams, I just want to say, I guess he shut some people up, and I got to admit I'm one of the people that was a little negative during the preseason, thought the Bears might have had a bust. I know it's only been one game, but he looked like he did really well, and I'm a little concerned about his injury, guys. What do you think about that? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Well, as I understand, his injury is a groin. Is that not correct? And sometimes that can be a severe injury. Believe me, gentlemen, that happened to me a couple of times, and the way they try to help you get better is not a very pretty sight to see, or the pain is very, very bad. So it all depends on how bad, Mike, that the injury is, the pull is. If it's way up in there, he's going to be out a couple of weeks. But if it's not, it's something through treatment and a shot that can get him back to play.
Mike, I agree with you. I had no confidence whatsoever. I didn't mind the deal that they made for him because they were taking a shot with Williams because of his size and be a great ball player to have around to use, especially down near the end zone, in the red zone. But he hasn't showed me anything in exhibition season, not a thing. What he showed me was he didn't like going over the middle. What he showed me, he has alligator arms. And that part bothered me. But today he made some nice plays, made some nice catches. But once again, we take a look at this. You pull a groin. Again, what kind of shape was he when he came in? Was he in shape to play for the Chicago Bears? If he was in shape to play for the Chicago Bears, he certainly would have played more in exhibition season. Did you see him out there? Did you see him down near the red zone? Did you see the Bears use him? They did not. And so, again, we'll see what happens with that groin. I want it to work out for him. I want it for him and the Bears. But I'm still doubtful. I'm still watching, saying, you got to show me first. Let's go out to Terry in New Orleans. Terry, on the Score. Terry.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up, Terry? You're up.
Oh, I'm really enjoying your show, man. I just wanted to know from you guys' standpoint, what's your thoughts on the game next week? I know we in the Who Dat Nation are ready for you in the Dome. I just want to know prediction for next week.
Pound your ass. How's that sound?
Say again.
Terry, what do you want me to say? That you're gonna ruin us? Stop yourself.
Look, you guys look good today. I'm scared of the defense, but I'd rather play you guys coming off of a big win than coming off of a loss. I think there's a little more sense of urgency coming off of a loss.
Well, New Orleans, obviously, your guy Breeze puts up 477 yards. And you talk about being down on the 1 yard line, and Ingram gets the call. If you make that touchdown, you got a chance to go for 2, and you tie up the game.
Yeah, but Terry, the one thing we've got in our favor going down there to play you people, even though it is at home, and that's a hell of an advantage in that dome. There's no question about it. And you've got a kid that he just doesn't quit for 4 quarters in Drew Brees. But I'm going to tell you what, the thing that we've got going for us is you have 2 of your top receivers are out.
Yes.
Out. And that is huge. That is huge advantage in our favor.
And your defense is a little suspect down there, Terry. I don't know what the hell you guys are playing or what type of defense you're playing, but boy, I mean, it got carved up against the Packers. There's no question about it. But once again, too, though, you have an offense that can really go. I was a little disappointed in the fact that I thought Ingram could run better than he did, which he did not do that well. And so, yeah, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one because, first of all, New Orleans is going to be kind of ticked off that they blew that game against the Packers. And, again, you're trying to base the fact that maybe the Bears will be overconfident, but I don't think the Bears are going to get overconfident.
You know what? Yeah, Terry, you know what, Doug? This kid Breeze, Doug, I've watched this kid when he was at San Diego and New Orleans. I'm going to tell you something, folks. They might be losing 27-7 at halftime or something. I'm going to tell you something. Don't count this kid out. He can make things happen.
He is, and he's a player, too, Ed, that makes the big play.
Purdue Boilermaker.
Yeah, and you would say to yourself, again, he's not that tall. And we talk about tall. How can he see? Well, he finds the passing lanes. He does find every passing lane there is to find. He'll find it, and you'll hit somebody with it. But you're absolutely correct.
Well,
Colston is a hell of a guy to lose.
Oh, my God, there's no question about it. I wish we had about 4 or 5 of them like him.
Let's go out to Craig in South Elgin. Craig, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, how's it going?
All right, Craig.
Hi, first-time listener, actually first-time caller. I was just calling. I wanted to make a comment. I don't know how much it goes on this, how you talk about him on this show, because I haven't listened too often. But usually when you hear about the Bears' defense, you hear about Urlacher and Peppers and Briggs. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on Peanut Tillman. To me, he seems like one of the unsung heroes of this defense. He always seems to be there to get a tackle, strip the ball out, and to me, it just seems like he doesn't get enough respect. He might be one of them more underrated cornerbacks in the league.
Well, Craig, I have to agree with you. Doug and I did a show about a week or so ago with Matt and Lawrence Holmes, and we were on for about an hour and a half and talking about the situation. And I can't remember if it was Lawrence or Matt that asked me the question, who offensively that I thought over the years was good and on defensively, and I thought Tillman. And I know a lot of people think he should go from cornerback to stronger, weak safety. And move them at different positions. But I'm going to tell you what, to me, cornerback was, is, and forever will be the toughest position to play in football. And I'm going to tell you something. Over the years, game in and game out, season in and season out, he stands up, he comes, and he plays football, and he plays hard. He's a smart kid, and I like the way he plays football, and I like the way he plays cornerback. And I like him just like you do, kid. I like him a lot.
And he's a natural for the cover 2. If you're looking for a guy that you want to play cover 2, a cornerback, he's the guy. And he's out there, very rarely makes mistakes. And also, like Ed said, and like we all talk about, takeaways. I mean, they're taught that. Lovie Smith, and I'll say this for Lovie. I mean, he teaches those defensive backs, linebackers, everybody. You go get that football. And Tillman, like we talked about before, 25 already in his career, caused fumbles. And most of those are caused not by the actual hit, by the ripping it out. While a ball player gets lax when he's going down, and all of a sudden Tillman comes along and rips it right out.
If he knows he's in a certain situation where he's got to make the tackle,
he'll make the tackle.
Right. But I tell you what, if he knows anybody else has got a hand on that guy, he will go for that ball.
Let's go out to George in Indianapolis. George on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, the best two analysts in football, period.
Well, thanks, George.
George over the years. Hey, I just had a quick comment. I wasn't too big of a fan of Williams, but I'm glad he's on the team. But I was just glad to see that Johnny Knox didn't hold his head down. He made some great catches, and he seems to be becoming the kind of receiver that nobody thought he could be. I was just going to get your comments on it.
Well, a lot of times, sometimes somebody has to light a fire. When I say a fire, I think Knox has a lot of talent. I think maybe a lot of times, too, the fact was that maybe he didn't attack his position like he should have. Then all of a sudden, somebody else comes up. Did they start Williams today? They started Williams. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute here. Williams didn't earn the right to start. He didn't. Not in my mind. I understand they went on the past and they went on stuff that he's done in the past. But did he earn the right during preseason to be a starter? And it's not true. Johnny Knox came up, and like I said, he had 3 catches today for 60 yards. That's 20 yards a catch. So maybe this thing, by bringing Williams in, lit a fire under this kid, and he's going to get more out of himself than he really realized he could give. And sometimes it takes competition, Ed, to do that.
Well, there's no question about it, Doug. Listen, what I saw today, our opening game in the 2-11 season, I liked what I saw all the way around. I mean, we could pick and choose, pick some things apart, why it worked and whatever have you. But the fact of the matter is, on defensively and on the offensive side of the ball, Doug, everybody came to play. The coaches were there. They had the right things. They made the adjustments. And we could never over the years, Doug, make that statement before. But I like what I saw today.
And absolutely, the home opener seems like it does very well with the Bears. I mean, they usually come out and win that home opener. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
OB Buck.
What's up, buddy?
Back to you guys. I just wanted to say it was a great win for the Bears today. And as much as I loved Olin Kreutz for 13 years, I hope that next weekend he regrets the fact that he didn't sign for a $500,000 pay cut. Especially with the defensive tackles we got, I think they're going to wreak havoc. And I know you guys watched the game Thursday night with Green Bay, and Olin Kreutz was letting people loose like they were, going to a circus, a free circus.
Well, again, you talk about Olin Kreutz, you talk about, and once again, maybe I think this is overrated, Ed, his leadership business. Everybody says, well, the guy's a leader. This guy's a leader. I mean, he's good in the locker room.
Well, here.
You know what's good to me? Can you play football? That's how you become my leader.
Yeah.
Can you play football?
Doug, he's in his 13th year now.
Yep.
And Olin was never really a big center. Could he take on 300 and some odd pound defensive tackles and nose tackles? Yes, he could, because he was a young kid. He had a terrific mean streak in him, and he would take everybody on and drive. He had great leg drive. Now he's in his early 30s, and I tell you, over the years, you do get beat down, you do lose it. And what has happened, and I think it was a good move by the Bears. I mean, they wanted him back, yeah. But this is how you're coming back. And he didn't like it, and he left. But I'm going to tell you something. His days of being the Olin Kreutz that we all know was gone. He just, over the years, just got beat down, guys. It's unfortunate, but it happens. It happens to all of us.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
3, trips left, White peels off, now goes back in motion. So trips to the left, one to the right. Ryan down the takeaway. Tight pocket, nowhere to go. Here comes Peppers. Ryan runs the ball. Peppers swipes it away. Gives it up at the 10. Urlacher scoops and score. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
Today's pest control of the game is Brian Urlacher, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 183rd and Harlem in Tinley Park. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, Doug, there's a couple of points I want to make before we just jump out to the callers again right away. But you know what? At first half, Cutler was 5 of 10. We were 5 of 10 in third down conversions. Second half, we were 1 of 6. for a total of, 6 out of 16. First half good, second half, when you really got to make it count, that I did not like. And the other thing I did not like, Doug, we had 8 penalties. And I know it's the first game, okay, and I understand that. But I'm going to tell you something. That's a number you do not want to see in New Orleans. You don't want to see here in Chicago against the Packers and so on and so forth. That is way, way, way too many penalties. Sometimes that alone can take you out of a football game. So the third down conversion in the second half, which I thought should have gotten better, it did not. It got worse. And the penalties. Too many.
Let's ask Lawrence about it. Lawrence Holmes, who was at the game. Lawrence.
Doug, OB, good to talk to you both. A fun win, huh?
Oh, Lawrence, I'm telling you, Ed and I were talking about it. You talk about a team that was ready to play, and that's the Chicago Bears. Now, we can go through the whole litany of, the defensive line, the offensive line, what happened with the linebackers, the running back, the wide receivers, Cutler, whatever. But it seemed to me and seemed to Ed and I the fact that this team was ready to play football.
They were sharp on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they were. And defensively, I know Brian Urlacher got to be the player of the game, as Connor was talking about, but there were a bunch of guys that played really well. I want to play you a couple pieces of sound from the locker room. Just got back from Soldier Field a little while ago. And when Urlacher came to the podium, I asked him about what it does for the rest of the defense that they can get pressure with their front four.
It's huge for us. We got 7 guys in the back end. Look at the quarterback. We can do that. We're not the blitzing one. We rotate so many guys up there. Henry did a good job. Pep had a couple sacks. That's what they did all preseason. During our practices and training camp. Preseason games didn't do much, but those guys are good up front. They get after the quarterback.
And you heard him talk about Henry Melton. The Bears have been pretty high on Melton since the second half of last season, where he started to really assert himself and play well. He gained a little bit of weight. They put him inside, and this is what Lovie Smith told me about Melton's development.
We've seen him develop into, a pretty good defensive lineman in one of our marquee positions, that under tackle position. But just a lot of athletic ability, great power, speed, quickness inside. He's a tough matchup for, bigger, slower offensive linemen.
The numbers on Melton in today's game, guys: 5 tackles for him, 7 quarterback hits, and 2 sacks. He had a tremendous game, but the Bears' defensive line overall, I thought was fantastic. They were able to, whoever they put in, whoever they rotated in at whatever spot, seemed to have an impact on the game. Nick Reed came up with a couple of big plays. One where he goes out there and takes care of the fullback in the flat. He gets a tip pass. You saw Mobi Okoye come in, and he got a sack. Julius Peppers is a monster, and it is so fun to watch him play. But beyond the 2 sacks that he had, he also busted up the 2-point conversion, which at the time was a big deal, because had they converted that 2-point conversion, it turns into a 2-possession game. So watching the Bears defensive line and knowing that the Bears didn't have to blitz today really at all. They did a little bit with DJ Moore, and that caused the Urlacher interception. But they stayed in cover 2 and cover 1 for most of the game, and that's killer to an offense like Atlanta.
Hey, Lawrence, let me ask you a question. You were in the locker room. Did you have him step in front of Forte's locker and find about 5 bags worth about $20 million that Jerry Angelo left there?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see any money, but I can imagine that the Forte camp is looking at today's performance, and they're very excited about what could happen next. And he knows it too. He talked about his value, his value to this offense in particular. I joke with people all the time and say, well, he's no Marshall Faulk. He might not be, but he's a pretty damn good cover band of Marshall Faulk. He does the job, and on that screenplay, he made 2 incredible cuts to get himself to the outside. And Jay Cutler, I asked Cutler about Forte's ability to make the big play, and Cutler just started gushing. About what this guy is capable of and how confident they are in him. He had a great game. I thought the Bears overall, after what I thought wasn't a great start, just about everything they did right. The tackles I still think need some work. Kellen Davis, I don't think, played his best game as a blocker today, but when you see some of those misdirection plays that the Bears can throw at other teams, they almost had that tight end throwback play. It was wide open, had Chris Williams out there with Kellen Davis, and Cutler just kind of overthrew it a little bit. They looked scary, and the best thing for Lovie Smith went crazy after they picked up the ball. Urlacher picks up the ball and scores. And you don't usually see that from Lovie Smith. He got really excited, was jumping up and down a little bit on the sidelines because for today, their defense did exactly what it's designed to do.
Hey, Lawrence, we've been hopefully very positive here on the show, and we like what we saw with coaching, the players, everything. But you brought up Kellen Davis's name. I'm going to tell you what, Lawrence, he did not have a good game, not even close to it. They went around like he was an automatic turnstile, and you can't have this in the league. Your quarterback is so precious, especially on this football team, and he's brought in there. One of the main reasons is to block, and he got beat easy all day today, and that is not good, Lawrence.
Yeah, he struggled. I thought Jamarcus Webb and Gabe Karimi struggled in today's game.
Oh, well, Lawrence, all you have to do, Lawrence, is if you get the film, if somebody, taped it or whatever and take a look, you watch at both of our tackles, and you watch their footwork. It's not very good, my friend.
And the other thing, too, Lawrence, being an old defensive guy, when you can get a punter that can put the football down around the 3 or 4 yard line. Now, Maynard was good at this, but Podlesh must have came up with 3 or 4 today that he put inside the 10.
I thought the kicking was phenomenal today.
Oh,
him and Robbie Gould.
Knocked him right out of the stadium.
Robbie Gould with a bunch of touchbacks in today's game. And what I thought was kind of cool is even when they didn't get the touchback, they were angling the returner to the sideline and boxing him in and making him make a decision. So the kicking with him and with Podlesh, I thought was great today. They got back on it a little bit on special teams. They did have a couple of penalties. Corey Graham and Craig Stelz each had penalties, but Graham was a monster on special teams today. And I think part of it, a little extra motivation for him, is that last year for the Pro Bowl, Eric Weems actually beat him out for the Pro Bowl spot on special teams. And he got down there and cracked Eric Weems a couple times, and a couple real good shots that he put on him in this game. So the Bears had pretty good production from all three phases, and they can be a dominant team if they continue to do that. But I walk away so impressed with what they did defensively and what they did specifically on the defensive line. Henry Melton had a great day, and the Bears have been telling us, they've been saying, hey, guys have been pulling me aside and saying Melton's going to have a big year. He's capable of doing big things, and you got a chance to see it with him getting the start and them being able to keep fresh bodies. I heard you guys as I was driving back, and you're so right. Being able to keep fresh bodies on the field late in the game, it makes a tremendous difference in the type of pressure that they can sustain against the quarterback.
Talking about bodies, Lawrence, what's going on with Roy Williams?
Roy Williams with a groin, looks like a groin pull, and he said he's okay, but Lovie Smith, usually what he says is if you can't finish the game, it's not good. So he had the groin pull. We'll find out a little bit more tomorrow. And Lance Lewis left the game with an ankle injury. Chris Spencer came in and played guard for most of the game after that, and I thought that he did all right. The interior of the line actually did a nice job. It was the guys on the end that seemed to struggle a little bit. So we'll get an update on both of those injuries tomorrow afternoon. Oh, by the way, Doug, you made the post-game notes today.
Now what?
It says here in one of the last items that Manley ties Buffon and George for most years of service as a Bear. By appearing in today's contest, long snapper Patrick Manley is now in his 14th season as a Bear, tied with Doug Buffon and Hall of Famer Bill George for most years of service as a member of the franchise. Manley's 206 games played are the most in Bears history.
Lawrence?
You got a big old headline, Doug.
Lawrence?
Yes, OB?
Said, I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Why?
Don't even go there.
Lawrence,
here's what
you want me to do, okay? Find out where Manley lives. I want to send Big Doug out to talk to him.
With a club.
With a club. How dare you? Lawrence. How dare you tie me and Bill George?
It's nice that the kid snaps. I don't know. I can't. No, I'm not even going to go there because it's going to get ugly.
Lawrence, let me tell you this right now. You have to bring that up, right? How many times, how many remotes I've done with this guy, and he does them deliberately. He flashes his 63 championship ring in front of my face. Every time he does it.
It's a nice ring.
So, somebody will come in and say, boy, look at my ring, and it'll put it up, and he knows the light's shining on it, and it's going to shine in my face. All I got is a wedding ring, but he keeps doing this and doing it. He shoves it in my face, and he just, now, You come up with this, and now look at it.
Well, Doug,
no,
don't you
no,
still?
You're reading it totally wrong, you knucklehead.
What OB is saying is that Patrick Manley shouldn't be on that list. Exactly.
Oh,
that's what he's saying.
God.
OB saying that Patrick Manley's a long snapper and you're
Pay
a
attention to
linebacker.
what I'm talking about. You knucklehead.
And remember, Doug, you still.
I'm giving you a compliment, and you can't even figure it out.
You still hold the record for interceptions by a linebacker,
That's
too.
right.
But Urlacher is catching up. He's got 19 now in his career. And Charles Tillman's 25 forced fumbles is the most by a cornerback since 2003. Since he has been here in the league, since 2003, no corner in this league has more forced fumbles than Charles Tillman does. He's a wizard at it.
Urlacher has 19. Where does he live, anyway?
You sure you want that fight, Doug?
Oh, I got Ed with me. Stop yourself. You honestly don't think I'm going myself, do you? As long as I have the big guy with me, I feel pretty good.
Congratulations to Manley, but I mean, there's.
Oh, I see where you're going. I thought you were throwing a curve at me.
It's a word called reality. Yeah. I mean, Jesus, come on. Okay.
Well, sometimes the snappers, though, there's a lot of pressure on a guy like that because he can never do anything wrong. Okay, Ed, I'm sorry.
We have to go to a break.
All right, Lawrence.
All right, guys, thank you.
All right, great job,
buddy.
Lawrence.
I was wondering where you're going with that. You confused me.
Couldn't figure that one out?
Well, I know I wasn't really. I was listening, but I thought maybe you were saying, why did they bring your name up or something like that, Because you do pull the ring stuff on me.
Doug.
What? Where is the ring?
The ring is at home resting.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show.
I'm proud of you. You played 14 years.
I know.
There's not many people on this planet can make that statement.
You shot an arrow right into my heart when you said that. I thought I just took you all wrong. That's all.
Oh, no, yeah, I love you. You know that, Doug.
Presented by Motorworks and All Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Hang in there, callers.
Field out of the eye. Snap handoff. Turner finds an opening at the 45. Sliced down, gives up the ball. Piled up at the 40. Bears say they've got it.
I think it was Major Wright coming in to have contact with Turner, and as soon as Major Wright flashed by and led with his shoulder, the ball was on the ground.
Bears football. Major Wright likes contact. He's aggressive. He went low as he should on Michael Turner and gives up the football.
The Wingstop stop of the game was Charles Tillman's forced fumble. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. As an old friend would say, they're lit up like Christmas trees. Let's go out to let's go out to Russ in Elkhart, Indiana. Russ, you're on the score.
Well, hi, guys.
What's up, Russ?
Well, I'm trying to point out something that I saw today that I thought you guys would be talking about, and that's the fact that I didn't think we really protected Cutler to any good degree. And to me, that's the key to our offense. And I'm glad we did things on defense. We did things that made us win the game. But we seem to be ignoring the fact that Cutler has got to be protected. And all I saw all day was Cutler running around, being rushed, being hurried. If we don't have that, what do we really have? I know we won a game today. That's great. We're excited. But didn't you guys see what I saw today? I didn't think we added anything to protecting Cutler like we needed to do from last year to this year. And I'm concerned that if we get in a position where we're not in front, or we're not ahead, we just don't have any offense to generate because we can't protect the quarterback.
Russ, I didn't see that. And again, too, there were times when the pressure was there. But let me say this right now. If you think in your wildest dreams that you're going to have a quarterback that can sit back there and have a cigarette and light up and have a little dinner, it's not going to happen all the time. The fact is that's what quarterbacks are paid for. There is going to be pressure. The key is, can he get rid of the football in time before the pressure comes? He's going to get hit. He's going to have guys come after him. But I thought, and though Ed did bring this up, the two offensive tackles, there's no question that they have to work on their footwork because they're really not really out there doing exactly what they need to be done to protect them. But overall, for the whole day, what happened was, in that first half, Cutler threw for 203 yards. You don't throw for 203 yards unless somebody's protecting you.
Well, I thought what Russ is talking about is what you saw, I saw, and everybody saw, is that we had, when the time came for Atlanta to go after Cutler, our two offensive tackles, I mean, you could just see it, Doug. I mean, you can't hide out there, okay? Their footwork was terrible. They got twisted around, pushed around. Because why? Because they were off balance. Slow feet. They were off balance, and that's why Cutler wound up with like 5 sacks. But, Russ, at the beginning of the show, we addressed that very issue you're talking about.
Yeah, and the fact is that there's no question they got to get better at it, but he did have certain times, especially on the 7-step drop. When he took the 7-step drop, he had time to throw the football. Other times, they were on him. But I'm going to tell you, and Russ, I really mean this, as a quarterback, you can't be protected all the time, every time, and think you're just going to sit back there. You've got to be able to make your calls, make your throws. And a lot of times, that's the quarterback's got to take the blame for that. Let's go out to Jeff and Gurnee. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hi, how you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Jeff?
I was watching the game, and I was a little surprised that Lance Briggs didn't make more of an impact on the game with his contract dispute and everything, kind of like Forte did.
Yeah, Ed and I talked about that. You very rarely heard his name. Briggs'
well,
name
whose name you heard was Urlacher.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
Hey, Jeff Urlacher played one hell of a football game. I'll tell you what, you could see he was totally into the game. I mean, weak side, strong side, pat, whatever it did, Urlacher was he was on the full 100% go mode, and Briggs he made some plays out there, but the guy that took it away basically from a lot of people outside of a couple our defensive tackles inside, and Peppers was Urlacher.
Yeah, and sometimes, too, you don't get the opportunity to make certain plays. I mean, Briggs obviously, and don't bring it up the fact that maybe because he's worried about his contract that, he's not playing. That's not true. Briggs is out there.
I thought he played a good game, Doug. Was he all over the field like he was before? No, but he was not. You couldn't see. He wasn't selling anybody short out there.
Ed, you know what the most amazing thing is, and you know this as well as I do. You could play a football game, and you could walk in, maybe no one heard this or no one heard that. He said, geez, Doug, it was kind of, what happened that game? And you go back, and those coaches grade you out, and all of a sudden you see a 95 and 98. Right. That's what it's all about.
Because you did what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. You do what you're supposed to be and be there. You don't get credit for that. They don't put it in the paper, hey, Lance Briggs was right here in the gap A, and that's nice job, Lance. They don't do that. And that's a lot of times what happens when coaches grade us out, and that's why they grade us out.
Absolutely. Doug.
And I think maybe that could be what's happening
today.
Very
good point you made there.
Let's go out to Nick in Springfield. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, I got a question for you about the defensive line. They played awesome, especially the tackles. I mean, there's no question about it. Not only were they getting pressure, but they were also keeping the guards and tackles from pulling and getting on to Urlacher and Briggs, which is why you could see Urlacher running all over the field today like he used to 5 years ago. My question is, the starting guard and center for Atlanta today, this is their first start. So do you think we can still see the defensive tackles play to the caliber that they played today against teams with more experienced offensive linemen?
Here, we addressed that a little bit earlier too, Nick, but I'm going to tell you what would have been in my book not very good at all would be, we know the backup center kid just started his game, and their right guard, they gave him away, and they put another kid just starting. The problem would have been, could you imagine if our tackles did not take advantage of that situation, and they did not get upfield, they did not put pressure, they did not get their hits, they did not get their sacks? That would have been awful. That would have been really bad. So what they did, they were good enough to take advantage of the situation and get it done. Now, are they going to do that every week? Hopefully, we hope that they do. We'll find out coming next Sunday, and then we'll find out the following one against Green Bay. But the fact of the matter is they took care of the situation.
That's exactly right, Ed. You're right on the money on this one, because the fact is that it would be scary to know that they couldn't do it against backups. God, yeah. And what do you expect them to do with guys that are starters?
Exactly. That's Nick. So, that would have been the scarier bad thing.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, before we go real quickly, to you, and playing in the National Football League 14 years, calling defensive signals, being a captain, and the great Bill George, who played 15 years, 14 of them, I believe, here, right, Doug?
Yep.
And he was a middle linebacker, and he basically invented the middle linebacking position. And you couldn't have two greater Bears. God bless Bill George. He's not with us anymore, but he was one of the greatest, most feared linebackers to ever play this game, as were you, my friend. 14 phenomenal years. God bless you. I love you for it, buddy.
Eddie, I appreciate that very much.
We can't relax offensively there in that fourth quarter. Defense, they kept the clamps on them all year long, and we still have to play up to the defensive level. They're still carrying us, and they're still doing some things out there that are unbelievable. I mean, the pressure they get on the quarterback and the way they rally the ball, it's a tough defense to go against.
Be the 10th caller to the Scores Contest line at 312-591-6700 to be the S-Wing Hammer caller of the game. You will win an outdoor tool gift set courtesy of S-Wing Hammer. Your gift set includes an all-steel 20-ounce hammer, safety goggles, and an S-Wing baseball cap, and an S-Wing shirt. Brought to you by S-Wing Hammer. Use the hammers the pros use, and Edobrovich uses also on his friends. It's S-Wing. I didn't say F-Wing.
No, you did.
Yeah.
You
Well,
did.
yeah, I saw you chuckling over there, and
Well, I just no, I wasn't. No, was I chuckling?
No, you chuckled. Yeah, I heard it. I know what chuckling is.
Okay.
Welcome to the Express Post Game. That's right. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks. Your buddy there, Paul Tamarez.
You, Paul Tamarez.
And Old Second Bank.
Jim Hub. Mark Bittner.
All your guys. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to John in Glendale Heights. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thanks, John.
Got a quick question. I'm kind of a casual football fan. I don't really know too much about the X's and O's. My question is, today it looked like the tight ends, both of the new guys, or one of them is new, but both of them seem to have a big impact on the offense, and it looks like both of those guys are great at their position. Now, do you think throughout the entire season they'll be utilized in short goal line looks like that, and anytime they're within the 20-yard line for a touchdown?
Well, you're talking about Kellen Davis, obviously, and Matt Spaeth. Both these guys. Spaeth is about 6'7", 270, something like that. And Kellen is also pretty big. But I think more importantly, that you looked at him catching the pass, Ed and I look at him blocking because that's why they have him there.
Not very good.
Not good.
Not good.
I didn't think it was very good today. Anyway.
Not good at all, John.
Yeah. So, again, too, down near the red zone, you want these guys to be able to catch the football, do stuff like that. But for the Bears, the offense the Bears run, they really want these guys to be blockers and be able to take on a defensive end and give protection to Cutler. Let's go out to Gary in Arlington Heights. Gary on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Gary.
Great talking to you. You guys have been two of my favorite players throughout the years.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Gary.
Thanks for representing the city of Chicago and the Bears so well throughout the years.
Thank you.
My question, I guess, mostly would be for Doug, but I'm sure OB can weigh on this too. The Urlacher seems that since he had that year off from his wrist, he's really been rejuvenated, and he's just adding to his legacy here. And we looks like he's going to be another Hall of Fame middle linebacker for the Bears here. We've got Urlacher, Singletary, Butkus, and the great late Bill George. Doug, how would you rate those guys in their abilities? Why would you rate them that way? And do you have any stories about Bill George that you could share on the radio?
Well, Bill George, and I think there was a time how the middle linebacker position got started. See, Bill George used to be a down lineman, basically over the center.
Well, actually, he played linebacker, and he would go into the line.
Yeah, and so he pulls out as a middle linebacker and basically started being a middle linebacker. There was nobody. And the guys you named, and we played with them, with Butkus, and I didn't play with Urlacher, obviously, and, and Singletary, but no one was tougher than Bill George. Bill George was just a tough linebacker.
Let me just jump in here a little bit, Gary. There was a quarterback by the name of Johnny Unitas. who at the time obviously was at the Baltimore Colts, and they won several world championships. And as we speak today, a lot of people still regard him as arguably one of the best or one of the best ever to have played this game. And he was fearless. I mean, in the fourth quarter, you better have a huge lead on him because this guy would come back. But I want to tell you what, he made one statement, and I believe it was in Sports Illustrated. He said he feared one man and only one man in professional football, and that one man was Bill George. Not so much of Bill being physical, because Bill was about 6'2", 6'3", about 240, 235, run like a deer. But what he was of his ability to read the offenses and make the audible calls. That's why Johnny Unitas feared him. You're talking about an intelligent football player, a signal caller. Bill George was the consummate.
And that's right. You got Urlacher, you got Singletary, and Butkus.
All different.
All very, very good. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks, an Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
It was a good start. I can't say it was a dream scenario. It was just a good start. One game. It was a great start to the season, and it's something to build off of. It was a great game to build off of. We have a stat that says, if we up two in the takeaways, we're going to win over 70 to 90% of the game. So that's a major emphasis on our defense. Not just this game. Every game we play, we want to have more takeaways from the opponent.
That was Julius Peppers. Did you see the shot on the sideline when he about took Matt Ryan's head off coming across? The kid is really a talent. Talking about Julius Peppers. Be the fifth caller to the Scores contest line to win a Bona Tailgate Party Pack. Party Pack includes Bona Italian beef, Italian sausage, rolls, sweet, or hot peppers, and pasta salad for 20 guests. Big taste, big flavor, big Bona. How big is your Bona? Visit Bona.com or Facebook to tell them how big yours is and win Bona beef for a year. Call 312-591-6700. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
You know, Dougie, quickly here to our listeners. Over the years, you people have supported Doug and I'm going to tell you something. We can't thank you enough. Here it is almost like 3 hours after the game. You had to wait for a couple hours for us to get on air. And we're looking at the board here, and it's just lit up like a Christmas tree. So just a big, huge thank you to all you listeners that listen to our show, and Bear fans and fans of the Score 670. And again, from Doug and I, just thank you people so very, very much. This is very heartening to see. This is wonderful to see you people calling in and sharing what you want to share with us.
There's no question, Eddie. Again, you and I enjoy doing what we're doing.
That's phenomenal, Doug. You see that 3 hours after the game and this thing's lit up?
And they make the show.
Yes, they do. Yes, absolutely.
They make the show with their questions.
Absolutely.
So we get going. Let's go out to Rich and Elgin. Rich on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, what a great day. What a great win for Chicago Bear fans, and what a great win personally for a lot of players in this team. And, as in life, things don't fall in your lap. You have to go out and get it and earn that win. And, my call is about a player, Devin Hester, okay? As great as he is, I feel like I want to be a dad with this guy or a receivers coach or a best friend and tell him something. Remember Jerry Rice on the 49ers? Hello?
Hello, Rich. Go
ahead, Rich.
Yeah. Right. Jerry Rice is the kind of player that you could throw anything within 6 to 8 feet and he would catch it, okay? And hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We're listening to you, Rich.
Okay. And then, you could throw anything within 6 to 8 feet of Jerry Rice and he would catch it. I pain when I see Devin Hester, as great as he is. To be the player he really wants to be, he's got to microscope it and focus on what he needs to do to earn that jersey as a receiver. Maybe in practice, throw him some unorthodox throws that aren't right in his stomach, that he has to go way the hell out of his way to catch and get better. Because you know what?
I know that make him so soulful and happy to be the guy he wants to be. I just don't see that in him as a couple years now. I mean,
well, Rich, let me tell you this. If you're looking for Devin Hester to be the number one receiver on the Chicago Bears team, that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And when you talk about Jerry Rice he's like one in a billion, my friend. I mean, he was getting double, triple covered. It didn't matter. He went up and he got the ball wherever, and I agree with you there. But if you're going to think that Devin Hester is going to be the number one receiver and try to resemble what Jerry Rice was, not going to happen.
Yeah, that's correct. The fact is I'm talking about Hester, probably second or third guy as a wide receiver. And don't forget why he was brought here. He was brought here to do returns. And he's very good at doing returns. There's no question about it. But sometimes the ability, and you just have certain abilities, and guys do, like Jerry Rice, and you can't match it. A lot of guys can't match it. You can talk about a lot of guys. Say, well, why can't he be like Jerry Rice? There's very few
here's
people
a guy
like
that
Jerry
played
Rice.
Over half his career, Doug, in double-team coverage.
Yeah. I mean, still caught the ball.
Still caught the ball, yeah.
Let's go to CJ in Iowa. CJ, you're on the score.
Yeah, hey, fellas. Love you guys. You guys been studs in a stellar defense in years past and everything. And great win for the Bears today. The question I have is about Brian Urlacher. Do you guys think he's a Hall of Famer? And the other side of the question I have is that this day and age, they say Ray Lewis is the best linebacker in the game. And granted, he's very, very good. But do you think that if Brian Urlacher was in the same scheme as Ray Lewis, instead of maybe having to drop back 10, 20 yards in the scheme we have, which they do pretty well, do you think he would be every bit as good as Ray Lewis, if not better? And thank you for the call, and I'll let you go.
Well, it's hard to say, because it's hard to tell, because the fact is Urlacher is doing what he's supposed to be doing and playing that defense. You can't move guys around and say, okay, what if Ray Lewis was here and Urlacher was there? Would there be a difference?
We don't play an aggressive defense.
No.
Here.
And what if the Pittsburgh Steelers? Remember when the Steelers had that great defensive line? Were all those linebackers that good? Or what if you moved those linebackers to another team that didn't have that defensive line? That's what you can't do, because it is what it is, and you are where you are. And that's what you do.
Now, CJ, Doug, let me jump in here on this. Brian Urlacher. I think Brian is he's a little bit more accessible, Doug, starting last year. Instead of, yeah, no, and giving a smirk and walking away. And remember, he was just texting some agent somewhere about whatever, and not really dealing with the public or the sports writers or people on radio and television. And I think, Doug, those are the people, by and large, who vote you into the Hall of Fame. I mean, you have to do it on a football field.
Yeah. And
I think Brian, if there's anything that might keep him out, was his accessibility. And I think what he's trying to do now, Doug, and you sound in on this, is that I think he's trying to be a little bit more accessible, a little bit more pleasing, so to speak.
Well, yeah, and again, too, you and I play with Butkus, and we know a lot of times he wasn't that. He wasn't pleasing a lot of times. A lot of times, he wouldn't even talk to you, because that was Dick. And the fact was he was that so
yeah, but
good.
When he was interviewed, he talked.
Yeah, but the thing with Urlacher, this is going back 2 or 3 years, and I remember what you're talking about. I'm looking at a guy that plays, and especially you look at a ball player nowadays, that Urlacher is a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt in my mind that he's not a Hall of Famer. And the fact is, though, like you said, that's what they used to say. They used to talk about certain guys didn't get into the Hall because saying exactly what you're saying.
Right.
Is the fact that they wouldn't, cuddle up to somebody or talk to somebody.
Right.
Brian should be doing that anyway, because of the team, because of Chicago, kind of the fans.
I think he finally gets it.
Yeah, and he's doing it. And so, but as far as him belonging there, I have no doubt about it.
Again, I agree with Doug. With Ray Lewis, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, those are attacking defenses.
Yeah, it's
Lovie
different
Smith,
deal.
We do not attack here.
Let's go out to Lamoni. Is that it? Lamoni?
Yes, hello?
And Joliet. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
First off, I want to say this was a great Bears win today. Just considering the fact that we got no Bulls, no Blackhawks right now at the moment, no baseball season. Everything's pretty much irrelevant right now, Chicago sports. But for the Bears to come out and win like this, considering that everybody picked against the Bears, feels great. Hey, I want to say one thing only. I believe this team, after the NFC Championship loss, they're out to win the Super Bowl this year. I believe they will get it done. I'll hang up and hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Well, there's no question, again, too, we can talk all we want to talk, and the fact is you have to show us, and they showed us today. They showed us there was something going on with this team, and we got to take it for what it is. I know they're going to go against New Orleans next week. We know they got Green Bay. We know they got a lot of tough teams coming, but today is one game. In this one particular game, they whipped Atlanta's ass. And if you really want to come down to it, that's exactly what they did.
And the key was Lovie Smith.
Exactly.
And his staff.
Give them credit when credit's
make
due.
No mistake about this. They had the Chicago Bears ready to play today.
What's up, Ace? Oh, thanks, Ace. Thank you for throwing it in my face. I told him. He says
hey, Ace. Ace was our crack producer. We now call him our Ace, which is going to, after this program, is going to be called Schmace in about a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to Lawrence Holmes, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, Mark Joloff, Brent Lyons, Brendan McCaffrey, Mike Peterson, Ashley Jones, Gerald McGrew, Ethan Shaw, Brian the intern, Lawrence Holmes is coming up next.
Lorenzo,
and that's on the score. Leading into Sunday Night Football, Jets versus the Cowboys. Thanks for listening, and we'll talk to you next week. Bye-bye.
And now, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 2464 North Lincoln in Lincoln Park, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game. And only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. And brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
First and 10, Jay Cutler back to his 13-yard line after the fumble punt returned by Hester. Snap, handing off, right side. Matt Forte at the 15 to the 20. Forte, open field cut at the 40. Splits defenders, crossing midfield to the Saints 45. A first down run of significance. Malcolm Jenkins on the other end makes the tackle. One back slot, right, two receivers. Tight end left side, Kellen Davis on second and goal, 8-yard line. Snap to Jay in a short set. Throwing over the middle. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Welcome to the NFL for the kid out of Toledo, Ohio, by way of Ohio State, Dean Sanzenbacher. Backs on each hip. Slot to the right, three receivers, snap. Bears bring four. Freeze with time. Stepping up, now launching. Deep downfield. He's got Henderson over the top at the 30. Breaks two tackles. 10 left, 5. Goal line end zone. Touchdown on 3rd and 12. Second down and 10. Jay in the shotgun. 3 men up front again. They could be blitzing from either side. One safety back deep. Here's the snap. They're blitzing off the left side, and they get to Cutler. They made it a quarterback, and they blow it dead before. Is that right?
Yes.
Jay taking exception to the roughhousing they received after the whistle. Jed Collins, a stand-up wing to the left, snap freeze. Looking into the right flat, goes to Sproles at the 15 of the 10. Gets a block to the end zone. Touchdown New Orleans. I thought for a minute they said he stepped out, but he didn't. Forte set to the right side. Saints are bringing the house. Here's Casillas free. Sacks Cutler back at the 41. Untouched, Jonathan Casillas. They'll bring 4, including an unblocked end. Junior Gillette sacks Jay Cutler inside the 2. Sixth sack for New Orleans. 3:32 to play. It's a 7-yard loss. So the Bears will go to 1-1. The Saints go to 1-1 as well. The Bears will host the Green Bay Packers next Sunday at 3:15 at Soldier Field, while Matt Schaub's Houston Texans come here to the Superdome to take on the New Orleans Saints. Olin Kreutz and getting together with his old offensive lineman, exchanging handshakes and hugs as the Saints capitalize on the Bears today.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670 is brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 2464 North Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-7226. 6-7, and the score was New Orleans 30 and Matt Forte 13. And that's what the game was all about, Matt Forte, because other than that, our offense was pathetic. Talking from the offensive line, talking about the wide receivers, and we're even going to take Cutler in on this deal.
Doug, how can you say that?
I know. I spoke out of turn. I am so sorry I said that. I've seen us do some bad offenses before, and I understand, too, they're down there, and obviously in New Orleans. New Orleans is a good team. They're a good offensive team. They're not a terrific football team as far as defense is concerned. Last year they gave up, 35 or 40 points to Seattle, and also they gave up when you talked about the Green Bay Packers playing them. We were brutal. When you have your wide receivers, and you're looking at your wide receivers, a kid is undrafted, and Sanzenbacher has got to be your number one guy, you got a major problem going on. Not to mention the fact that you can't protect Cutler. And not to mention the fact that I saw Cutler, too. He couldn't hit a bull in the ass with a banjo either, the way he was playing. So I don't know what's going on with this team. Again, too, I said the same thing last year, Eddie. Starting off the season, boy, what's going on? And all of a sudden they turn it around. I hope they can turn it around. I mean, is that a problem? I don't know. But what I saw today was really disappointing.
Well, here, Doug. Last year, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that, with our wide receivers, what is the number one thing that they cannot do? They cannot get separation. Okay? Now, if it's Drake, our in coach, or Lovie Smith, our head coach, Mike Martz, our offensive coordinator, or the scouts they have, or whatever, Jay Cutler needs help. He needs some professional receivers that can get downfield and get separation. Now, Mike Martz, talking about his tight ends, Doug, before this game, who, I don't know, did you see him out there? The only time I saw him was when that guy blew around Kellen Davis twice. He almost got Cutler killed. He did it last week. He did it last year. This kid cannot block. But he's big, though, Doug, and he's fast. Now, here's what Mike Martz said about our tight ends. This is our offensive coordinator, folks. Best group I have ever been around. There is a lot of things with them that I am excited about down the road. Mike, the road started 2 weeks ago, in case you didn't know that. We have tight ends that do not get involved in a passing game, and when we ask them to block, they're in there for max protection. There's a reason why they're there, and they can't block. You saw it, folks. You saw it right in front of you. You saw it on the TV screen. You can't hide. You can't run away. You can't take an invisible glass of water. It is what it is. And it was last week, Doug. Last year, it just goes on and on and on.
Eddie, that about sums it up. We'll see you next week.
Yeah. I mean, is that not the truth? I mean, what did you say?
Exactly what you saw.
How can that Kellen Davis, last week and this week, let a guy blow right around him and almost take Cutler's head off?
And when we come back, I want to talk about that offensive line, and more particular, I want to talk about O'Neal and talk about his game. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Say missed assignments. Some of them were. I mean, when you have that many sacks, it's a combination. Some maybe assignments. Some of it was just them winning. You got to give them a lot of the credit.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the sacks. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and also Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 2464 North Lincoln and Chicago. Now it's time for Doug and Obie's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and Obie's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, or get paid. I have 3 simple thoughts. Pay Forte, get a number 1 wide receiver, and the offensive line, get your act together, or Jay Cutler will be in a wheelchair by the end of the week. And your thoughts, Eddie?
My thoughts. I've got 8 pages, Doug, of thoughts, and
give me 2.
It's sad to say, Doug, that everything is bad. They did a hell of a job. The coaches last week did a hell of a job of getting the players ready to go, and we saw what can really happen when our defensive tackles get up the field and cave in the pocket. All the havoc they can create. Well, that didn't happen. Melton basically didn't get off the line of scrimmage. Was it last week because they were playing up against a backup center and a backup guard? Who knows? But it didn't happen, and that's what you've got. That's what has to happen. That every play, especially when you got a quarterback that slings the ball 45 times.
Well, the other thing too is, I want to throw the ball. I've changed my philosophy on that. But would we run the football in the second half?
We
times?
ran it 2 times.
2 times?
2 times for 7
and 10
yards.
10 in the first half?
Yeah, 10 in the first half and 2 for 7 yards the second half. Now, Dougie, I mean, there's so many things that really went wrong here, and I just get absolutely mystified. As you got Cutler here, and I know that you and the big man Hampton, you guys love Cutler.
I like him. Not today I didn't like him.
I like him, but I know you guys love him. But you keep saying, well, you got to give him some help. You got to give him some help. Well, Doug, what has he been here now? 3-4 years. You've got Lovey, you've got Mike, you've got everybody up there. You've got the super genius and Jerry Angelo, our general manager. Why is it that nobody can find somebody in the college ranks? Why is it that they can't find somebody from another team, make a trade, do whatever you have to do to help Cutler on the offensive line, Doug, with the receivers, Doug? There are so many holes here, and boy, were they exploited today. Now, again, defensively, Doug, just to jump back to the defense, our defensive tackles, mission in action. That Okoye, Olin Kreutz, Doug, when it was a big run up the middle in the third quarter, Olin Kreutz snapped the ball. He fired into Okoye, picked him up, put him over, and drove him right on his back, right into the ground.
Well, Eddie, you talk about the offensive line, and I said I would come back to O'Meal, and that's part of having reserves. He comes in the game. He left right off where he was last year. He got 2 false starts. He ended up giving up a sack. So that was a big part of it. And the other part, too, which I can't understand, is that they get confused. They get confused once again, on simple blitzes. You saw at the end of the game? At the end of the game, the orders kept coming after him, and there was nobody, and when I say nobody, picking up a blitzing guy from the outside. Not a person. They act like they never played football before.
And when he did, it was Kellen Davis. You saw it. I mean, it was right there. They went right around. Doug, I don't even know if he even touched the guy.
He didn't. He blocked on. He whiffed
2 or 3 times today. He did it last week. What is he doing out there?
Well, the problem is, I guess, who are you going to put in? I don't even know. Mike Martz, I understand, is boy genius. I understand all that. But last year we were ranked 30th in offense. And I'm trying to take a look at this offense and trying to be reasonable, because we went through this beginning of the year last year, and I know going to New Orleans is a tough deal. But the fact is, though, you can't do these kind of numbers. Our quarterback averaged 5 yards per attempt. And you know how big I am on that, Ed.
He had a rating of 73.6.
4.4. You can't do that. You can't have a 5.4 and even think about winning a football game. And the other part, and you're right, I'm big on Jay Cutler, but he looked like crap today a lot of the time.
Well, Dougie,
throwing the ball. Maybe because he got a lot of pressure on him, obviously.
Here, what offensively, what do we need going into the 2011 season, okay? What do we need? We needed offensive linemen, and we needed wideouts that could get separation.
A game breaker.
That is a game breaker is right. That's not a mystery. Defensively, what has been the problem for years again is our interior of our defensive line. You got to get off that ball every week and get upfield and make things happen. Didn't happen today, happened the week before. And the other problem defensively, Doug, what was it? It was our defensive back. Last week, they never got challenged. First time they get challenged, 79-yard TD right over the famed Tampa 2 defense, or the Lovey 2. game, set, match.
Well, the part about that part, again, too, we got Major Wright sitting back there, and Conte was also in the game also. And then I saw the defensive line, what they did. They did a trick, Eddie. They did a trick between the defensive tackle and Peppers. Now, Peppers, too, was lost in action a lot of times during this game. But when it's all said and done with, you don't give up a 79-yarder, obviously, just like you said, when you play in cover 2. You're playing deep. That was a major problem. There was no question about it. But that being said, that defense, they played okay. I mean, our offense wasn't even close to being okay. They were close to terrible.
Doug,
that's the part that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, you just, about 10 minutes ago, you talked that offensive line, and they looked totally, Doug. Every time they come up, they were confused.
Totally.
They were confused. What's to be confused when all of a sudden it becomes a jailbreak and there is this mass confusion, Doug? What do? You go to zone protection. You key off the center inside out. Guards, tackles, inside out. Tight ends, inside out. Keep a back end, inside out. That's what you do. That's been done for years. That will never change. Last year was the same thing. I remember we said it on the show, Doug. Olin Kreutz gets on after the game last year. Well, we should have went to zone coverage, and we didn't do it. When there's a jailbreak, what happened today in the second half, especially late in the third quarter and fourth quarter, Doug, and obviously they can't pick up anything. The call is zone pass coverage, period.
And I think they might have called that one time when we saw Callan Davis blocking down and letting the outside man go in free. Now, I don't know if the guard was supposed to pull and pick him up. I don't know if the back was supposed to come over.
If it's zone, there's no pulling, Doug. If it's zone blocking, he hugs the center inside out. Both guards do tackles inside out. Same thing with the ends. If they're in there, Doug, that's zone blocking. Now, if it's not zone blocking, then if a guard would pull out, obviously it's not zone blocking. But if they didn't do it, that's exactly what the hell he should have done.
All I know is Cutler's back there, and it's affecting the way he's throwing the football. I mean, I could see it. He's trying to get rid of the football as quick as he can. Eddie, how many times off the back foot? I mean, just flicking it. Now, if you complete it, that's one thing. But the fact is, when you start doing a lot of that, you're starting to anticipate that you're going to get smashed or sacked.
Doug,
the one time he rolled out, that guy almost killed him from the blind side.
He had nowhere to go, Doug. They caved our offensive line, caved them in all day. Yeah. He couldn't step up. He couldn't do anything. He had to backpedal, Doug, because we couldn't sustain blocks at the line of scrimmage.
Well,
period.
That was a major problem. Obviously, again, when we saw that last year, they corrected it. Let's see if they can correct it. But now we're talking about Karimi getting hurt. He's probably going to be out for a while. You're talking about defensively, Major Wright. He got dinged in the head. Chris Harris is hurt. Merriweather's coming in who doesn't know the system. So now what happened they didn't have last year, we're starting to get injuries on top of that.
Well, now let me tell you this here, Doug, okay? We've got Green Bay coming in here. Green Bay coming in here, folks. They play the 3-4 defense. And if you think the Saints come after you, wait till you see Green Bay come after you. I think you saw a little bit of it last year and the year before with their 3-4. And after they take a look at these films, I'll tell you what, boy, there better be a regrouping here and rededication by the coaches and the players. Great thing last week. They really did. They played well coached, whatever have you. Today we go down to New Orleans, and, boy, especially in that second half, Doug, it all fell apart.
Yeah, the postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Let's go back out to the phone lines real quick. Let's go out to James in Glenview. James, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Well, after watching this game, I know why they don't sell Chicago dogs at McDonald's. If you want a winner, you've got to put the beef where it belongs. Jerry Angelo is responsible for today's game, and he's going to be responsible throughout the season if we don't get it done. And Mr. Obradovic and Mr. Buffon, I think you both have mentioned this. What do you have to say? I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say.
Well, I'll tell you what, James, is he gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
The question I would ask you, James, it's a very simple question. If Jerry Angelo leaves the Bears or whatever, do you ever think that he would be a general manager in the National Football League on any one of the 31 other teams? Do you think so, Doug?
I don't think so. No, I really don't. I mean, again, too, you take a look at what's going on with the drafts now. But here's my point, Ed, and again, you said it, I've said it. If I bring in, and I believe that this guy that I'm bringing in, and I'm giving up 2 number ones for him, a quarterback named Cutler, I would go to the extent of the world and find me somebody that's going to help this kid out.
But
I would find a wide receiver.
Doug,
I would find some more people.
I know you keep saying that, and so does Hamp, the big man. You guys keep saying that. But I'm going to tell you what. You got to sit to listen to Angelo. This team back in 2010, these are the guys we're going with. These are the people who take us to.
They're not good enough, Ed.
They made the statements. I didn't. They did.
Exactly.
And again, this year, Lovey, Jerry Angelo, who are the guys? We've got the guys we want. These are the guys that take us down the road to get the Super Bowl. We're going to be the Super Bowl champs in 2011. Well, guess what? Bump in the road here.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back.
I'll look at the film. I don't know. I don't know what happened. During the game, it's hard to tell what happened. Like I said, I think we didn't give them a 3rd and long, so on the one time we did it through a 100-yard touchdown. So just got to get ourselves in better situations and give a chance to succeed out there.
That was Brian Urlacher talking about the 79-yard touchdown pass against the Chicago Bears, cover 2. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. And on the Score Sports Radio 670, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 2464 North Lincoln Avenue. This segment of the Bears postgame show is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone line.
You got it.
Let's go out to Bill in San Francisco. Bill, you on the Score with Obradovich and Buffone.
Hey, you guys are great. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller to your show. We watched the game out. There's a lot of Bears fans out here. We got a little bar that we watch the games at, and all I want to say is, I just think that if I'm Jay Cutler, I'm telling my agent, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me to some place where they can protect me. Peyton Manning's an old man. Maybe I go home to Indianapolis and I play the rest of my career down there because this kid's got a lot of talent. He's got a big arm, and he spends most of the game on his butt. And it's a shame. It's the same thing we saw last year. They can't protect Cutler, and they can't get any pressure on the quarterback. And if you lose the game at the line of scrimmage, you're going to lose the game. And those are my thoughts, and that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I would imagine it's entering Cutler's mind what's going on there because this is the first time I've seen him, Eddie, when he's got Frisky on the sidelines. You see him? He was arguing with somebody else. And here's another little tidbit for you, too. If I'm Matt Forte, I may want to be getting on the bus and getting the hell out of here, too. They're going to run that kid right to the ground. They're going to just take him and put him right to the ground and not pay him and say at the end of the year, oh, we'll finally maybe we'll give you a few extra bucks. He's carrying his football team. That kid had more yardage. He had at least over 50% yardage that the Bears put up today. Yeah. And so, again, you got guys like that are busting their butts, that are doing everything they can do, but then this comes along. And when you don't have an offensive line, when you don't have a wide receiver that can really step up his game, then you got a major problem.
Well, here, getting back to Bill out in San Francisco, and thanks for listening, Bill, with all the people out there. The thing is, when you have your offensive coordinator, talking about the best group that since as he's been a coach that he's ever been around. I'm speaking about our tight ends. And when you have Angelo and Lovie Smith talking about these are the guys they went out and they got, these are the guys that have been with us, and these are guys we're going to run down the road to the Super Bowl with. Okay? That in itself is a little scary. And going what Bill said and Doug, like you said, what do you think's in Cutler's mind now? I mean, he's got Green Bay coming up here. I mean, what can they do? The only thing I know that they can do, from what I've seen, the first 2 games with I'm speaking about our offensive line, is they got to go to zone blocking, and you got to have 1- and 2-man patterns, and you just got to outslug them at the line of scrimmage and run the football and try to ram it down their throats. Because if you try to get cute, you saw what happened today.
Ed, we saw that last year, and you and I said the same thing to each other after the Giants game. What are they going to do? And
why can't you get a receiver that can get separation? I don't understand it.
And if you can't, then go back to the old balance trick like you did at the end of the year. I don't think that'll win a Super Bowl. I still believe if you can't throw the football and put up a ton of yardage throwing the ball, you're not going to win the Super Bowl. But if you can run it, you'll at least get into the playoffs. But the fact is, though, that's what they did last year.
Here, if you can't run the football, then one part of your offense is going to
can't pass it.
Absolutely. Then what you do, you lose the play action, which is so important. So important for that quarterback to have that tool. And how do you have it? Because you've got to run the football because they have to respect the run. If you can't run it, then it really gets ugly like it got today late in the third quarter and in the fourth quarter.
Eddie, unless you're so talented on offense like the Packers are, unless you're so much talent in that wide receivers that they have and that quarterback they have, you can get away with it. They got away with it, the Packers did last year. They threw the football. But the fact is, the Bears are different. They don't have the talent. Probably that's what we're down again to. We don't have that kind of talent that can say that Mike Martz can do certain things. Because maybe he can't. Maybe this is not the right talent to do that. So once again, it's the old adapt or die. And that's exactly where they're at again right away. So we'll see what happens next week against the Packers, but you're going to get the pressure again, and everybody's going to bring the house if you start throwing the football and only running it. Now, like I said, I believe in the passing, but you only run 2 times in the second half.
2 times in the second half.
That's not good. Let's go out to Brian in Bloomington. Brian, you're on the score with Obradovich and Buffon.
Hey, guys.
Brian.
Yes, sir. Just a quick comment and a question. First of all, I agree with you about the offensive line. How many other teams do you think have a 7th-round pick playing the most important position on that line? It's ridiculous.
Not one team.
I'm not calling him out, specifically, but it's just the fact is that should be a guy 1st-round pick, period. And my question is, when the Bears lost Earl Bennett to that hit by Harper, it looked like he was speared by him. With helmet, he led with his helmet. It looked like, and I said to myself, if he goes down, Jay's going to lose his rhythm. That's his safety blanket. And I think from that moment on, the offense looked like just complete garbage. And I think Earl Bennett is a big part of this offense because he provides that guy that is always going to be where he's supposed to be. And the rest of the wide receivers suck. And besides Earl Bennett and Matt Forte, I don't trust a single one of them. So thanks, guys.
All right, Brian, you're right about Bennett, and there's no question about what he means to Cutler. There's no doubt about it. And the fact was when he got hurt, he got stuck hard by Harper. Now, that game kind of confused me a little bit. They didn't call that. There might have been head-to-head. I'm not quite sure. But I know this for sure. When they called roughing the quarterback on Harper when he hit Cutler.
Oh man!
Stop yourself, please.
That was a giant break for the Bears. Giant.
That was brutal.
You think that referee won't be called in on the carpet on
I'd
that
call
one?
him in right away. And
Absolutely.
Not only that, you had Sproles who was stepped out of bounds. Remember, like in the 1 yard line?
Yes.
He was out of bounds. What are these guys, blind? I mean, you got Ray Charles out there. What the hell's going on? Let's go out to Barry in Oak Lawn. Barry on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? I love you
All right,
guys.
Barry.
I've always watched your show. Hey, look, first thing, I'm ex-military, okay? First thing, let's give Jay Cutler a Purple Heart for the days. Yeah, he needs it bad. He needs it. The next thing, you guys hit on it as far as, Mark, he doesn't have the personnel, but you know what? He needs to adjust his game. He does not adjust at all. We're getting killed trying to pass the ball. Let's go back and get our run on. Okay? Same thing that happened last year. They had to adjust. There's no adjustment with this team from quarter to quarter, from half to half. Another thing, Lovey's just sitting back, letting all this happen. Lovey needs to take charge. Be the commander-in-chief. Take control of your team. And that's all I have to say. I'm kind of mad right now. I'm going to have me a drink, and I'm going to listen to the rest of the show.
Hey, Barry, I'll tell you what. A week ago, Lovey, the kids were ready to play. Lovey Smith and his staff, they did a great job. Boy, I tell you what, Atlanta came in here, and they were the number 1 seed last year in the NFC, and we took care of business. Now, what happened was in the middle of their offensive line, there's some people that have really never started before in the National Football League. But the fact is, the matter is that our inside guys took care of business. Even though they were bad, they did what they should have done. They should have ate them alive, and that's what they did. Now they came up against some bigger people, some guys that have played, that are people that you can win with, that play at New Orleans. And our offensive guy, especially Milton, he was non-existent today. All right? He's got to step it up. They all got to take a hard, long look at themselves, the coaching staff, everybody. And what they've got to do, Brian, is take a look and especially in the second half, late in the third quarter and fourth quarter, and take a look at our pass defense. I mean, they've got to look at this, analyze this, and they got to go 24/7 till next Sunday to get this thing corrected. Now, can it be corrected? I believe it can. But I'll tell you what, they're coming up against the Packers, and the Packers are going to come at them. They're going to be flying in from the sky, believe me.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Fredo, Greg, Chip, Dave, Greg, Brad, Boise.
In there, guys. Hang in there. We're going to get to you.
So the Bears will go to 1-1. The Saints go to 1-1 as well. The Bears will host the Green Bay Packers next Sunday at 3:15 at Soldier Field, while Matt Schaub's Houston Texans come here to the Superdome to take on the New Orleans Saints. Olin Kreutz getting together with his old offensive lineman, exchanging handshakes and hugs as the Saints capitalize on the Bears today.
That was Jeff Joniak concluding the football game today, the loss of the Bears to New Orleans. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 2464 North Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Heil & Heil Insurance, with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how are you? Listen, we know about our offensive line problems, our defensive line problems. We know we don't have a tight end. We know we don't have a big league wide receiver. But how is it we draft safeties every darn year and none of them can cover anybody? The one guy we do draft, we trade him away, and we got to get him back because we couldn't get anybody to fill his shoes. This is ridiculous. Angelo has drafted so many safeties. Who lost the game today? Our safeties.
Well, our safeties, they had the one big play. There's no question about it. I mean, that was a huge play, especially on the cover two. And that was Major Wright and Chris Conte back there. And I don't know which one had the deepest of the two. But you're right. Their drafting their safeties has not been very good. Now, they let Manning go. Manning, I think, went to Houston. And I believe he got about a $5 or $6 or $7 million guaranteed contract. They didn't want to pay him. They thought Major Wright was going to be the guy. And now they bring in Merriweather. Does Merriweather know enough about what's going on with the Bear defense? Or did Belichick get rid of him for a reason? I don't know the answer to that. But that was a huge play that was given up today. The other part of our problem, guys, that happened today is that, number one, our defense, and they did at the end of the game, they got a fumble recovery, but our defense did not get takeaways. The Bears can't win unless there's takeaways. That's number one. Number two, field position. I want you to look at the first half. I guarantee you that we didn't get started offensively nowhere near anything after about the 25-yard line. The best I saw us in the second half, our start on our offense was the 34-yard line. That is a big problem for the Bears. They had to go 87 yards to get a touchdown. They did do that. After that, they couldn't move the football. And the fact is, that's a long way to go. And the only way to rectify that, obviously, is in the past it's been special teams and it's been interceptions by the Bears setting up that offense to score.
God, Doug, last year, you know what it was all about? Field position for
Absolutely.
my special teams.
All
we
the
had
way.
a punter that would put it inside the 20 continuously. He'd done it for years. You got Hester. We had people running the punts back, the kickoffs back, giving us tremendous field position. Not anymore.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. O'Bradovich and Buffone will be right back.
So here's Cutler, 4th and 24. One back, three left. And the Saints have three down linemen and linebackers staggered. They're coming with everybody. Oh, Jay's in trouble. He's brought down inside the 30-yard line It came with the young cornerbacks and safeties. Wells Harper along with Malcolm Jenkins.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com show, post-game show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. You're here on The Score. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, here for Buffalo. 2464 North Lincoln and Chicago. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Digging Into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Call Julie at 811 before you dig. And Eddie, give me some numbers.
Yeah,
buddy.
well, I'll tell you, it looks bad and it's going to sound bad on the Bears side of things. Third down efficiency, 2 of 12. Not good. Passing, Doug, 5.4 yards.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's that doesn't equate to a win either. Okay, rushing attempts, 12. 2 in the second half for 7 yards. Not good. And the other thing, Doug, that I looked at in the last 2 games, we've had 14 penalties. Okay? I believe 8 the first game and 6 today. That is not good, Doug. 14 penalties is not good.
The other thing, too, Eddie, is time of possession. And you take the time of possession, the Saints had the football 36 minutes and 14 seconds compared to the Bears 23 minutes and 46 seconds. And that is what you were talking about when you mentioned the fact the Bears on third down were 2 for 12. And the Saints were 8 for 17.
The key to this game was for our offense to move the chains, Doug. Keep the chains moving. Convert, get your third down, eat the clock up. Why? Because you keep Drew Brees and that passing attack off the field. And that should have been the main thought for our offense to do, is go out there. I think defensively we still can play with anybody. But, Doug, that should have been the key. The key for the victory today was convert on third down, move the chains, eat up the clock, put some points on the board. Did not happen.
Eddie, let's go out to Dave in the northwest side. Dave, you on The Score with OB and Doug.
What's up, guys? It's an honor and privilege to talk to you both.
What's up, David?
Thank you, David.
First of all, just like you said, here's the thing. You know how you keep them off the field? You run the ball. First of all, the last 2 years, what I see, you play within you play your strengths. And that strength of the offensive line is to get their feet on them and get some confidence. Run the ball. Then you can pass. They're doing everything ass backwards. And that's what got them in the hole today. Second of all, how about a little mixed direction? Okay, you got Matt Forte, 100 yards receiving. That's not good. That only works when you're really up and you can break the defense down when they're pinning their ears back. Third of all, how the hell you have Cutler in there with 5 minutes to go? Not only that, you got him under center. If you're going to have him in there, stay there and just take a licking. For Christ's sake, put him in shotgun. I'll talk to you guys later. Love you.
Yeah, forget about the shotgun. Don't ask me why, and I don't have an answer for it
Well,
either.
it's the first time you've seen it run it. I think they ran it, about 4 or 5 times?
Yeah,
today somewhere's around there instead of once.
Yeah, but the fact is, though, Eddie, that's a diet, the main diet for most good quarterbacks in the National Football League. I'm sorry, all quarterbacks.
Wait a minute. Now you tell me Cutler's not good?
No, right now he wasn't good. But all the quarterbacks that put up the numbers, they're all come out of a shotgun. Now, am I wrong here? I understand about Forte because Marshall Faulk did it under Martz. That's who he's trying to think that maybe Forte is. That's fine, but Marshall Faulk had some wide receivers to go with them. And right now it's all on Forte's back. Let's go out to Greg in Oak Lawn. Craig, you're on The Score.
Hi, guys. I just want to thank you guys for being my Sunday therapy because I need you after each Bear game just to get my frustrations out. But my question is, there were a little over 2 minutes left in the game. We're down 30-13. There's no way we can win. Cutler's been getting hit all day. What's your opinion? Would you have sent Haney out there to replace him? Because letting him play those 2.5 minutes or so, he got hit some more times. And I'll hang up and listen to your comments. Thank you.
I don't know. When I looked at it, I was thinking the same thing you were thinking about, Craig. Maybe they should pull him out of there. But I'm sure this is one part of a football player. He doesn't want to come out of the game. a good football player, I don't care if you're taking a beating, what's going on with you, you do not want to come out and you want to finish the game. That's the key. Now, maybe they shouldn't have been doing so many 7-step drops or whatever. Maybe should have got their act together. But once again, the New Orleans didn't lay off of them. It was the end of the game. New Orleans has it wrapped up, and they're coming full steam ahead. Full steam ahead with cornerbacks coming from the outside. They're throwing everything at them to get to the guy.
You know, just to add on to this, just for a little food for thought, I don't think Cutler wanted to come out of that game.
I don't think so either.
And I'm going to say the reason why I don't think, and it's just speculation on my part, Doug, is that I think what happened in that game against the Packers for the NFC Championship game, I mean, when this country basically buried that kid and called him everything you could think of under the sun, I don't think today that he was going to come out of that game, hell or high water, he was going to finish it. Now, that's just my opinion.
Eddie, that's a great point. That's a terrific point because the fact is, that's in the back of his mind. That's in the back of the coach's mind.
That's what I...
And all of a sudden, you pull Cutler out and you say, why'd you do that? Well, we didn't want him to get hurt. He's got enough going on what happened to him last year.
I don't think he wanted to revisit that area, and that's how I read it.
Good call. Let's go to Brad in Kenosha. Brad, you're on the score with OB and Doug. Bradley. How about Fredo from Los Angeles? Fredo, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Fredo.
You guys play at Wrigley Field. That's how far I go back. Anyways, let's get to the point here. Why doesn't somebody hold Lovie Smith accountable? This guy's been out-coached in a lot of games. Okay, I'm going to go back a little bit. Go back to the Super Bowl. We've got Rex Grossman throwing bombs in a hurricane, okay, straight up in the air. They pull Thomas Jones. They put Benson in, but it's okay for Manning to throw 7, 8, 9-yard passes and completion after completion. Now we fast forward. This guy makes no adjustments. We're drafting dwarfs and putting them in the secondary. We have the smallest secondary in football. I'm telling you right now, Jay Cutler is not going to make it through the season, and they're going to kill Forte's career with these ridiculous passes over and over again. And Hester, he's a juggler. Why is he even a wide receiver? He can't.
He's our number one wide receiver.
Our number one wide receiver. Thank you.
Yeah.
He can barely catch a punt or a kickoff anymore, and they're throwing him. He's triple teamed. He's double teamed. There's going to come a point in the season. You guys know football. You're pros, not me, where they're going to dump off the Forte, and he's going to get high load by 2 linebackers, and his career is going to be over. And Cutler, you're right. He took a lot of heat for not playing against the Packers and whatever. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. That's last season. But my point is right now, this team is so friggin' predictable offensively that they're not going to make it through a season. The quarterback's going to be gone. Forte's going to be gone. And how much longer do you think Urlacher and Briggs are going to stay healthy? You have 3 All-Pros on defense, and we're giving up points like this. I mean, I'll hang up and I'll let you guys respond to it. But let's put Lovie Smith accountable for some of this now.
Lovie Smith, this is his 9th season. He's actually 64-49. He's gone to the Super Bowl. They won a division last year. He's up there. And during the course of the year, I think he does adjust. Maybe not on the field, but off the field. Adapt or die. And I think that's part of the problem. When they figure out that they don't have the ammo to run what they want to run with March, they'll go back to what they did before. You can count on that. But I'm saying, though, the fact in this league right now, it's a quarterback league. You need to throw the football. You need to put points up. We don't put enough points up. We got to score. You asking your defense every week, and every week they can't play even close to below 50-50 because the fact is
Lovie needs the turnovers, and he hopes and prays
exactly
every week that our defense gets the turn.
And if they don't, then what? We're done for, right, Eddie?
You got it.
We're done. And everything is put on the defense's back. Well, put someone on the offense's back a little bit. Put some damn points up. Score. Do what you have to do.
What's the matter with having the offensive line? Man up. Guys, man up. Okay? Quit being a turnstile out there. Take people head on. My God, you know where they're going. You got to protect your inside gap, head up, and then outside. That is not a tough thing to do. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. But man up. Take somebody on man-to-man and drive them into the ground. Try that for once in a while.
Well, the fact is, O'Meal, Eddie?
O'Meal
comes in. Let me tell you something. I mean, it was brutal, in my mind. Twice, he jumps off sides. The third time, he gets a sack against him. That's what you got backing up. Now, Karimi's going to be hurt. And see, Karimi, I thought, was doing a decent job. You never heard much out of him, what was going on over. When that happens, you know that the tackle's probably just hanging and holding his own. There's going to be some problems. How do you feel that position? If O'Neal can't play that position at right tackle, now what? Now what are you going to do? Let's go out to Greg and Wheaton. Greg on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Ed and Doug, pleasure to be talking with you. I've been listening to all these callers pointing fingers at Angelo and saying we don't have the players, but no one was saying that last week after the win against Atlanta. In my mind, the difference in this game came down to the coaches just getting out-coached, period. There were too many dumb penalties. Martz panicked in the second half, getting away from the run with his play calling, and we weren't prepared to pick up their blitz. Consequently, Cutler got rattled, he played poorly, and that brought down the whole offense. So I'd like to hear your comments, and I'll listen up and listen to your answer.
Well, yeah, Mart's got to take some he's part of the problem on this because of what was called out there, what was going on out there, and you can't handle what's going on with the blitz. These guys are supposed to be prepared. They're supposed to know the offense by now. They're supposed to understand what's going on out there. Do they have the ability to do it? That's what you got to keep asking yourself offensively. And I keep asking myself offensively, Ed and I have been talking about this for years. Do they have a reliable guy, a wide receiver that you want to go to? And Bennett was that guy. He was part of that guy. And, of course, he got knocked out of the football game. But that's where the problem is. The problem is he may not have enough of those weapons to run the Mike Martz offense. Adapt or die. If it doesn't work, you have to do exactly what you did last year, Eddie, and that is come in the second part of that season and run the football and keep the balance where you only threw 25 times. What did we throw today, 45 times?
45 times.
45 times. Not the way we play. It's not going to cut it. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670 Motorworks and the Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, just quickly before we cut, I'll tell you something. You people out there, listeners, some of the calls that you've made, you guys have been spot on. Great calls, guys.
Got to be coaches.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 2464 North Lincoln in Lincoln Park, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
As the offense of the Drew Brees-led Saints go eye left. 3:48 to play here from the Superdome. 30-13 Saints. Brees on the takeaway, giving Ingram again. Opening. Oh, Teddy gives up the football. Scooped up by Charles Tillman, running right of the 10. He is upended and dropped inside the 10. Ingram coughs it up on a run to the right side, and he had room to run too, but it was stripped by Charles Tillman again, and he scooped up his own forced moment.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 2464 North Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. And the defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance, and that will go to Peanut Tillman, causing a fumble and then also recovering the fumble. Eddie, let's go out to Chris in the Bronx, New York. Chris, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Chris.
Good. Last week it was praise for this offense, and then I just can't figure out how this week it's all the line, offensive line, and the receivers. Olin Cruz was a part of the problem last year, and clearly this year the problem is still here. And hats off to him because he played a good game today. But, when I look at Jay Cutler as a quarterback, and I compare him to his peers, to all the other 31 teams in the league, when are you going to take accountability for what your lineman does in terms of protection scheme? Now, hear me out. You have 5 offensive linemen. If you got 7 guys or 8 guys in the box, any of those guys can be blitzers. call your protection, make sure that you're covered. I'd rather have more guys in blocking than receivers going out. You know, everybody's so concerned about him, but maybe he's not concerned with himself because he's not in the playbook. You've got to know the system in and out. You got guys like Breeze, you got guys like Manning, guys like Brady who do that, and, I mean, we're still seeing 7-step drops. Well, reduce that. Go to 3 or go to 5. I don't understand how Breeze can go to a 3-step and a 5-step, and in his first read, the ball is out. Cutler can do a 7-step, and he's thinking about who to throw it to. I mean, it almost sickens me to think we have a track team with all this speed, and we can't get them the ball. 31 teams out there. I'm quite sure not all the defensive coordinators know what we're running every play. And these guys are not open. I just don't believe that. And I think it has to be with this offense. It has to get better. The quarterback has to understand he is the rhythm of the offense. His footwork in relation to receivers running routes and getting that ball out, just throw it. You cannot hold the ball too long in the pocket. What do you guys think about that?
Well, every quarterback is taught that. Excuse me. Every quarterback is taught to release and get rid of the football. That's the whole key, and he was doing that. I watched him today. He was doing it all right, but going off on the wrong foot, on the back foot, trying to get the ball out of there because the pressure was there. Let me explain this to you. And Eddie brought up at the beginning of the show. You talk about pressure on a quarterback, correct? And we saw last week that Melton just ruined people. Henry Melton last week was just unbelievable. 6 hurries, two sacks, tackles everywhere. Couldn't be found today. Why couldn't he have been found today?
Quality of players he was up against.
Absolutely. The 2 guards that he played against are all pro guards, and Nix and Evans. You got to have the guys that have the ability to give you time to throw. I dare you to watch all the good quarterbacks out there. When you see Brady make a pass, when you see Manning make a pass, when you see all the good ones, they've got time to do it. Time is it. And there's a huge part of the problem here because Cutler doesn't have that time. And so consequently, he's trying to improvise and maybe do something else, which ends up costing him in the long run.
Well, Chris, part of the problem, too, is we've got Garza's pretty big boy. We've got a couple of our guards are pretty big people. What is Williams, 6'5", Doug, 6'7"?
Yeah, they're big.
You know, they're 3. You know what? And what you don't like to see is these guys get picked up and shoved back into Cutler's lap. And that was a huge part of the problem. Cutler, Chris, had nowhere to go. He couldn't step up into the pocket. If he tried to wheel out, they were there. Or whatever he tried to do, they were coming so fast off the corners, he had no time. Basically, what you saw was your basic jailbreak today. I mean, it was incredible. And why we didn't adjust, why we didn't go to a basic pass protection, which is a zone, which everybody understands, I have no idea. I would like to ask Mike Martz or Lovie Smith that question. Why, when you saw Cutler getting rammed, battered, and flipped all over the place, nobody blocking anybody, why didn't you go to a zone protection?
And then on top of that, not only get an individual effort from the defensive line of New Orleans, they're getting the cornerbacks, they're getting the blitzes, they're getting all the confusion. And that is one thing that really aggravates you when you watch a team, an offensive team, and you saw it. You saw Cutler on the sidelines, and I saw the aggravation in his face. What the hell is going on out there? One thing getting beat. It's another thing to letting the guy run a 40-yard sprint right into your quarterback.
Doug, he's
unbelievable.
He's trying to get rid of the ball before he wants to get rid of the ball because he knows what's coming in a half a second.
There's a missile coming down on him.
Absolutely. So he's trying to hurry to get out of the way, and then the whole thing got just discombobulated.
Absolutely.
The offensive line, his timing with the receivers, and you know what? Give credit to the New Orleans Saints. Give credit to them for seeing what the Bears' offense was and how to attack them, Doug. Let's not take anything away from the Saints. They're a pretty damn good football team. And what we should have done today offensively was, again, convert on third down, which we did not do. Why? Again, to keep Breeze off the field.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, and I really believe this, that you get a 10-day preparation period, and that's what New Orleans had to go against the Bears, and that does help. First of all, your team's rested, number one. Number two, you can really look at something and get something really planned well. And that 10 days does make a difference. But it shouldn't have done it to
I'm
the
not going to
fact
buy
was,
that, Doug.
I believe that. I believe
well,
guys.
You can believe it. I'm not buying it.
I'm talking about guys that come out there and set up schemes of different kind of blitzes that this offense or these linemen. I never saw that before. Oh, I never saw him do that before. And that's what he does. That's what Greg Williams does for the New Orleans Saints. He got 3 extra days to come up with all this stuff. And he came up with it, and we saw it at the end of the game. It was brutal. We couldn't even come close, Eddie, to making in those blocks.
I'll tell you what.
Not even close. Let's go out to Thad in River North. Thad, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, guys. How are you?
What's up, Thad?
Good, good. I just want to talk a little bit about what your thoughts were on the game in general. For myself, I wanted to know what you, both OB and Doug, thought was the worst offensive call of the game and what was the worst defensive call of the game. Because I think both of them really kind of changed the course of this. You know, obviously New Orleans was a great team, but I think we could have had them if there were certain points where we could have got them.
Well, when you try to make a call like that, say, what is the worst? For example, what's the worst thing happened to the Bears today, defensively? The worst thing happened to the Bears defensively today. There was a 79-yard touchdown pass to Henderson. The Bears had the right call. They were in a cover 2. It was 3rd and 12.
That's like the impossible.
Right.
I mean, that can't happen.
Can't happen.
The ball cannot. You cannot go over the top. It's impossible.
You can't do it. They did it. And that was the worst thing that happened to them. And I'm talking about the calls in itself. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the general of the fact that we only ran the football twice in that second half. Maybe we should have been bared down and start doing more of that, you know. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 2464 North Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. And Eddie, today's pest of the game is Mike Martz, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions.
He won that one going away.
Going away, not even close.
Going away. You know, I'd love to see Doug. What is it? Forte had 10 pass receptions. You know, Hester had 1.
Yeah.
Johnny Knox had 2. I'd love to see Matt Forte have 110 yards running and 2 receptions. And if we see that, we're going to win more games than we lose.
Let's go out to Sean in Milwaukee. Sean, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Sean?
All right. It's a little bit chilly up here, but what we're finding out is I see one week we got good screen plays going, and then the next week we ain't got nothing going with screens, or when they blitz and get past that line, we should just throw it away or throw it at the first person. I don't understand.
Well, Sean, you know, we don't talk about the screens, and let me tell you something. This is why they have game plans. If you're facing a team you know that can really screen well, and you saw a great play that someone came up and made a play on Forte, they know the play. They understand the play, and they play the play. So you can't get it all the time. There's no question about it. And so part of that is continue doing the screens because hopefully you need the blocks for it to work. And if you don't make the blocks out there, it's not going to work. Let's go out to Ted in Orland Park. Ted, you're on the Score.
Hey, it's actually Ken, but here's my question. The question is why the Bears don't use, all 3 of their running backs in a more interactive way during the game. Forte, we know he's the number 1 guy, and he gets the majority of the carries. But it seems to me that we would, present a different flavor to teams, and we wouldn't be as predictable if they use, the different backs throughout the game. Now, I know Barber's hurt, and I look forward to him playing. But it's Forte, and he is great. There's no doubt about it. But we got to show teams different looks and make ourselves more unpredictable, I think.
Well, if you take a look at it, who's good enough to do that? I mean, how far down do you go when Forte comes out of the football game, especially when your wide receivers are not catching the football? Now, Marion Barber can come in, and he's going to use him when he's healthy, but he runs the ball. Forte is all around. We saw what he did today with catching the passes. He does that all the time. And if you take him out, your offense now is depleted. If he owns half or more than half of the yardage that your offense did today, you put him on the bench, what do you have? You don't have anything. So somebody else has got to step up a little bit.
Ken, it's very simple. Not until we can have not a receiver, but receivers continually get separation and make the plays and Cutler hit them. Not until we have our offensive line on trap plays, A-block switches, whatever you want, making the blocks until we can pass protect. We're going to have the tough time from week to week to week. We don't have the receivers that can threaten anybody. We don't scare anybody. We don't scare anybody with our run game. And what else do you do on offense? Well, you run and pass, and we scare nobody.
And you got one guy that's doing that, and that's Forte. And you can count on it. I'm telling you, those hits add up. They add up, and I don't know if you can continue to do what he did today and keep doing it every day in every game.
Hey,
he won't be there.
Cutler, since he's been there, all he's done is taken a beating.
I know.
A beating.
I mean, the shots, twice he could have barely got up today. I mean, twice he did it. And you want Forte to continue what he's doing right now? What happens at about the 7th or 8th game and you continue to do and say, you're our guy, you will have 75% of our offense, you'll catch more passes than anybody, you'll have more yardage running, you'll have more yards catching passes. It's not going to work. Let's go to Adam in Indianapolis. Adam, you on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
What's up, Adam?
All right, Adam.
Now, I noticed one thing. The Bears only rush 4 guys. They never blitz. They hardly ever blitz. I mean, seems like Breeze was back there, had all day to throw the ball. Why?
Because that's what they do with cover 2. They believe in bending and don't break. They broke today. They broke on that big one. And they've gotten away with it, and they're good at it. But when they do that, when they don't blitz and they play their cover 2, and Eddie brought it up, they've got to get takeaways. If they don't get takeaways, the defense is really not that good.
That's right, because we don't have the inside pressure. Again, we saw it last week, but Adam, we didn't see it today. That's for sure. And when you play that cover 2, you have 4 down linemen that have to go, and the pressure has to come from inside. That's a fact. That's how that defense works. And when it doesn't work, we've got 7 guys back there just waving in the air, and they just fire underneath, convert on 3rd down, put 7 points up.
And that is why the fact is that they bend and don't break, and that is why the Saints held the ball for 36 minutes and 14 seconds, because while they're bending, they are not coming up with interceptions, fumble recovers, and only
that is the key. The 7 have to come up with it. Well, they didn't do it.
They didn't do it. And so consequently, not only do you let them drive the football, but they kill the clock. They eat the clock, and your offense can't get back on the field. We had the football for 23 minutes. They had it for 36 minutes.
The sad thing, Adam, is that, it's if that doesn't work, our defense really has to play great every week. I mean, we just really do, because we don't have that high-powered offense. We got to get the takeaways. The problem, Adam, is if it doesn't work defensively, we don't have Plan B to go to.
Yeah, and then what happens then? Then you try to force the issue and you throw 45 passes. And you try to score more points. Now, which is another thing, too. We've got to score more points. I'm really getting tired of this. We've got to put some points up. You can't win in the National Football League without scoring some points.
Didn't you say this offense was built not to score points?
That's what I said.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
go to the next caller, will you?
I was joking.
You were?
No, I wasn't.
You liar.
Ryan from Platteville. Ryan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about, Cutler's emotions on the sidelines, and, I don't blame him one bit. It's finally, I'm finally glad some quarterback for the Bears sticks up, and gets pissed off at our coaches and, of not getting the protection. So, we got a big game next week, a division game, and The Saints didn't look that great against the Packers, so what are we going to look like next week?
Well, here, you take a look at this, Ryan. You see what's happening out there. I'd call Pittsburgh Steelers the best football team I thought this year. I thought they would be the best ever. They go out last week and Baltimore beats their brains in. Literally beats their brains in. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Roethlisberger, they had 7 turnovers. They screwed up everything. The defense couldn't play. They missed tackles, dropped passes, did everything. And they lose that game. They come back today aggravated, and they take Seattle and slap them silly, and they beat them 24-0. Baltimore, I believe, lost their game. I got to check on that, but
yes,
I think Baltimore lost, right, Ed?
Lost. Yes, they did.
So you see what's happening here and see what's going on. It could change in a matter of seconds. But when it's your team and you're looking at it, you want something different to happen. You want it to be perfect all the time. It won't be perfect all the time, but you want to see some hope. We all knew that Steelers were going to come back and slap the crap out of Seattle, and that's exactly what they did. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
I can get a guy that I play with, Joe Rutkins.
Oh, Joe.
He's
Joe.
He's from like LaSalle, Prue area right down in Cedar Point, Illinois. I'll tell you what, he's Illinois and All-American. All you got to do is get 2 Joe Rutkins, put them in the middle, and tell them, get the quarterback. That's all you have to do.
And call it a day.
I tell you, Joe Rutkins, he'd eat them up alive.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone. We'll be right back.
The Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. To view 300 new and used cars, visit ahford.com.
Snap to Jay in a short set. Throwing over the middle. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Welcome to the NFL with a kid out of Toledo, Ohio, by way of Ohio State, Dean Sanzenbacher.
That highlight courtesy of WBDM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, on the Score, Sports Radio 670. And we're going to talk to Lawrence Holmes right now, who is down in New Orleans and saw this game. And Lawrence, tell us what happened down there, buddy.
Well, what happened, Doug and OB, was ugliness. You had ugliness. You had a game plan from Greg Williams, the defensive coordinator for the Saints, that was absolutely brilliant. Showing the fronts that he threw at the Bears offense, it was unbelievable. You see them in 30 fronts, 40 fronts. They'd run 7 guys up to the line of scrimmage. They blitzed corners. They A-gap blitz. And the Bears couldn't protect it. They couldn't block it. They thought that they were ready, and Cutler felt confident throughout the week that they were going to be able to handle some of the blitzing that New Orleans was going to throw at them, and they didn't. I mean, they struggled as a line overall. And when I say line, I'm including the tight ends too, because Kellen Davis, this is again that he's allowed a big play on the quarterback where he misses on Turk McBride, and McBride goes and gets Cutler and ends up getting the ball back. So it made for some really ugly numbers for Cutler. 19 of 45 with the 1 touchdown, ended up with a passer rating of 67.3. At one point, I was sitting there thinking to myself, it feels like it was Cutler and Forte versus 11 guys, and the rest of the guys were slow to join the party.
There's no question that when you looked at this, I had said at the beginning of the show it was New Orleans 30, and the other points scored by the Bears was basically Forte. And Forte had all the numbers, 170-some yards, something like that, running and also catching. But what I don't understand is the fact that I don't know. I just thought, how can you take a second half? And I know passing is real important, but how can you only run for 2 yards in the second half?
2 times.
Well, you know, they were wondering about that too. I mean, Matt Forte and Jay Cutler both brought it up in the post game that they got away from the run, and it seems to be the MO from Mike Martz. If you get down by more than a touchdown, it's going to be bombs away. And here's what's really terrifying, guys. And I wrote it in my piece on 670thescore.com. The Bears had 35 offensive plays in the second half, right? 21 of them were either negative plays for negative yards, incompletions, turnovers, or sacks. it was ugly in the second half. They pinned their ears back, and they just came after Cutler, and they got home. The statistics say that Cutler only got hit 10 times, but he took a pounding, including getting kicked in the throat on one of the plays. He was hard to hear in the post game because he was struggling, and he said that he struggled in the second half too, being able to get the calls out. But it looked like they had all sorts of stuff wrong, guys. Their pre-snap stuff seemed totally off. They weren't prepared for some of the overload stuff that New Orleans was doing to them, and their inability to pick up the blitz and not stop the pressure, to me, was the key to the game.
Lawrence, but why? Why was that a surprise to him? Everybody in professional football, they know what is coming from their defensive coordinator, Williams, what they're going to get hit with. This just didn't fall out of the sky last week. This is for years with this guy. He comes at you from every way, but wherever. I don't even know. He just fires at you from every gap, every position. They come firing at you. This shouldn't have been a surprise to the Bears. And, boy, if it is, then you think we've got the wrong people running this team?
Well, you know what, OB? I don't think it was a surprise to them. They talked about it in great detail this week at Hallis Hall on what to expect. You know, Cutler even talked about how they try to get a numbers game against you, mismatch you, and the Bears felt confident that they can do it. I think maybe what it tells us is that perhaps that protection that we saw be pretty decent in the first game isn't as good. And the thing that scares me is next week. Next week, you've got a defensive coordinator in Dom Capers who does the same type of stuff, but he's got better talent. This Saints defense isn't really that talented. But now you start talking about some of the guys that the Packers have to throw against you. Dom Capers got to be looking at the tape going, yeah, I think we can have some breakthroughs and get to Jay Cutler.
Lawrence, let's get one thing straight here. Last week against Atlanta, our two offensive tackles did not have a good game, period. They did not have a good game. I know we won the game, and everything looked good. When you get a W, a lot of things go bye-bye. They did not have a good game.
And the other thing, too, you take a look at O'Neal coming in this football game, and there was twice, I know he was offsides or whatever, and the other thing he did was I think he left up a sack. I mean, there's a problem there. And I guess, you have to take a look at the Chicago Bears last year. Kind of lucky about people not getting hurt. I don't know. It's starting out kind of weird now this year with, Major Wright. I don't know how hurt he is. I don't know how Kareem he is. And really even Harris. What's going on there?
Yeah, how about it, Doug? We were talking about the same thing in the press box today, that you were blessed with great health last year, and this year guys are dropping like flies. You've got two guys on your offensive line that you were supposedly happy about, and the two of them together haven't finished the game yet. Karimi goes out with a knee injury, and Lovie Smith always says if guys can't return, it's not a good thing. So who knows what Karimi's status is going to be. We should find out some more stuff tomorrow when we talk to the guys at Hallis Hall. You have Chris Harris not be available, and that was a big deal today. That play, that 79-yard touchdown was a big deal where you had a communication lapse and you had Major Wright coming off the hash mark late. He ends up getting hurt. What looked like a concussion, but you don't want to speculate too much. And again, we'll find out what they say after they get him back and do some diagnostic tests on him. But yeah, they're starting to get hit, and depth has become an issue. And I don't think there's anyone who feels completely comfortable with Frank Omiel out on the field. And that's what you ended up having because Gabe Karimi goes out in this game. So, yeah, Doug, you're spot on. They've got some injury stuff that they need to work through, and are they deep enough as a team? And the question becomes, you've got 5 undrafted rookies on your team. Something might have to change from a roster standpoint if you can't get some of these guys back and healthy soon, because you don't want to miss your opportunity early on in the season, and you don't want to look bad next week against a team that's starting to get things going a little bit with Green Bay.
Hey, Lawrence, speaking about that team next week, they had a ton of injuries last year.
Yep.
They had 15 guys on IR, folks, on injured reserve. As I believe, I hope my stats are right here, 9 of them were starters, and 6 came back in, and they went down, and they won the Super Bowl. So, You know, you want to talk about making a statement. That's a statement, Lawrence.
No doubt about it. Where's your depth? And I think it's a question that needs to be asked around Hallis Hall this week and how the Bears come out of it. But I was really disappointed that some of the other skills guys weren't very good today. And you start looking down at the receivers. You look at Matt Forte's numbers. His numbers are sick. His numbers are 14. He had 14 targets today, 10 receptions for 117 yards, average 11.5 yards a reception. And Lovie Smith said after the game that if he's got that many catches, that means the rest of the guys didn't play very well. And he's right. And it was an honest moment from Lovie Smith. But then you look at the totals of runs. They ran the ball 12 times in this game. It's a balance that was out of whack. It was sent out of whack by what the Bears weren't able to do, which was protect Cutler. They fall behind. They end up throwing the ball 45 times and running it only 12. They don't want to do that. At least the players, when you talk to them, they'd like to see that be a little closer to 50-50, and they definitely weren't there today. They couldn't establish the run at all, and it didn't seem like they were even trying. And once they got behind by 10 points, they just kept dropping them back. And I even questioned why Cutler was in at the end of the game. It didn't seem to make sense. He was just a sitting duck back there.
How was Brian Urlacher, real quick?
He didn't want to talk about the funeral or his mom. I talked with him a little bit just to send my condolences to him, and he was accepting of all of that, but he didn't want to discuss it. But he focused on the game and said, there's nothing really to talk about except for the fact that we need to get better. And we need to get better before we play Green Bay next week. I talked with Olin Kreutz, too, in the locker room. There were a lot of hugs and handshakes that were going around between he and a lot of the Bears players before the game. He told me that it was weird to go up against them, but he was excited that their team got the win tonight.
Lawrence, have a safe trip back, buddy.
All right, guys, be good.
Take care, Lawrence.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
So the Bears will go to 1-1. The Saints go to 1-1 as well. The Bears will host the Green Bay Packers next Sunday at 3:15 at Soldier Field, while Matt Schaub's Houston Texans come here to the Superdome to take on the New Orleans Saints.
Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 212-644-6767. Eddie, the stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop, Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. And OB,
yes, Doug.
The stop of the game was?
The stop of the game was when the clock ran out in the fourth quarter to end it.
Good call, Ed.
That was the stop of the game.
That was a good call. I know it got painful at the end, though, didn't it, Ed?
Oh, God.
It was painful. It really was. Let's go out to Max in Minneapolis. Max, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, guys? One thing I noticed from today's game is everyone's been putting all the blame on the offensive line, saying they're no good. Well, why don't we put some of this blame on Jay Cutler? I don't know how many times I've seen today where he let that play clock run down to zero before snap the ball, and the defensive line had such a good snap that the offensive line didn't even have a chance. I mean, he's got to hurry it up a little bit, snap the ball a little earlier, so the offensive line at least has a chance to block something.
Well, there's no question Jay Cutler has to take some of the blame. I mean, we're not saying that. We're not saying he's not, he didn't do anything out there to help himself today because, you know what, when you're, 19 for 45, it's not good. But I'm going to tell you something. The whole heart of it, when it comes back down to it, forget about calling about the fact that we're down to 2 seconds. Forget about this or that. You don't get the protection, you're not going to get the completions. It's that damn simple. And I want you to take a look at the rest of the league. If he starts getting protection and he starts stepping up and not hitting it, then we'll take him out of there and tell him to go somewhere else. But that's the biggest problem that's going on right now. And the fact is that Jay Cutler, too, is starting to affect the way he's throwing the football.
I agree with you. I think it is starting to affect him.
It is.
Even though we're just into our second game of the season, I think from last year and what's happened so far in 2 games there.
Absolutely. I mean, Eddie, you start to think of what, is a guy zeroing in on me? Do I have to get rid of this football quicker? I didn't like his motion today. I don't know. Maybe it was just because of the fact he was getting drilled so much. And maybe that's how I was looking at it. But it wasn't good, Eddie.
We're not going to be able to get to the rest of the callers.
No,
guys. Hey, thanks for hanging in, guys. That's great that you did. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks to Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Lawrence Holmes, Matt Rodewald, Adam Harris, Brett Lyons, Mark Joliffe, Brendan McCaffrey, the 5-star.
Brendan, hold it.
5-star.
There's 5-star generals.
Right.
He is a 5-star what?
5-star.
Producer.
He jumped up from ace to 5-star.
That's right.
Stephanie Najera, Gerald McGrew, and also right after us, Matt Rodewald. Matt will answer all your questions. I know there's a ton of phone calls. Max is going to take all your calls leading to Sunday Night Football on The Score. Thanks for listening.
And now, live from Tradition, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. Brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Packers, 2nd down and goal at the Bears 7-yard line. They got trips to the left side. And a single receiver, Nelson to the right. Snap. Peppers off sides. Free play for Rodgers. Throws into the end zone. Back to the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. Jermichael Finley on 2nd and goal from the 7-yard line. Jennings and Tillman to the left side. Slot right, Finley. Here's the play fake. Rodgers going to roll to the near side. Pumping, throwing to the end zone. Pass is caught. Finley, goal line, end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. Packers bring 3. Back to throw. Jay Cutler. Late blitz by Eric Walden. He hits Jay. Pass throw. Caught Davis. 15-10. Davis to the 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Kellen Davis breaks free and powers into the end zone. Bears strike quickly after the takeaway. 27-17.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Chicago number 23. 15-yard penalty. Still second down.
Shields was in his grill. He took a poke at him in the face mask.
Clock to
Rodgers in the gun, Starks on his left hip. Driver slot left, Jennings to the left side. Now he empties out the backfield. Packers 2 of 8 on 3rd down. Shotgun snap to Rodgers, looking right. Firing right open, man, wide open. Touchdown, Green Bay. 3rd touchdown throw to Jermichael Finley. And the Packers are up 16.
Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. That's right. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears lose to the Green Bay Packers 27-17. And if you take a look at today's game, a lot of the offense looked like the Keystone Cops. I never saw more missed blocks.
A lot of mistakes, Doug.
Terrible mistakes. Dropped footballs, guys being overthrown. There was just a total number of mistakes. And then defensively, I couldn't understand it. I mean, that first half, Finley comes out and he beats the Bears by himself. Finley comes out, then the Bears put Merriweather on him. They put Stelz on him. Both those guys were to blame. Finley ends up with 3 touchdowns. And so all in all, when it's all said and done with all the drop passes with, Klotz dropping 1, and Roy Williams ought to go back to Dallas for damaged goods. He shouldn't be here. He drops a touchdown pass. When you take a look at it, the Bears really thrive on takeaways. And that's why they only had 2. They had 1 interception and 1 fumble. But they need more than that when they play that cover 2, and you see why. They bent, and today they broke a couple times. So the fact is, when it's said and done with, and Ed and I were talking about, I said, Ed, what about if the Bears played Green Bay Packers on Monday? I said, what would happen? He said, they would lose. I said, what happens if they play them on Sunday? Oh, they would lose. What happens if they played them 3 weeks from now? They would lose. How happens if they play them in 2012? They would lose. Because the bottom of the line is this, very simply. The Green Bay Packers have a better football team than the Chicago Bears.
Doug, and if Green Bay has an injury, I mean, we saw it not only this year already. They've had injuries and they plug people in. But last year, if that didn't tell you anything, you go to New England Patriots when they won the Super Bowl. I believe they have 12 starters go down. We just cannot seem to plug people in if somebody goes down. And which brings me back, what happened here today? What did you see? I'll tell you what you saw. You saw a lot of mistakes out there on both sides of the ball. We have a left guard, Chris Williams, first half, 2 trap plays, totally and completely whiffs on the block. And we get killed in the backfield. Totally and completely whiffs. That's almost next to impossible, Doug.
Not for us, it's not. I mean, you take a look at it, what's going on with that offensive line. And, you wonder about Cutler, too. Now, Cutler, I'm a big fan of Jay Cutler. But he had some passes today. I don't know where in the hell he was throwing. Like I always said, he could hit a bull in the ass with a banjo half the time. He's throwing the football, and he's missing a lot of guys throwing high. Maybe it's because of the pressure. Sometimes, I don't know, that affects you when you throw the ball. In our run, we ran the football for 2 yards in the first half. 2 yards in the first half. I could go out here and grab one of you guys. You can run for 2 yards in the first half. That's ridiculous. I understand about balance attack, and I still like you throwing the football. How in the hell do you run for 2 yards in the first half? And then once again, they start out the same way they did last year. They go into the hole by 14 points. They're not ready to go. They're not ready to play. Something's wrong. So when you take a look at it, I know you get mad. I know they're better than we are. What Ed was talking about was about, the drafting up in Green Bay, how they draft. Well, they draft extremely well. Last year in the Super Bowl, out of the 22 starters, 15 were drafted or free agents, rookie free agents. Out of the 45 on the whole team, they had, I think, about like 31 that were drafted or free agents. We depend on going out and getting free agents and making trades and giving up number 1 draft choices. So there's a lot to be done here. A lot that has to be happened to this team.
Doug, until, and I've said it, you've said it, and it's not going to go away. Until, offensively, we can correct the quality of our offensive line and correct the quality at wideouts. You're going to see this week in, week out. Defensively, until we get some quality people up the middle. Did you see the fans out there listening? Did you see where Green Bay ran the football? Up the middle all day long. Like they just thought about doing that. Until we correct the middle of the defensive line and our defensive backs, I believe Jerry Angelo has drafted, since he's been there, something like about approaching 50 defensive backs or safeties. Until we can correct those areas offensively and defensively, this is what you're going to see. And what you're going to see is inconsistency. What you're going to see is a lot of mistakes on both sides of the ball. Now, what you have seen in the first 3 games, we have a total now, I believe they had 10 penalties today for a total of 24 penalties in 3 games. You're not going to win. Again, what does that fall under? Mistakes. Too many mistakes. They are not good enough, offensively or defensively, to make these multiple mistakes and win a football game. They're not good enough.
This post-game show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Rodgers in the gun, Starks on his left hip. Driver, slot left, Jennings to the left side. Now he empties out the backfield. Packers 2 of 8 on 3rd down. Shotgun snap to Rodgers, looking right. Firing right open, man, wide open. Touchdown, Green Bay. 3rd touchdown throw to Jermichael Finley. And the Packers are up 16.
Today's Pest of the Game is Jermichael Finley, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about Green Bay beating the Chicago Bears 27-17 today. And once again, we talked about Finley's 3 touchdowns. Finley could not. You're talking about coverage, Ed. Stelz couldn't cover him. They tried everything. Merriweather couldn't cut him. Finally, they had to put the cornerbacks on him. He has 3 touchdowns, and Jennings has 9 catches. So basically what we saw here was this is a beating, Packers giving the Bears. And
Doug,
it probably could have been worse than that.
You quoted what I said when we opened up the show. They're just a better football team.
That's right.
You go down position by position, folks. I remember Dan Hampton saying last year not one guy on our offense could start for the Green Bay Packers. But the one thing I did see, Doug, that I liked, and I thought it was pretty smart football, when they started out, they were going to max protection with Cutler. And I think the reason why they did that the first couple of 2-3 series, is that they didn't want a jailbreak to open up the game and then have things start going bad, a turnover, and they walk in, and crush our offense. So I think that was a smart move, Doug, going to max protection. And then Green Bay starts putting up touchdowns, starts moving the ball, taking whatever the Bears give them. Rodgers, he does it all the time. Every time, whatever you don't do, he's going to take the rest of whatever is there. He's going to take it away from you, people.
And what's up with Mike Martz with this Wildcat offense? I never did figure this thing out. I mean, I think it's the dumbest thing in the world. I hate the thing when they come out with a Wildcat. In fact, we got ended up with Hester in movement, and we got a penalty on it. But how does that fool anybody? You got a guy in each position, so you treat it as if it's the same, defensively. You still have your keys. I don't know, we come up with one Wildcat. For what? So the team next week practice it against it for 5 minutes?
Well, Doug, the one thing that was nice to see, again, to see him come out using a little bit more of the shotgun. That's nice to see. That's a plus. But what you'd really like to see him to do, and to take advantage of some of our weaknesses, is move that damn pocket. Okay? Just quit sitting back there and having these guys tee off on you, and hope and pray to God that somebody can make a block and somebody can get separation for a receiver, and we can move the ball down the field. It's too much of a hope and pray offense. We've got to bring some other things in, and they have to be capable of putting it in, and our players have to be capable of making it work. And it's not a tough thing. All the other teams in the league do it.
I got a suggestion. How about catching the damn ball? I mean, that's just a little suggestion. How about catching the damn ball?
Doug, wait
For
a minute.
God's sake, Ed. Knox was wide open.
Doug,
what the hell is that?
Doug, you're asking too much. You're asking too much.
You know what? I get so frustrated when I watch that. You work your ass off. The line blocks. The quarterback sets up. He takes the step, throws it right to Knox, and you and I both saw it. He was looking downfield to get hit. And as he looked away, he drops the ball. You can't do that. You're not playing down in Grant, in a pickup game near the Lakeshore Drive, for God's sakes. What you're doing is you're playing professional football. You're a professional. You're supposed to catch the ball. That's part of it.
Well,
it's football, mister. That's what the hell it's all about.
Again, Doug, we constantly make mistakes. Again, what I said earlier, on both sides of the ball, and it's evident the first, the second, and today. What killed us today? Mistakes killed us. Penalties killed us. We shot ourselves in the foot more than anybody else did in any other thing.
I don't think we're being that hard on this team, because the fact that's when you play the game. I understand about a lot of the talent is not there. Like I said, Roy Williams, take him back to Dallas. Let him out of here. I saw that pass he dropped going there. He's not going to go over the middle, and he's not going to catch the ball. So get out of here. I mean, I'd rather have a guy that's slow, small, like Sanzenbacher, who will go for the damn football, who will make plays. That's what we need. And so right now, we take a look at it. I know Cutler's didn't play his best game today. There's no question about it. I think his quarterback rating was like 79. But the fact is, though, you can't drop footballs like that. You can't do it. You just can't do it. You got to block. You can't make stupid mistakes, like Ed said. You can't make stupid mistakes on the offensive line. Let's go out to Chris in the Bronx. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. A couple points here. I heard you guys just talking about the Knox pass where he dropped. In all fairness to that situation, and it goes back again to the timing that Mike Mart's offense they're always talking about is Knox was running wide open down the field for almost 10 yards before that ball was thrown. So, again, I mean, you see a safety bearing. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have caught the ball because you're in the league. You're paid to do that. But I think we can't just look at receivers or offensive line. We have to look at the whole offense collectively, even Mike Martz. I mean, to have 2 yards rushing. I mean, this just, again, it says, did he not get the memo? I mean, are you running the ball to really try to be effective, or are you just running the ball just 1 or 2 plays and say, okay, let me give up, let me just throw the ball because that's what I really want to do? And the next thing I want you guys to answer is, I don't think Mike Martz is going to be here. So where do the Bears go from here in terms of what they're trying to do this year in preparation for next year? And I'll listen to what you guys got to say.
Well, you're right about Martz because they didn't give him an extended contract. They did not give him an extended contract. So this is last year. I would imagine, and I would think this is possible, Mike Martz is looking to be a head coach somewhere. It all depends on what he does this year with this offense. You know, when you were talking about Knox and talking about maybe you should hit him earlier, that's not the case. The case was the football was in his hands. The case was he didn't make the catch. The case was he was looking downfield before he caught the damn ball. That you can't do. I understand about Martz too, the genius. But the genius last year, his offense was ranked 30th. This year coming in, we were ranked 23rd. So I don't see any improvement whatsoever. What's going on? Let's go out to Joe in Kenosha. Joe, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, Doug, I have 2 points. Number one, it comes down to the general manager. All those points you talked about, Green Bay just being a better team, it's just obvious. We don't have quality depth. So if one of our starters goes down, we're done because you got guys who come in and cannot catch a ball. You're a professional football player. If I would have done that, I played at Northern Illinois. These are the best offensive linemen you can find. These guys couldn't block rain. And that's just putting it honestly. And my second point, I'm just totally done with the NFL and the piss-poor officiating. Shields and Hester are going at it like a prize fight. Hester gets the penalty in our stadium. We, again, do not work officials well. We sit there and that call to Hester, as bad as the Bears played, that call.
And we lost you there. You're talking about the Hester, the one I thought he should have been called too, by the way, when he went downfield. I thought Woodson made an interference with him. I thought that should have been called. But with the Hester fight, let me tell you something. Don't be stupid out there, first of all. In other words, you're closing in on the game. The thing is pretty well done. The last guy to make the hit, they're going to call the penalty on. And that's what they did. And Hester got the call. So you got to be smarter than that. You've got to learn some discipline. I mean, if that was the case, then when we were playing, Ed and I would have been fighting every play. Every play I'd have been fighting. You can't do it. What you got to do is use your head. You got to be smart. You got to go out there and say, look, next play, we'll see what I can do, and I can do something against you legally. But if you want to get into a fight, make it at the last minute when you're losing by 40 points, then kick the hell out of them if you want to. That's what I look at. Let's go out to Frank and Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score.
Ed, Doug, it's a pleasure and an honor. I saw us coming at 1-3, and I see us with a lot of coaching mistakes, not a lot of good coaching calls, dumb mistakes, and I think for the rest of the year, we're going to be nowhere. So I just want to, let you know and what I thought. So I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
And Eddie said it. What'd you say, Ed, at the beginning of the show? What'd you say? What was the problem?
Mistakes. We look at Green Bay beating us. Yeah, final score, they beat us. I'll tell you what, who as much as Green Bay put us in bad positions, we did it to our own selves, guys. We really did. And that's the difference between Green Bay, the world champions, and us, folks. It's a hard thing to say, but I'll tell you what, it is what it is. We do not have the coaching. We do not have the personnel, and to continually make these mistakes. This is the third week. You only have 16 games, and to make these constant mistakes and to have these amount of penalties, it's not good football. It's not smart football, and somebody has to stand up and say, hey, we got to change some things here. But I don't think that'll ever happen because as I see it and I hear it, Jerry Angelo never made a mistake, nor did Lovey.
This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. And we're talking about the Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers at 27-17. And the mistakes they made and how they played, a lot of times like the Keystone Cops, certain things they did out there that you can't understand it. You can't understand total mistakes by that linemen are whiffing at different players and making pass rushes. Drop footballs. You just don't understand it.
Doug, again,
you don't understand the coaching aspect either of it, part of this deal.
This kid, Chris Williams, I mean, pick on the kid, but my God, it's right in the screen. On that one, they came in with a blitz, Doug, and it's zone blocking, and it nose tackles right on the center. He charges in. Chris Williams goes down and takes him. Well, what you do when you automatic, that's the ball is snapped. That's an offense. That first thing he does, he looks inside, and then bang, right up, head up. You see who's coming right in front of you. It's a natural instinct. What did he do? If you people that T-voted or taped it, take a look at that play. He went right down the line. That guy blew right by him and sacked Cutler. That is stupid football.
Yeah, and the other thing you talked about at the beginning of the show, talking about ball players that are sitting on the bench and ready to play. Everybody said, ho, watch out, buddy. Nick Collins is hurt for Green Bay. Nick Collins was. He didn't play, the starter. I can't remember the kid's name that came in and took his spot. He had 2 interceptions today. So when you can get that many guys like they did last year when they had 15 guys on IR and they come in and they can replace them and they can still be competitive and win the Super Bowl, that's called depth. And that's what we don't have basically here with the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Al in Park Forest. Al, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Dougie, you are my big hero. Ever since I heard a while back that you almost choked out Bernstein. Anyhow, what I'm calling about is I called like about a year ago or so on Mully and Hanley and called the Bears a bunch of buffoons because I'm like a Packer fan. And, today just proved it, all these stupid mistakes. And, the receivers, they're just afraid to get hit. Johnny Knox, he's afraid to get hit. That's why he dropped that ball in the middle. So just to let you know, the Packers are so much better of a team.
I can't argue with you with that, and I'd love to argue with that because I'm not really a big Packer fan. I mean, I respect the Packers.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Al, I hope you choke on your phone.
But I got to tell you one thing. They earned that right. No one gave them that right. The Packers earned it, and we saw what they did last year, 3 games on the road.
That's exactly it. How do they do it?
That's
like you mentioned, Doug, you go do it through drafting.
Exactly.
You think you're going to build a team through free agency. There's not enough money to get it done, folks.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Now back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. And brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Packers come in to go 3-0. The Bears fall to 1-2, and they will entertain Ron Rivera's Carolina Panthers next Sunday here at Soldier Field. And the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions are both 3-0 in the NFC North after a 27-17 victory today.
That was Jeff Joniak making the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Traditions. That's right, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Heil Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. Eddie, let's get out to the phone lines. We're loaded up. Let's go out to Lou in the South Elgin. Lou, you're on the Score.
South Elgin.
Lou?
Lou, you're on. Lou.
Louie.
Oh.
Lou.
Hello.
Louie.
I'm on.
You're on.
You're on, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not going to bash Mike Martz's play selection call for only doing 10-ton rushes because they can't run block. It's pretty evident. But the point of my call is regarding Jermichael Finley's third touchdown reception.
Mm-hmm.
It appeared that what's his name?
Stelz.
Tim Jennings. It appeared Tim Jennings was covering him, and isn't he like 5'8"?
No, he wasn't covering. See, that was the cover too. And you're right, he is 5'8", and Ed and I were looking at each other saying they're going to throw it that way because Jennings is 5'8", and this kid is 6'5". But what happened in the play was what they call the cover two, where the cornerback has the up guy. In other words, he has a short route, and behind him was supposed to be Stelz. He was supposed to be making that play. He's supposed to come up behind him and make that play over the top. He was nowhere near it.
And it was a short field.
Yeah, it was too late.
He's too late. He should have been there.
Should have been there.
Playing on a short field, end zone. He's got to make that play.
Let's go out to John and Joliet. John, you're on the score.
Good evening, guys. First of all, I totally respect all the things you guys say about the Bears football team. But I'm going to tell you one thing right now. Those guys punched the Bears in the mouth and took their lunch money today. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. The Chicago Bears, I can't understand what's going on. One day I want to blame somebody. The next day I want to blame somebody else. We need to blame the players. We need to blame our line, our running backs, it's just so frustrating to watch this crap. You guys, every week, I want to call and say, what do you guys know about Chicago Bears football? But you know what? Regardless of what you guys have ever done, the Chicago Bears got their ass kicked today. They need to come down to Joliet and watch Joliet Catholic football and figure out how to run some offense and some defense and block. It's so frustrating to watch this crap. You know what? I knew a guy, his name was Pat Paul. He coached basketball at St. Pat's School. And he can run a better offense and defense than these Chicago Bears can. Get them hard, step it up, and play some football.
I'm with you 100%. How's that? I'm willing to go down to Joliet Catholic and grab some of those guys and bring them over. Last year, Ed and I were always talking about the Bears, talking about their offensive line. You know what we said? We said, why don't we go up to Wisconsin and get their offensive line? We'll trade them straight up.
No, we told them. We know what we actually said, Doug, was give Jerry Angelo a tip. Draft the entire line of Wisconsin, okay? And guess what? I believe three, maybe out of the five, maybe it's 3 or 4 of them are starting in the National Football League.
That's right. So, yeah, I understand your frustration. And you say, what about the players? Do you ever think about the fact that maybe we don't have the right players? You ever think the fact that maybe that we just didn't get the right talent that we need for this to happen?
Then where does the arrow point to, Doug?
It always points to the top. Why do you think the Packers with Ted Thompson, what he's done? Look what he's done. He's the only guy I know had a quarterback named Favre, and he said, you know what I'm going to do in the first round? I'm going to draft a quarterback. I'm going to draft a kid named Aaron Rodgers. Everybody said, well, how stupid is this guy? He's going after a quarterback. He already has Favre. Why is he going after a guy, Aaron Rodgers, in the first round? Because he saw it. He knew what was going to happen down the line, and that's something that maybe a lot of guys don't have. That's what he has. And that's why he's putting this all together. That's why they've got receivers all over the place. That's why they got guys that step up. The kid that I was talking about that stepped up for Nick Collins, his name is Morgan Burnett. He has 2 interceptions today. Last year, Finley went down. Someone replaced him. 15 guys went down. Somebody replaced them. Where'd they come from? What do you, grow them in the field? No, you go out and get them. And that's something about this Bear organization. They have to get better, or they're not going to get better themselves on the field.
Well, the one thing in coaching, Doug, today, because you knew they targeted our 2 defensive tackles in the running game, play after play, right up the middle, just totally turning those guys, pushing them back. And what I wanted, I thought, well, okay, once, twice, 2 times, 3 times maybe. When's the adjustment? When does the adjustment come? The adjustment never came, Doug. That is very disappointing.
And also disappointing, too, at the beginning of the game. It was very simple what the Packers were going to do. They're trying to put Finley on Stelz and on Merriweather. Both of them covered him. Cost them 3 touchdowns. When do you figure it out? That's exactly what we're trying to do. So finally they had, a lot of times you saw Peanut Tillman covering him. That's exactly what they're doing. That's called game planning. That's called matchups. And there isn't a matchup for him if you want to take one of the safeties.
I got a guy that would have taken him out. Matt Sebecki.
Matt Sebecki.
That's right. He's from New Buffalo, Michigan. All you have to do is tell Matt, take that guy out, and Matt's size, and he would have swallowed him up.
Let's go out to Tom in Bloomingdale. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug. Tommy. How about John on the north side? John, you're on the score. Where are these guys?
John. Tommy, Frank, Al, Sam, Jim.
John!
Jim's here.
Jim?
Oh, am I on?
Is this Jim?
Yes, it is.
All right, Jim, you're on, buddy. You're from Gurnee.
You know what? I love to listen to you guys, and I'm just so sick and tired of everybody making excuses. And it goes down from the defense, the special teams, the offense. Somebody's got to be responsible for the team we're putting on that field. All right? And you're right. It starts from the top, and nobody's taking responsibility.
Oh, they're
not going to either.
Jim, let me tell you something. There is no way in the world that you're going to admit that Jerry Angelo ever made a mistake or Lovey. It's just not going to happen.
You know, I don't think the Bears played bad defense today, but you know what? You can only play with what you're given, and somebody's got to take responsibility for that.
Well, Jim, the thing that gets me is as much as the Packers, gave us a beating too, on the other hand, we beat ourselves too by not playing smart football. And
we're good at beating ourselves.
And that's exactly what you saw today. Was there an effort there? Yeah, there was an effort there. But did we play smart? No, we did not. Were we coached up to snuff to take care of the Packers and win the football game today? No, we were not coached up.
And the other thing, too, you talk about smart, we had 10 penalties right against us, which added up, which cost us. And the other
First
thing,
2 games, Doug, was a total of 14. Now you're talking,
10 more.
I believe, 9. Somebody said 9, but I believe it was 10 penalties for a total of, 24 penalties? Mm-hmm. You're not going to win football games doing that.
And on top of that, why is it the Packers come out and jump on us right away? Why do we have to fight from behind 14 points like we did last year? Same thing. I mean, you have to adjust quicker than that. You can't just wait to find out what they're doing.
I don't want to start a fight and an argument between you and I.
Why?
Because I know how much you love Cutler, okay?
I know.
I
know.
I know. You and Big Dan, you guys love him. I like him too, but I don't love him, all right? Now, they came back here last year, right in that same field, playing for the NFC Championship to see who goes to the Super Bowl. Rodgers gets the ball, 7. We go in, 3 and out. Rodgers goes down, puts another 7 on. Cutler doesn't answer. He played the game at, basically a quarter and a half before he got hurt. My question is, why doesn't he answer? Isn't that what we brought him in here, to beat the good football teams, to be the better football team? And wasn't he the guy to fill that big void, that big question mark, that he was going to lift us over and above everything else because he's so good? Is that not correct?
No, it's correct. Answer me one question. Hypothetically, what if I took Cutler and I put him on the Green Bay Packers as a quarterback coach, a quarterback player? What would happen then?
Oh, he'd win. He'd be great.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Eddie.
But, okay, then we go to point B, Doug. Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith. Right. I know all you Bear fans here and out there, you listen to them every year. This is the squad. This is who we're going with. We can win it all with these people. That's what they said it. I didn't say it. You didn't say it. The fans haven't said it. They said it. So it's right on their head, Doug.
Well, yeah, they bring in, and I think Cutler's a Mercedes. They put 4 bald tires on it. The car's not going to run. You can't put 4 bald tires on a Mercedes.
How about a used Mercedes?
Okay, anything that's Mercedes, anything that's good, you can't. Whatever goes around that is important. It's not there. They've got some guys, they try to get him off the scrap heap. They try to bring Roy Williams in. He's not the answer. We saw that one play, the little 2-yard pass he couldn't hold on to for a touchdown. Did you see him? Did you see him back
Doug,
in the game?
Doug, remember
during the goal line?
Yeah.
They didn't even put him back in the game.
Doug, remember when we were doing the color on the Rush football games?
Yeah.
Okay, and Les Grafstein asked us. Back then, he said, you think the Bears will make any moves to get any wide receivers in here? And my answer was very quick.
No.
To Les, no.
Yeah.
They will not trade. They will not make a move to get a quality, top-flight receiver. It's not going to happen.
Let's go out to Eddie in the west side. Eddie on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up, Ed and OB?
What's up?
What's up?
Hey, what is it that the Bears don't like about the shotgun formation? We have Cutler dropping back 7 yards. I mean, can't they hike the ball to the guy, take 2 steps to get rid of the ball?
Eddie,
I'll listen for your answer.
I've been screaming about this for 3 years. I don't get it. Every quarterback in the National Football League, look at all of them. Look at Brady. Look at Manning when he plays. Take a look at Rodgers. Take a look at, Breeze. All of them. All of them come out of the shotgun. Now, today we ran more shotgun than we usually do. But if you're going to do a 7-step drop, why not be back there? You can spread right out, and when the team is blitzing you, a quarterback can see right away. You don't have to worry about setting up in a 7-step drop. I don't understand it.
Doug,
Marks did it when he was at St. Louis. Why wouldn't you do it here? Why wouldn't we do it more? They used to say it was Krutz's fault because he can't snap it deep. Well, Krutz is not here. So why don't you do it more? I don't have an answer for it.
And that was a poor excuse because he played at the University of Washington, and they ran out of a shotgun.
Let's go out to Lori in Goshen, Indiana. Lori on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, you guys. Love you both. I am a big Jay Cutler fan, and my question for you is that play, he got nailed. I mean, nailed by one of the Green Bay guys.
Mm-hmm.
And why? I mean, that was an offsetting penalty. Is that guy going to get fined? He was more than headhunting. He was out to kill him.
Yeah, they'll take a look at it, and there's a good chance he's going to get fined. I mean, there is a good chance he's going to get fined. No, it took the interception away, but he did take a hit, and he shouldn't have taken that type of a hit. You watch, you'll end up getting probably, maybe I would imagine a $10,000 fine, and that's what they've been giving out on these things. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon out at Traditions in Joliet. We'll be right back.
Deep drop for Cutler, going to throw. Little shoulder shrug. Down the right sideline, and it's intercepted. Playing center field and swiping the pass, Morgan Burnett going down the sideline to Roy Williams.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. The Digging into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Call Julie at 811 before you dig. Rogers quarterback rating 111.4. Cutler's rating 78.9.
Doug, what's your first name? Tom? He's got a big sign right in front of him sitting at a table. Run the damn ball.
That's right, Tom. You know why he said that? Because he used to play against Tom Thayer. Tom Thayer and Tom was a defensive tackle. Tom Thayer was the offensive guard, and they went lock horns against each other. That's right.
Uh-huh.
I said he's so big right now, I'd like to put a helmet on him, put him in there and start playing.
I think Tom would handle it.
Let's go out to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence.
Doug, OB, very ugly game.
Ugly isn't the word for it,
What's ugly
Lawrence?
about it, Lawrence?
Well, let's take a look at some of the miscues that the Bears had. They had a bunch of drops and a bunch of really costly penalties that ended up killing drives. And those types of things are the types of things that are going to hurt a team. And you saw it in this game tonight. 10 penalties for 70 yards for the Bears in this one. And they all kind of pointed to the idea of those mistakes being some of the mistakes that kept them from doing anything. And it was everyone. It was everyone on the team offensively made mistakes. You had guys blocking down when they weren't supposed to that ends up leading to a sack for Cutler. You have a ball that on double pump where Cutler looks like he's got Roy Williams wide open down the field, and he can't make the throw down the field to him. He throws the ball towards the middle of the field instead of to the outside shoulder, and that turns out being a pick. You have Devin Hester getting a dead ball foul late in the game where the Bears still may have an opportunity to get back in the game, and they're not able to because they end up in a 3rd and 33. Just ugly and lack of execution by the Bears. They were beaten by a much better team today, and it shows.
Hey, Lawrence, let me just ask you quickly here. Chris Williams, our left tackle, did you see there were some plays where it was absolutely blinding. You couldn't believe how bad this guy missed blocks. When you're a pulling guard and when you're trapping, you're the key guy. You have to make that block to spring that play. He pretty much whiffed on 2 of them in the first half. And when I heard you say block down on that one pass protection, listen, let me tell you something. There is no way that any coach or any player can come up with an excuse for that one. That guy had a real bad football game today.
No doubt about it. I agree with you. I was tweeting during the game, and that was one of the things I said. He's having a bad day. And it was everyone on the offense. You know, there were times that at one point in the game, Cutler had 9 incompletions. Now, some of those aren't his fault. There were some drops of some easy balls that would have kept drives alive. But it seemed that listening to Cutler in the postgame, and I'm sure you guys will play it a little bit later on, I think he's unhappy. And I don't mean like he's going to start charging into Mike Martz's office, but he said today about Matt Forte that he needs more touches, he needs more runs. He said, quote, I feel bad for the guy because it's like he's an unused commodity. And the Bears weren't able to run block today either. I mean, you look at their run numbers today. When they did decide that they wanted to run the ball, Matt Forte had 9 carries for 2 yards. That's an average of 0.2 yards per carry.
Well, that was the whole point. You had 2 yards the first half. Talking about, their rushing yardage is 2 yards per half. And I believe in the passing game. I believe you have to pass to win. There's no doubt about it in my life. But here's what I don't understand. Sometimes Mike Martz is just – I'm dumbfounded. Why would you want to bring in that stupid Wildcat?
That's ridiculous, Doug. That was a ridiculous set of down.
Stupid call. It's the dumbest call I ever saw in my life. Why would you want to bring in waste it down on a Wildcat?
You're doing it in negative territory, number one. Number two, the Bears haven't shown whenever they've run what they call Cajun and Kane, depending on which one of those guys is back there taking the snap, they don't throw out of it. So the defense doesn't have to worry about them throwing out of that because they don't throw out of it. So they can key run and play run. And when you're trying to come back in a game, it seemed like a really odd time for that formation. And it seems to be 10 is the magic number. When the Bears get to be down by 10 points, that's when it's bombs away. They're going to just throw and throw and throw.
Well, the other thing, too, I was noticing down when Roy Williams dropped that touchdown pass, that 2-yarder, he should have had. You never saw him back in the game again when he got down near the goal line. That tells me something. If you're not going to use Roy Williams when you get in the red zone, then there's a problem with this kid.
Yeah, he's there for those type of plays,
exactly.
Whether it's going to be him on a fade or him on a crossing route or a slant in the red zone like he had that he missed. And he said that one's on him. But I mean, there was that other ball to the sidelines where if Cutler throws it to the outside shoulder, that they end up with a big play and maybe even a touchdown and ends up getting picked. I think those two guys' timing isn't on yet. And they haven't had a chance to work together lately because Roy Williams has had that groin pull for the last couple of weeks. But something's got to change, and the Bears, I think, have acknowledged that. And Cutler, listening to him today, I think you're seeing a frustrated quarterback because I think that there are some things out there that they do well, they just don't do it enough. And I think you saw that was evidence of it today.
The other thing too, and I've been talking about the game and all the. Like we said, it was ugly, and there was a lot of stuff going on out there that just was terrible. They looked like the Keystone Cops. But I got to tell you, hats off to Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher. They come up with some very nice plays today playing that linebacking position.
It was just like the NFC title game where the Bears needed a spark from their defense in the second half, and they got it. After those first 2 drives that the Packers had, they stalled a bit. Now, Jermichael Finley is a matchup nightmare for just about anyone, but they did a good job of clamping down on him, and then he ends up getting that 3rd touchdown. But, yeah, they forced turnovers. They finally got the recipe that they wanted, get an opportunity to take the ball away from the opponent. But the Bears offense has got to convert that. You got to turn that into points, and they weren't really able to do that today. But, yeah, I thought this was Lance Briggs' best game of the year. He needed a bounce-back game. He hasn't been as good as we usually see him, but he was very good tonight.
And the other thing, too, very simple. At the beginning, and I know what the game plan was right away for the Packers, get a mismatch. Anytime you have Steltz or Merriweather man-on-man on this guy, you have no chance whatsoever. He burned him twice, and then he burned him on that cover, too, which was Steltz's fault, too. He should have been over top on that one. Is that right?
Yeah, you know what? He should have. Tim Jennings had released him and thought that he was going to cover him on the inside, and himself did not get there fast enough to do it. And then you had the situation where on the outside they had lined him up one-on-one, and you saw it happen. He split out wide, and Steltz went with him. And once you saw that there was no coverage for him over the top, you knew something bad was going to happen. But I go back to something you've always talked about, Doug, and that's they don't even put a hand on these guys. They let these guys line up and get a free release off the line, and they just run free in your backfield.
That's part of the problem. It's not only the Bears' problem. It's part of the problem in the NFL. Lawrence, anybody get hurt? Anything we should know?
That was Lovey's big thing after the game. He said that the best thing about today was that there weren't any significant injuries. But other than that, a lot of ugliness, a lot of penalties, and a lot of mistakes.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you, guys.
You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Third down and goal, 4-yard line. Snap to Jay, winds up, over the middle, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! A quick strike over the middle to Dane Sanzenbacher.
The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. 80-yard drive, Sanzenbacher touchdown. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Traditions. 3000 West Jefferson and Joliet. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the loss of the Chicago Bears to the Green Bay Packers. 27-17. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to John on the north side. John, you're on the Score.
Hello. Great show, guys.
Thanks, Johnny.
Hey, I just would like to talk about a lack of discipline. Lovie Smith doesn't seem like he has much control over his team when Devin Hester retaliates like that on that bonehead play, and why he wasn't taken out of the game. I kind of miss Coach Ditka in that aspect. I think he would have pulled him out of the game for that. And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure Ditka would have grabbed him on the sideline and gave him a few choice words and straightened him out, but he would not have taken him out of the game. And the problem is, John, if you take Devin Hester out of the offensive picture, who do you have to put in there? Who do we go to? We have one guy, Earl Bennett. He's hurt. He's out. But who do we go to? Who do we go to put in the slot, to go in the flanker back, wide out? Who do we go to? Do we go to Spaeth, the other tight end, stick him out there? I'm going to tell you something. The organization, Jerry Angelo, Lovie Smith, the position they're in is because of who they believe, offensively and defensively, can take us to the Super Bowl. They're the ones responsible for what you see out there.
Let's go out to Lisa in LaGrange Park. Lisa, you're on the Score.
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. It's interesting to listen to the callers, and I think you can take every single concern that you guys have expressed and that the callers have expressed, and it comes down to one thing, because I'm about to pull all my hair out of my head. This game is not the game it was in 2006 when we went to the Super Bowl. It takes a kind of intellect on your coaching staff to understand how the game's changed. There's subtleties involved. You have to be able to adjust. And there is nothing like that going on from the top down. And the problem is that the players know that. These are good, solid players. We have some holes, but I think this is a winning team. And I think the problem is if you got a teacher standing in front of you in the classroom and you know more than that teacher, or you know you could be more effective than that teacher, you're not real confident in that teacher. And I think from Lovie to Mark, to Tice, we do not have the kind of intellect running this football team that provides leadership and an understanding that adjustments have got to be made. And it's just not happening. And it is so frustrating to watch week after week, because I don't think it is the players' fault. I don't think it is Jay Cutler's fault. I don't think it is the offense's fault. It's just when it comes down from the top like that, there's disorganization and a lack of understanding that those adjustments have to be made.
Lisa, that was very, very good. Is she still on the line? Oh, she's gone? Oh, I was just going to ask her, what would she do to correct it?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, the ship has left the port, kid. We're out in the ocean, 3 days into the ocean, 3 weeks, whatever you want to call it, 3 games out. What do you do? What do you do? How do you stop guys from making a mistake? How do you find people to play a strong safety or a weak safety? How do you do it, guys?
You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
One safety back, 10-point game. Packers throw. Urlacher with the interception. Rodgers picked off by Brian Urlacher in a spectacular interception. I'm telling you what, that was a very difficult swipe by Brian Urlacher.
The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Brian Urlacher's interception. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. Ed Obradovich and Doug McCone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Eddie, I got to say this. Congratulations to my daughter, Tallery, and her husband, Dan McKenna, for the birth of their son, 10 pounds, 6 ounces, Henry Savard McKenna. That's right, my 6th grandchild.
Congratulations.
Isn't that something?
Oh, that's wonderful. Are you kidding me?
You know, too bad I couldn't bring you a win with the Green Bay Packers.
Well,
but, you know,
that's Doug, if they had 22 of Doug Buffones out there, it'd be a different story.
You know, OB, as I listen to people calling in and you and I talking about
they're
it.
frustrated as hell.
Yeah, we are frustrated. I don't particularly like to
Doug, you don't mind getting your backside handed to you. I mean, if you go up against somebody and you get out punched all day long for 4 quarters, fine. You took us, you beat us, good. But I'm going to tell you what, when you take a bit of a slapping and then on top of it, you make mistake after mistake after mistake, quarter after quarter after quarter until this game was finally over with, everybody has to take a hard, long look at themselves. Jerry Angelo, are you listening?
There's no question about it. I mean, the fact is they really have to take a look at themselves. And we'll go back to Brian Urlacher's interception. That was a great read. The hot read was going to Finley. He wanted to throw the ball to Finley. Brian read it. That quarterback knew where he was supposed to go with the football. He went right where he was supposed to go. Rogers did. But Brian made a hell of a play, hell of an interception. But the problem is we didn't capitalize on it.
Right. I tell you what. But you got to hear. We've got some people out there that are difference makers, and some of them through 3 games have shown up every game. Obviously, Brian Urlacher is the leader of them. Exactly. I tell you what, everybody's got to step up to the plate. The guys that are supposed to be the stars of this team, offensively or defensively, folks, you got to start showing up, guys. You got to start showing up. We got Carolina coming in here next week, and that'll be 4 games. You guys better start taking, again, that long, hard look at yourselves. How smart are you on that football field? How well do you know where to go? What are your assignments? That's just as important as being a physical football player. It's more important to be mental and be a smarter football player than your opposition. And today, we did not show it.
Let's go out to Gio in Elmwood Park. Gio, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug, my paisan, you got to calm down a little bit. You're getting a little agita here.
Agita? I'm losing my voice, Gio.
Anyway, 2 things. First of all, our offensive line looks like they got stars. Second thing, we need to focus on Fairweather and Ditka for president.
That will do it, right? Ditka for president and Fairweather. I'm going to tell you something. That wouldn't help today either. What the hell went on out there today? But once again, let me say this. I started out last year the same damn way. It got to a point, especially after that Giants game, I thought it's over. Put a fork in it. They're cooked. It's just they're done. They're done. They can't do anything about it. They bounced back. Maybe that's going to happen. Adapt or die. That's exactly how I look at football. You adapt or you die. You do not have the ball players to run a march system, throwing the football all the time and doing those certain things. You don't have them. You don't have the receivers for that. You don't have the line for that. So what you have to do then is go back and probably work on that running game a little bit more. But still, I still say this. You still, in the National Football League, the way it is played now, you've got to throw the football. Take a look around you. Take a look at all the quarterbacks. That's why I'm kind of in shock a lot of times I don't see our quarterback in a shotgun more. Because that, to me, you can read the defenses automatically a lot better back there when you see the whole field.
Doug,
that being said, we still got to run.
We play pressure defenses, okay? We do not do well against pressure defenses. We didn't do that well last year, and again so far this year. When we come up to against a 3-4, and you got everybody and his brother coming after you, we do not respond.
Let's go out to Billy in Danville. Billy on the score with OB and Doug.
Listen, guys, I think all Bears fans would agree that J.A. has really struggled. Any monkey can go out and sign a Julius Peppers or trade for a Jay Cutler, but a general manager makes his money in the depth chart. A general manager makes his money when he sees a need like O-line and wide receiver. He stays aggressive and goes out and gets that. When he made that trade for Cutler, that was an aggressive move, but he has completely shot this team in the foot and ruined that aggressiveness by not going out and getting him help. And as far as Lovie Smith goes, I saw Dave Wannstedt and Dick Duran ran out of town with a lot less talent than this guy has been given. Today in the fourth quarter, when there was 4 minutes left and we had a 3rd and long, we were down 10, we got them in a 3rd and long, the clock was stopped, and we had to call a timeout. That was almost as bad as when he called a timeout after losing a timeout to a challenge a couple years ago. This guy, I am so sick of hearing about. He's a player's coach this, a player's coach that. That young lady that called in a little while ago,
Lisa.
hit the nail on the head. It is all about adjustments, this game is. And when we have a coach who has a reputation of struggling with adjustments, when we have a head coach who has a reputation of being poor at clock management, when we have a head coach who has a reputation of not being the best player developer, why on earth did this guy get re-signed? I'll tell you why. As you guys have said time and time again, it starts from the top. The owners, the general manager, and this coaching staff are just contributing to the fact that the Chicago Bears, a once proud franchise, have only one stinking Super Bowl win in 45 years.
You about sized it up.
Yeah, Billy.
I can't add to it. Ed and I have been talking all this whole show about it. You sized it up. I mean, the fact is, again, too, everybody's at fault. Who takes the blame? Martz will take the blame. This guy will take the blame. Everybody's at fault.
No, nobody takes the blame here, Doug.
No,
you know
Martz
that.
did last week, yeah. He said, it's my fault. He said, it's my fault. We only ran the ball 2 times in the first half. Well, you ran the ball this time, and you ran it, what, Ed, 10 times?
It was 12, but I believe
12.
it was actual 10 runs.
But you gained 2 yards in the first half. You gained 2 yards. You averaged 0.3 per carry. Come on, guys. Good God. Dwayne, downtown, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Damn, Lisa and that last caller stole my thunder, but I will add this to that. What do you get when you get arrogance, stupidity, and stubbornness? You get the Chicago Bears coaches and personnel department. As Lisa, the last caller, stated, they are one of the worst in-game adjustment teams I have ever seen in my life. And not only that, they don't make adjustments. Okay, let's just go back to the draft. They should have drafted nothing but offensive linemen and receivers. But no, because of their stubbornness and we think we know more than everybody else, this is the problems that we have.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know who our second draft was?
No significant injuries? I'm like, damn.
Are you still there? Okay,
Dwayne, are you still there?
No. You know, my question, Ed, is this. And our second draft this year, a kid named Stephen Paella. Now, there's a rumor that I know is out there that he is in the witness protection program. Because I don't know where in the hell he's at. That was a number 2 pick. We hear nothing about Paella, who's supposed to be a defensive tackle.
Right.
Where is he? Now it's a number 2 pick.
Doug, where is, I don't know why. Doug, there's people, I'll tell you what. They get this situation here, the people that run it, that are very, very visible in our general manager and head coach. Shouldn't they be answering that question, Doug? Especially Jerry Angelo. How about the kid we did, the defensive end? He's out of football. You know how many people he has drafted, Haynes and the rest of them? They're not even in the game of football, that he's drafted number 1? How does this guy keep his job?
Well, I got to tell you,
it's
I don't know.
Well, this is what the frustration, what you're hearing there from the people.
I understand there's, some draft choices are busting it, but we have no success whatsoever. And Carmini, I thought would be a good one, though. He turned out, he hurt his knee. Okay, we'll accept that.
But
all the way,
second-round draft choice.
Second-round draft choices, you could have went out and say, hey, hold it. I'm going to find myself another lineman here. I got a second-round draft choice. I go,
here, he did a good thing in drafting. He did get an offensive tackle.
He did it
kid
right.
from
I'd
Wisconsin.
have come back and got somebody else again.
And if he couldn't have, package up a player or two and the second and third round draft choice and go out and get yourself a receiver.
Let's go out to Len and Elburn. Len, you're on the score.
No, it's Len.
Oh, Len.
Len.
Oh, Glenn.
No, it's Len. R-O-N.
Oh, Ron.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. They got Len down here.
I am so thrilled to talk to you guys.
Well, thank you.
Oh, I am beyond frustrated. Okay. Is it only me, or cannot other people see why, if you can see the problem, if the fans can see the problem and they know what to do and you know what to do, why can't the damn staff know what the hell they're doing? Okay.
I have an answer for you.
What?
You don't know anything about football.
No, but...
You don't know anything about football.
Yeah.
Nor do we, nor does anybody. The only ones that know are those people there, those coaches. They know, you don't.
Yeah, and my name is Alfred E. Newman, too. Let me tell you something, okay? They're so predictable. I've noticed every game, the first play of the game is a handoff to Forte. Okay, they're that predictable. Okay, Williams, the offensive tackle, is a bust. Get rid of him. I can't believe that there's not somebody out there that they can pick up off the scrub list that would be better offensive lineman than him. Okay, Angelo was a bust in Tampa Bay. I don't know why he is still here. Okay, we got a defensive coordinator who once was a head coach whose record was 0-18. Duh. What does that tell you?
Well, I got to tell you is this, the fact that, no one's getting rid of a high draft choice. They'll write it out. If you did something like that, Ed, you're admitting to the fact that you had a bad choice. And so you'll ride a guy for maybe 4 or 5 years, and then they'll say, oh, well, we got to get rid of him.
Doug,
once you get up for that number 1 and 2, they keep you forever.
But here's the problem Jerry Angelo faces. It is one year after another, one blunder after another. How long does this go on before somebody says up there, excuse me, enough is enough. You did a fine job with here. We're cutting ties. We're moving on. We're going in a different direction. And go out and find yourself somebody that has some quality and knows something about this football game. Because what we're doing here, we're just going in circles, pal. It's ugly.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich on the phone. We'll be right back.
As long as number 12 is going to be playing quarterback for him, doesn't matter who they have in there. I think you saw that last year.
He's the guy. It doesn't matter.
I think the other guys there's a few, Jennings and Driver, they've always been there, but the other guys are just faces. You put him back there, and he's good. Jermichael Finley's he's a big target. He's an athletic guy, but Rodgers makes him go.
That was Brian Urlacher talking about the Green Bay Packers. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, or get paid. Merriweather, Stelz, my first thought, couldn't stop Finley. The Bears didn't have enough takeaways. They need more takeaways for that defense. And number 3, the Bears offense more or less look like the Keystone Cops with 10 penalties. Those are my thoughts for the Chicago Bears today. And your thoughts?
I would love to see the Bears, especially with Urlacher and Briggs and Julius Peppers, some people that are difference makers. I would love to see them be aggressive, Doug. Instead of the lovey-dovey 2, let's go to the lovey-dovey press. Let's go after people. Let's go like the Packers, the Steelers, the rest of the teams that take off and go after people instead of dropping back and giving a quarterback, if he wants to go under or whatever he wants to do, he can do what he wants. Get aggressive. That is my thought of the day.
Eddie, what was the time of possession?
Doug, it was barely over 22 minutes, just 22 minutes for the Bears.
And 37?
And 37 plus.
See, that's exactly what you
Packers.
just said. Because when you bend and you bend and you bend, you're giving that team all the time to
convert on third down, convert on third down, convert on third down.
And what have you done? Make your stand near the goal line. That's what you do. And meanwhile, you've taken away precious minutes for an offense that can go out there. 22 minutes for an offense is ridiculous.
Doug, why can't you play the two deep system? Why cannot you adjust and come with blitzes, with corner blitzes, with weak side linebacker, strong side, Mike linebacker, the middle linebacker, blitzes, strong, weak safety? Why can't you couple that in with the Lovey 2 defense of falling back, when you have the talent, the two linebackers that can absolutely fly and make things happen? Why don't you couple the Lovey 2 with an aggressive defense and go after people? Why?
Let's go out to Mike in Freeport. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, guys, listen, great show as always. Great to hear you guys talk after a Bear loss or even a Bear victory. But I just want to say that, I'm a true Blue Bear fan, and as you guys played the game and played for the Bears, this is difficult for you to swallow. But I got to say, I'm going to root for the Bears to lose, to go 1-15 if possible, and then lose again the next year. Because this mediocre crap is what's keeping all around the coaches and the management. And we need to have a really couple of bad seasons to just clean house and get rid of everybody and just pray to God that the idiot McCaskies that they are have just enough brains to hire somebody good enough other than an Angelo type to bring some players in here and start from scratch. Look at how long the Detroit Lions have sucked. They are now on their way to being very good and probably challenging the Packers for the division and maybe going to the Super Bowl. That's what's got to happen. The Bears are going to have to be bad for a long time, but we got to clean house and start over, guys. I'll hang up and listen to what you think. Thanks a lot for your time.
All right, Mike, thank you. Hear you loud and clear. Let me say this, Mike. If things continue, the new president of the Bears is George McCaskey. And I've known George for some time. And George is a very tough, very hard person. And I can tell you this, if I don't think I'm out of line when I say this, George will not be afraid to pull the trigger if this continues on. Just a guess on my part.
You know, the other problem, too, Mike, is the fact that you talk about the Bears. They won the NFC Championship last year. They come back, and they were just a couple plays away from going to the Super Bowl. And that is why, your Lovey and that whole crew is still there. Because they're banking on them to do the same thing coming back this year. But a lot of things are not going in their favor this year like they did last year. You remember what happened a lot of times last year. They'd play certain teams, certain guys would be out. We had no injuries whatsoever. Take a look at our injuries right now. Now we're getting our share. So we'll see what happens this year. And I agree with Ed. Because after a while, you only can take so much, and then you have to make a move. Let's go out to Bob in Naperville. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB, Doug.
All right, Bob.
What's up, buddy?
You guys are the best. I have a quick question. Have you ever thought about getting old number 51 into the stadium with you guys, where you do your live broadcast from, and doing the commentary?
We thought about the old number 51, but he's in California sunning himself.
My question is, every time the Bears get the ball, the first possession, defense lets them run crazy. They always score. What do you think about that?
Bob, it's a great point. And Ed and I were talking about that. We saw it last year. We see it a lot of times. Why do teams start out so quickly against the Bears? And why does it take so long to adjust to what they were doing? And what they were doing in that first half, they were causing mismatches with Finley. It was well planned. And twice we got fried for it, and finally the third time in the second half, but Stelz can't run with Finley, nor could Merriweather. But that was planned. It was a game plan with the Packers. We have to adjust to that, and like you said, they jump off. When you jump up, 14 points? It's kind of hard to come back off the 14 points deficit.
Yeah, what I think, Bob, again, when the Bears started out, if you looked at it closely, we started out the first couple of series, I believe, I don't know how many plays we actually went through, were offensively, when we threw the ball, we were total and complete max protection. Okay? And again, I believe why. I believe that they didn't want that jailbreak early. I didn't think they want the Packers swarming all over and get a negative approach in the beginning of this game. I think they wanted to play close to the vest, hopefully convert some third downs and move the ball, and then eventually open it up. And I think that was a smart move for them to do that. But then again, mistake, and then Green Bay isn't going to wait for you to do whatever you want to think you're going to do. They're going to come after you play after play, and you see it defensively. They swarm all over you. I just wish we'd do the same.
Let's go out to Mike in Colorado. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. How you guys doing?
All right, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about that holding call at the end there when Johnny Knox ran it back for a touchdown. What did you guys think about that?
You know, we were moving to take, start the show, and I didn't see it. I didn't see the holding call. I don't know who held. I saw where he made the fake and all that, and he pulled that off. But where was the holding? Who was the holding? Because I didn't catch it. Like I said, though, we were moving to start the show, and a lot of times what happens at the end of the game, we miss part of it. And all I saw was the rerun. I didn't hear anybody saying about who actually held. Give me a name. Ed, did you hear?
No. We were walking up from downstairs to upstairs here. And usually, obviously, when there's a play in the NFL, they call out the player who it is.
Who it was. And I didn't hear it. Let's go out to JT on the south side. JT.
Hey, Doug, OB, thanks for taking my calls, guys.
You got it, buddy.
You know what? I could echo what a lot of players or callers have said regarding adjustments and whatnot, but you can't make adjustments if you don't have the players to make adjustments. But more than that, if you're stubborn, and our coaching staff is stubborn. You made some good points. I think it was Obi was talking about why don't we pressure guys? Why do we or pressure teams? Why do we stay back in the cover two and let teams dink and dunk us all the way to the red zone? Because they're stubborn. If a coaching staff has a philosophy, then they should work in concert with the general manager to get the players to implement that scheme that you want to employ. But we don't do that as the coaching staff. When I look at this team, I can't see someone like a Belichick putting up with that, putting up with just we don't even execute well, especially on the offensive side of the ball. You want to run the ball, you can't protect your quarterback. You're certainly not going to really be able to run. I mean, establish a run where you can then maybe go for some long shots down the field. And I think that's all indicative of this stubborn coaching staff that we have. And also, as an organization, I think the Bears are happy to put behinds in the seats. And so what they do is they tease us with a Super Bowl that we could have won in 2006. Then we have a couple mediocre years, and then all of a sudden we're in the NFC Championship game again, and now we're going to have a down year this year, and maybe we'll stumble into a championship season next year or the year after. They're never going to really clean house and go out there and make a move for high-quality players. We're happy, and I'm not knocking guys like Knox, but we're happy to get someone from Abilene Christian, or we're happy to get someone a walk-on or what have you. We're happy being mediocre because as an organization, hey, we got behinds in the seat.
Well, JT, let me tell you something. Until we can straighten out our drafting, Doug alluded to how many players are on the Packers team that are starting out of the 22. I believe there's 15 have been drafted. Is that correct, Doug?
Yeah, they played in the Super Bowl. 15 out of the 22 were drafted or were rookie free agents.
All right, and JT, nothing is going to happen until you straighten out the people drafting, the people that they bring in here. When you bring in Pia, a second-round draft choice, and he's nowhere to be found, okay, there should be answers. Tomorrow morning, that should be one of the questions to Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith, especially to Jerry Angelo. Where is Pia? You drafted him second. Where is he?
I told you he's in the witness protection program. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Hang in there, callers.
OB and Doug. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with you.
package for Aaron Rodgers. Takes and gives. Starks knifing in. Briggs forces a fumble. It's scooped up on the far side of the field. I believe the Bears have it. So a run to the left. Briggs blow it up. Strip the football, and the Bears have their first takeaway.
First game we were clicking, and the last 2 games we've been, kind of misfiring and here and there. So until we're more consistent, I guess we don't. I don't audible, so no. That's you're gonna have to ask somebody else about that. I don't do the game plan. We're 0-2 doing this, so it's not looking very good.
The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. Lance Briggs forces a fumble. Julius Pepper recovers the stop of the game.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Traditions, 3000 West Jefferson in Joliet. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's head back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bob in Lake Geneva. Bob, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hello.
Bobby.
Hey, listen. It's an honor to go and say hi to both of you.
Thank you.
Bobby and Doug.
Thank you.
And the last 3-4 cars, they've made some great points. And my point, though, before will OB as far as Angelo, he's made some good picks later on in the draft. He's wasted so much at the top year after year. And it's kind of like Mac McMillan with Detroit. Once it's swept out the bad, Detroit has become what they are. And the Bears have to do the same thing.
Well,
and,
Bob, I can tell you this. If again, and I think this, that if this continues and really turns into a train wreck, and I know you don't want it to, I don't want it to do, the rest of the Chicago fans don't want it to, because the Bears are Chicago's team, and we need a Super Bowl. We've had one World Championship. You go back, that was 85. You go back to when we did it in 63. It's not enough. We need more.
Let's go out to Kathy in her car, I think. Kathy, you're on with OB and Doug.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy.
Listen, I got to tell you, I married my husband for his season tickets. And
smart move.
Is he in the car?
Yeah, he's driving. And I've gone to probably 99% of the games in the last 10 years, and it's such a thrill. We listen to you when we're driving home after every game. But this is my question, because I'm going to keep it brief because the gentleman that I talked to said to do that.
Mm-hmm.
My question is this. What happened to the team that we saw in the first game when we played Atlanta?
It's a good question. What happened to them? And the fact that did they match up right with Atlanta? Did they do certain things? For example, defensively, remember the game that Henry Melton had? But also we forget to say that the fact that he played against 2 guards were hurt. And the fact that
he played against the backup center. The regular center got hurt the week before. A guy that never started a game, never played. And the right guard, the All-Pro, they traded away. So you had a right guard. That was his first start, too.
In Atlanta, you had a question there what they did. I mean, Atlanta didn't take that football anywhere near playing it downfield. Yeah, so it's all matchups. And like I said, at the beginning of this game, the matchup was they took Finley and put him against Stouts, and they put him against Merriweather, knowing that's a mismatch. And he ended up with 14 points there in the first half. Then in the second half, they come back with him. They got another touchdown. That's 3 touchdowns that Finley ended up with.
I'll tell you what, the first game of the season is against Atlanta. We thought that was going to be a tough game. That was the number 1 seed in the NFC last year. But I'll tell you what, Lovie Smith and his staff, did he had those players ready to go that first week? Yes, he did. They did a great job on both sides of the field. Okay? Too bad it didn't begin and end with that. There are 15 more games. And we got to fight hard. We got to play hard. But what we have to do, Kathy, we have to be a smarter football team. We're not a very smart football team right now. Too many mistakes. And when you keep doing this, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot, and you're going to wind up with a lot of L's. And at the end of the year, it's going to get real ugly if they don't own up. The coach, I'm talking about the coaches and the players. That big, long, hard look at themselves after 2 losses, they better start looking.
Next week, Carolina, correct, Eddie?
You got it. Carolina they had their first victory today.
Absolutely. Well, our thanks to Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Also to Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, Brett Lyons, Mike Buda, Rich Watt, Brendan McCaffrey,
Our crack ace, 5-star guy.
Yeah, 5-star. We moved him up. Producer Stephanie Nahara, Joe Dredge. Up next, Joe Ostrowski and Connor McKnight are coming up next up on the score, taking your phone calls. What?
Doug, and the biggest thanks to all you callers today, and all of you that are still with this board is loaded. Thank you for listening to us. God bless.
Next week, maybe something different. See you next week.
And now, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 1120 West Avon in Elk Grove Village, it's time for the ExpressBet.com post-game show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
3-0 Panthers, 2nd and 5 from the 25. Out of the eye, handing off. Matt Forte hits the gas 30, 35, makes the cut at the 40, to the 50, winding to the 40, and down inside the Panther 30-yard line. Matt Forte on 2nd and 5, gets a bundle. Darius Butler on the back end, catches upfield, makes the tackle, hits a 46-yard gallop by Matt Forte. They bring 4 as Newton takes the snap from his own end zone, winds up, throws into traffic, it is deflected, picked up by DJ Moore. Moore to 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. DJ Moore, pick 6. One back set, Jay takes, giving left, sweeping left. There's Forte 15, 10-5, untouched, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. For the veteran, Alindo Mare, out of the hold of Baker, snap placement made. Oh, kick is blocked, oh yeah, Bears blocked the kick of 34 yards. They've done it again. They do it better than anybody. 3 receivers, right, 1 to the left. Here's the low shotgun snap. He slow sprints to the right side, sets his feet, tight spiral, down the sideline, incomplete. Going for Legadoo Nani.
Highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon Street in Elk Grove Village. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Chicago Bears win, 34, Panthers 29. And this is a crazy game, Ed. It was just unbelievable the way it happened. The Panthers put up 543 total yards. Which is a ton of yards.
Oh, my God.
There's no question about it. And they had 374 passing. And for those out there who love to gamble, and if you did,
you'll live in shambles.
You live in shambles right now, because I think the Bears were 6.5, 7 points. And Greg Olsen catches that last touchdown pass, which cost all you out there who have picked the Bears to win by 6.5 or 7 or more. But anyway, the Bears win 34-29. And, Eddie, when you take a look at this and go back to the old formula that they had last year, you're talking about the returns. You're talking about the punt returns that Hester had. That was 7 points.
That's exactly correct.
You got the kickoff return that he set up for 78-yard. That's set up for a touchdown. DJ Moore's interception on the defense, for the defense, that was 7 more points. Forte runs for 205 yards on 25 carries.
Career day for him.
Yeah, we knew coming in that was going to be the game plan.
Right, because they ranked 25th against the run.
And not only on top of that, they were 25th against the run, was the fact that the Bears needed to get lathered up. They needed to get back into what they do, and that's run the football. Well, they came out their first, I think, 10 or 11 plays. The first 10 or 11 plays were all runs. Then they finally threw a pass to Williams, who caught a slant for a first down.
Doug, they had 12 runs the first half and 4 passes.
Which is what?
Which
16
is
total.
16 total plays for 30 minutes. And then I clocked that, Doug. At the end of the third quarter, they had 17 passes and 11 runs for a total of 28 plays in 45 minutes of football. We didn't have the ball a lot, my friend.
And we didn't, and again, too, we'll go back to what the special teams did. We'll go back to what Hester did, and I think that was his 11th touchdown on a punt return. That is a record. He holds that. Then on top of that, you're getting Peppers blocking a field goal, which was huge. So all the special teams, everybody out there, put the Bears what they've been doing in the past many times. And, of course, the defense coming up with scores, with the interceptions. So all in all, there was a lot of mistakes made in this football game, Eddie. There's no question about it. But the idea was to go into this game and run the football. And that's what the Bears did. And they end up winning 34-29. And as far as passing for the Bears, I mean, I didn't see much when Cutler doing too much today because of the fact that a lot of times I think he overthrew some people. I don't think they even concentrated on trying to throw the football that much. What they wanted to do was to get lathered up, to take the football, get physical. Now, we saw one little move here during the course of this game. O'Meara was taken out of the football game, and they put Lance Lewis in at right tackle, Ed.
Absolutely.
And I know that Lance Lewis doesn't play that much tackle.
Exactly, Doug. But you know what? This game, and we got to thank Carolina too, Doug, for shooting themselves in the foot.
Oh, many times.
Oh my God, I cannot believe how dumb football they played with all these mistakes. You know, they took a page out of our book the first 3 games, and anytime that anything meant anything for Carolina, bang, there was a penalty, no matter how it went or how it fell down. Like.
It was unbelievable.
Peanut Tillman, the guy basically runs by him and basically touches him with his little finger. Peanut falls down.
Make a call.
It's a touchdown for Shockey. And guess what? It's a penalty. Unbelievable. But listen, they had to run the football. They better get back to running the football because, Doug, that's the only chance we got. What I did see today, which I did not like, was the body language of our quarterback Cutler, especially in the second half. He looked like he was disgusted out there. The way he walked back to the sidelines when there was a timeout and sauntered back out to the huddle, he's shaking his head. I didn't like that one little bit, Doug.
Well, the other part, too, was the fact that what he was disgusted was when they were going to go for it on 4th down, they had to call timeout. You know, he wanted to know.
Well, that's standard operating procedure.
But the fact is he wanted to know, do I run it? Am I going to punt it? What are we going to do? Meanwhile, Mike Marsh, they're playing games on the sidelines. Well, we don't know what to do, and all of a sudden it costs you a timeout. In the game, you have to be quicker than that. You have to make the decisions quicker than that.
Well,
and that's what he was a little frustrated upon that one time.
Absolutely. Listen, Doug, in passing yards, Cutler was 9 of 17 for 93 yards. And rushing, we had 224 yards in 31 attempts. It's nice to see the number 30-plus. I think if we can get to that and hold that, I think we'll have a good shot of staying in these games and to winning some of these games. But I'm going to tell you, my friend, what I saw today and the games that we have left on our schedule, we got to go to Detroit for Monday night. If we come up with a performance like this, Dougie,
we lose.
Yes, we do. This was not a good football team, and basically, thank you, Carolina, for making the mistakes.
Ed, there's no way in hell
that
you can win a football game against a good opponent throwing the football 93 yards. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't win that way. I understand about the running, which was outstanding. You know how many games you think you're going to get where you can take the football and talk about Forte can run for 205 yards?
Yeah, 224.
It's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
When you have your quarterback, what was he now again?
He was 9 of 17, Doug, for 93 yards.
93 yards. No,
and the average was 5.5.
That won't cut it. I mean, that won't cut it. And I got to say another thing, too, real quickly. This Cam Newton, the guy's for real. And I never thought that coming out. I said, well, again, here's another guy they're going to have to coach along. They're going to have to do so much for a kid, for a young rookie back there and throwing the football. He's got a terrific arm. He moves around terrifically, gets out of trouble. And I'll tell you what, he does the right thing with the football. And you see him when he threw 400-some yards against the Packers, 400 against New Orleans, 335 against the Bears. This kid is for real. And now if they can put some team around her. Now, Ed, here's the other advantage the Bears had going into this football game.
I think
Carolina was beat up, Eddie. Who were the guys out?
Oh, my God, absolutely. John Beeson, their middle linebacker and signal caller, out. The other linebacker, Thomas Davis, out. Their starting cornerback, Chris Gamble, out. 3 of their top players were out against the Bears. And if the Bears would have came out for 4 quarters throwing the football, especially when you got 2 linebackers down and you don't run against them and they're coming in here, they're 25th against the run, that would have bordered criminal.
Yeah, and there's some mistakes made defensively. I thought Merriweather made a huge mistake against Steve Smith. When he got caught inside, he's playing the double coverage. He should have been on the outside. What influenced him to go inside and not take the deep out third, I have no clue.
Doug,
but you can't do that.
You know how close we were to losing this football game?
Well, very
you
close.
Take that first half. The first half stats, folks, we had 6 first downs. Third down efficiency was 1 for 3. Passing yards were 33 yards. We ran for 108 in 12 attempts. And with time clock, we had 10, what is that? I'm looking at 10 minutes and 49 seconds. They had 19-11. Basically doubled our time. And they had a total of 299 yards, 199 passing. And they had 12 first downs to our 6.
And the other thing, too, on that first drive, you remember correctly, the Carolina takes the football. Now they're running up the middle. They're averaging 11.2 yards per carry
now, why do you think
on that first drive.
Why do you think these teams run up the middle?
Well, we're not getting any work out of our defensive tackles. That's why.
Doug, I tell you, I've been telling you that year after year here. And they attacked them. They attacked them last week, the week before, and where did Carolina come in? First 5 plays were right up the gut. They were 2 and 3 traps right up the middle. Only one when they tried with Cam Newton on an option play. But the other 4 were right at our tackles.
The postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Eddie, let's get out to the phone lines. They're lit up. Let's go out to Frank in Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score.
It's a pleasure to talk to you guys. I thought that Bears were kind of ugly, a little kind of miscommunication with the coaching staff, and I really, really don't think we're going to make the playoffs the way if they play like this the rest of the year. I'll hang up and listen to your comments, guys.
Frank, I think you're correct. I mean, the things that we look at, we specified certain things that did happen in this football game. I'm going to give them credit for what they did, credit for going out there, credit for coming after Carolina as far as running the football with 205 yards with Forte. But like I said before, you cannot win a football game throwing at 93 yards. But they did against Carolina. But, again, they got what they did. That formula the Bears have had for how long? Give me the return team. You give me the kickoff return, the punt return. Give me a defense that's going to score touchdowns. That's where that started. That's what saved the game.
And let's play against a team that has 3 of their starters out.
Right. And remember last year, every time we would come up a game,
oh my God,
the other team was a guy missing, or he wasn't playing, or that guy wasn't playing. That's the bad news. The good news is the Bears took advantage of it, won that game today. But here's the other part of it: they got to come back. Now they got to lock horns. I think was it Detroit next Monday night.
Detroit Lions on Monday night,
and that's what we're going to tell the tale about what's going on with the Chicago Bears. Well, what we saw today, they've got a lot of damn work to do before they can start, mixing up with teams like Detroit.
Doug, they came out in the third quarter. It looked like they were going to go back to that passing game. They should have came out and tried ramming that ball one after the other, running play right down their throat, and they didn't. They started pass. They threw 7 passes. But I'll tell you what, Doug, this was not a pretty game. I wonder what kind of a game plan did we really have going into this game? What were we trying to accomplish defensively? You talk about being, Doug, awful. We couldn't stop the run. We couldn't stop the pass. We couldn't stop anything.
He's Ed O'Bradrich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. This is the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove. We'll be right back.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago sports station.
Going to send it over the top of everybody to the right side, rolling inside the 20, picked up by Devin Hester. Just sit down and wait for the clock to run out, and it does. The Bears have won. They've knocked out the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, that highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com. Postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West of Vaughn Street in Elk Grove. Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 34, the Panthers 29.
Yeah, Dougie, what I wanted to mention, and the Bears really came out defensively, and what I noticed was a lot of blitzing with our linebackers, our Mike linebacker and our Will linebacker, and corner blitzes, Doug. And I think they came after him basically for 4 quarters. I don't recall when the last time I've seen the Bears blitz that much.
You know, that being said, Ed, we had 0 sacks.
Right.
0 sacks. Now, these are things that you look at and say, well, come on, Doug, well, how important is that? Well, it is important. We had 1 takeaway, which was for a touchdown. I'm telling you, this defense, this team depends on special teams. It depends on sacks, and it depends on takeaways.
Well, Doug, he dropped back. Newton dropped back 46 times.
Yeah.
In pass.
And 0 sacks.
Right.
I mean, that's not too good. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. Let's get back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to the Black Physicist from Avalon Park. Physicist, you're on the score.
Hello, gentlemen. How's
Hello,
it going?
Physicist.
Hey, great win by the Bears. Now, you guys were just talking about no sacks.
Right.
That the Bears, you know what? As you said, though, Doug, it's because of Cam Newton. This guy is he is an exceptional athlete. The guy escaped everything. I mean, he was there trapped in the backfield, and you would expect that the pocket would have collapsed on him, but he just had that strength and maneuverability to escape that. Now, let me get on to the other things I want to talk about. If I were giving away game balls, offensive would be Matt Forte, a touchdown run, 205 rushing yards. Who was the last running back for the Bears to do that? I think that was Walter Payton. Johnny Knox also gets an honorable mention and a game ball. His receptions, and he only made 2, but it kept the Bears in possession of the football. Defensive game balls go to DJ Moore for his interception for a touchdown, assisted by Urlacher, who tipped that pass, and Julius Peppers for that blocked field goal, again, in the third quarter when everything was close. Special teams, we have Robbie Gould. This guy is just automatic. And, of course, Devin Hester, who broke an NFL record. Is he Hall of Fame material? I think so. Lastly, defense, I noticed that they went more to man-to-man coverage rather than the cover 2 defense.
Well, the point is, you know, whether you're playing cover 2, it doesn't matter in my mind. You know, do it well. And I saw where Merriweather blew that one with Steve Smith, and that could have been a big play. It was a big play. Got him down the 2-yard line, and they scored. Once again, though, we'll get back to what's going on offensively for the Chicago Bears. For example, Cutler was 9 for 17 for 102 yards. I think what the average was like 5.2 yards per catch, per throw. He had 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, and his quarterback rating was 46.7. Very few times you're going to look down through the box scores and find out a quarterback that has a rating of 46.7 that wins the football game.
How about a defense? How about them giving them up 543 yards?
Exactly.
And you win a football game.
How did they do it? How did they do it? They did it with special teams. They did it with Hester. They did it like they did in the past, and also 1 touchdown coming
special
from
teams,
the defense.
A lot of luck and running the football.
You're listening to the Express.com, the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
In motion to the right, Kellen Davis takes the snap, hands it off. Matt Forte finds a crease, 30, 20, inside cut at the 10 to the 5, and rolls down to the ground. The Bears are in business, and I can say with that run, fade to black, first down run. Matt Forte inside the 5.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Today's pest controller of the game is Matt Forte, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports, 1120 west of Devon Street in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 34-29 over the Panthers. And, Eddie, we take a look at this game. A lot of things we know has to be improved. There's no question. The good news, we won the football game. That's what we tried to do. We wanted to go out and run. That's what we did. But you're going to have to improve yourself in other parts of the football game. And obviously, you can't have your quarterback have a rating of 46.7. That just won't cut it. He was 9 for 17 for 102 yards, 0 touchdowns and 1 interception. Now, Cam Newton was 27 for 46 for 374 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and a quarterback rating of 83.1.
Doug, you were mentioning about what was going on offensively. I'm going to tell you what's going to have to pick it up here are our 4 down linemen, especially that rotation in the middle. But our 4 down linemen after 4 games, Doug, we're just not getting to the quarterback. Nobody's making things happen, whether it's Peppers, I don't care who it is. It's just not happening. And if we have to blitz, Doug, if we have to blitz 1 or 2 linebackers and a cornerback or a strong side safety and leave those people on an island, our cornerbacks on an island, we're going to get walloped pretty darn good, my friend.
You know, Ed, you talked about
they just don't get to the passer, Doug.
The fact is not only getting to the passer, but we did give up 169 yards rushing too, by the way. You know, in a total, it was 543 total yards against the Chicago Bears. And we had 1 takeaway. And that defense is predicated taking the ball away more than 1 time.
The running, they're going to run against us, Doug.
Yeah, they did.
Doug, you and I know. We see this. We watch the games. We know it's not a mystery what's going on and where they're running the football and why they're running the football there.
They averaged 6.5 yards a carry against us. 6.5. And like I said, in that first drive, they were averaging 11.2 yards per carry. Now, Carolina has a good running team. There's no question about it. But the good news, again, too, we got out of it. Okay? Does that mean everything is hunky-dory? I find out that Detroit won their football game. They come from behind again to win the football game. I guarantee you, and I didn't see the game, but I will guarantee you that somewhere along the line Stafford was a big part of that and passing that football game. You cannot win games just getting or throwing the ball, 17 times or whatever it was, and have a quarterback rating of 46.7. When you start playing the big boys, when you start playing the guys that can really play. Now, but today's game, I think, was more of a practice session for the Bears. They have to get their running game going. And you have to take a specific game to do what you have to do to win that game.
And this was the perfect team because they had 3 first-stringers out and 2 of them just happened to be linebackers.
So I'm not going to fight that. But what I'm telling you is that you better get this thing in order when you start going against the big guys. And the other thing, too, O'Meal gets taken out of the football game.
Yes, he did.
And they put in Lance Lewis at right tackle. Lance Lewis, I don't know if he ever played right tackle.
I don't believe he's ever played that position.
So what does that tell you what they think about O'Meal? Was he hurt? I don't think so. He came back into the football game.
Right.
So there's some problems going on there. Let's go out to Mike in Lake Zurich. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Love listening to you, first of all. Love it.
Thanks,
hey,
Mike.
Man, Mike. You got to let the body language go with Cutler a little bit, because here's the thing. All right, they spent 2 number 1s, a number 2, traded their starting quarterback, and it's his 3rd year. What have the Bears done to help him? Really?
Nothing, Mike. Nothing, Mike. Not a damn
Mike,
thing.
Listen, Mike, the reason why I said his body language, because, I mean, it's right there in front of you. I mean, Mike, you can read it. I can read it. I'm sure anybody watching the game can read it. And that's not a good thing. I'm telling you it's not a good thing. But it's from a guy that's been here 3 years, or a little over 2 years, let's put it that way, 2 years and a quarter, and he's gotten his brains beat out.
Well, the other thing, too, when you take a look at him, he's regressing, Ed. He missed a pass today, and it was a high pass. There was no question about it.
Well, he did it the week before, too, also.
He's not what he was before. The fact is, I don't know if he's in his mind. He's thinking, I'm going to get sacked. I got to get rid of the football. I got to do this. I got to do that. Confidence not in the offensive line. Whatever it is, but he is regressing. They're going to have to pull this together. Now, they did this today to pull their running game together. So that will help Cutler. There's no question about it.
Doug, in his first 2 years plus 4 games this year, he has been sacked 102 times.
Would you be a little gun-shy?
I don't know how many times he's been whacked. I mean, hit.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, he's been sacked. I believe my number is correct. He's been sacked in a little over 2 years, plus the 4 games going into the 3rd year here, 2 times.
That's got to affect you.
That'd affect my body language.
You got that right. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We're live in real-time sports in Elk Grove. We will be right back.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real-Time Sports, 1120 West Avon Street in Elk Grove. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 34-29 over the Panthers. And this segment is brought to you by Heil & Heil Insurance, with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. And Eddie, taking a look at what's going on with these stats, and again, too, the fact that our receptions, and we take a look at our receptions. Knox had 3 for 48 yards. Forte had 4 for 23 yards, and that outstanding, that defense killer, the guy that we brought up from Texas, Roy Williams, had 1 catch for 15 yards. So 8 catches. 8 catches for our offense. And Smith, on the other hand, for them, had 8 for about 181 yards.
The thing that really bothered me the most about this game, Doug, we won the game, and fine, it was an ugly game, but so what? We won an ugly game, okay? Should we have run the football against this team? Damn right we should have, but we didn't. We ran it well. What really bothers me is defensively, the whole scheme of things, and especially our safeties. Merriweather and Major Wright, if that's what we have to go with, Doug, for the next 12 games, we're going to be in big trouble, my friend.
Well, there's no question.
You got to come in and put your arms around the guy.
Tackling, yeah.
It's called tackling,
yep.
Merriweather and Major Wright. You take your arms and you put them around the guy that has the football, and you take him down. It's not a mystery.
Well, the one thing that you take a look at, not only the tackling aspect of it, we saw Major Wright, taking different angles, but the fact that when Merriweather, that big mistake he made with Smith, and all of a sudden in the cover 2, and he's supposed to be the outside guy.
Exactly.
Not there.
Doug,
what is his story? Come on, guys. That's why you run the damn thing.
On a post pattern, he comes in, and he doesn't try to tackle a guy. He puts his arms to his chest and bumps the guy like the receiver's going to say, oh, you bumped me and I'm going to fall down. What the hell is he thinking about?
Now, I don't understand what people are going to say. Well, Doug, what do you and your dad talk about? Why are you complaining? Let me say this. Our defense.
Complaining, you're pointing out things that happened, Doug.
But that's what people are going to say. Wait, what are you talking about? Our defense gave up 543 yards. 543 yards. Think about it. And passing yards was 374. That's a ton of yardage. Now, I know some other teams have done it. They did it maybe against Green Bay. But the fact is, you came away with sacks. They came away with interceptions, takeaways, turnovers. We had 1 sack and 0. We had no sacks,
No sacks, Doug.
And 1 turnover or 1 takeaway. That's not good enough. That's why you press the issue here and you say, okay, fine, you did what you had to do. And you want to talk about balance. I'm hoping there's a game that comes along that we really talk about balance. Running and passing balance. Was there balance today?
Doug,
did you see balance today? There was no balance today. We only threw the football, 17 pass attempts, and we had 31 rushes. So I want to see a little more where it gets close to each other. There's a lot of work to be done here.
Well,
but
Doug, I'm going back to our that's our 2 safeties, my friend, that we're talking about. And we have, 12 more games to go?
Yeah.
And Doug, this is totally unacceptable. And we have to get the takeaways. Our special teams have to go, because I'll tell you, the rest of it's not happening after 4 games. It just really isn't.
Let me ask you something, Ed. If our special teams weren't clicking today, what would happen today's game?
It would be an embarrassing loss.
That's exactly right.
It would have been an embarrassing loss to Ron Rivera and his Panthers. of a team that can't stop the run. They can't stop anything.
Let's go out to Todd in Morton Grove. Todd, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys, thanks for keeping it real. You're the best. I'll be very quick. I was told to be quick. 3 quick points, and this is a major dose of reality. 1, anybody that's happy, other than the fact that the Bears won today, is an idiot. They look terrible against a terrible team. 2, defense scares the heck out of me. Not good. Got shellacked 3 weeks in a row. What they said about Peppers, other than that blocked punt or field goal, I had to ask my buddy, was he even there today? The rumor was he disappears. He's been MIA for 3 weeks. Number 3, Cutler. We saw today, boys, what a real quarterback looks like, and his name was Newton, not Cutler. What excuse are we going to come up with now? It's not the blocking. It's not the receivers. When's the last time you heard somebody say that Peyton Manning didn't have good blocking or receivers? He's missing this year. All of a sudden, they're bad. He was there last year. They're Super Bowl contenders. Good quarterbacks get it done. You guys are the best. I love you.
You know, you talk about Cutler, and again, too, and I'm a big Cutler fan, but it's hard to argue the fact that Cutler had 102 yards with 0 touchdowns and 1 interception and a quarterback rating of 46.7.
What was more important was his body language. I mean, or did it? Am I the only one that saw that out there today?
Well, Ed, you know what?
You saw it.
I don't care about his body language.
I do.
I don't. I mean, I don't care. I want to see him throw the damn football and make plays. When the interception he had, the one he threw too high, I don't know what the hell's going through his mind.
Doug, how many great plays and how many great throws can he call when he's shaking his head, shrugging his shoulders, and giving you that smirk look?
I don't know, Ed.
Okay? He doesn't know when he does that he's on television. When he's walking to the sideline, he lifts his helmet up. He has no idea that camera's that is on him. Come on.
I don't think so. Why would he do it then, Ed? Well, why would he do it?
That would be a good question for a reporter to ask him.
You know, I mean, why does he do it? I mean, I can't judge the guy in his body language, Eddie.
It doesn't look positive to me, okay? Let's put it that way. His body language does not look positive. It looks negative to me, and take it for whatever it's worth.
Let's go out to Bill in Winthrop Harbor. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, 2 questions, guys. What do the Bears have to do to clean up this run defense? It was just horrid today. And I know Julius Peppers had that blocked field goal, but he really hasn't been much of a factor this season. I don't know where they go from here. To me, this is not a good football team right now.
Bill, what they have to do to stop the run, there's certain things that they can do, and one of them would be, and Doug and I talked about this during the game, is to offset the line. Stronger weak side.
Or get better defensive tackles.
Yeah, well.
And that's not going to happen. You know, like you said, Peppers disappeared. Where'd Henry Melton? He disappeared too? We haven't heard him after the Atlanta game. You've got to have inside pressure. You've got to have inside people playing it.
And that's where they run the ball, right up the middle.
You know, and you're running right at the linebackers, and that's why they're chewing up yards. They average 6.5 yards a carry. And we averaged 7.2, but there was a reason for that one. I mean, Ed went through it. The fact that how many guys were knocked out. Their middle linebacker was knocked out. A weak side linebacker was knocked out. They've lost some good players.
Starting cornerback.
Starting cornerback.
3 starters on that defense were out today.
Let's go out to Dan in West Chicago. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
I just want to say congratulations to Hester for breaking that record.
There you go.
Yeah, that's great.
And I just wanted to mention on the wide receiver crew how Roy Williams, when we were down by the goal line, that quarterback draw by Cutler, Roy Williams doesn't make that block on that safety. If he just picks up that block on that safety, Cutler runs in there.
Well, you know, I'm not a Roy Williams fan. I mean, I am not. I mean, I said it from the beginning. I talked to people from Dallas, and I said, okay, guys, get a fresh start here. How many damn games does it take before you get involved? He said, well, we're going to learn the system. Did you not play under the same system in Detroit? Did you not play it there under Marinelli? I mean, the guy catches one pass today. When you get down near that goal line, we scored 3 points in the second half. And then finally touchdown, we finally scored another one. But we need more out of Williams, there's no question. We need more out of Cutler. We need more out of our offensive line. And what we don't need more of is Forte, who they don't want to pay. You think about it. Think about that one. Let's go out to John in the south side. John, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm surprised you guys aren't a little more upset than I am. I mean, usually you guys are really fired up, but when I start off this conversation, I'm going to start off with the dumbest thing I've seen. And what the heck is Marion Barber doing backflips for? The guy's been out for 3 freaking games, and he does a backflip because he scores a touchdown? Act like you've been there. Jesus. I mean, you're a professional athlete. You just came back from being off for 3 days, and then we got to watch you do a backflip? We're playing a mediocre football team with a great quarterback that picked our defense apart at will, and if he had some decent receivers on his team, they would have beat us. I don't think the Bears played good at all.
Oh, you're not alone there. What the hell? Have you been listening? The fact is exactly what we've been talking about. The one you have to give them, though, is that they went into a game to do a specific thing, and they won the damn game. That was important. And this Carolina team, again, too, didn't have certain players in defense that helped the Bears do what they had to do. There's no doubt about it. The Packers struggled against this team. But what I'm saying to you is what you're saying to Ed and I. I was not happy with the game. Ed was not happy with the game. And I'm sure that when the coaches take a look at this damn game, they're not going to be happy about it. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670. The ExpressBet.com post-game show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed and I will be right back.
Back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug and OB live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 1120 West Avon in Elk Grove Village and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. And brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West Avon Street in Elk Grove. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 34-29 over the Panthers. And now it's time for Doug and OB's thoughts of the game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's thoughts of the game brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. My thoughts are very simple. Today, 1, great special teams play. 2, poor safety play. And 3, pay forte.
Douglas, do you want mine?
I think I will. Yes,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, number 1, it was a victory. Good or bad, it was a victory. Number 2, the running game. They ran against a team that you could pound, and they made it work. 3, poor play by the defensive line, not only this game, the 3 prior games. And 4, we've got a real problem in our 2 safeties.
You know, real quickly, when I came in, Dan Hampton was doing the pregame, him and Havarkish.
Yes.
And Dan calls me over, and he said, have you called OV? I said, no, why? He said, well, I got something for him. I said, well, what do you got for him? So he turns around and hands me this golf club. Now, I thought maybe you guys stole it from somebody or something. And I'm taking this golf club, and I'm thinking, what does he want me to do? Rack it over the top of your head? What the hell am I doing with a golf club, first of all?
That's not you're doing it. That's my golf club, okay?
No, I know it's your golf club, but what?
And it's the golf club, and it's there for what you think it's there for. Along with the S-wing hammer to bop you over the head.
I thought you were going to whip my ass with it.
That's my Tour Edge driver, the exotic driver, the woods, and the irons, by the way, which I am playing super golf. Doug, and
stop yourself.
And I am not going to use my Tour Edge clubs to bop you over the head. Then he just tried and used it, and he brought it in here.
I thought for sure, Ed, you were up to no good. I mean,
no.
The way Dan came up to me was like secret, like he was whispering in my ear.
No. Let me tell you something. When I play golf, Doug, I have nothing but the best, and I'm going to tell you something. You cannot beat the Tour Edge golf clubs. Trust me, you can't, brother.
Well, for sure, you need all the help you can get. Let's go out to
what was yeah.
Let's go out to Tracy in the car. Tracy on the Score with Tour Edge, O'Bradovich, and Buffone.
There you go.
Tracy.
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 I'm here. Can you hear me?
We
Got
can
you
hear
now,
you.
Trace.
You're on, Tracy.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Gotcha.
we can. We got you.
All right. Hey, how are you?
Good.
You know what? I'm sitting here contemplating and watching these games and feeling so frustrated. Through a lot of the discussions I have with my husband, I think the problem is the leadership. You guys talk about Cutler losing his motivation. He's going backwards. Yeah, he's regressing because we've got ourselves a talented quarterback that has leadership capabilities and skills. Are we even giving him the tools to do what he needs to do? We have Mark's not letting him call audibles. Do we have that much control going on that we can't allow someone that we think is capable to make some decisions? Of
Tracy?
course he's frustrated.
Yeah, let me give you my quick answer, and then I'll turn it over to Doug. My answer to you is this, and I'm going to give you the words of Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith, our head coach. They said, as a matter of fact, going back to last year and this year, that the squad that they have going into this season, those are the people they wanted, and that is the people. Because you don't want to fire out for a 9-7 record or an 8-8. There's only one reason you play this game, to be a world champion. And they have the people here to take us to the world championship. So that question should be directed at Lovie and at Jerry Angelo. Those are the ones that should answer that question.
Well, in answering the question, I'll answer no, he doesn't have what he needs to do to be at his best. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you could take a look and go all the way across the border, except for Forte. He's got Forte, but what else after that? Where's the wide receivers that you need help on? Where is the offensive line you need help on? There's a ton of things we can say here. But once again, we won't know how good Cutler can be until he gets some of these people. We just don't know. And so we're trying to get him off the junk heap. We're trying to get Roy Williams to come in here to be that big wide receiver that we need, who has caught one pass so far this year, this week, caught one last week. He's non-existent. So where is that? Where's the help? Where are you helping Cutler to be the best he could be, Eddie?
I've got one guy that just came in here. His name is Brian Opitz. And this guy is you talk about being a tough individual. This guy, Doug, you could put him anywhere on an offensive line and defensive line and show him what to do. And trust me, this man is very successful. He will get it done. He's about as tough as they come, and that's what we need to be, Doug. We need to man up on the offensive line and man up on the defensive line. And what do I mean by that, folks? There comes a point in time when you got to stop taking it. I mean, you got to give it. You've got to go after people. And there's no reason why a center, two guards, and two tackles, and we have basically two tight ends that come in and block, and we get taken back. Where's your pride? Where's your pride? And defensively, I mean, it's the same thing. They haven't done anything. The middle of our defensive line, Doug, what they have to do, and it's just my personal opinion, because they're here, pal. This is what we've got. You got to man up. Sooner or later, you got to man up, and you got to take care of business.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at them, Ed, they did that in that first drive. I said, here we go. They're getting lathered up. They're pushing guys off of the ball.
They did what they were supposed to do against that team.
See, I'm all for firing out. I'm all for driving somebody's ass and putting them into the ground. That's what I'm all about. That's what I think about.
Well, let's do it
linemen.
for 4 quarters.
Yeah, exactly. Where was it? They started out really good. We're going to pound. We're going to beat. We ran the first 10 times. We're running the football. We're beating people up. We're putting people into submission. What happened after that? I don't know, but I'll tell you, go back to the defense, and once again, you can't. They held the ball, the Panthers did, for 33 minutes and 29 seconds. They had more plays than we had. They had 543 yards total offense. So we're not getting the football offensively. And again, too, I said more balance. More balance is running and passing and try to keep it 50-50. I mean, we were over the hump. We ran the football more, and it was like a practice session. It was like going out there and saying, look, we'll show you that we can run the football. Then we're going to come back with play action. You can't throw Eddie 93 yards.
Doug,
93 damn yards. You can't do it.
Doug, the Panthers had 72 plays.
I understand that. We had, 48?
72 plays. We had, what did we have?
48.
We had 17, right, 17, 31 rushes.
We had 48
plays.
48 plays.
48 plays in 60 minutes of football, and they had 72 plays, 543 yards.
Now think about it.
Oh, my God. and they lost the football game.
And I agree with you about the man-up stuff. I mean, to me,
Doug, you know
I'd draft all guys that all they want to do is just kick the. I'll just beat you up a little bit.
Doug,
I almost said something. What?
And when it comes to a point, and this was, we won again, but it was an ugly win. And what can we do? They got to get tougher, Doug. They just really do. They just really, instead of being a catcher, man, be the thrower.
And the thing about it is, too, when you run those damn blitz, get a sack once in a while. We had 0 sacks. I don't know how many times you said they ran. They had the football.
God, I don't know how
78 plays. Out of that was 37 or 48. Well, what do you have?
46
were passes.
And
we got
sacks.
zero sacks. You tell me how that works. You tell me that you tell yourself a real aggressive team defensively. It doesn't work. Let's go out to John in Shorewood. John, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Oh, hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I love your show.
Thanks, John.
I mean, I know there's a lot of people that want to get on, and there's so many directions you can go. So I'll just point out a couple of things. I lost my train of thought. I want you guys to talk about the time management when you get a chance. I mean, the way they manage those timeouts.
Oh, they were brutal.
I mean, just continuing to see this every week where we're not getting the plays and just this lack of communication. I want you guys to address that. And my last thing is I agree with both of you guys. I'm not a big Jay Cutler body language fan, but I got to go with you, OB. He looked defeated when they walked out for their first series. I mean, I try not to get into that body language stuff because I know that's how the guy is, but he almost looks like a guy who's defeated before he takes his first snap. So it probably doesn't mean a whole lot, but he just doesn't look like a guy that's happy right now.
You know what, John? I agree with you, and I mentioned to Doug. I don't know, Doug, maybe 3 times, 4 times?
Yeah.
About what. That's how I interpret it. Now, could I be wrong? Possibly, I could be wrong. But I mean, what I saw was certainly not anything positive that I would look at and see how it went through for fourth quarters. What I saw, I certainly did not like, and if it's not body language, then I don't know what the name is. But, boy, I'll tell you what, I'd certainly like to see a lot better out of our quarterback.
Well, sure.
Attitude-wise.
You're coming back, and he's disgusted. I mean, you could see that for sure. I could see that all over his face. I can see what's going on.
Well, isn't that body language, Doug?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about all of that.
Way?
But the fact is, when you take a look at this, I'm saying to myself, Doug, you and I played too many damn teams. You were in a 63 championship team. I came in, and a lot of times we had some good seasons, but the one year, you remember, Ed, we were 1-13? You want to talk about body language because you know damn well, no matter what the hell you do, you're not going to win the damn game. Or something's going on out there. There's problems out there, and you want to correct it.
Doug,
it's not being corrected.
You know, when we in that season, you know where we wound up in total defense in the league that year?
Well, we were high. What good did it do? We won one game.
It was pretty darn good. I think we were like 8th or 9th in the league in total defense.
Good.
But we won one game.
One game we won.
But we showed that defensively we could do it. But
how many times did we sit after a game? How many times did guys would sit together, you and I, and talk about what was wrong? And no one wants to correct the damn thing. No one wants to correct it. And this goes back to Jerry Angelo.
Do you remember? And also, Doug, when that would happen, folks, you would go to whoever the person, the coach that we thought either an offensive, defensive coordinator or line or whatever, and make a suggestion. What do you think they did with that suggestion?
Well, burn it.
That's it. They burned it.
Yeah.
Why? Because you're the football player. You don't know. They would never take the suggestions.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Hang in there, callers.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station.
They bring force. Newton takes the snap from his own end zone, winds up, throws into traffic. It is deflected. Picked up by DJ Moore. Moore at the 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. DJ Moore, pick 6.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. DJ Moore's interception and touchdown return. You are listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon Street in Elk Grove Village. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Eddie, right now, we're going to go out to the guy who was at the game, our buddy, our pal, our reporter, Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence.
Hello, men.
Hello, men.
Lorenzo.
A little ugly today out there, right?
Well, let me ask you something, Lorenzo. I'm trying to be excited about it, and I am excited, and I'm both excited about winning this football game. But it was ugly. There were some things happening out there that offensively and defensively that doesn't bode too well if it stays this way, if they don't improve.
There's some things that I wasn't expecting, like Cam Newton being able to march down the field a few times on the Bears defense. I thought early on they did a decent job of having that blanket coverage and coming up with the pick six with DJ Moore, but there were other times where this guy made plays. I wasn't a believer until I saw it up close, but I think that he's going to be a very good player in this league, and he's already on his way to doing that. The Bears are what I think they are, and I asked Lovie Smith about it after the game. I don't think that they're a team that can win unless they get all three phases involved in the game. They're going to need special teams to win some of these games because I don't know if they have an identity yet on offense. And defensively, there have been some scary moments already this season that they might not be as good as you hope they would be coming out of camp.
Lawrence, the one thing that you look at the first half, forget about the stats. We get a kickoff return that almost takes it back for a touchdown, and then we do get the TD. We get the punt return by Hester for a touchdown in the first half. DJ Moore, a 19-yard interception back for a touchdown. If you take that stuff away, what did we score? 3 points? And if you looked at those stats, third down efficiency, 1 of 3, first down 6, total yards 141 yards. 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes in possession of time. That is unbelievable, my friend.
Especially considering how well they ran the ball today. At least early on, they ran the ball hard. Matt Forte, 205 yards. The last time a Bears running back went over 200, I believe it was A-Train back in 2001. So he had an unbelievable day. And what I'd love to see from that is that they ran lead plays. Enough of the east-west stuff. Establish yourself north-south first. They ran Tyler Klutz. They got him some lead blocking for Matt Forte, and he cut off of that and made some tremendous plays. Averaged 8.2 yards per carry. That's not a surprise. Last year against Carolina, he averaged almost 8 yards a carry. This is a run defense that's been bad for the last few years, and they haven't cleaned it up. But the problem is that it didn't manifest itself into the Bears having more opportunities in the passing game. Cutler was 9 of 17, 102 yards. He got sacked once, threw the high ball that got picked, and ended up with a passer rating of 46.7. Now, he said after the game he doesn't care. It's all about the win, and I agree with him. But you would like to see at some point every part of the Bears clicking, and they haven't. They just can't get everything to seem to click at the same time. If it's the pass game that's working, the run game doesn't work. So when will they finally get it so that both sides of that are working?
They better figure it out, Lawrence, because in this league, you better have all things going for you. You are not going to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, OB, you're right. I mean, they've got some issues that they need to work through it, and they didn't get a lot of pressure on Cam Newton today. And the front four over the last 3 games hasn't been as good as you like. I thought that Jordan Gross did an incredible job on Julius Peppers, kind of neutralized him for most of the game, and they weren't getting enough pressure that it flustered Cam Newton. He looked like a veteran. He made some throws. That sideline throw that he made to Jeremy Shockey was great. He's going to have a tremendous future, and the Bears didn't seem to have a way to be able to stop him.
The whole defensive line is taking a vacation. I don't know where they're going or where they've been, but they're not getting the pressure, and we know this defense needs that pressure. Number 2, our safety play is not good.
Wow.
We take a look at Merriweather in that one play. I mean, come on. You're playing the cover 2. You got the outside. See Smith goes in there. All of a sudden he catches the ball down on the 2-yard line. We've got missed tackles coming up with Major Wright. Wrong angles. There's definitely some problems here. What's going on with this defense?
No, Doug, you're absolutely right. I watch Merriweather and I see some of the reasons why he was out there for you. He loves the kill shot, doesn't wrap up, and he's a risk taker. And on that play that you're talking about, I actually talked with Tim Jennings about it, and it looked like from my vantage point that he was going to come up, that Jennings was coming up to play Newton if he got outside and started going up the field. And he said, yeah, I wanted to make sure that he didn't get a big gainer, and I released him out to Merriweather. Those guys have got to be there over the top. That's a communication issue. And I've been saying for the last couple of weeks that Chris Harris is a guy that they need on the field. And you can see why. I mean, the safeties over the last 3 weeks have not had a good time.
I'm worried about Cutler, and you gave the stats. And there were a couple of times he did have time to throw.
Yep.
He threw high. I don't know. It seems like he's regressing. And Ed looks at him and says he doesn't like his body language, which could be true. I look at a person, I want to see results out on the field. But I don't see what I need to see here, because you can't. If I told you that a quarterback had a 46.7 rating, he threw for 102 yards with 0 touchdowns and 1 interception, would you tell me he won that football game if you didn't know?
No, I would tell you that that team probably got mauled.
Got mauled. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, here's a little clue, and this is something that we played earlier in the week, our Bears Report with Boers and Bernstein on Friday, and I'd love to get you guys' take on it. This was Jay Cutler earlier in the week talking about how the idea of pressure has gotten to him a bit.
You talk to any quarterback, whenever you're getting a lot of pressure and you're getting flush and you're getting hit a lot, that clock in your head is going to be tinkered with a little bit. It's going to start taking a little bit faster, and even sometimes when you do have a good amount of time, you're going to be feeling it, even if it's not there. So it's just it's a constant battle, and the more consistent we get up front, and the more time I have and the more comfortable I feel, the more consistent I'm going to get.
And that interception looked like that, guys. It looked like a guy who was rushing a throw because he's had some pressure before. So it gives you an indication of what's going on in his head.
I agree, and I agree 100%. Ed and I talked about it. There's something affecting him, and that's exactly what it is. His time clock in his brain, and all of a sudden he's expecting to get hit. And so he wants to get rid of the football as fast as he can. The other times he's not stepping into the damn throw because he wants to get rid of it. And again, that was evidence when he overthrew that one.
You know what? I hope we're all wrong with him.
Yeah,
because
me too.
I tell you, we gave up a starting quarterback, 2 first rounds, a third, and several $1 million to make this move to get to the Super Bowl. And so far, it's not looking good, Lawrence.
He can play a lot better, and I think that he would be the first person to tell you that. And guys, I'll be on after you guys are done, so the Bears conversation won't quit. I'll be on until the Sunday night game, so you guys bring it home.
We got you, Lawrence. Thanks, buddy. That was Lawrence Holmes. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back.
One back set. Jay takes, giving left, sweeping left. There's Forte 15, 10-5, untouched, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Welcome back. The ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon Street in Elk Grove. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Doug, look at that board. How lit up it is. You callers, God, we love you.
Let's go out to Creighton. Creighton, you're on the Score.
Hey, how are you two doing this afternoon?
All right, Creighton.
Hey, I would just like people to remember that even though Jay's numbers were pretty bad, the first drive they ran the ball 9 times. They didn't even give Jay a chance to throw the ball in the red zone. Instead, they let him get hit again, but as a runner this time. And then we return a pick 6, so our offense doesn't go out on the field, so they get more chances with the ball as well. And then we return a punt for a touchdown, so I think that skews the numbers a little bit in their favor as why they ran so many more plays than we did.
Well, there's no question about it, but again, too, when you take a look at this, the plays we did run, what was our success on those plays? Our passing game, Jay Cutler's passing game was like 5.2 or 5.3 yards per attempt. That's not good enough. That won't cut it. So when you get the opportunity, see, I thought this was going to happen. Ed and I were sitting there watching the game, 9th, 10th time, 11th time. Well, I said, you know what, Ed? This is really setting up the pass, the play-action pass. This is going to really benefit benefit Cutler. We never did really come out of that to really take advantage of that. So we went back to the running game, and Forte had 205 yards. That's great. That's terrific. That's wonderful. And we needed that. But once again, too, when it calls upon us to make big plays or certain plays during the course of the game, we've got to do that. And you got to correct yourself. You got to get ready. How many teams do you think down the road that we're going to play? They're not going to be as good, are going to be a lot better than Carolina. Not that Cam Newton's not a heck of a quarterback, not that they don't have some running games, but like we talked about their defense, Carolina's defense, there are 3 or 4 starting guys gone. Didn't even start the game.
Absolutely.
And that's a big, big plus for a team that's playing somebody that loses 4 starters. Think about if we lost 4 starters on our defense. Let's go out to William in Calumet City. William on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, I would like to say that the fact of the matter is, on offense, the Bears receivers are not that good. They dropped about 4 passes on Cutler today. That put them in 3 of them for third down conversions. And on defense, Bears play Detroit next week, and they got Calvin Johnson. They need Chris Harris to get back in that secondary, so they're gonna get lit up again.
You know, I'll tell you, I saw Calvin Johnson and some of the catches this guy made. He caught a pass in the end zone with 3 guys on him. 3 guys on him. If the Bears would have did that pass, first of all, it would have been too short. You had Hester, you had Knox, and I mean, that's not their fault, but they don't have that size. He went up and took that football from 3 guys. And if Cutler would have thrown something like that to one of our receivers, the guy has 3 guys on him. How can he throw the football? The guy is well covered. Well, that's the difference, what's happening out there, making plays just like that. And you're right about Calvin Johnson.
You know what, Dougie? The first game, I tell you what, Lovie Smith and his staff, they had the team ready to play. Remember the first game, Doug?
Yeah.
I mean, they came out all phases of the game. They were right there. They looked organized and where they're going. And whatever goals they want to do, it looked like they achieved it to me. And kudos to Lovie and his staff. But I'm going to tell you what, even with this victory today, the last 3 games, and Doug, especially this one, and again it was a victory, we looked just discombobulated out there, offensively and defensively. We didn't know when to call a timeout, what to do, where to run, what to do. It wasn't pretty, my friend.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago Sports Station.
For the veteran, Alindo Mare out of the hold of Baker. Snap placement made.
Oh,
kick is blocked! Oh, yeah! Bears block the kick of 34 yards. They've done it again. They do it better than anybody. 21 blocks now since 2004. Number 1 in the National Football League.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. It was Charles Tillman and Julius Peppers block Lindo Mare's field goal attempt. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon Street in Elk Grove. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brad in his car. Brad, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Brad.
You know, I want to lay everybody to rest on this Cutler attitude deal. Proven he's a baby. He forced a trade out of Denver. He's got proven talent, but we're not going to be the ones to develop it because we haven't done anything with our quarterback position. The only thing that's going to happen for the Chicago Bears to be a good organization is what we have as a blueprint, defense and special teams. Cup is going to be a baby. I mean, that's how he is. He shrugs his shoulders. He sits away from his teammates on the sidelines. We just need to realize that and get over it until he forces another trade.
Brad, if you are correct, you know where we're going? Nowhere.
You won't go anywhere without the quarterback. And if you think that's correct and you think that he will quit on you or he will be gone, then maybe what you should do. And like Ed said, we gave up for him 2 first rounds and a lot of draft choices.
Starting quarterback.
Yeah, maybe you should start supplying with some more ammo. Don't give him a couple bullets. Start giving him something to work with and bring out the best they have in him. Because I'm going to tell you something. If you think in your wildest dreams that the special teams and the defense is going to take you to the promised land,
that ain't going to happen
that
either.
ain't going to happen. And it won't happen until you get a quarterback. All you have to do is look around. And this is what the Bears have right now. They've got Cutler. If they want to try to make a move to somebody and make the move to go to a playoff or go to the Super Bowl, they've got to have this kid developed. And like Ed said, should you give him up on him right now and you've lost those 2 first-round picks? I don't think so. And I still believe this. I still believe you have not given the guy enough ammunition. And it may be happening. Ed may be right.
You know what?
He may be so disgusted that he's just falling apart.
Doug, let's forget about giving him enough ammunition. What exactly is it that he did in Denver to make it to the Pro Bowl? What did he do? What kind of offense?
He rolled out.
He ran multiple offensive sets, and he said it last year about halfway or three-quarters of the way through the season that that's what he would like to do.
And you won't see it.
And you don't see it.
Mike Martz won't do it, Eddie. Will not do it. He's not going to do it with a rollout with a guy as an athlete.
Let's try and see if we can incorporate a multiple set offense, and maybe our Smurfs might Smurf up.
Well, let me say this, Ed. You know what? Mike Martz is on his last year of his contract. If this thing continues the way it is, and he was supposed to be this genius everybody said he is, last year we were ranked 30th. This year going into the thing we were ranked 25th,
all right.
26th. Then there's another offensive coordinator.
Then if that guy's gone, then where the hell is Jerry Angelo?
I don't know. I have no clue what's going on.
Who did we draft in the second round, on offense or defense?
Second round we went defense, and we went with Stephen Paella.
And where is he?
He's in the witness protection program. I told you, you can't find him. You can't find him. I don't even know if he's alive.
I'm going to tell you something.
Second round pick.
Our draft picks the last 10 years, and it's certainly not a revelation. That's for damn sure. But I'll tell you what, this guy, and he's the guy that has to answer for it, has been brutal. Brutal.
Let's go out to Lance in Milwaukee. Lance, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, first off, let me say it's a pleasure to talk to both of you.
Thanks for calling, Lance.
Huge fans throughout my lifetime.
Thank you.
My only thing is, we won the game today, so I like to see just like some kind of disrespect to the guys who did well today. I mean, we had special teams, we had defense, we had offense. We had a great, as far as like stepping up from last week, last 2 weeks, we have stepped up. So it's a great positive momentum we have going on right now. And I just like to see that addressed as far as, I mean, like the negatives we can all point out. But we saw some nice positive momentum today, and I'd like to see that addressed and just carry it on to next week and the week, the weeks beyond.
Yeah, there's no question we gave kudos to the offense. I mean, we gave kudos to the special teams. There's no doubt about it. A blocked field goal, a punt return, for a touchdown, a 78-yard kickoff return.
They ran against
those are all plus.
A Panthers' weakness, and they
right.
did well.
They
and
did
that's
well.
A plus.
But I want to tell you something. What we did today, I hope, is a stepping stone, because the fact is it's not going to be good enough against Detroit on Monday night. It will not be good enough. I'm telling you. And Ed knows it, I know it, and I think a lot of you people know it. And just because we take on this and say, hey, hold it, we got to give kudos to certain people, sure we do. But I'll tell you, to get better in what you do, you've got to take the criticisms and you've got to look at the faults. And I'm telling you, there were a ton of them today. This was an ugly game, guys. A lot of this was very, very ugly. And if you think that this is the blueprint of us going forward to winning football games, it is not. We improved on the running game. We improved on the special teams. But other than that, where are we? Our quarterback situation is bad. Our offensive line is bad. We take our right tackle out of the game and put in Lance Lewis, a guard who's never played tackle before. So what does that tell you? The only good thing I saw was what Lawrence Holmes brought up, was the fact that we had the ISO block would clutch the fullback running out of that position so we could get 205 yards.
Well,
and
you know
that
what?
was a plus.
They gave up on the tight ends blocking for him.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for sure. That's why you saw it, Doug.
Yeah. Let's go out to John in Lombard. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, great to talk to you. I have 2 points, so let me get to them. First of all, we're down at the goal line. We run a quarterback draw. Don't we have like a big, giant tight end that would be perfect down there to throw a little pass over the middle or something, or run the ball like we did the whole time getting down there? And second of all, we have Devin Hester, the best punt and kick returner probably of all time. We can't put him out on a kick return because why? He's tired from running up and down the field on plays that he's not going to be involved in, that we're using him as a blocker and going up in the middle of 2 guys trying to fight for the ball. That's not his game. That's not what he's there for. He's there to run back kicks and go in there once in a while and scare the defense.
Well, the fact was why they did do that wasn't an account of him being tired. They did it because he hurt his shoulder.
Now, I think it was before that.
I don't think so. I know what you're talking about. I think he hurt his shoulder.
Johnny Knox ran the kickoff back.
Yeah. I'll check on that, but that's a good point if it's true. And there's no question about it. Knox himself last year did some damage, but you're right. Hester's the best you got. Hester's the best you got on punt returns and kickoff returns. But I think he hurt his shoulder, but we'll check that out. Let's go out to Billy Bear on the south side. Billy Bear, you're on the score.
Yeah, this is Billy Bear.
What's up, Billy Bear?
How you guys doing?
Go
I
ahead.
got a couple things to say. That body language with Cutler, it doesn't fly. Doesn't fly. Should never fly in Chicago. It's a hard sports city. He's got to get that together. He's on his last legs here in Chicago. We know that. They need to change the blueprint. And the blueprint, to me, they got to get rid of everybody. The coaches, keep your dominant players there that we have that are helping us win. It's a flip side to the coin. Yeah, it's a win. But at the end of the day, we need to figure out how to get this guy either to play with us, with all that body language is not right. We need to get the coach to be hard, of course. We know that. And the only way to do that is we got to clean house, coach, staff, everything. You see what they did with the Redskins last year? He cleaned house. Coach cleaned house. Started fresh. Kept the guys who want to play. We got to get there. And another answer is for that, maybe we need to bring back Mike Bear Dicker.
Billy Bear, the thing about, sure, we should clean house or we got to clean house, but that's not how you should look at it right now because there's nothing we can do right now. I can't get you a better wide receiver. I can't get you a better quarterback. I can't get you a better defensive lineman. I can't do that right now. I got to do something with what I have. It's called adapt or die. That's what they need to do. They need to put this together like they did it last year, and they were successful last year when things weren't working right. They adapted, and they did it. And they went out and they won, the championship.
Doug, let me tell you something. You brought it up last week, I believe, or the week before, about everybody's got to take a long, hard look at Jerry Angelo. The Green Bay Packers are the starting 22, Doug. The starting 22 people for the Green Bay Packers, Doug. How many of them were drafted?
15.
End
15.
And
out
story.
of 45, there was 31. That's we know, Eddie. We know that's where the problem is. We know the problem is there. But how do we salvage this year? What do they have to do? Because I know damn well, right now we're looking at a team that possibly would be lucky if they're 8-8.
How do they salvage this year?
Yeah, how do you salvage it?
Well, I'll tell you what. This Monday night.
That's it.
I'll tell you what, folks. What do you say? Adapt or die?
Adapt or die.
They're going to go up there, and I'm going to tell you what. That's a team that's been getting the hand to them for 50 years, and they've been made the brunt of all the jokes across the country. And I'm going to tell you what. Being in the North Division all these years, I'm going to tell you what. Bear players, you better man up when you go against the Detroit Lions Monday night. Because if you don't, you're going to take a beating like you've never seen before.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com post-game show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon Street in Elk Grove. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win. The Chicago Bears win 34-29. You know what? Sometimes I've been talking so long it's about the Bears. It feels like they did lose. But they won 34-29. And Eddie?
Yeah, I'd just like to give a quick shout-out to Priscilla and Bernard at La Vichyssoise restaurant. It's my favorite restaurant, and Bernard makes the greatest pumpkin soup on planet Earth. So Priscilla, and she's a great Bear fan, so just want to say a big hi to you.
Do you eat pumpkin soup?
Oh, God, I love it, Doug.
Do
you? Well, it's the time of the year, and they have it every year, and I'll tell you what, it's unbelievable, Dougie.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because sometimes, they say pumpkin soup, you could, turn an orange color or something
Doug,
like that.
I got that Tourette driver over there, really? I'm going to show you in a minute. Now, let's go to the callers before I pop you over the head.
I thought it was an S-wing hammer right between my eyes.
No, that was last week.
Oh, that was last week.
Now it's the Tourette driver.
Let's go to Roy in Indianapolis. Roy on the score with Opie and Doug.
Yeah, hey guys. I just want to bring up something I noticed a long time ago with the Green Bay Packers, and I saw it today in the game. When Devin Hester got the touchdown and rolled over twice, and then I think there was another half a roll.
3 times.
They called unsportsmanlike conduct, excessive celebration, whatever you want to call it.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand why when I'm watching this Packers game and I see Aaron Rodgers do the championship belt deal, and then all the Packers, every time a Packer scores, they run up in this stand and they jump up with the fans. That's got to be excessive celebration too.
I don't know so much about the belt thing, Roy, but I don't know so much about that. But I think when they run through the end zone up to the first row of the stadium and jump up in there, now to me, and I agree with you, that's a little excessive.
Yeah, and I agree, Roy. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
What the hell is the difference? Here the guy jumps up into a stand and everybody's swatting him on the back and whatever. Well, it makes good, good presence for the TV and, the camaraderie of a football team. Come on, stop yourself. You're right. Do it all. The fact is, you're supposed to get the touchdown, hand them back to football, and get out of there. Anyway, that's the way it is. But the fact is,
are we done here?
We're done.
Wow.
Yeah, is that something? Next week,
look
Detroit
at all those
Lions.
Callers, Dougie.
I know. Lawrence Holmes will handle those calls. So the people that are on the line, stay on the line. We got to give our thanks to Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Kudos to Adam Harris, Herb Lawrence, Connor McKnight, Lawrence Holmes, Brett Lyons, Brendan McCaffrey.
5-star.
5-star?
5-star.
What's the next move?
There isn't. That's the top general on the planet.
Well, I thought we were going to make him
5-star.
something a little bit higher. Well, we'll think about it.
Well, that's next week, though.
That's next week? Okay. Rich Wyatt, Matt Santa Maria, Jarrell McGrew, Brian Gertz, Lawrence Holmes will take your calls and talk Bears on the score until 7:50 when we join Sunday Night Football, the Jets and the Ravens.
Lawrence.
Go get him, Lawrence. We'll be right back next week on Monday Night Football.
Chicago Sports Station. And now, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill, 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Bears 4th and inches. They pass on a 42-yard field goal. Try to go for it. Crowd bananas. Trips to the left. Forte to the back. Jay under center. Takes the snap. Takes turn. Gives Matt Forte hit behind the line. Second effort. And I don't know about the spot again. They're lining up on the outside of the 25 count. Snap to Stafford. Has time. Sets his feet. Looking long. Going long. He's going over the top to Johnson. He's got it. Merriweather trying to track him down to the 10. Missed him at the 5. End zone. Touchdown, Detroit. 9-yard line of Detroit. Hester and Williams to the left side. Wing right, Spade. One back, Matt Forte. Snap Jay. Short set. Looking left. Looking right. Open back of the end zone. Right corner. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Kellen Davis. Bobby Carpenter defending the play with 1:11 left in the half. The Bears take the lead on the Lions. Here's Stafford, 2 receivers left, Johnson to the right. Snap, play fake, winds up, over the middle, pass is caught at the 5, pedigrees into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit. Just like that. The football first down. Shotgun, gonna run it out of the shotgun up the middle of the 20. 25-30, Jabba Best to midfield, Jabba Best to the 30. It's a goner, folks. Jabba Best to the 5, to the end zone, and a touchdown of epic proportions.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. You probably have heard the saying, the worst is yet to come. Well, I got news for you. It just arrived. Piss poor, pathetic performance by the Chicago Bears. Embarrassing total. They should leave the offensive line there. I wouldn't even let them on the bus to come home. With the way they played football up there, that was so embarrassing. That kid Cutler, he should be dead by now. I don't know if he's alive or not. He held this team together as much as he could to get points on the board. I never saw a football game, where a quarterback had no chance whatsoever to make any damn play. Not one time.
Yeah, but Dougie, I'll tell you what he did do, and what you just mentioned here just a minute ago. I'll tell you what, folks, and I'm sure you saw him here in our listeners. I'm going to tell you something. Cutler, I'll tell you what, I tip my hat to that young man. He got whacked around for 4 quarters, and he kept us basically in the game, where really the score was not indicative of what went on out on that field tonight. But I'll tell you what, kudos to Cutler. He got out. I don't know how many times he got out of that pocket, but he did. And number 22, guess what, Bears? Pay this kid. But I'll tell you what, Forte and Cutler, I tip my hats to them. And again, especially Cutler, I just, what a game that kid played. Maybe you people didn't see it, but I'll tell you what, he got hit on about every play. And the people last year that said that this kid was gutless or whatever, forget about it. I'll tell you what, tip my hat to the young man, Dougie.
And you take that offensive line, 9, count them, 9 false starts. 9 false starts they had. 9 false starts. You act like they never put a uniform on before. O'Meal and Webb, like I said, I wouldn't even bring them home. I'd leave them up in Detroit for that kind of performance. How in the hell can you play football like that? In your wildest dreams, how can you do that?
Well, Doug,
you're a professional, for God's sakes. And now here's another little tidbit. Take Mike Martz and send that genius somewhere else, too. And take Jerry Angelo and send him somewhere else, too. And take Lovie Smith and take the whole crew with them. Because I'm about had of talking about this football team, what they're going to do, and how they're going to change this, they're going to change that. The stupid timeouts we had. We didn't go for the damn field goal when it was 47 yards. And they had a play. They called the play. It was the wrong play. They called timeout. They come back in. Okay, they're going to run the play. No, we'll call another timeout. And then they had the nerve to call the same stupid play, try to run up the middle to get a first down. And then what happens? Let's challenge it. Let's challenge that play. What a moron could see. Who do you have, Ray Charles, upstairs to take a look at that play? And we lose the challenge. 3 timeouts in the first quarter. How stupid is that? I am telling you, the more you watch this team, the more you say to yourself, what the hell is going on? What are they trying to do, Ed?
Well, Doug, here. Again, the first game we played, we had 7 penalties. Second game we played, we had 7 penalties. The third game we played, we had 10 penalties. Last week we had 5 penalties, and tonight we had 14 penalties for the best I could figure out, about 105 yards. Are you going to win a football game? No, you're not. Detroit wasn't much better. I believe they had 12 penalties. But it was a mistake-ridden game. But I'll tell you what, folks, the problem with the Bears. I mean, we could talk about Harris playing safety. We could talk about the defensive line. But until Jerry Angelo and whoever he brought in here is gone and out of here, so we can get some talent in here. Now, that just happens to be the way it is, folks. My Lord. The problem with our Bears has been offensively the line for several years, and our small receivers. It's year after year, nothing is done about it. Defensively, It's our defensive line, especially the middle of our defensive line. That has been a problem for years. And our defensive backs. Did you see how our defensive backs played the game? This just didn't happen tonight, last week, the week before, the year before that, or the year before that. It's right in front of you. Now, how are these people getting on this football team? Jerry Angelo is the head man, folks. You want to look at somebody, you call Lovie Smith, whatever you want him, but look at the guy bringing these people in here. It's Jerry Angelo, and it's about time he catches that slow boat to China.
The postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Ed and I will be right back.
Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago sports station.
Snap to Stafford, has time, sets his feet, looking long, going long. He's going over the top to Johnson, he's got it. Merriweather trying to track him down to the 10. Missed him at the 5. End zone, touchdown Detroit.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich number phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss. I won't even call it a loss. A disaster, a beating, an embarrassment. 24-13 to the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, Doug, just a few things here that, when you look at a couple of things that happened in the first half, especially with that field goal on the first chance we drove the ball down, I believe around about the 21-yard line, something like that, and we went for it on fourth down. Now, if there's one thing that we know about our Bears offensive line, because we've seen it this year so far, last year and the year before, when it's tough yardage, we can't root anybody out. We've got a kid that is a field goal kicker, second and none. We should have went for the 3 points. Now, that's not second guessing, folks. Doug said it, and I said it right at the time. Number 2, about 32 seconds to go in the half. We get the ball. We take a knee. We're not 4-0. We're 2-2. We take a knee and run off. I believe it's roughly was about 32 seconds. They don't even call a timeout with maybe 2 seconds to go and try and throw the ball down the field, try to score, try to do something, get a penalty because the game cannot end on a half cannot end on a defensive penalty. We don't even try that. Now, one other thing that I've been saying for years. Cutler came here from Denver, and what he did the best, folks, was move the pocket. Throw the ball on the run. Bootlegs, sprint outs, rollouts, whatever you want to call it. If ever that it should have been in a game plan, it should have been in today. Maybe if it wasn't plan A or wasn't plan B, it should have been plan C. They should have moved that pocket and give this kid a chance to see down the field and look at his receivers. Because when he dropped back in the pocket, half the time he's dodging. He's not even getting back to set up. And then he's wheeling his way out to try to connect with somebody somewhere. Move the pocket. This is what he does best, folks. And why Mike Martz or somebody on this Bears football team, this coaching staff, can't figure that out is beyond me. If you've got to be able to do this. You can't sit there and let that kid get peppered for 4 quarters. I'm going to tell you something. They don't make changes here. Cutler is not going to wind up making the whole year here, folks. And I tell you what, the kid played a hell of a game. I tell you again, I really tip my hat to him, folks.
And this segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. You were talking about the fact that when they come down there, it was 4th and 1. Here's the other problem with that play. Again, too, you run into the middle. You run into Sue. You run into the best thing that they have, the defense of the Lions.
You don't call that play. You don't run. You kick the damn field goal.
I understand
and get
that,
3 points
but
on
here's
the board.
The damn truth of it. They didn't get the damn play in. March did it again. They didn't get the play in. They had to call timeout. They're sending in Marion Barber in the run. They don't even know what the hell the play is. And so Cutler gets up to the line of scrimmage, and he's got to call timeout. That is so stupid. They can't even get the play in to run it. That's the part that aggravates me. The players are bad, but that coaching staff better get their head out of their ass. Because right now, that was a bad call. And right before the end of the game when you were talking about the fact that we had the interception, we get the interception, right? And that stupid Merriweather goes up and whacks somebody and gets a penalty. We could have had the ball in field goal range, at least take another shot at it.
Well, you know,
all the way around, Ed, everything was stupid tonight. The coaches were stupid. The players were stupid. The whole game was stupid.
Again, Lovey's too deep defense. We get beat again deep.
That was Harris.
That's Harris. He just came on. He's been banged up with a knee, a hamstring, or whatever the hell he is that he had. And I'll tell you what, he forgot to come and he forgot to play tonight. And there's a lot of people on this Bears, on both sides of the line, folks, making an awful lot of money. Making millions and millions of dollars to be difference makers. And where were they? They were nowhere to be found tonight. Nowhere.
Yeah, you take Roy Williams, right? He's going back to Detroit. The Bears start him. He's the starting wide receiver. He makes one catch. One catch. There's another thing. What the hell was they thinking about with him? I'm telling you, all the way around, everything was just wrong tonight. Everything was just wrong. And when you take a look at it, you say to yourself, well, whose fault is it? And it's got to start with Jerry Angelo, what he's doing up in front. It's got to be the players they brought in here. You can't play football like that, and you can't expect Cutler to play football like that.
Doug, you know what the sad thing is about this, and I mention it every week, and I still got to say it again. You hear Jerry Angelo every week, him and Lovey, these are the players that they went out, they found, and they brought in there, and these are the ones. You play football, folks, to win the Super Bowl, to be a world champion. That's what you do, okay? You don't play for a tie. You play to be a world champion. That's what it's all about. And they say these are the players that are going to take us to the world championship?
Did you see, Eddie?
On what planet, Eddie? What?
The pathetic play, and you talk about that, and you and I talked about this before the game. When we saw the Green Bay Packers, a couple of their linemen went down. They replaced the linemen. Waluga, their number one pick, he gets hurt. They put a guy in his spot to take his place. Nothing changed. They still were back there. Aaron Rodgers still had time to throw the football. If you watched O'Neal tonight on right tackle, it got so embarrassing they pulled him out and they put a kid in there. Lance Lewis was not even a tackle. He's a guard. And Webb on the other side, the other tackle. How in the heck are you supposed to be a quarterback playing for something like that? It doesn't make sense. There's no depth. The Pittsburgh Steelers 2 weeks ago lost 4 linemen. Where did the guys come from? Roethlisberger throws for 5 touchdowns last week and wins the football game. Where are they finding these players? Well, we're not finding them. That's for damn sure. Let's go out to Drew in Villa Park. Drew, you on the score.
Hey, guys. Great show as always. First off, just wanted to say, all these people who call in talking about Cutlers and doing this or it's on Cutler, tonight was so absolutely embarrassing. That offensive line should not be considered a professional offensive line. There's Little League football. The Bill George League that I grew up with has offensive lines that could perform better. 9 false start penalties. And I don't know if you guys paid attention. When those ends were coming speed rushes around our tackles, they weren't even out of their stances before those DNs were by them, Doug. It just absolutely blew my mind. And then one other thing I got, and then I'll hang up and listen to your responses, is what happened to our defense against the run? How does Javid Best run 88 yards without even getting touched?
Well, Drew, I have an answer for you. Drew, our 4-man rotation at the defensive tackles cannot play football at this level. Let me say that again. Cannot play football at this level.
And our safeties cannot play either, because the fact is you can beat that first level, which they do. Our safeties suck. And they come out and they were not – you can't let a guy run 88 yards. Where in the hell was Merriweather? Where were all these guys playing back there? Where was Harris? That's why safeties are back there. Okay, so they make a crack in the line. Red's right. Our defensive tackles can't play. But the fact is now they break through the line. They block the middle linebacker in Urlacher. But your safeties are supposed to there. Okay, so you give them a 15-yard gain. Not 88 yards. Come on, guys, for God's sakes. Let's go out to Charlie in Plymouth. Charlie on the score.
It's all about Jerry Angelo. I don't like
Charlie.
I never liked.
You. Yes, sir. Yes.
You know, and something else too. Please, somebody, please take Mike Martz and shove him up wherever the hell he came from. I hate this guy. I don't like his offense. It's a gimmick offense. It doesn't work anymore in this league. And who was the genius that let Greg Olsen go? Who was that genius?
That was Martz.
Yeah, another Mike Martz move. And Lovie Smith, his gimmick defense has never won a Super Bowl yet. The only team that won with that defense was Indianapolis. And who do they play? They played the Bears with that gimmick defense. It's a bend but don't break defense. I hate that defense. I'm a Bears fan to the end. But if they lose the rest of the games the whole year, maybe this Virginia McCaskey or whoever the hell is running this damn franchise will get it through their head. They need a change. They've needed a change. And last year just gave them hope. That's all it did.
You know, you talked about Martz, and when Roy Williams, remember when Roy Williams got here? They said he's going to catch 70 passes, 75 passes. In fact, they started Roy Williams tonight. They started him over Johnny Knox. I didn't even see Johnny Knox. I think he caught one pass. You know, all the guys they're talking about are supposed to make this football club never did it. So they bring Merriweather in. What the hell does he do? He makes a stupid mistake right before halftime and clocking some guy. That's his biggest problem. That's why Belichick let him go. So all these things that are coming in, you're an O'Meal. Have you ever seen a tackle play like that? Seriously. I mean, the guy can't even get in front of somebody to help him block somebody coming out at defensive end. Webb, too, for the false starts. What, there were 9 false starts? And you take your defense got riddled, and your safeties are nowhere to be found. And they throw a touchdown pass to Calvin Johnson, and you know damn well they're going to go deep. And Chris Harris is back there, and Tillman should have hit him up front.
Doug?
What?
Our offensive linemen come up with a new block.
What, the whiff?
It's called the whiff block.
Yeah, the whiff.
Jesus Christ.
I almost got him, yeah. I got him. No, you can have him as he killed the quarterback. Yeah. John and Joliet, you're on the score.
Good evening, guys. Week in and week out, you know, I sit here and I watch a football game just like you guys do. And by far, I'm not a coach, but after watching day in, day out, and listening to Lovey's BS, we're a good football team, and his monotone, mellow voice, you know what, Lovey? Time to pack it up and ship your ass out of town because I'm tired of watching your show, buddy. Mike Martz, that St. Louis football team don't play here.
Well, what you just said was correct, but let's go back to the basis of it. And Ed and I talked about this so many times. The fact is that they're getting the right players here, and that's Jerry Angelo's fault. He's got to bring the guys in. That's the guy, start of it all.
That's the guy. Make no mistake about it.
Look at the team. Look what was out there. You don't have to be, a football expert to see what you saw tonight. You could see it. A moron could see it. That these guys can't play when it comes up to the bigger guys or guys that are pretty good football players. That's a fact. I'm not trying to dance around or try to say something that's not true. It is true. The proof was right there. It was right in front of your eyes tonight. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Or.com, Chicago Sports Station.
This segment is brought to you by Highland Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And Eddie, you and I have been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
And we talked about games, and we've seen a ton of games. 17, 18 years we've been doing this. Again, too, I know at the beginning it was a little out of control here, but I never saw anything as bad as it was today. I mean, it just was not only I felt for Cutler, I felt for everybody, I felt for the fans, I felt for the Bears, but it was pathetic. It was as if these guys never even put on a uniform before. And all the way around, defense, too, had their share in this deal. I just don't get it. I mean, how bad this team really looked tonight.
But I tell you what, Doug, there are a couple of people out there that gave it everything. And again, and this is about the third or fourth time I can mention it. I'm going to tell you something. Forte, the kid's got to be worth every dollar, folks. This guy didn't give up for 4 quarters. and neither did Cutler. And Cutler was, I watched him. I couldn't believe he couldn't even get back in 3 steps or 4 steps or 5 steps, throwing a ball off or ducking, dodging, trying to escape to his strong or his weak side to get out, to see somebody to throw the football for 4 quarters. He got whacked all night long, and the kid never gave up. So to Forte and Cutler, 2 great individual performances. I really do. Thank you. I like very much what they did. They did not quit.
And you saw Cutler, too. You saw how many times he had to throw, and he couldn't really step into the throw. A lot of times those throws were backpedaling.
But what he can do, Doug, he can throw on the move.
Well, I know, but most of the time he was on the move because they had to do it. They ought to do it like you said.
Well, what I'm saying, Doug,
is... I know, they got to plan it. It's got to be rollouts. It's got to be stuff like that. I mean, that's part of it. Mike Martz won't change that. He won't bring that
How
back.
about going to a hurry-up offense to try to offset it? How about a hurry-up offense?
Hey, how about a new coach?
The no huddle.
And the receivers, we won't talk about the receivers. We talked about it a little bit. We talked about Roy Williams.
We've been talking about the receivers
for
there for 4
now?
years.
Yeah, and talking about the offensive line and talking about what's going on with the defense line, the interior part of it. There's so many damn things that has to be corrected. It's unbelievable. The defense can't pull you out anymore. See, back in the past, the defense would pull you out. They would get an interception. They'd get a takeaway. They'd do something to set you up at field position. We don't get field position anymore.
Look at our division, folks. Look at our North Division. Green Bay. Last year when they won the Super Bowl with 15 people on the IR, they were the youngest team in the National Football League. Right now I think they're 3rd or 4th. Detroit. All young people. All young people. Look at the Bears. Look at where our difference makers are. Look at their age, and look at where we're going and where we're heading. It's not very bright, folks.
Let's go out to Ryan on the south side. Ryan, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Yeah, good evening, guys. I done calm down a little. I want to make 3 points, so bear with me. I know a lot of people want to talk. First point, I hear you guys blaming Angelo and Lovie Smith. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of people in jobs that they ain't qualifying for that they setting up making money. It's up to your supervisors, like your McCaskey used to go to Lovie Smith and say, you know what, you're a nice guy, but this ain't working. I want to go in a different direction. Other than that, he's going to be mild-mannered and continue to collect money. My second point, if Jay Cutler don't go to the Bears and say, get me the hell away from these guys, we're going to be putting a white sheet over that guy. And my third point, this team didn't quit on this staff. I see Urlacher and them hold his head down today. So that offensive line, how in the hell did they make it past the preseason to get uniforms on them?
Ryan, all 3 points, I agree with you.
Yeah, there's no argument with it, Ryan.
No argue with you, Ryan.
None at all, none whatsoever, because that's where it is, and that's the problem. And we see it, you see it, we all see it. You trying to tell me that the Bears, I'm talking about that organization, don't see it? That they don't know what's going on? Of course they know what's going on, and you're right, too. No one's going to say anything because they're all in bed together. In bed together means like they got their jobs and they're getting paid for it, and they got 3-year contracts. No one's going to rock the damn boat. Do you honestly believe that Lovie Smith's going to come out and say, I don't have the players, I don't like what we have here? He's not going to do that. He says what Ed says every time. Lovie says, these are our players, and we got the best wide receivers in the league.
So that's what you hear Jerry Angelo.
You're going to hear that from everybody up there. That's just the way it works. But we know better, you know better, and somebody's got to change the damn thing. Let's go out to Nick in Romeoville. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
All right, Nick.
Love the show. I'll calm down a little bit too, but hey, I got 1 point to make. Jay Cutler gets my game ball.
You're damn right.
Yeah, he gets my game ball, and Forte come in second with that. And I agree with you. 100%. Leave that whole damn front line up in Detroit. They need to go back to bagging groceries like Angelo found them. Otherwise, than that, the defense seems like they quit tonight too. I don't know what's going on with that area there, but it just seemed like they quit as well. So.
Well, that defense, I tell you, again, you take a look at the defense. There are specific things that happened out there. And part of the specific things that happened is we don't have the defensive tackles to play that game. But on the other part, we don't have the safeties either. Our safeties are not. There should be no way in hell that you could have Calvin Johnson beat you deep like he did for that 75 or 78-yard touchdown pass that he caught when they were in the cover too. When those guys, Harris was supposed to be back there. Harris, I don't know what the hell he was doing today. He was running all over the field, but he wasn't doing anything. Did you see the one play they ran a reverse? He comes running up the field. I didn't even see the guy. The guy ran right by him.
He ran right by him.
I mean, what the hell are they talking about? And you saw it all the way around. You know, there are certain things you do out there that makes a difference in the defense. And we're not doing them. We're not doing what the Bears did in the past, and that is getting the takeaways, making the big play, the big sack. And Peppers, where's Peppers? What's he doing? What's happening to it? Adonijah got the only sack we had tonight. Let's go out to Chad and Sycamore. Chad, you're on the score.
Hey, how are you doing?
All right, Chad. Chad, you're on.
Not much. How are you?
Good. You're on.
Chad!
What happened to Chad?
I don't know. Let's go out to Mike in the southwest side. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Ed. How you doing tonight?
All right, Mike.
Hey, listen, John Gruden said in the beginning of the game tonight the Bears only suited up 7 defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
And he made it a point to say that at the end of the game they're going to be very tired.
That's right.
Then Julius Peppers obviously got nicked up because he went to the locker room. How much do you think that played in as bad as the defensive line played?
No, I don't think so, Mike. I really don't, because they were playing. They were really not up to par tonight all the way around. Even Julius Peppers was not up to par.
Well, they weren't up to par last week. They weren't up to par the week before, and they weren't up to the par the week before.
We expect them to be. You know, because after the Atlanta game, remember after Atlanta, we said, "Oh, smoke, boy, our defensive tackles were playing."
Well, you had a center never started a game in the National Football League, and the right guard he never started before.
Yeah. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Hey, folks, you guys, we're going to get to all you callers. The bank is loaded. God bless you for listening. Hang in there.
Defensive line brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. You heard Lovey there talking about those 2 big plays, and there was. Best ran for 88 yards, and the touchdown pass, obviously, to Calvin Johnson. But not anywhere did he mention about the fact that he almost got his quarterback killed tonight, the fact that they couldn't block him, the fact that the offensive line was so bad. So there's a lot of things here they're not talking about in the wide receiver situation. So these things are not going to change. And so they're right there in front of you. Because you know why? You listen to Lovey talk. Everybody depended on the defense all the time, the last 3 or 4 years. The defense will do it.
Turnovers. Get turnovers.
Give me field position. They did do that. They're not doing it now. So why don't you take it over? And why don't you offense score some damn points? Detroit averages 33 points a game. We can't even score. Hell, we held the football 30 minutes today. 34 minutes and 2 seconds. They had the ball 20 minutes and 59 seconds. We could score only 13 points. Come on now, face the truth what's going on. I know your defense is not up to par what it was in the past, but your offense still stinks. Let's go out to Tim in the Lake Villa. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, love you. If you were girls, I'd probably date you. But on a more serious note,
let's not carry this too far, kiddo.
Jamarcus Webb, what did he have? 5+ false starts tonight?
Pretty close.
Being a little generous. I mean, I think I saw one of them that was called on Matt Forte that I could have gave to Jamarcus Webb there.
Yeah, they called on Kellen Davis, and you're right. I mean, he had at least 4 or 5. They had a total of 9 false starts. He said, well, it was noisy there. Oh, okay, fine.
You know what? We talk about our offensive line and what went on again tonight, last week, the week before, whatever have you. But no, did you people ever think, we have a quarterback, he gets the ball, he can move the ball down the field. We have a running back, we have a fullback, we have tight ends, we have wideouts that can move the ball down the field. But our situation, if you ever really look at our offensive situation, one position that can move the ball down the field and be vital and split the seams and do something is the tight end position, which is not, we do not have any such situation. We do not have a tight end. Look at the other teams in the National Football League, and the majority, you'll see, the leading receivers are who? Are tight ends. We have a tight end position that does nothing offensively. They don't move the ball down the field. They don't get first downs. They don't get touchdowns. They very seldom touch the football. They're in there to block, and what do? They can't block. Kellen Davis cannot block. So we have one position offensively to move the ball down the field, and it doesn't happen. It's not a weapon.
You take a look at it. Mike Martz was at San Francisco. He had a tight end calling Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis couldn't catch a cold when Mike Martz was there. I want you to take a look at Vernon Davis, what he's doing this year, and what the San Francisco 49ers are doing under Jim Harbaugh. He's catching everything because they're throwing the football. He didn't even throw it to a guy that has tons of talent, Vernon Davis.
Doug, he doesn't utilize the tight ends. The tight ends. He uses a running back. He uses the wideouts, but does not use the tight end in the passing situations.
And the only tight end he used was Mano Maliuna, who couldn't play dead, and he brought him here, which cost us about half of a year anyway. Let's go out to Tom in Indiana. Tom, you're on the score.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm just leaving. I went to the game tonight. I'm heading back towards Indiana. Right off the bat, it was real loud in there. I mean, it was the loudest place I've ever been when the Bears got that first offensive where they had like 3 or 4 false starts in a row. Don't they have some kind of a way to go on a quick count to maybe help that offensive line when there's that kind of pressure? And then the other thing I wondered was, Dallas ran a lot of screens and big yardage against the Lions, and with that rush coming, it seems like they could have called some plays to short little sprint outs or whatever to give that offensive line a chance,
Yeah, the most successful the Bears were tonight, and Cutler was very successful, and was a quick throw or the quick pass, the 1-2-3 fire. And he did do that, and he did it successfully because that way they didn't get a chance to get at him. But the fact is, though, if there had been no noise, if it had been silent, they still would have did the same thing to us. They still would have got to the quarterback. And that part disturbs the hell out of everybody. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Doug, you asked Tom's question. He said when they come out, could they go like on a quick count? Yes, that is one of the ways you can counter that, Tom. One of the ways.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Lions, 24-13, Obradovich and Buffon. The Digging Into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. And look at some of these numbers. And we're looking at Cutler, who was 28 for 38 for 249 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, and a quarterback rating of 99.6. Stafford was 19 for 26, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a quarterback rating for 107.7. Forte, 22 carries for 116 yards, and Best, 12 carries for Detroit, 163 yards, 1 touchdown, and Best averaged 13.6 yards per carry.
Well, listen, Doug, we kept them under 15 yards per carry.
That's good.
And a total of 200 yards. So that's a couple of good goals.
And Calvin Johnson had 5 receptions for 130 yards and 1 touchdown.
Jerry Venisi, where are you?
Come back, Jerry.
Gene Nudo, where are you? Help!
Let's go to Jeremy in Saginaw, Michigan. Jeremy, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Thank you, guys. How are you doing tonight?
All right, Jeremy.
All right, good to hear. So, I was watching this game from my friend's house, and seriously, my body was not ready to, comprehend what happened. I mean, I saw a few Bears games this season. Their offensive line was just completely out of whack tonight. I could not believe it. I mean, they are so much better than this. I mean, seriously, at points, it looked like the Lions were like a bunch of Spartans just marching through, going straight to Cutler. And this should not be happening.
It does happen. It happened last year, remember, against the Giants. Even that was upsetting. But tonight was worse than that. It was as if they didn't know anything about football, as if they didn't know who to block, as if they couldn't set up their feet. Like you said, they were running sprints to the quarterback. Those outside guys, did you notice too, Ed, they were lined up a little bit wider?
Yeah.
And they know our guys, our feet, our footwork. I want to say this right now. We beat the Atlanta team. And I remember Ed coming up to me and said, well, geez, Ed, that was a pretty good game. He said, Doug, I'm going to tell you this right now. Those footwork tackles are not good. It's not good.
Well, you catch their foot. It's terrible.
It was terrible. And that was the Atlanta game. And we were supposed to be doing that well. We were supposed to be that good. And you caught it then.
I said that's exactly what I said.
You told me.
And people said that they had a good game.
No, right.
They sucked.
Right. Let's go out to Austin in Muncie, Indiana. Austin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
All right, Austin.
First off, I just want to give kudos to Jay Cutler and Matt Forte because I'll tell you what, they played a hell of a game. And the Bears, it would have been a complete disaster had they not performed the way they did. It's nice to see Cutler having a good game. But what I want to know is the last few weeks, you guys have been talking about some defensive guys that have been MIA. Where in God's green earth have they gone? Tonight was an absolute disaster. I have never seen anything so bad on the Bears defense in my life. And watching it on TV, right now they're on pace to be the worst Bears defense in the 92-year history of this football organization. And I want to know what they need to do to fix it because it's getting ridiculous. And I love you guys, and you guys have a great show. Just want to hear your comments.
I know Ed will talk about the defensive line, Eddie, and basically he'll talk about the defensive tackles.
Well, I've said it till I'm blue, red, green, orange, yellow in the face. I mean, it's right in front of you. Again, we have a rotation of 4 players. Nice kids, nice guys. Okay? They have one problem. You know what it is?
Can't play.
They can't play football. That's their problem.
And the other problem that we have are our safeties. You could see how many safeties we drafted in the last 5, 6, 7 years. How many safeties did we go after? How many safeties did we try to bring in here? This all problem started. Remember when Archuleta came here? And he said, Archuleta's going to be a guy, a safety. He couldn't play dead either. And the fact is, that's one of our other problems. Now we have a problem with the defensive line and the interior part. And now with our safeties back there, it's another major problem. You've got a cover 2 coverage, and Cliff Harris is supposed to be back there. You're taking Chris Harris, you're supposed to be back there making that play. Because, see, the game has changed. First of all, if I'm playing that cover 2, and it's no big deal. I've played it before 100 times. Ed has played it with it. The fact is, when you get a guy coming out, and you saw what happened with Calvin Johnson, he was the wide receiver. The up guy is Tillman. You've got to get a piece of that guy. You can't let him run free 100 miles an hour down the middle of the field because now the guy like Chris Harris doesn't know which way he's going to go. So you got to get a piece of him. I'm going to give you another example, and this is throughout the whole NFL. You remember the touchdown pass they threw to, I think, with Pettigrew, the tight end, and they had the play-action play,
right.
And they suckered. They said, well, geez, and it was a play, again, too, when they do the trap play, the middle linebacker steps up. That's fine. But it's the outside linebacker. They've got to come up. When you get down near that goal line, put a guy on top of that damn tight end. You can't let him off the line of scrimmage. If a guy is there banging on him, by the time he recovers, then that means the middle linebacker can recover to pick up that play. They don't do that anymore. They let these tight ends come off the line of scrimmage with the 20-yard line going in with nobody touching them. And that's the problem. And so they get the poor middle linebacker. They pull the guard. That's his key. He goes with the guard. Now he knows it's a false step. He goes back to make the play. Meanwhile, the tight end is in there for a touchdown.
For that to work, Doug, you have to jam that tight end.
Jam him.
Which we don't do.
We don't do it. They don't even do that in the NFL. I mean, this is something that
Doug,
Ed, how many times I'd have been benched when I played that position if I'd have been on top of that tight end. You know it as well as I do.
You let him go free? No, that would never happen. No. But Dougie, just go back here. I just look at the talent we have on this team, and the drafts year after year after year. Their defensive line. I talked about the four down linemen, our defensive tackles, the rotation. We drafted, folks. We went out. Jerry Angelo, I believe, moved up the draft in the second round to draft a kid by the name of Paya, whatever. from Oregon. He moved up to draft this kid. Doug?
Where is he, Ed?
I don't know.
We said it last week. He's in the witness protection program because no one can find him.
He moved up for a second-round draft choice. Do you know how many people Jerry Angelo has drafted that aren't even in this game? How is this allowed to go on and on and on?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. And this, you know what? It's going to get worse because now the guys that they did draft, the guys that are good football players, are getting older. And who are we replacing them with?
Jerry Angelo didn't draft Urlacher.
No, but
he didn't draft Briggs.
Back in the past, though. Right now, who are you going to replace these guys with? Where are you going to get these guys? Where are you going to find these guys?
I have no idea, Doug.
You know, because it's going to be one big sweep. They're all going to be gone. And you're going to say, well, where's our draft choices? Where are our guys that we got in the pipeline? They're not there. Let's go out to Tim in Sycamore. Tim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, I want to know how it is that I have to root for a team in a division where you got a Calvin Johnson as a first-round draft pick, and Aaron Rodgers, and an Adrian Peterson, and then we got a non-first-round draft pick in Matt Forte. We can't even pay him money, and he's over 50% of the offense. I don't understand it. I'm trying to justify it, and I can't. This is really hard. I don't know what to do.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Timmy. If things keep going the way they're going, and I'm going to tell you something. Oh God, it's really going to get ugly. I mean, Lovey and Jerry, they had the miracle year last year. I don't recall. I don't even know if I could ever recall of a team going by with absolutely no injuries and have the tip balls and things that happened last year. Kudos, it was great. They got to the finals of our championship, one game away to go to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to tell you something. Now they're a little bit older. Now things aren't going their way. And now we're in the second quarter of the season. And I'll tell you what, folks, not good.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
One back, Matt Forte, snap J, short set, looking left, looking right, open back of the end zone, right corner, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Kellen Davis! Bobby Carpenter defending the play with 1:11 left in the half. The Bears take the lead on the Lions.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number one in what matters most. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon, and right now we're going to go up to Detroit. Go up to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing a lot better than the Bears are right now, guys, and it was ugly today.
Ugly?
Penalties, 104 yards of penalties. It was ridiculous the way they played. They still had the same problems of not getting plays in on time and being forced to call timeouts. Bad decision-making. The only thing that you can really say good about this game is you got really, I thought, gutsy performances from Jay Cutler and Matt Forte. Other than that, this was a train wreck. You had them giving up big plays, the 71-yarder to Calvin Johnson, the 88-yard run, which is the longest run in Lions history since 1950 for a touchdown. I mean, everything that could go wrong did go wrong for the Bears, and now they find themselves at 2-3.
You know, Ed and I were talking about it, and the fact is that you take a look at this team and what happened. First of all, it doesn't really take an expert to see that our offensive line is brutal. Absolutely brutal. And like you said, Cutler, and Ed and I talked about Cutler. I thought the kid was just outstanding for what was going on out there, not the protection. Forte also doing a great job. So you got an offensive line that can't block. You got Umiel who couldn't play dead. You had 9 false starts. And then on top of that, what you just brought up, that 4th-and-1 situation, and once again, they're not getting the plays in there. They're getting the play comes in with, Marion Barber. They got to get up to the line of scrimmage. They got to call timeout. They call 2 timeouts. And then on top of that, they call another timeout because for the challenge, no way did he make that first down. Who do you have, Ray Charles, up there looking at this damn thing? What the hell is the problem?
I'm with you, and every time I'm going to keep asking Lovie Smith in post games every week until I get an honest answer. And I asked him today, and he said, "Well, what do you want me to say?" And all I want is for him to give me an honest answer why they continue to struggle. They're not getting the plays in fast, and they're not making the thing about the play on fourth down, guys, was they didn't make the decision quick enough. Forget about the call. The choice to whether they were going to kick it or they were going to go for it didn't happen. You had offensive players outside of the huddle, special teams guys on the sidelines getting ready to come in, and then they make the decision. By the time they made the decision, there was 15 seconds left on the game clock, on the play clock. And then by the time they broke their little huddle, there was 11 seconds left, and you call a play that has 2 shifts to it. You're never going to be able to get that play off in time, and then you have to burn a timeout. Then you don't. Then you come back with the play without Marion Barber, and that's the whole reason that you brought him in was for short yardage plays like this. There's a lot broken, fellas, a lot.
Lawrence, that never should have been a call. You kicked the field goal. It's in the first quarter. You get a decent drive. You got down there. It stalled. We know when we try to go a foot or a yard in tough yardage situation, we cannot do it. History tells us that. We can't do it. And again, it happened. It never should have been an option to go for it. The option was, there was never an option. That's the option. You should have kicked the field goal. We got a kid that can't miss. We're on the 21-yard line, something like that? In the first quarter, they get down on 7. We come back with 3. And what do we get? Nothing. It never should have come to that. That is poor football.
It's really horrible coaching, I think. And on
oh,
top
God.
Of that, you would have really loved to have those timeouts at the end of the first half where you
Absolutely.
got 35 seconds left, and maybe you can end up making a play.
How about that one? How about
that's all on Lovie. That's absolutely all on Lovie, and he is yet to come up with a very good explanation other than they need to get the plays in quicker on why that keeps happening.
Like you said, I thought it was about 32, but you say it's about 35 seconds to go, and we take a knee. We don't even attempt to go down the field. We're a 2-2 football team.
And part of that problem, too, was Merriweather, that stupid penalty he had at the end of that first half. There was, again, we got nabbed. And also, too, what happened tonight, our offense, was terrible. Our offensive line was absolutely terrible. But I'll tell you one thing, more and more, they're really exposing our safeties. Our safeties are not cutting it, Lawrence.
They're giving up huge plays, and talking with the guys afterwards in the locker room, they can't remember having a season where they've given up this many big plays. You go back to last week's game where they gave up 17 plays of 15 yards or more, 12 plays of 15 yards or 20 yards or more. And in this one, those were the 2 plays that ended up killing you, the big touchdown to Calvin Johnson and letting Javid Best go 88 yards. And every defensive player I talked to said that should never happen, that play specifically should never happen. And guys weren't getting there. Guys were not in their gaps.
Lawrence?
It was just another one of those things where they're giving up huge chunks of yards to teams, and they're getting exploited by it. And you're right, Doug. The safeties have struggled. They cannot find the right combination. And I don't know if Brandon Merriweather is disciplined enough to be on the field ever again.
He's not. He is not. And this guy, I know why Belichick got rid of him. You could tell by him playing out there. He's just just wild. He goes everywhere anyone who wants to go. He's not part of it. He should have picked up that no question with Calvin Johnson in that cover too. And so we see all that happen defensively. But here's the problem with the Bears. All these years, we depended on the defense to make big plays.
Yep.
Interceptions, setting us up. Well, it's not happening. It's not happening. All of a sudden, the pressure comes back to the offense. And I never saw nothing in like my life when I saw 9 false starts and guys literally running sprints to the quarterback. Well, couldn't get out of his stance. Webb couldn't get out of his stance. It just was unbelievable.
Doug, I cannot figure out why they put Omiel back out there.
Oh.
Benched in last week's game, and you know what? When you heard Jay Cutler talking about what they thought of Lance Lewis after a couple of tough plays when he was inserted last week, he thought that he did a good job, and I was expecting that we might see Lance Lewis maybe get an opportunity to start. but they wanted the veteran guy at the position that is supposedly not going to get rattled in a hostile environment, and he's one of the leaders in false starts. I mean, it's crazy. I'm shocked that they put Frank Omiyale back out there after benching him last week.
It's amazing, too. I mean, the fact is that you know exactly what's going on out there. They knew the noise was going to be bad.
Yep.
They knew that was going to happen, and we saw Webb do the same thing. But even you look at that, Omiyale, I have never seen a tackle with no footwork whatsoever on the outside pass rush.
Dougie and Lawrence, does this surprise you?
No.
Does this surprise you?
But not as bad as this was, Ed.
That the weaknesses that we've been talking about for years, does this surprise anybody about our defensive backs, about our defensive line or offensive line, and our receivers? Is this a surprise?
Not as bad, though, Ed. I never thought they were that horrible. I knew they were bad, but I have to use the word horrible, what I saw tonight. And we talked about it here, Lawrence. We think Cutler deserves a medal of some sort.
Absolutely.
Some kind of a medal.
You saw all of his athleticism on display in this one, and that kid is a real athlete. He ended up with a rating of almost 100
for
the game.
Lawrence, let me tell you something. This kid will not finish this season if they don't change their offensive philosophy. And what I mean by that, they better get the tight end involved in the passing offense. They better move Cutler out of that pocket, either to his left or his right, strong or weak side, however you want to call it. And they better go from a no-huddle, a hurry-up, use the shotgun, bootleg. They better start putting that stuff in there, because if they don't, Lawrence, he will not finish the year.
Well, I think they'd love to use their tight ends more, but they kept false starting tonight, too.
And then, you know what the other thing? You know what the other thing? Cutler, remember last year, Lawrence? They talked to him. I guess somebody asked him or interviewed him or even volunteered it about, I'd like to move. I'd like to move the pocket. I'd like to get out and move the pocket and swing out and throw on the run and do that. That would be nice to do that. You've got your own quarterback saying that, and it can't get done.
Well, I think at some point it's going to come to a head between he and Martz. You know, I don't know when, but I think it's going to – at some point they're going to have to figure this thing out. And I don't think that Jay's very happy with the direction of what the offense is doing.
You can tell that. You can tell what Jay, in between the lines, you read in between the lines of what he's trying to say. And I got to tell you, last week, and you probably heard it, they were interviewing Martz, and Martz says, well, I like the direction we're going. We just have issues. Well, who is this guy kidding? What's going on in his mind? That what's happening out there? The fact is, again, we talked about the plays coming in and out. What issues are you talking about? You start Roy Williams tonight, right? You started him. What happened to him? He caught one pass?
And Johnny Knox has disappeared from this offense.
Absolutely. He pushed him right out of the whole picture.
How Johnny Knox, Lawrence, again, let's get back to the tight ends. Look around the league. Green Bay, look at their tight ends. Look at Detroit. Look at New England. Look at the 49ers. We don't use the 49ers in our game plan.
But they don't have anybody like that. There isn't anyone on this Bears roster that's as good as Vernon Davis or Jermichael Finley or Dallas Clark or any of the other elite tight ends.
Why is that, Lawrence?
They had Olsen. They didn't want to use him because he couldn't block, so they bring Manu Maliuna in.
He couldn't block.
And you ought to see, and I know you know this, Lawrence, we talk about the tight ends, and when he buried Vernon Davis out there in San Francisco, buried him, they couldn't find him.
And now look what he's doing.
Look what he's doing. That's the part that's aggravating me. And this thing with Mike Martz, I about headed up to here with him being called the so-called genius. The so-called genius in 3 years here, where's our offense been ranked?
And they've given him way too much personnel power, too. They're trying to get guys that fit his system, and I'm not sure that his system is necessarily what they can run with the guys that they have.
Yeah, it's just so disappointing in a game like tonight, and yet the game was still close there.
Yeah.
That's what's scary about this whole thing. Yet again, you can make a couple plays here or there. But I got to tell you, I don't know what he's going to do with that offensive line, but one thing for sure I would do, Omiyale would not be on it. He'd be on a bus right now going somewhere.
I would be – that's the thing that I don't get, Doug, out of this whole thing. I don't know how you can bench a guy and then bench him again and he still be on your roster. that seems like a deficiency, and maybe things will change when Gabe Karimi gets healthy. They get another body, and they can put him out there, and maybe they can make a change. But it seems pretty clear that even after last week's performance, that Lance Lewis was a better choice, and they went back to O'Miel, and you get what you deserve. You put a guy out there that's prone to false starts and on the road, that's exactly what he did.
Hey, Lawrence, has Lovey given you one of his? Lawrence. Has he given you one of those yet this year?
OB, I think he and I are getting close on that one, though.
You nailed him that one time.
If you hear the postgame from tonight with Lovey, he and I are getting close.
All right, good.
All right, Lawrence, have a safe trip back.
All right, guys.
Be careful.
On the postgame, guys.
You got it.
Babe.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Tom, Larry, George, John, George, Steve, Big Al, Justin will be with you right after this break.
Chicago Sports Station.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and phone. And now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Race Course this fall. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. Mine are very simple. Cutler was outstanding. Forte, pay him. And the defense line, the offensive line, and defensive backs, piss poor.
You want my?
I want yours, yes.
My what is that? My thought?
Thought of the day for today.
The thought of tonight.
Right.
Okay, my thought of tonight, Doug, actually reaches in to the morning, early morning.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see before high noon or by high noon, Jerry Angelo and whoever is with him on a plane before high noon back to Tampa Bay.
Why wait? We can get him out at 1:30. I'll call right now. United gets a flight down to Tampa. Why wait till the morning?
Okay. Let's go out to the callers, Dougie. Oh.
Tom in Medina. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, this game has got to mark the end of the Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith regime. It was an embarrassment.
Oh, please.
I mean, besides not being able to draft as well as teams behind us, which means they can't recognize talent, this season started off with a bad omen, getting rid of Olin Kreutz. Tonight, a guy like Kreutz, they could have put Garza out to the right. His stability and leadership maybe would have calmed that offensive line down, at least in the beginning, instead of humiliating us by acting like amateurs.
Good point,
There's
Tom.
got to be a way that somebody's responsible for taking a great franchise and just making us accept mediocrity is okay. This is nuts.
Tom, what is nuts? And you know, it's a great point. And I've said it several times tonight, but some of these points, I don't think they can be made enough. Again, our second-round draft choice, kid from Oregon. We went up. We drafted up to get this kid, a defensive tackle. You can't find him. And this is another one. And how many of these are out there that have been drafted by Jerry Angelo?
You know, and it's amazing
it's beyond amazing, Doug. And this guy continues to.
Organizations, and you're right, organizations make teams. You remember the year that the Green Bay Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers and Favre was the quarterback, and everybody said, what is wrong with them?
Right. What are they wasting a
draft choice on him? Why are they wasting a draft choice on this guy for?
We got Favre forever.
Now you know. Now you know what they're doing. Because the fact is we are not doing that job. It's not getting done. Scouting department, Ruskell, Jerry Angelo, whoever it is, it's not getting done.
Take him with him, too.
I can get a two-seater. Let's go out to Larry in New York. Larry on the score.
Good evening, guys.
guys. I agree with most of your points tonight. I wanted to talk to you about a coaching error I saw late in the game that wasn't even talked about. 2 minutes or less left, and the Bears are down 11 points. We go down the field. Cutler gets them into field goal range with about 48 seconds left. The right thing to do, and a third grader would know this, is we need 2 scores. We need to score, get an onside kick, and score again. Why didn't we kick a field goal with 48 seconds left, go for the onside kick? I know it's a long shot, but what strategy and what is Lovey thinking throwing 5 more plays out there on the last play of the game getting to the 2-yard line? His job is to give the Bears the best chance to win. You're in field goal range, you kick the field goal, and you have a chance with 48 seconds to get the ball back. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
No, you're right.
Larry, I would give you Lovey's thought if you ask him that question. You know what his answer would be to you? Larry.
And also, too, on top of that, Larry, I mean, the fact is they should have kicked the first time around. It would have been a 47-yard field goal. And there would have been no problem right now for Gold to kick that. And did you see his kickoffs? They were going out of the end zone. And you're right. You needed 2 scores. And so you do that, and then you go for an onside kick, and you try to make a play out of it. Let's go out to George on the north side. George, you're on the score.
How you doing, fellas?
All right, George.
Quick comment. If we look at the 3 losses the Bears had to Detroit, New Orleans, and Green Bay, if we take the draft picks of those 3 teams over the last 5 years and compare them to our draft picks over the last 5 years, you could see why we're 2-3, and those teams have a combination record, I think, of 14-1. And also, the guy who called about let's throw more screen passes, you cannot throw a screen pass if your offensive line can't block for your back. Like, hear your response, fellas.
Yeah, right, because first of all, let me tell you, even in throwing a screen pass, you have to delay somebody's for a certain amount of time. Not long, but the way they were getting to the quarterback was unbelievable. I thought the Giants game last year was the worst I've seen. It wasn't. I mean, this was the worst tonight. And I'm talking about not only the way they handled themselves, but the fundamentals of the whole game of an offensive lineman. How you do certain things and how you set up and how your feet work and all that. And the fact is somebody says, well, it's noisy there. Well, we know it's noisy there. What the hell? And you got 9
like that's the
false
first time
starts. Exactly.
That's the first time that's ever happened?
Come on, guys.
George, one thing. Doug brought up a point a couple of weeks ago about talking about Green Bay, and we were talking about Angelo and draft choices. I believe of their starting 22, 15 of them are draft picks.
Yes, those were in the Super Bowl. Then they had 31 out of 45 on the active squad.
How do you like those numbers,
And
folks?
here's another little tidbit for you. And OB and I were talking about it. You know that, look at the Green Bay Packers. They lost their offensive line. A couple of linemen went down. They won that last football game. They replaced them, and it was like
backups nobody ever even heard of. And then nobody helped them.
And there they are. They're playing. Pittsburgh Steelers did it. They lost 4 linemen. What happened? Roethlisberger throws for 5 touchdowns last week. It's called depth. It's called drafting. It's called prepared to go down the road. And we're not doing that.
They can't hide behind this one, Doug.
No. Let's go out to John in Rolling Meadows. John, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. I would ask Lovey 2 questions if I was interviewing him right now, and I'm sure I'd get thrown out of that room real quick.
Probably would.
First of all, you know what your track record is with challenges, Lovey. They're not good. Why are you challenging a play that never should have happened? You should have had Gold out there kicking that field goal.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with 1 timeout left after your quarterback just wasted 2 timeouts because of lack of whatever on your part on the bench. So you have no timeouts. You have no challenges. You have a whole quarter to play with nothing going for you in that area. And number 2, you guys haven't talked about it, but I'm sure you've heard about it. I've talked to people about it. In fact, I've played football. You don't blitz out of a cover 2. You cannot. That leaves too many areas open. You're shooting 2 linebackers and a cornerback out of a cover 2, and you expect Stafford not to be able to find a 5-yard pass that's going to get you a first down and maybe more every time. Get out of the cover 2. Don't use it. You don't know how to use it. It kills you every week. This is why your safeties are in so much trouble, because you have too many things going on deep that shouldn't be going on if you were using the right cover package.
Well, first of all, let's talk about the blitzes. The Bears can't blitz, and they're not very good at blitzing. Last year, they blitzed 25% of the time, never got to the quarterback. They don't get to the quarterback when they blitz unless it's DJ Moore, unless it's maybe a cornerback. When's the last time you saw a linebacker make a sack? It just doesn't work for them. There's no question about it. And as far as the cover 2 is concerned, that it is a defense that you will use, and they use it not all the time. I think we overlook this thing. They don't use cover 2 all the time. But when they are in the cover 2, there's no way in hell you should get beat deep. How many times now we've happened this year so far? Twice, and there have been big plays that went against them. Once again, it goes back to your safeties, not playing what they're supposed to do. Let's go out to George in I-88. George, you're on the score.
George, you're up.
I guess not. Let's go out to Steve in Portage, Indiana. Steve.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Steve.
Yeah, this game tonight was totally unacceptable. Jerry Angelo, that whole administration, the coaching staff, the McCaskies have to see what's going on here. They have to see what's going on. The horrible draft picks that he's making every single year. The one thing, and all the fans are screaming it this entire year, is we need an offensive line. You go out and you get Karimi, everybody gets excited, you think the fans are stupid, and you're just going to let them, fall into this, false sense of, we're actually doing what we need to do. And you're really not. It's one thing after another. Lovie Smith looking like a kid that crapped his pants looking at these bright lights and everything like that, and, not making the calls they need to make. Mike Martz, just calling stupid plays that it doesn't work. It doesn't have the guys that he needs. And, it's mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. The McCaskies, everybody in that administration just needs to seriously get let go.
Well, you can see right now they were exposed tonight. There's no question about it. I mean, they were exposed all the way around. I mean, we all know going into the game, we knew what the problem was. Ed said it. I said it. We've been saying it for 4 years. But it came back right now really big time. And now when he starts facing the better teams, it's starting to cause you some major problems.
Too many draft choices, too many blown draft choices that should have high draft choices, 1, 2s, and 3s that should be here. They're not. And guess what? It ain't a mystery, pal.
Like I said before, I said last week, if you're going to go out and get a Mercedes, and I think colors of Mercedes, don't put bald tires on the Mercedes. Go out there and get some things that this kid can work with. That means a line. That means some wide receivers.
And if you can't do that, Doug, put him in a system that does work. Get him the hell out of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, he stands there like the Statue of Liberty, and they just pepper him.
That means Mike Martz has to go, Eddie. That means Mike Martz has to go. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back.
TheScore.com, Chicago sports station.
Shotgun snap. Bears rush 4. Stafford sets. Works the middle. Intercepted. Intercepted by DJ Moore. And now, after the whistle, penalty markers fly. Burleson mixing it up with Brandon Merriweather.
And Lance is in there. Just get away, players. Get away.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. And it was DJ Moore's interception. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Detroit Lions 24-13. Let's go out to Big Al in Georgia. Big Al, you're on the score with O.B. and Doug.
How you doing? Long-time listener. Love the show.
Thanks, Al.
I just had a few comments to make. I could even see that other organizations like the Ravens are hating on Jerry Angelo with that botched trade. And I don't understand why we let Owen Krutz go at all. It makes no sense to me. Just wanted to hear your comments, and just great listening.
It didn't to me either, Big Al, because the fact that they were only $500,000 in separation. For $500,000, the Bears could have grabbed Olin Krutz. They didn't want Olin Krutz. Someone was.
Now here's a guy that was 13 years with him, and
they didn't want him,
and has given everything he has to the Bears.
And
Jerry Angelo didn't want to make the move, okay, pay him an extra $500,000. Now, he went out and got Ula Mula Hula Ula Bula Wulu for what? How many, what, Doug?
$3 or $4 million. Mano Malayuna. They get him for $3 or $4 million.
I mean, we could go player after player that he's gone out and had absolute, total, and complete bust-outs that he has brought in here. But no, you don't want to pay Olin Kreutz, okay?
And that's what happened. And the fact is he let him go. And you talked about the monies they do throw away. They throw, well, where Rory Williams comes in. You heard Martz. Well, I expect him to get 60, 70, 80 catches this year. He started him in Detroit tonight. He got one pass.
In the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter. Let's go out to Justin in New York. Justin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to say, what is Lovie Smith doing out there? Is he blind or something? Someone's got to tell him that it's not a football funhouse out there, okay? You can't just be throwing out challenges without any regard for it. It's a serious play. And if you want to give Jay Cutler a medal, which he deserves, if you want to give him a medal, give him a Purple Heart, because that kid is getting killed out there every time. This O-line is an embarrassment. The team doesn't have the killer instinct. They don't have the spirit. He's a dead weight out there.
Well, you take a look at, Jay Cutler, and I've been battling this, and Ed and I both been battling this for a couple of years now since he got here. And I never questioned whatsoever what this kid could do. And what they did to him last year in those playoff games by saying this kid was gutless, that's so ridiculous. If it was me, I'd have been gone a long time ago. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670. That's right, the post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Chicago Sports Station.
Jay under center. Takes the snap, takes turn, gives Matt Forte hit behind the line. Second effort, and I don't know about the spot again. They're lining up on the outside of the 25 pound.
Playing like that's what's going on. We're not playing good. We're not disciplined. We're not running through our gaps. We're not physical. We're physical sometimes and all the time. Just, I don't know how many yards that kid had, but just, I probably didn't have 10 carries. It's not good.
That was Brian Urlacher talking about the game not being physical and just basically not doing what they're supposed to be doing. The Stop of the Game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. And that's Matt Forte when he got stuffed on 4th and 1. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to George on I-88. George, we tried to talk to you before. Are you still on I-88?
Yeah, I'm still on I-88. How you guys doing?
All right, George.
You know what I don't understand? Why in most sports, whenever a team does bad, they fire the head coach and they fire whoever's above him, like Jerry Angelo. Mm-hmm. But it seems with the Chicago Bears, we are so forgiving. The worst they do, they keep rewarding him with another contract. What is going on? It's like somebody in that office. I guess the Bears have a new disease. It's called anal glaucoma. They can't see, or they're not seeing, what's actually going on. And they're allowing Lovie Smith and his coaching staff to be outcoached and not lead this team to anywhere. It's unbelievable. This game was an absolute farce tonight. If I was the bus driver for them, I would have not allowed half of those guys on the bus. They'd be sitting at that Coney Island hot dogs in downtown Detroit trying to figure out how to get home. It's ridiculous.
Well, there's no question, George, what you're talking about here. But just don't forget, the Bears won the division last year, and that's why this extension, all these things were going well with the coaches and that. But it goes higher than that, and we talked about it. A lot of times you don't know how good could Cutler be if we knew he had some people around him. How good would Stafford be without somebody like a Calvin Johnson or a Burleson or the two tight ends? That's the part that bothers you, and that goes back to organizations. Why is it that always you take the organizations like New England? Why are they always on top? Now, the Colts have gone downhill because, of course, there's no question that Con Manning's got hurt. How about the Pittsburgh Steelers? So the good organizations are always there. Why? Because they get the right players, and they draft well. The Bears are trying to buy their players. And they did. They bought Cutler. They bought Peppers. But somewhere along the line, you got to start putting guys in there that can play. Your number 1 draft, your number 2
They've
draft.
lost in the draft.
They've lost
in the draft.
Big time.
You know what, George? And just one thing here quickly. You know, just see this for comparison. The Green Bay Packers, their general manager, was it Ted Thompson?
Yeah.
Ted Thompson. Take a look at, would you rather have Ted Thompson from the Green Bay Packers or Jerry Angelo? Their head coach, Mike Martz, or our head coach, Lovie Smith? Their offensive coordinator, who happens to be McCarthy, or our offensive coordinator, Martz? Their defensive coordinator, Capers, or our defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
I mean, what is there to talk about?
All you got to do is look at the personnel.
Just take a look at that alone, and you answer those questions.
What personnel would you like? Would you like, let's see, Finley at tight end? Would you like him? Would you like the guys, Jennings at wide receiver? Would you like all the guys they have in there defensively? Matthews on defensive line. It goes on and on and on. And that comes down to one thing. It comes down to personnel. The Bears don't have the personnel they need. Now, that's just in the players'
Because
part.
they have failed miserably in the draft. We have not shored up our team, and that's how you shore up a team. You look like in baseball, you find out, Doug, I don't know that much about the game of baseball, but I would assume the team that had the best farm systems are the teams that are normally up there on top more often than not.
Yeah, because you can't buy your way into it anymore, Ed. I mean, you can buy a certain player you need for this or that, but if you do buy a player, then try to come back with something that's going to help that player you bought. And that's when we talk about Cutler. Why not help him out? Give him some offensive linemen. Give him some wide receivers. Give him something that will make it worthwhile because
Doug, it's
he
a
gets the
proven
talent.
fact that it's got to happen during the draft.
Oh, sure.
If you're going to think that you're going to nitpick your way and pick up somebody's free agent, et cetera, it's not going to happen. The way you do it is through the draft, and boy, have we failed and failed miserably.
Okay, Eddie, another one down. We go next week. We go to who we playing, Minnesota. And we'll see what happens there. The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Thanks to Lawrence Holmes, Brett Lyons, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, Brendan McCaffrey. That's our guy, our crack guy.
He's our ace.
5-star.
Yes,
Dave Lewis, Mike Peterson, Stephanie Majera, Justin Plasner, Les Grobstein. Oh, our guy. Les Grobstein is coming up next.
You got it, folks. You got to listen to him.
Got to. Nobody knows more sports, and especially when we talk about football. He's
the absolute best.
And we work with Les when we do arena football, and Les is one of the better guys out there. Les Grobstein is coming up next, taking your calls from 5 a.m. till 5 a.m. on 670 The Score.
I think he's a little more calmer than you and I, right?
Oh, I believe so.
Okay.
And now, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings at 11820 South Route 59 in Plainfield, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago Bears.
Snap, Jay, play fake to Forte. Cutler with time, backpedals now, launches back, arching one deep, going for Hester, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears, splits two defenders, perfect down and distance, 48-yard strike beats Griffin and Hussein Abdullah. Bears around the board with the lead. McNabb on the takeaway. Urlacher's blitzing, and down goes McNabb. I believe in the end zone for the safety. Yes, it is, people. Brian Urlacher on the blitz. Jay takes turns, gives up the middle, standing up. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Marion Barber in from the 4-yard line. Make it the 3. Snap, Jay takes fakes. Gonna throw, winds up, middle of the end zone. Back to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Dane, Sons, and Bucker in traffic on Jamarcus Sanford. Here's the kickoff by Longwell and returnable by Devin Hester. Makes the baseball style. Outfield grab of the 2, runs right at the 10. Hits the gas at the 20. Free at the 30. Made the cut. Devin in a foot race at the 40. Devin in a 30. Goodbye, Devin Hester. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 98 yards, and Devin Hester turned a crack into a canyon and another touchdown.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wings, Wild Buffalo Wings in Plainfield. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 39, Minnesota 10. Hell of a game today by the Bears. And I'll tell you one thing, when you take a look at this football game, the one thing that jumps out at you is the game plan itself. The game plan was real simple. Give maximum protection to Cutler. Keep him off the ground, and that's exactly what they did. Then come back with running that football with Forte. Then come back with the play action. And then hit your special teams with Hester, a 98 kickoff return touchdown. That in itself was part of a big offensive play for the Chicago Bears. And come back with the defense. What the defense did was they swarmed Peterson. I saw some of the best tackling tonight that I've seen in a while with that Bear defense. They took care of Peterson. They shut him down. Then they went after the quarterback and later come up with the big sacks. So all in all, like I said, Martz finally figured this thing out for this team. If you want Cutler to make the completions, which he can do, give him time to throw. But when you saw once he got time to throw, look at what he did. So the Bears win this game 39-10. Great protection for Cutler. Good running by Forte, which set up the play action. Then after the play action, of course, Hester with a 98-yard touchdown return. And then on top of that, the defense comes out, gets pressure on the quarterback, puts McNabb out of the game. Not knocked them out, but had Ponder come in, and they played their defense well, enough to take Peterson out of the football game. That in itself wrapped it up. And when you take a look at it, he doesn't get any better than that.
No, it doesn't, Doug. But I tell you what I read in what I saw this week compared to the last couple of 2-3 weeks, Doug. And I'll tell you what, up in Hallis Hall, I want to say I do believe there was a real big come-to-Jesus meeting up there. And I'm talking about, I think Jerry Angelo got a talking to. I think Lovie Smith got a talking to. And they, in turn, went down to their offensive and defensive coordinators and their position coaches. Because what happened against the Lions in a couple of previous weeks, certainly, to say the least, was not acceptable. And what you saw tonight was they were sharp, Doug, they were crisp, they were ready to play. The offense, when they broke out of the huddle, I actually saw the offensive line run up to the line of scrimmage. Again, ready to play. Offensively, what did they do, Doug? Number one, max protection. And the one time in the game, in the third quarter, I believe was the first series, they tried to go man-on-man with just our offensive line, the 5 guys. What happened? Cutler gets sacked, fumbled, they recover the ball. But they had to do something, Doug, and max protection was what they did basically all night long. And where did they attack the field, Doug? They did a lot of play action, max protection, play action, and they attacked the middle, Doug.
When you
they
take a look
constantly went over the middle with post patterns. What almost every offensive pass play, Doug, you saw was over the middle, whether it was short, intermediate, or they tried stretching the field in a deep post pattern with Devin Hester. That was good. Defensively, Doug, what I saw was every man was in a gap. Our linebackers were there. They weren't dropping back. They were in the gap. They were ready to do combat and play. And the other thing that was nice to see is we had containment so that their great running back could not pop in and run to the backside or run to the weak side. That was excellent to see that, Doug. Great containment in our gaps, and they were firing on all cylinders tonight.
The postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. And you're absolutely right, Ed, because the fact is that this is something I wanted to see last week and the week before. And if you want to get your quarterback on track, what you need to do is give him time. And
Doug,
you notice that once he got the time, Ed, once he got the maximum protection, he can hit that. He can hit that play. He can throw the football. There's no doubt in my mind that Cutler, you get the people around you or get the right idea out there on that field that he can do the job. He can do the job.
Doug, what they did, you see the offense was ready to go. They come out, they broke the huddle. There was a sense of urgency. And I'm sure they cleaned up their act a little bit this week because it was very evident what you saw tonight.
And the other thing too was the safeties. I thought the safeties that you're not going to get behind them. They told Conte and the safeties, stay deep, don't come up, and they didn't. And they stayed deep. What I saw too also makes a difference in this cover too was the fact that the tackling was a lot sharper. They were all over. They were swarming at people. Peterson couldn't get out of his tracks. They were just on top of him.
They had the people in the gaps and they had containment. That's what the hell you're supposed to be doing.
Even Paella, who came out of the witness protection program, they found him, and he gets a safety. So the pressure was there. They played their defense well. And even Roy Williams comes up with 3 catches. Roy Williams, and that part was part of the play action that he caught those 2 passes. And Forte, pay the guy, will you please? The guy set up all this stuff. He set up the play action. Forte, with his blocking, with his running, outstanding what he did tonight. And the other thing I want to talk about real quickly, Ed, is the fact that I think you brought it up. You're talking about the coaches, and I'll give this to Martz. He looked at the situation. Now, whoever told Martz to do this, whether it was Martz or whether it was Lovie Smith or was it Jerry Angelo, whoever it was, keep Cutler on his feet. And how you do that is you protect him and you give him time to throw the football. I'm not saying that the Vikings are a great football team, because they're not. They are not even close to being that. But the Bears did what they had to do tonight and to get this win, and they won it convincingly.
Doug, it was smart football. This is the way it should be played every week. If you have your weaknesses, you cover up your weaknesses. You work on it. What is the weakness offensively? It's our offensive line. They cannot block. That just happens to be, sometimes things are what they are. And I'll tell you what, going to max protection, getting out of the huddle, running up to the ball, and actually looking and acting like you know what the hell you're doing.
Well, the other thing, too, was Marion Barber. Marion Barber came in, and even the plays that he were in there, that he was making some great runs. They were getting physical. They were taking people on. You see Williams pulling. He was hitting somebody. They were knocking some people down. And they took Jared Allen. They took him out of the game. And they took him out of the game real simple, except the one time that you were talking about when he didn't go into max protection.
No, they didn't.
They come out with 2 tight ends in the backfield or 2 backs in the backfield or Klutz at fullback, and they chipped on this guy. They blocked him up on the line. They had a guy come in and hit him. They weren't going to let him get to Cutler. That's exactly what they did. No one's going to touch Cutler. And Cutler came back and repaid him by hitting those passes and those touchdowns. That pass he threw to Sanzenbacher for the touchdown was nothing but a bullet. But he had time to throw. Boy, and you give any quarterback as good as Cutler in the Army has, and when he has time to throw, he's going to do some damage to you. Now, will this work the rest of the year? I would go along with this program for the rest of the year. I would try to do that. I would try to say, hey, hold it. We are not good enough to go man for man. We're not going to sit back there and go with a 7-step drop. And when he wasn't doing that, when he didn't have maximum protection, they were doing the 1-2-3 hit it.
Absolutely. Doug, I just want to go back to it, and I want to say it again one more time here. I truly believe, Doug, that it wasn't Jerry Angelo, it wasn't Lovie. I believe somebody called those people in to whoever office, and they said, this is not acceptable. We look like a bunch of fools out there. We don't know if we're running to the strong side, the weak side. We can't even throw a ball down the field. We can't even get the line set. We can't get a play in. And I believe after that game last week, Doug, somebody, either a McCaskey or somebody, called those people in and read them the riot act. I truly believe that, Doug. And I don't think that Lovie, I guarantee you, he sat his people down and did that. But I'll guarantee you, somebody pulled him into an office and said, hey, this is not acceptable. You're the head coach, pal. You better straighten this mess out.
Well, he did one thing. When he benched Merriweather and he benched Chris Harris, after last week, we even said it during that game, those defensive backs last week were bad. They were just terribly bad. And for Lovie to come out, he benched Merriweather and to bench Chris Harris. Now, they went back after to get Chris Harris. And in fact, he didn't even dress tonight. And he went with 2 young kids. He went with Major Wright and Conti as the defensive backs. That in itself is telling you, like, we're not satisfied what the hell is going on. That is telling you that exactly what you said, is that we're making changes. We're not going to put Umiel in there. I don't care if you're paying him $5 million a year. I don't give a damn to me what you're paying him or what you're paying Merriweather. I don't care about it. What I care about is I'm going to put the best team out on that field. And that's what he did.
And, Doug, you know the thing again, what I liked about offensively, obviously the max protection, but I'll tell you what, how and where they attack downfield, over the middle, all night long. Kudos.
You listen to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Here's the kickoff by Longwell and returnable by Devin Hester. Makes the baseball style. Outfield grab of the 2 runs right at the 10. Hits the gas at the 20. 3 at the 30. Made the cut. Devin in a foot race at the 40. Devin in the 30. Goodbye, Devin Hester. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 98 yards. And Devin Hester turned a crack into a canyon and another touchdown.
Today's pest control of the game is Devin Hester, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Plainfield. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. A very happy crowd here tonight. It's all good football games. It's all a game that, say, all right, Bears, you finally didn't play stupid. You finally went out there, used the best what you have, adapt or die. And they adapted tonight. That's exactly what we expected.
Here's how well they adapted, Doug. I'll tell you what, when I saw their passing, they were 21 for 31 in passing and rushing attempts, Doug. We had 28 for an average of 4.3 yards rushing. And in passing, I mentioned 21 for 31 for 8.3 yards, which is excellent. 4.3, I'll take it every game. And we had a total of 59 plays, as did the Vikings. They had a total of 59 plays. We had approximately 100 more yards offensively than they did. But it was a balanced attack. It was a good game plan. They were crisp. They were ready. Everybody was on target. Everybody was focused. And that's what you have to do every week.
Exactly right, every week. And you get Cutler going 21 for what, 31 you said? His quarterback rating was 115.9, which is pretty good. And also what was real good.
That's because he wasn't laying on his back.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's exactly what you have to do with him. And the other thing, too, was going to be important, that I always look at this stat. How many yards per attempt do you when you throw the football? He was 8.9. That's pretty damn good.
Hey, Dougie, and the other thing here is, we talked about they played, I tell you what, they were focused. They were really focused tonight, and you could see it. Everybody was crisp, focused. They were ready to play, and we only had 3 penalties. So we really didn't play stupid football. Finally, we played some smart football, and hopefully we can carry that into next week over in Europe.
The Digging Into the Numbers segment is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie at 811. Also, the other key important fact was that they held Peterson, who had 12 carries, to 39 yards. Now, I'm telling you something. You hold Peterson to 39 yards, you've done what you needed to do defensively.
Doug, they came up into the gaps, and there were people we actually had containment. Why? So he couldn't cut back. And that's the thing our number 22 did. And that's the thing I love about that kid. I don't care if it's to the strong or weak side, Doug. He can cut back either way in a heartbeat.
And the other thing we saw, and maybe Pepper should hurt his knee a little bit more. I never saw him play better than he did tonight. The guy was out there. Did you see what he did to McNabb the one time? He pushed him from behind, but blew him right out of the box. I never saw that. I said, this guy's hurt. He's got a bad knee. I'm telling you, he was coming off that football. He was chasing everybody down, and I never thought he could get to him. He was wearing a brace.
Hey.
He goes after McNabb, and I thought he killed him just pushing him.
Dougie, speaking about McNabb, you think it's now going to be
I do. It's time.
The day of ponder?
I think so.
Instead of pondering for a quarterback, they're going to put Ponder in?
I saw the kid play a little bit tonight. You know what kind of impressed me? He had a pretty good arm. I think his arm is very good. I think they have no choice but to do that, to make that move. I think McNabb is about done for what he's
doing. After what I saw tonight with the Vikings, wow.
Yeah, and again, too, I mean, there were times that McNabb threw the ball in the dirt about 3 or 4 times, and he was even stepping in with the football and couldn't throw it. It wasn't there. But I'm not taking that away from the Bears. The Bears did exactly what they were supposed to do in this football game. Now can they carry it over? Can they go to Europe and take Tampa on and do the same thing next week? Can they take some of the better teams on? And can they beat them? But I'll tell you one thing, no matter what happens the rest of the year, then go back to that max protection. Go back to the max protection, keep that kid clean, and I'll tell you, he has chances to get and hit certain guys to catch the football.
They got out of the huddle again, Doug. Rupp, it was great, but what I'd still like to see him do is play to Jay's true strength.
Won't do it, Ed.
And that is moving out of there, getting that pocket. Not only to play to his strength, Doug, but give the defenses that we're going to play against up here in the next 10 games that we're going to go against, give them a headache. Let them know that we can bootleg, we can roll out, we can sprint out. Let them know that we can fire from different offensive sets. Let them game plan for it. Give them something to do.
I thought today's game you would see that. Not one play was called where he was rolling out.
Well, Doug, I can tell you why.
Not one play.
Because they haven't done it. They weren't going to take a chance. The only thing that could save them tonight was max protection. And the reason why they probably couldn't be, they didn't have enough time to put the plays in to make it work. So I think maybe you might see that hopefully here in the near future, but they could not do it because they had to save Cutler and they had to step up and man up, and they did it.
If I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on that, Ed. I mean, in my own looking at this and looking what's going on with Cutler, I don't think Martz wants to do that. I think the pass protection was the right call. There's no question about it. But I agree with you.
Doug, it's the smart thing to do.
Yeah,
My
you
God,
just
you've
said
got
it.
a
There was a
quarterback.
smart thing to do. I'm not so sure that they want to do it that way. Even Cutler said it. He said, we haven't put it in. They haven't put it in. They don't have it. I think they've run maybe a rollout maybe once or twice this year.
I saw it. Well, it was a bootleg tonight.
Yeah. And the other times he was running for his life making the plays. Let's go out to Julio in Elgin. Julio, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, good evening. And I think I called last year, remember, dump the dollar, invest in gold and silver. Mm-hmm. Remember that, gentlemen.
I got you.
Remember the heart and soul. When I played football in my high school days, I was always taught the heart and soul of any football team is the offensive line.
Well,
and then if you look at the Bears tonight, the offensive line did a pretty decent job, and Cutler was able to make the plays downfield. Roy Williams did pretty well, and you saw the results. Defensively, they did well. But I think looking out next week when we head out to the European Union to play the Buccaneers, more than anything in terms of practicing, what do you guys think? Do you think it's more of a preparation just to rest the Bears, to get themselves hydrated after the jet lag coming from Chicago to England, just to get prepared mentally for that game?
Well, I think, first of all, when you do something like that, all the time, don't forget, you go from coast to coast. Let's say you go from the East Coast to the West Coast, or the West Coast to the East Coast.
Forget about all
that stuff. A lot of time, well, I'll tell you what, you can forget about it, but if you look at the wins and losses, they show that it's true, that most of the times you come from the West Coast, except for San Francisco when they beat Detroit today. But Detroit also played on the Monday night game. So what I'm saying to you, it does affect you. Your body clock is thrown off. What you're looking at now is they got to adjust. That's why they're leaving Thursday, and hopefully by Friday and Saturday they can get accustomed to what's going on and then start playing their football game. But it does happen. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Charles in Baltimore. Charles, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Charles?
How's the party in Chicago?
Looks good now.
It's going good.
I was out in Baltimore at my bar wearing my Patrick Manley jersey. It was nice. I got the big C on it also. Two things I wanted to say about the game. Number one is, Lovey, why aren't they in victory formation? Why aren't they taking a knee? What's going to happen if Barber would have pulled a hammy?
I don't know. They, again, too, they probably wanted to give Barber some work. He hasn't really had any really work because he's been injured, hasn't been running the football that much, and there's something to that. You got to get acclimated to what you're doing. And Barber, I think, and he saw the way he run, that he wants a part of it. He wants to get in there and start moving the football, and I think that's why they did that. Normally they would. I was screaming, when are they going to pull out Cutler? And they finally did it when they put Haney in the football game. But I think they wanted to give him some work, give him some time in there, give him some reps.
Well, things were going along good. And what is that old saying, Doug? It's never over till you're over.
Yeah.
It's never over till it's over. And I think they did the right thing. I think when they pulled him out, that was the right time to pull him out.
Let's go out to Michael in Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Michael, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. First off, thank you for all your guys' dedication, your blood, sweat, and tears, making the Bears great. My quick point I wanted to make is that when you guys first got your first crack at getting onto the field, I believe that's what we saw tonight. We saw a bunch of guys who had a chance to earn a job, and they played like that, like they wanted that job. They played like they cared about being out on that field. And I think that was a huge difference tonight in the game.
You know, you're absolutely correct. I remember the first time I played. It was against the Green Bay Packers. Joe Fortunato was starting at the time, tremendous linebacker. He gets hurt. I go running out to the field. I go into the huddle. And this guy next to me, Obradovich, was a defensive end, looks at me and he says, "Do you know what the hell you're doing?"
Well, I wanted to give you confidence, Doug.
You gave it to me.
Yeah, that's right. You moron.
You
better
moron.
not blow a call.
You better not screw it up. That was my first time playing. And
that was your entry into the NFL.
Exactly.
You know what you're doing?
From superior words from you, which helped me out quite a bit. Did you know what the hell you're doing? But anyway, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of guys that went out to play. But I'm going to tell you something, You got, no matter what you're playing, offensively and defensively, we know the ball players are out there and they're good. I'm telling you, as I sit here, you've got to be put in the right position, the right thing, the right management, the right game plan. You've got to be put into that. It's got to be there. You know, it makes your job easier. You've got to take what you have. And you're as a coach, you look at it and say, here's so-and-so. This is what he does best. He does this best. He does this. If you can't do what Martz wants him to do that he did when he was at St. Louis, then you can't do that. That's why I called adapt or die. That's why today was different. They went out there and they went into that max protection. Now, Ed thinks maybe somebody talked to him. Probably. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, that makes everybody look better. Makes Cutler look better. Makes the offensive line look better. Makes the wide receivers look better. Everybody looks better. Now the ball is coming out of his hand. Now the ball is going right to where it's supposed to go. If that's not the case, it's going to happen the time they didn't have mass protection, and he got belted, and he fumbled the football, and they take over. So that's why I'm telling you, that's why it's so important to have the right game plan.
Doug, I'm not so sure in the next 10 games that max protection is going to work like it worked tonight. I'm not so sure that it's going to happen. But again, what I'd like to see happen is what I've been screaming about here for 3 years with Jay, even going back to the days of Grossman. For God's sakes, utilize all the different formations that there are. Go on a hurry-up offense, a shotgun, move that damn pocket. And I think if they don't put it in next week in England, which probably they won't, Doug, I'd like to see him do it down the road and give Cutler and give our offense another way to attack. Because if you think that we're going to go for 10 more straight games with maximum protection and we're going to win every game, it is not going to happen.
At least do part of it. At least put it in there where you're going to protect it. I saw New Orleans do that against us. That's Drew Brees. I saw him do the mass protection, and they threw that touchdown. Remember the long one against us for 76 yards? You can do that. You got to periodically put it in. You can't just say, here we are, I'm going to drop back, 7-step drop, and come and get me. Well, yeah, come and get me. I come and got you. That's exactly what we did. That's why we lead right now in the NFL of getting sacked.
You know what, Dougie? And the other thing is, do we pass over the middle? That's one thing that really we don't do. And I'll tell you, it seemed to me, it looked to me almost like every pass I saw, no matter if it was a short or deep or intermediate, was over the middle, and they gave you the middle, and they took advantage of it.
You're listening to ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-67. Yeah. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 39-10 over the Vikings.
Hang in there, callers.
Snap, Jay, play fake to Forte. Cutler with time, backpedals now, launches back, arching one deep, going for Hester, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Splits two defenders. Perfect down and distance.
48-yard strike beats Griffin and Hussein Abdullah. Bears around the board with the lead.
The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. It was the first quarter touchdown drive, 3 plays, 68 yards, took 1 minute and 13 seconds with the TD pass to Devin Hester. That highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Plainfield. Got a great crowd here, guys that watched the football game right to the end. And OB, I'll tell you what, I can't be happier than what happened tonight. And I know, and you know, that this team obviously was not a great team, the Minnesota Vikings. But the one thing is, you do what you have to do to win football games, and they won it convincingly. It wasn't close. It wasn't nothing. It was a W. We won it. We'll see what the hell happens next week. Let's go out to Austin in Indiana. Austin, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Austin?
I'm doing good. I was so happy tonight to see the offensive line performing well because I'll tell you what, it's about time that Mike Martz woke up and smelled the coffee and did something to let Jay Cutler do what he knows how to do. Well, what I want to know is over the course of the season, is the offensive line going to be able to go in and game out and play like this, or is this continually week after week, are they going to have to change their game plan? Because, I mean, tonight they played very well. So I was just wondering, are they going to be able to do this game in and game out? Love you guys. Go Bears.
Thanks, Austin. And are they going to be able to go in and game out? Are you talking man up? If you're talking man up, our center and our 2 guards and our tackles to actually protect Cutler, is that going to happen? No. No, that's not going to happen. And what they're going to have to do is go to a 6-7 man protection package, whether it's a tight end in the backfield with a running back or with a fullback or 2 tight ends or however they're going to have to do it. What we have shown after 6 games that we cannot block man on man. We're just not good enough. And if you think we are,
well, you're
wrong.
If you're thinking that way, then you got a problem because it's not true.
No.
You see, again, too, go back, adapt or die. And the fact is that when you take a look at what you have, find a way to use what you have. And you were right on it. The fact is that every game is different. Every game plan is different. But when you look at it, you say to yourself, I want to give Cutler time to throw. How do I do that? I don't have the beast up front that we need, but what I can do is I can keep 2 backs in. I can chip. They literally took Jared Allen out of the game. He wasn't getting anywhere. They took him out. Do you know that Jared Allen and Robinson, those 2 defensive ends, had the most sacks of anybody in the National Football League as a pair? The Bears took that as a game plan, and they took them out. That's what they need to do. And you know they're going to try to do that. And this is something they did last year. We wrote, after the Giant game, what did you and I say? Put a fork in it, it's over. They're dead. They're dead meat. Did they not change? They changed. They had to change because they knew they couldn't do what you were talking about, what everybody's talking about, man up. They can't man up.
They can't. They're just not talented, period.
Let's go out to Ralph in Bloomington. Ralph, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Ralph?
You know what? I just wanted to make a comment on one thing that's actually bothered me for a couple years now. The so-called experts have ripped this coaching staff, and I'm not saying they don't deserve to be ripped on certain things, but I think it was totally uncalled for them ripping this coaching staff for making Devin Hester a receiver. Now, is he a number 1 receiver? No, but the big thing the experts said was, listen, you put this kid at the receiver position, it's going to take away from his ability to return kicks because he's just not going to have the stamina. Well, I don't know. Tonight, a 50-yard touchdown catch, another long catch, and what does he do? Runs one back after those 2 catches and almost runs another one back. It didn't seem to tire him out tonight, guys, so I just don't want to hear any more of that as an excuse. Is he a number 1 receiver? No, but that guy's got to be on the field because he can make things happen.
Well, most of the time when you talk about Devin Hester, it's exactly what you just said, the second part where you said no one considers him as a number 1 receiver. That's a fact. But let me tell you something. Ed and I played with a guy who did all of that. He ran the football, he did kickoff returns, and he did punt returns for every game. The guy's name was Gale Sayers. And pretty damn good at it, too, by the way. So I think you're right. I don't think it's going to take away from it. But the key is with the Chicago Bears, he is not the number one receiver. He's a fast receiver. He's a guy like Knox that can run. I still say the Chicago Bears needs a big receiver. They thought Roy Williams was going to be that guy, and I saw him make 3 catches today. But there was a time in the end zone when Cutler put that ball up in the air. If a bigger receiver would have been there, he'd have got that football. Just like Calvin Johnson does. He does it for Stafford all the time. When they throw it up into the end zone, he'll go get it. We don't have a guy that goes and gets it.
Where I'd like to see him, Doug, use Devin Hester is just one place as a wideout in the slot, Doug.
Now let him run.
Put him in motion. Put him in motion. Have him, when that snap of that ball, he's on the run. And wherever you're going to send him, let him loop back over the middle or out in the flat or in a corner pattern. But put him in the slot, get him in motion, and let him take off, because I tell you what, if I was a defensive back and I had to cover him as fast as he is and he's coming at me on the run, I'd think about it twice, pal.
You know, it's amazing. At the beginning of the year, or the first year that March was here, the first thing that came out of his mouth is what you said. He said, I'm going to have Hester as my slot guy. Can you imagine trying to cover the slot guy man for man? Not seen him there.
No.
And so you're right, and that's where he belongs. But the problem is they can't find another receiver to step up and take that outside spot. They thought Roy Williams was going to be that guy, and he's really not that guy, although he had 3 catches today. But you need somebody else out there. So consequently now you've got, and Knox is in the doghouse. I mean, they totally knocked him out. I don't understand that whatsoever. But he is out of it. They're not even having him in the game. You know, they're putting Roy Williams in there. But again, too, now they're going to count on Hester. Let's go out to John in Rolling Meadows. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, I got a statement to make, and I got to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
The maximum protection plan that they used tonight, if they're going to win next week in London against Tampa, I mean, they've almost got to go to that, because Tampa's got such a young, athletic defensive squad. If they go man up, they're going to get Cutler's going to be eating turf all night. Tampa Bay, I saw them play earlier today. They looked really good against New Orleans. They looked psyched, and if they come into England, with that kind of attitude, we're in a lot of trouble, I think. My question is not really about the Bears per se, but what do you think about your buddy Jim Harbaugh and the job he's doing out in San Francisco with the 49ers this year?
He's doing an outstanding job. You know, he's doing a great job. And
with the same personnel.
Yeah, Alex Smith is a quarterback.
Same personnel.
Right. And so here's the other thing, too. The fact that, you know, Mike Martz was out in San Francisco. When he was out there, Vernon Davis, the tight end, couldn't catch a cold. Didn't catch the football whatsoever. I want you to take a look who's leading the San Francisco 49ers catching the football. It's the tight end, Vernon Davis. And the second thing that he's doing out there, and this is something that Lovey does really believe in, is the fact that they have what they call a plus 10 turnover ratio. They're getting takeaways. 49ers defensively get takeaways. And that's what Lovey needs to do, and that's what he wants to do more of. We're not doing that much of it like we've done in the past. Get the takeaways. And that's exactly what we need to do. And that's why San Francisco was winning. And Harbaugh, God bless him, the guy, I don't know if you saw what happened after the game today, but the fact is I know he slapped the guy kind of hard. But, you know, that's who he is. He is who he is. All I can tell you is this, that he's turned that football club around because he came in to Detroit and beat their ass. And we went up there, and what did they do to us? Yeah, they kicked our ass. Exactly right. And that's exactly what happened. And you got to give him kudos for that, and he's doing a hell of a job there, Eddie.
Well, again, when he asked that question, and a point, what's amazing is sometimes they'll make a player or two, Doug, they'll get a free agent, a couple of free agents, whoever Harbaugh wanted to come in when he was a head coach, they do something to reach out. They basically, Doug, pretty much went with what was there.
Mm-hmm.
What, Smith, the quarterback, basically the whole thing, but gave him a whole total different philosophy of how to play football offensively and defensively, and they're buying into it, and that's the key. Can the coach sell what he's trying to sell to them, and will the players buy into it? And there's no doubt in my mind, Doug, that the 49ers, the players, have bought into what Jim Harbaugh is selling.
See, here's the deal, too, Ed, and you're absolutely correct. But what you're selling must be the right for what team you're there for. In other words, what you're selling, you're not going to try to put something in there that you have. Look at what you have. See, this is what Harbaugh did. What does he have? Why, March was out there with Vernon Davis. He never used the guy. Never used him. And so you got to look at what you have, and you're right. Then once you find out what you have, then you got to adjust to what you got.
Then let me ask you this question, Doug. Mm-hmm. Just what you just said there now about how you feel right there.
Right.
All right? Now, number one, Lovie Smith is that too deep, okay?
Right.
That Tampa 2 or whatever the hell you want to call it, okay? This guy will not deviate. We have an offensive coordinator who will not deviate. Why don't they adjust to the personnel that they have?
Well, first of all, they drafted for the personnel they have. They got defensively what they have, basically. That's why he went out and paid all that money for Peppers, because he knows that his defense doesn't stand up if you don't have somebody rushing the passer. That's why they went and got Peppers.
He had 10 years to draft somebody, Doug.
They can't draft.
Jerry Angelo's been there 10 years, pal.
That's exactly right.
10 years to find somebody.
They can't draft. They know what they want to get, but they just can't. I don't know why. Do they take stupid pills? I don't know the answer to that. But you're right. But the fact is, you've got to have the right personnel to play what you want to put out there on the field. And if you take a look at Lovie Smith, really, how long has he been? And I believe in his philosophy. The takeaways are the key to winning football games. That's the key. But what happened to him was last week against Detroit, those two defensive backs he had couldn't play dead. Chris Harris couldn't play dead last week, and Merriweather couldn't play dead either. That's why he goes to two young kids, because they need to play exactly what is supposed to be done. Just like you said about the defense. Were they not in their gaps today?
They were in their gaps.
That's what they need to do.
And they had containment.
Right.
And that's what they did. They were not in their gaps the last
Bingo.
2 or 3 weeks. And the defensive tackles, they're getting blown out of there.
Right.
Well, today they stepped up and made a point to get into the gaps and fight pressure. And we had containment, and there Adrian Peterson had nowhere to go.
That's exactly what they're telling them to do. You got to take care of your own business.
Well, why the hell didn't they do it in game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4?
Because sometimes these guys go haywire on you. That's why when you have two defensive backs like that.
Well, isn't that why you have coaches to make the corrections from week to week?
They did correct it.
Isn't that why you have the position coaches?
They did correct it this week, didn't they?
Well, what about the other 3 weeks?
Well, they took stupid pills at the time. What do you want from me? You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-44-6767.
What a crowd.
Here's McNabb, fakes the hand up, boot to the other side, being chased and hunted down by Julius Peppers. He got to him! McNabb never got rid of the ball. Julius Peppers just shoved him in the back, and down he goes.
The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Plainfield. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, right now, we're going to go out to a guy that was at the football game who knows everything about the Chicago Bears, Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence.
Doug, OB, this was a good win for the Bears. They needed to keep themselves alive in the NFC playoff race, and they were able to do that.
You know, Ed and I were talking about it, and again, too, adjusting, adapt or die, the way I look at it.
Yeah.
And the way they adapted tonight, I thought was phenomenal, what they did. The maximum protection, then going back to Forte, obviously running the ball, then coming back with the play-action pass, then obviously doing something with Hester, and the defense, the inside guys, the pressure, and Ed and I were talking about Peppers. Maybe he should hurt his knee more. I never saw a guy play a better game than he played tonight.
Yeah, he was definitely on the move. When you saw that play where he chases Donovan McNabb down to the sideline, you would have never thought that Julius Peppers was hurt.
Yeah, especially.
And he was listed as doubtful all the way up, and players had said, look, he's going to try and play. He's going to try and go in this game, but it wasn't until earlier today that he was told. That's what he told us in the locker room. He was told that he was going to play. And he said, yeah, I'm ready to go. And he went out there and gave them an incredible effort. And you're right about adapt or die, too, Doug, because talking to some offensive players, they said that they simplified things for this game. You saw the maximum protection. They cut down on the shift and the motion. And one guy told me, he said, look, we just lined it up and went after him today instead of doing all the other stuff that we ordinarily do.
Yeah, that to me is the key. And again, too, I hope down the road to continue to work that way. It shows you one thing. It shows you that if you give Cutler time, this guy can complete a pass. Not only complete a pass, but make big plays. That is the most important thing in my mind when I look at it. And try to help the guy out as much as you can. You can't get the offensive line you would like to have, then just what your game plan is.
If you protect Jay Cutler, he will carve you up. And his numbers tonight, 21 of 31, 267 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 of 48 yards. That was the long one, a passer rating of 115.9. I thought his line did a great job of protecting him. Lance Lewis did a nice job on the outside. I thought Chris Williams did a pretty good job on the inside protecting him. So they did a good job tonight. And you can see what this offense's potential is when they actually get some protection for their quarterback.
Well, thing about it
Lawrence,
is that, go ahead.
Yeah,
Opie's giving me this look. I don't know what it is, but go
Lawrence,
ahead.
If the Bears don't start that game, their game plan, with maximum protection, you would not see what happened tonight.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I think it's something that they had to take a look at, and they had to trust that their outside guys were going to be able to get open. And that's why the Hester touchdown was so important, because the criticism of them going max protect is that they don't have the wide receivers that can beat bracket coverage. And you saw Devin Hester be able to do that in the game. So that's a little bit inspiring. Also, seeing Matt Spade block Jared Allen one-on-one, that gives them a little bit more confidence in some things that they can do, because they've been asking their tight ends to go one-on-one with defensive ends, and they've done it with a lot of bad results so far this year. To take on one of the premier pass rushers in the NFL and slow him down and give your quarterback enough time to make a play down the field, that's big. If they want to do anything as far as the NFC playoffs go, they need to be able to trust the protection. They need to be able to make Jay Cutler feel as comfortable as possible in the pocket so that he can make some throws. And you saw him make throws tonight.
And the other thing, too, I think was really important, the fact is that they come back, and this goes to Forte. They're running the ball very well. I am telling you, you come back with that play action, and what he's done with that play action, even Roy Williams caught 3 passes, and most of those were off play action passes. And so that in itself, with the full protection, with the play action play, with the running, it puts out a pretty good offensive team out there.
Yeah, you had 8 different guys catch passes from Jay Cutler tonight. You had 9 different guys get targeted. You got guys into the game early. Roy Williams with 50 yards receiving in this game. They found Johnny Knox a couple of times for a couple of really nice catches. Kellen Davis, and then in the red zone looking for Dane Sanzenbacher. They found him. So, yeah, they caught a rhythm today, Doug, and they were able to protect their quarterback. That's where it all starts and stops for the Bears offense. If they can't protect number 6, he starts getting happy feet. He starts thinking about it and rushing throws. Today he had all the time in the world, and you saw the difference that it made. He had one of his best nights throwing the ball here.
You know, the other thing, too, if you take a look at this team, and I watched it very closely, and Ed was talking about the fact that the defense, they were getting in their gaps, but the tackling was sure. The tackling was sharp. They were swarming. They were all over Peterson. He couldn't get out of his own way tonight. I don't think he had over maybe 39 yards. And so they were on top of it. Different team, different ways. And the safeties, I thought Conti played pretty good coming up making tackles. So I think that, the moves that he made by getting rid of those 2, Merriweather, obviously, and Chris Harris, putting Conti back there along with Major Wright in the backfield, I'll tell you, helped this football club as far as playing their game plan on the cover 2 and coming up and making those tackles.
The only thing that I'm worried about with that is that you had a team that's basically one-dimensional. So you saw the Bears start off with a lot of 8 in the box, single high safety. And Chris Conti, his first step on every play, no matter what, was back. And he was lining up 21, 22 yards away from the line of scrimmage to make sure that he did not get beat deep. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they offer some problems on the outside, more so than what you saw from the Minnesota Vikings. So I'm curious to see how those guys are when they go up against a team that's got a bit of a better passing game and more explosive players on the outside. But overall, I agree with you. They came ready. Their game plan was to stop Adrian Peterson, and they did that. They didn't let him get going really at all. He had 12 carries for 39 yards. He did have the touchdown run, but we've seen him come into Soldier Field and destroy the Bears before, and he never got that opportunity because the guys did swarm to the ball, they rallied, and they tackled, which is something they haven't done over the last couple of weeks.
And here's the other thing, too. I mean, again, too, I said this guy was in the Witness Protection Program, and that was Paella, and he came out. They found him. They found the guy. And all of a sudden, there he is. He come out of the protection plan and got a safety.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Your second-round pick, who probably, you should have guys like that suited up. You shouldn't have so many guys that have redshirt years. He gets in and he makes a play. And I think it's going to be hard for them to keep him off the field going forward unless he shows some of the stuff that they saw in the preseason and in practices. But, yeah, it was great to see them get some penetration from the middle of their defensive line. And like you guys know, if you get penetration up the middle of the defensive line, the guys on the end are going to have a field day because they're going to probably end up being single block.
Lawrence, anybody get nicked up there tonight?
Well, Julius Peppers left, he had the knee injury. He had a big bag of ice on it, and he's still walking around ginger after playing his great. Devin Hester left the game with a chest injury and did not return. They'll check him out tomorrow. Hopefully it's not as severe as the chest injury that Earl Bennett has had, which has kept him out of a couple of games, because you see how important a weapon like Devin Hester is. And Kellen Davis injured his elbow and wasn't able to return to the game. So there's a couple guys that left this game banged up. But I think the Bears overall take it with their 3-3 record, keeping them still in the hunt. And the game in London next Sunday against Tampa Bay.
Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Take care. Lawrence Holmes at the game. Let's go out to Doug in Antioch. Doug, you're on the score at OB. And Doug. Dougie.
Doug, you're on, babe. You there?
Let's go to Ray in Rockford. Ray, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Ray?
Hey, how you doing, sir? Mr. Rapone, I just want to tell you one thing. Right off the bat, it's an honor to talk to you.
Go ahead, Ray.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can, yeah.
All right, well, it's an honor to talk to you, Mr. Rapone.
Thank you.
All right, well, the first thing I want to tell you is that do they miss Olsen?
Do they miss Olsen? Eddie, do you think they miss Olsen? They don't miss Olsen for one reason. The Bears don't throw to a guy like Olsen or a tight end, basically. He's getting a lot more action down in Carolina. And like I told you about Vernon Davis when Martz was out in San Francisco and Vernon Davis was his tight end, they never threw the ball to him.
Under Martz's system, a tight end is a...
Which I don't understand why.
I don't understand why when most of your talent receivers that catch a lot of balls.
You're on the score with OB and Doug. It's got to Mark and Oakland.
Me on your show. I have a comment. I'll listen to you. After I say this. Tickets have been in my family for 65 years. My dad was lucky enough to watch Gale Sayers in his time. I was lucky enough to watch Walter Payton. And now, after the 6 years of watching Devin Hester, there's a poll going on whether he should belong in the Hall of Fame. And I absolutely believe the things I've seen him do, he absolutely belongs in the Hall of Fame. I'd like to get your opinion on that. Thanks, guys.
Well, in my opinion, yes. And why I say yes is the fact that he's the best there was on doing returns. So wouldn't that qualify you to go to the Hall of Fame? And I think that's exactly how you put him in the Hall of Fame, for what he does as return guys, not as a wide receiver, but on the returns. And his fourth time he's had a touchdown against Minnesota tonight on a return.
Well, the old contraire to that is, Mark, is the fact if you take a guy like Doug Buffone who played 14 years, started for 14 years, played a ton of games, a ton of plays, and there's a lot of those people out there over the decades that have done that. And to take a special teams player who probably touches the ball, I don't know, Doug, not even a minute in a game or whatever. And I'm saying, Mark, this is just everybody has different thoughts. I'm giving you a different thought about it. And to put somebody like that in the Hall of Fame, when there's the Doug Buffones, there's a ton of people out there that have played this game week in, week out, year after year, play after play. I think the consideration, or a lot of people might think the consideration might go to those people before a special teams player would get into the Hall of Fame. It's just another thought, and I really don't care one way or the other.
You talk about return guys, then you talk about halfbacks, and you played with them, Gale Sayers. I played with them also. It is phenomenal when we look back now, Ed, to think about what this guy did. And the kickoff returns, the punt returns, the next thing you know, he's in there playing football.
You know what people didn't know what a hell of a blocker Gale Sayers was. I mean, he'd take anybody on.
Yeah, well, Bears certainly had him with Walter Payton and Gale Sayers and Hall of Fame Hester. If that's the case, then let it be. I'd vote for him. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Plainfield. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win 39-10 over the Minnesota Vikings.
And now it's time for Doug Buffone and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win 100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Douglas and myself, Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid. And my thoughts or thought of the game is smart football tonight.
And I'll add on to that, adapt or die, and they adapted. And that's why they won the football game tonight. So now they're 3-3, and let's see what they do next week, because this doesn't mean the season is over. This doesn't mean that they're going to the Super Bowl. One day at a time, boys, and they took care of this football game. Now they got to take care of Tampa in Europe. And that in itself is going to be a stretch I never done it. I mean, we've never played in Europe. The furthest Ed and I played was Green Bay, Wisconsin.
No, we played a game in Europe, Iowa, Doug.
Europe, Iowa?
Yeah, Europe, Iowa. Right on
Illinois?
Right on the outskirts of Keokuk.
Scott to Jim in Oak Lawn. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, it was a big win tonight. I thought the offensive line looked great, especially Chris Williams just looked outstanding, looked really athletic tonight. Hard to find a negative when they play so well, but my stomach kind of got a little queasy when I see our injured stud defensive lineman running after their quarterback in a 30-point game with 7 minutes left. It was funny to watch him push him down like he was teasing his little brother, but I thought Peppers might have played a little bit too long given he's got an injury. I just wanted to see how you guys thought about that.
Again, first of all, I was shocked that he was playing. All week, all we heard was, doubtful. We don't think he's going to be there. They're going to move Henry Melton out to the outside. You wonder if it was another smokescreen by the Bears, by Lovie Smith, trying to tell the Vikings that Peppers will not be there. Let me tell you something. That was the fastest recovery I've ever seen for a guy that supposedly had a knee problem. I didn't see any knee problem. Maybe it was there, obviously. Maybe it would hurt him a little bit. But all of a sudden, he jumped up and he never played better. He never looked quicker. He was all over the place tonight.
Doug, that was mostly in the second half.
So
he turned the Jets on in the second half, not the first half, Dougie.
But the fact is, he turned the Jets on. You would think you'd turn the Jets on in the first half, and in the second half, you'd limp out.
Yes.
I mean, the guy was I thought, played a hell of a football game. Let's go out to Paul and Joliet. Paul, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I got a little other take on that. I think the Bears outsmarted them by playing Peppers, because they tried to do the same thing last year against the Bears when they said they weren't going to play Brett Favre all week, and then they start remember the last game. The last game, sure. I mean, not the last game they played Minnesota last year. Minnesota did the same thing, and Brett Favre was doubtful all week, and all of a sudden he started the game. I think the Bears outsmarted him and did the same thing that Minnesota was the Bears last year.
You know, who knows what they were thinking? I mean, I don't know how hurt he was.
Well,
I have no clue.
Doug, obviously he tweaked his knee.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. So what happens, Paul, during the week? They have to announce these injuries. I don't know on what day or how it is to the league, et cetera. And each day was questionable how he's coming along. Did he practice, on Wednesday, or did he practice on Thursday or on Friday? And if he did, was it limited or was he full tilt? What it was. But it came down to game time, and obviously you can do that. But they did have to announce that he did have a problem with a knee. And guess what? This game was so huge to the Bears guys. If we blow this game tonight, we're 2-4. Then we got to go to Europe and play Tampa. Then we're going to really step up to some other big teams that we're going to have to play at home and on the road. So I cannot tell you how huge this game was, Paul. And thank God the head coach and his position coaches and everybody got it right.
They did get it right. Then you're right, it's a must game. There was no question about it.
Huge.
If you thought
they blow this game, Doug,
it was over.
I tell you what.
Put a fork in it. It was done. You and I could go home. Because the fact was, it would have been over for this season. That's how important this game was. And they didn't really want to come out and say that. But that's what really was the truth. The truth of the matter was, if they didn't win this damn football game, they were in huge trouble.
If they would have come up with another performance like they had, Doug, the prior week at Detroit, if they'd have stunk the place up at home here against the Vikings, there would be, I don't know if they could ever have recovered from it.
I don't think they would have, Ed. I really don't. And now they can build on this. Now there's a little more confidence coming in. And I think we saw color. I saw this a little bit. Starting to get to the edge where he was not as confident as he was before. This game. And after last week's game, how he played, and now how he played this game, I'm telling you, this guy could become a bear. If they take care of this position, they take care of him.
You see him a little more animated out there?
Oh, he did. Did you see that?
Looks like he's calling out a couple of receivers for dropping the football. He's taking a little more charge, a little more control of what the hell is going on the field. Nice to see.
Absolutely. Let's go out to James in Evanston. James, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, just want to say, guys, I love the show, but my comment was along the lines of when Martz came here and said that Devin Hester was a natural slot receiver, and when he said that was like music to my ears as well as probably a lot of other people, and I'm wondering what changed his mind. I'm guessing that it's because something like Devin got his contract or something like that, and they wanted to put him at number one naturally, but it seems like his natural receiving position would be a slot, and I'll hang up and listen to it.
I don't know what changed his mind. I remember this distinctly. I remember the fact when he came in, and I remember it, and him talking about, yes, Hester will be my slot guy, and it'll be very difficult to cover him. And that is exactly what Ed said, and that's exactly what the truth is. You put that guy in the slot, and it'll drive you nuts. Now you have to bring another corner in. So I don't know what changed their mind, Eddie. I don't know. They couldn't find another wide receiver on the outside. At first, they already thought Aroma Shadu was going to be that guy, that big guy they were talking about. They're going to be out there. For some reason, him and Martz didn't get along. It wasn't there. He pushed him out. They went and got Roy Williams. Maybe they thought they could just put Roy Williams out there. It's not working really that well. So Hester should be a slot guy. He should be in the slot. But he's not going there, Ed.
Well, the
wide receiver.
Well, the other situation, not only that, Doug, but the other situation is at tight end. We do not have a formidable threat at tight end in our offense. And I'm going to tell you something. Offensively, Doug, you got to know you got to have a quarterback that can get the job done. You got to have a couple of wideouts that can get separation and get the job done. You got a running back that has the ability to cut back. You either use a tight end or whoever in the backfield or a fullback. There's only so many people that can touch the ball, create holes, split seams. And it seems to me, Doug, that a tight end is one of them. Now, whether people like the kid that we had here, Olsen, that went to Carolina, I kind of liked him. I would have loved to seen him. be more in the offensive set, splitting seams, going over the middle, going for the corner in the red zone. The one thing he could do is definitely catch the football. There's no question about that. But I question that. Why don't we utilize the tight end more? And if we have Hester, why isn't he in the slot? Why isn't he in motion? And this leads on to things that, James, I tell you something, drives me nuts. Why? Oh, God.
Well, Ed, think about it. The tight end, Mike Martz, and you know this as well as everybody in the world knows this, he doesn't use the tight end. And I'll use Vernon Davis. I'll keep coming back to it in San Francisco. This guy, Vernon Davis, is one hell of a tight end. This guy is unbelievable, and he's shown it this year what he's doing. And they're using him. He did not use him. He won't use a tight end.
Why not?
His tight end is Bono Maliuna.
Why the hell don't you use all the things offensively that you can do?
You know why, Ed?
A shotgun, a hurry-up offense. Why don't you use that?
Yeah, first of all, the one you just brought up, I don't know why he doesn't use a shotgun. When he had Warner, when he had the old circus team, when they were playing everybody and doing all that scoring, he never used the tight end then. But they used the shotgun. Very rarely do you see the shotgun from the Chicago Bears. And if you do look at Cutler's stats from the shotgun, they're not very good. Maybe because they don't play enough. I know they don't play enough. They're the least of anybody in the National Football League that they run plays out of the shotgun.
Well, the other thing is, Doug, a sense of urgency. I saw a sense of urgency today. And usually when you watch the Bear teams play in the past, even if it's late in the game and the clock is running and we're still in the huddle, we don't go to a hurry-up offense. We don't even try to do that. Well, there was a sense of urgency tonight, folks.
Well, that is. And the other thing, too, it was cleaned up a little bit was the fact of the timing aspect of getting to play in. That debacle that happened last week when we couldn't get to play in. They wanted to kick a field goal. They didn't want to kick a field goal. They had the wrong people in. They had to call a timeout. And then they go for it on fourth down. They didn't get it. Let's go out to Carl. I don't know where you're from, Carl, but you want to talk about color. Hello, Carl. You're on, buddy.
You're on.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Cutler and his last performances, considering this one and last one. Mm-hmm. Considering his scramble, I mean, he just moves around. He didn't even look comfortable in the pocket, but he definitely looked like he moves around like a new quarterback. He moves around, tossed the ball, and he got it. He found his receivers, got the ball there, and the O-line definitely improved in this game. And I just really appreciate that.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, he improved. You've got to go back to why did he improve. You'll start thinking about why it was improved, and take a look at it.
It's the offensive set they ran from, Carl.
Right, the maximum protection they had. They
exactly
gave the guy
correct.
time to throw. I mean, that is the whole key, the right time to throw. Some quarterbacks, like Brady, gets it automatically. Brady could sit back there, have a sandwich, a smoke, and sit back and have a drink and still throw the football. That's not the case with the Bears. And so now you have to come up with something to design that says, how do I get more time for this kid to throw the football? And what he did last week, 2 weeks ago, again, he moved around against Detroit. He was moving on his own.
He was an escape artist, is what he was.
It wasn't called.
Throwing on the run.
And he did it. And Aaron Rodgers will do that too. Watch him in Green Bay. He'll get his good protection. How about their offensive line, Ed?
Yeah, but that's.
How about you bringing that up?
You know what, folks? They're Clifton, their number one left offensive tackle, who a lot of people seem to think that's the most important position on the line. I happen to think it's the center. But anyway, so let's go along with that. It's got to be the left tackle to protect Aaron Rodgers, who I believe right now is the best quarterback in the National Football League. He goes down in the game last week. And lo and behold, who comes in? A kid by the name of Newhouse, who in 2010 was drafted in the fifth round. The fifth round, and he played at TCU. He stepped in last week, and if you saw the game today, a little bit of it, here's a kid that has taken on a couple of pretty good defensive ends and really took them on. He has great footwork, and they didn't miss a beat in losing Clifton. Now, how is it that they can find somebody in the fifth round from TCU, Doug? And by the way, isn't Lovey where's he from? Texas?
Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
Sandy, something called Sandy, whatever it is. Yeah.
So that
Big Sandy. Yeah.
That's what's aggravating. And guess what, Doug? At the time he was picked 169th overall in the 5th round, and here's a kid steps in for Clifton, taking care of Rodgers, and doesn't miss a beat.
I'll give you one better. The Pittsburgh Steelers 2 weeks ago lost 3 offensive linemen. 3 started. The next week, Roethlisberger throws for 5 touchdowns. They filled all the spots. So that's what they call organization and be ready to play. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, 4 Seasons. Our hot player is Devin Hester, and our cold player is Adrian Peterson, who was held to 39 yards rushing tonight. Hester had a 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, and he also caught 5 passes for 91 yards and a touchdown. As I said before, Peterson was held to 39 yards rushing on 12 carries with 1 touchdown.
See, Tony wants to talk about March. Are we going to a break now?
Yeah, we're going to a break.
We
will talk. Tony, hang in there, buddy. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Takeaway. Urlacher's blitzing, and down goes McNabb. I believe in the end zone for the safety. Yes, it is, people. Brian Urlacher on the blitz.
The Stop of the Game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. And I don't know about that one. I think is Paya had the safety. Joniak thought it was Urlacher. I think he was in there, but Paya fell on him.
Actually, what happened? Nobody had just McNabb fell to the ground.
And
someone
had to fall on him.
Both of them fell on top of him. So he got half a sack. So Paya, welcome to the NFL. You're the stop of the game, kid.
Well, don't forget, just out of the witness protection program, Paya is being seen. You know, the number 2 draft choice, by the way, last year. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 39 to whatever was the final score. 39 to what? 20? 10. 39 to 10 over the Minnesota Vikings. Let's go out to Tony in Orland Park. Tony, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up, T?
All right, Tone.
All right, here's the thing. I'm no football expert by any stretch of the imagination. Any idiot could see that our offensive line is stacked with donkeys. We don't have thoroughbreds. We have a stable full of donkeys. That being said, how come it takes 6 weeks for Mike Martz to finally put his arrogance aside and say, okay, we need to start having backs chip the ends, we need to go to max protection, and give this guy a little bit of time? Last year it took all the way up into the bye week for him to realize that, and then they started to flourish a little bit. Why this year our offensive line is younger and less experienced, and they're going to go ahead and try to have 7-step drops, have receivers run 15 to 20-yard routes, and leave Cutler out to dry?
You know, Tony,
hold on. Let me jump in there quickly.
I'm telling you, Tony, that's a great quote.
Yeah, but Tony,
ahead.
hold on here. Stay on the line, Tony. Tony, what the question should be asked, is it Martz? But the question should be asked, that question too, it's not Martz, it's to Lovie Smith. He's the head coach.
Yeah, but you know just as well as I do that Mike Martz is the guy who calls the shots on offense. Lovie Smith basically doesn't have any say in that.
Yeah, he does. Because what happens, Tony, each week, whoever they're playing the prior week, when they go in and they meet, and whoever the quality control people break the games down the 3 weeks prior, and they go through all the tendencies and they come up with a game plan. That game plan has to go to Lovie Smith, offensively and defensively, by the coordinators, and explain to him, and he has to check off on it.
Yeah, he's got to give him the okay.
Yes, he does.
Not only is it the okay, the fact is, but you're right, Tony, because common sense says to yourself, hey, hold it. We don't have what I want. I'm talking about Martz. You don't have what he needs to do his offense, and so why does it take this damn long to correct it? You're absolutely correct. Last year, they almost put this kid in a body bag. I'm talking about Cutler, before they figured it out. And now this year, they finally did it again, but this time they're a little quicker this year. But it's out there. It's right in front of you.
Well, it took another beating to get it done.
Right. And that's
in the fifth game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what Lovie Smith, I guarantee what happens is they're trying to appease March and say, look, do what you think you need to do at this point in time. But if it fails, then we have to go back and do what we need to do for our guys, for Cutler and everybody else. So March tries it again. He tries the old deal. Get him out there, do the old circus act, throw 7-step drops, fire the ball all over the place. Failed again. Now bring him back, and now we start protecting the quarterback.
You want to know what the question is here, Dougie? Question is, I hate to jump ahead like this, but what about when we get into 12 next year? How do you find offensive linemen? Because you got a lot of problems at a lot of positions on that offensive line. How do you find defensive tackles, Doug? How do you find receivers? How do you find defensive backs? We've got a lot of problems, pal, a lot of them. And how do you do that?
Well, first of all, how do you do that? Obviously, is through the draft, and
but the draft has been a disaster with Angelo.
Mm-hmm.
You know that.
Not good.
That's not a mystery.
The one part that will help us is, and I still think this kid's going to be a good ball player, is Karimi, the offensive tackle. And I believe him coming back is going to help. But the fact is, there's other guys like you're talking about that we need help with and from. And there's no question that defensive tackle. But that is why they went after Paia, whatever it is you want to call him. That defensive tackle is a number 2 pick. That's a number 2 pick.
Wait a minute, they traded up to get this kid, and he was just found tonight.
And they finally put him in. And I don't know if he was hurt. No one said much about the guy. Not the fact that was he hurt, what was going on with him. But I know this is a number 2 pick, and he had traded up for that number 2 pick. And so that usually, when you get that kind of a guy, he's going to be adding to your football club.
Yeah, you know what, Doug? We could do a 5-hour show on the draft picks here.
Oh yeah,
and
there's no question.
The people that have been drafted here, and I mean the high draft choices that are not even in the game today.
Let's go out to Steve in Antioch. Steve, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how Forte's contract is worth it, but not just that. Why Cutler is still moving around in there, and why he's still worth it. And it's worth the money. It's worth the Bears paying Forte the money.
Well, I think so. I really do. I think so. I think because Forte went out there and didn't do what Chris Johnson did when he held out. He got hurt and this and that, and he got $17, $18, $20 million. All Forte is doing is going out there in every game busting his ass. Now, let me ask you a question, and I want an honest answer. If we go out next week against Tampa and Forte goes down and gets hurt, how much do you think the Bears are going to pay him?
Well, what is he
Zero.
making now, $600,000?
$600,000. What are they going to pay him? They're going to say, you know what, Mr. Forte, you were really a trooper. You gave yourself for the team. You dedicated yourself. This kid gets hurt. That is why a lot of players dog it, until they get their money. This kid has not dogged one iota of it. He's more than 50% of the offense. And yet again, the Bears are willing to go pay guys like Merriweather $3.6 million, or they paid Manu Maliuna last year $7 million, or they paid Roy Williams $3.5 million. This guy is producing. He's producing right now. And the Bears are $18 million under the cap anyway. But you know what they're saying? Well, even if he has a great year next year, we'll take him and we'll franchise him, and he'll make $10 million. I'm telling you, that's how they look at it. Yet again, what he's doing, he's putting himself on the line. On the line, he's putting himself. I'm talking about Forte. And they're saying, well, we did offer him $12 million, $13 million. That's not good enough in my mind. The kid could have quit a long time ago. We could have called and said, "The hell with it. I want nothing to do with it. If I don't get my money, I'm not playing." He's out there busting his ass every football game, and today he was a big part of what went on there because they come back with the play action, and
he was absolutely, Doug. He was the running game.
That's it.
He was the running game. The holes weren't there. He would bounce out, stronger weak side, and make something out of nothing.
And fight for extra yardage. And pick up the blitzes and catch the football coming out of the backfield, for God's sakes. How many games has he done that? So, yeah, pay the guy. Let's go out to Pat in the south side. Pat, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
I just turned on the radio, and I have to totally agree. Forte was fantastic, but Cutler, I mean, he moved around the pocket, and they gave him protection. I mean, why didn't they do that like 3 games ago? I mean, what? Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm only 44 years old. I've been watching these games for 35 years. And what is the deal with Mark? I mean, what happened? I'm stunned. I'm happy, but what?
Hey, Pat, think about last year. Why didn't they do it sooner last year when the Giants almost killed the kid and put him in a body bag? Why didn't they change? And all of a sudden they changed after that game. What they did was go to short passes, 1, 2, 3, get rid of the football, and scrap the seven-step drop.
Is that what happened?
No, that's what happened last year, and that's how they got started. Tonight's game,
No, Doug, I got to be honest with you. I'm stunned. I am a stunned Bears fan where I was not even going to watch the game. I mean, I swear to God, I don't understand what's going on with the Bears. I mean, then the defense starts playing, and then is Minnesota that bad, or am I just missing something?
Pat, Minnesota is bad.
There's no question.
You know what? They went back to basics defensively to get up into the gap, fight against pressure, have containment. Offensively, they went to max protection. That's what happened.
They simplified it.
They made it simple. They were accountable for everybody coming in from the inside out, and they had 7 guys in there, whether it was 2 tight ends, a tight end, a back, or 2 backs, whatever they did, and they only missed it 1 time, and that was in the 3rd quarter, and they went with the standard pass protection,
and sacked him.
And bang, he got sacked, fumbled, and they recovered the ball.
Hey, what took them so long, guys?
Well, Patsy, that's what we're trying to say here, and I think that's
we can't give you an answer on that one.
We can't give you an answer because, first of all, common sense says, why do you have to wait? Why do you have to wait after the explosion before you change everything? Why you not figured it out and say, hey, hold it, we're going in the wrong direction here? Why did you take it this long to make that type of move? And say, I heard what Mark said all week. He said, you know what we got to do? We got to protect Cutler. We got to find different ways of doing it. The 1, 2, 3 step drop, the maximum protection, the chip block. And your question is legit, and Ed's is legit, mine's legit. Why did we do it from the beginning? Why do you have to wait till you get clobbered, and then all of a sudden you make a change? I don't know the answer.
Why can't you make it at halftime? Why can't you make it after the first quarter of any game or at halftime? Why can't you come back with adjustments? Like going to max protection, like all of a sudden, really, we can't call max protection. Why? Because nobody knows what to do. They practice it all week long, every week. It's part of what you do.
And it was part of the game plan. It was the game plan. The game plan was to protect Cutler. How do you do that? So when they come up with the maximum protection, the chip blocking, the quick passes, they knew that. They said it. That's what we have to do. So they went out and did it. But the question that I have, that Ed has, that a lot of you people out there, why didn't they do it before? Why didn't they do it from the beginning of the year? Why didn't they start out that way? Why didn't they know that you can't take them on 1-for-1, and even when they start with all the blitzing and going against them, why didn't they do that?
Well, Doug, we were going to trick him into believing that we can't block. That's why.
Trying to make them fall asleep.
That's right.
That's right. The oldest trick in the book.
While I'm asleep.
The old, they're that bad routine, and we'll show them.
Right.
We'll come back.
We'll show them how bad we are.
Exactly. Let's go out to James on the south side. James, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB.
James.
I just don't really think this is just like putting a Band-Aid on cancer. I mean, the Bears have no future. I mean, they have no young talent. You got a team in Green Bay that's building this, look like they're going to be a dynasty. You got a young team full of young studs in Detroit. I mean, this means nothing to me. I mean, you beat a bad Minnesota team. The Bears need a complete rebuild. I mean, really. I mean, in my opinion, you need to blow this thing up and start over. I mean, just winning a game here and there. I mean, what actually are you accomplishing? What future do you have? I mean, what Super Bowl are you going to win? Tell me when the Bears are going to win a Super Bowl in the near future.
Oh, I couldn't listen. I couldn't even begin to guess that one. And by the way, James, if there is a caller of the night on our show, you're it, pal.
Well, the thing about it is, James, you're absolutely correct.
Yes, he is.
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Where are you going to go with what we have?
But why look down the road? I mean, we can't look as Ed and I looking at the game, or fans looking at the game.
Well, he's looking at it down the road.
Well, I know that, but the fact is, though, there comes a time in sports that you have to play up to what the ability you have playing. There's no question we're screwed up. There's no question you have now Urlacher's older. You got Peppers is older. You got Cutler back here with no protection. We have no wide receivers. There's no question we have that problem. But at least come up with something smart enough. Say, okay, fine. Don't tell me that you're stupid and show me that there's ways to win football games. You're not going to go to the Super Bowl. We saw last year, it was amazing. They pushed it that damn far that they won the division, and they had a chance to go to the Super Bowl if they had beat Green Bay that last game. But right now we're running out of guys. We're running out of guys that can play. And you're right. You look down the road, I'm for, and a lot of people have said this, a lot of people I talked to wanted the Bears to get blown out tonight. They wanted to get blown out sideways. Why? Because they wanted to burn DeForest down.
Right. Everybody wants this whole crew.
Burn.
Angelo, Lovely, they want them all gone.
Absolutely. And they said it could be, why? Because of the thought process that the caller had. Where are we going?
Well, this is
what do
James,
we have?
James hit it right on the head.
Sure.
Where the hell are you going?
I mean,
when are you going to win a Super Bowl? How are you going to win a Super Bowl? How are you going to win and then win?
But here's the thing, and I honestly believe this. You've got a quarterback and you've got a running back that can be in a Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it in my mind. Now you need a wide receiver. You need a tackle. You need some more linemen. You need some defensive tackles. And maybe we'll say another safety. Where do you get all these guys? Ed, you asked me that same question.
Doug, I have, at this particular point, I have no idea.
Right.
We've tried going out in the free agency. We gave up a lot of draft choices for Cutler. Peppers, $95, $91, $92 million. I mean, for Peppers, $92 million to come in here, and we still haven't seen the promised land. And I tell you what, so far this year, I don't think so either.
You know, I look at Green Bay and their organization, what they do and how they do it. It's probably one of the better ones, obviously, in the league.
Last year they had the youngest team in the league, and they won a Super Bowl with 15 guys on IRL.
That's right. And on 31 or 40 out of 45 were homegrown. And the fact is, that really, I said this many times, I'm going to say it again. The proof of the pudding how good Green Bay is, the day that they went out and everybody was, what did you do this for? They drafted Aaron Rodgers #1. They had Favre. Do you know they had the foresight to look down 2 years or 3 years to know that this guy was going to be a quarterback that's going to be worth his weight in gold? Which is the damn truth. That's what happened.
That's somebody knowing what they're doing.
Absolutely.
They've
and that tells me they know what the hell is going on.
That knows what's going on.
Boy, everybody comes, how could you take a quarterback? Aaron Rodgers, Aaron who? What? You got Favre. Oh, yeah? Look what happened now. And look where they are now. They're good for another 10 years. Let's go out to Dan in Champaign. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, hello.
Hello, Dan. You're on, buddy.
You're on, Dan.
Hey, for first-time caller, I listen all the time, and I was just wondering, Bears last year compared to this year, as in time and record, they were about the same record as last year as they are now, except for next game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering, they still do have a chance at winning the NFC or even the wild card.
Well, I think it's the wild card, not the division. I think they got a chance at the wild card. Now, they'd have to fight maybe Atlanta, Tampa, those teams. But you're right. I don't think anybody's going to win that division except for the Green Bay Packers. And I think that's going to be the key. But you're right. You never quit. You never give up. I agree with you 100%. You don't quit. There's always a chance of something happening. What if, for example, one of these quarterbacks, what if Aaron Rodgers goes down? What if somebody gets hurt in Detroit, a key player? It could happen. But the key is right now with the Chicago Bears, one game at a time, boys, and let's go to Europe next week and take that game on and beat them. He's Obradovich on the phone. That's right, the post-game show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Thanks to Adam Harris, Brett Lyons, Mark Joliffe, Mike Peterson, our crack guy, McCaffrey.
You got it. He is number one, pal.
What would you call him, a 5-star?
Place 5-star.
5-star. Eddie made you a 5-star. Stephanie Nahara, Lawrence Holmes, Joe Dredge, and up next, Eddie, guess.
Yeah.
Guess who, Eddie?
The best.
The best.
Les
Grobstein, the guy that knows everything you want to know about sports.
And a big thank you to all the callers that make this show fly. Thank you, people, so much.
All right, we'll see you next week.
From Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid, and brought to you in part by Cake, the new vodka by UV.
Snap, Cutler, standing right, Matt Forte, cut at the 30. Inside 25, makes another move at the 15 to the 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Matt Forte, 32 yards of excellence. Off reverse action, play fake. Cutler screening right, it's off the hands of Barber and intercepted by the Bucs, and there he goes. Tenard Jackson runs out of bounds inside the 10. The deflected screen, swiped by the Bucs. Freeman looking to throw, winds up to the goal line, pass is juggled and intercepted by the Bears. Intercepted by Conti at the goal line.
Right, they're going to throw an interception.
Interception, Bears. The Bears have it at their own 2-yard line, left to right, coming out of the end zone. Snap to Cutler, giving. It's Matt Forte. He's going to be brought down in his own end zone. Safety for Tampa Bay. Had no room to run. Handing off Barber off the right side of the 5. Barber, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Marion Barber in from the 12. And the Bears strike quickly in the second half to extend their lead. On the takeaway, quick throw right side. Here's Matt Forte sideline. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. And brought down Matt Forte. On a throw by Jay Cutler to the right side for almost 36 yards.
That highlight courtesy of WBDM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's at 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. The London Bridge fell down with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on it. The Bears 24, Tampa 18, and a exciting football game, especially at the end. The Bear defense just came around, made the interception by DJ Moore to put the game away. The Bears 24, Tampa 18. And then if you look at this football game, some good things really come out of it that may help us down the road. And the one thing that really jumps out at me.
What would that be, Doug?
Roy Williams, 5 catches and 1 touchdown. That in itself jumps out at me, saying I thought for sure the guy would put a fork in him. He was caught in the first play. He dropped. Remember, he dropped that first pass. And next thing you know, he comes back. He picks up 5 catches. He has a touchdown pass. And you take a look at the defense. We always talked about the defense. We know this defense can only be good under one circumstance. They have to get the takeaways. We come up with, 3 interceptions or 4 interceptions? Urlacher has 1. DJ Moore has 1. Briggs has 1. So all these interceptions really help the Chicago Bears. And to make matters better, the fact was 2 of those interceptions, I'm talking about Urlacher and also talking about Conti, were in the red zone. So defensively, they got the takeaways. There's no question. With 4 interceptions, that was outstanding. And
Doug, if that doesn't happen, those 2 interceptions in the red
over.
zone, the game is over.
The game is over. Folks. And that's exactly what they have to do to win the football game. And the other thing, Ed and I talked about it, I don't know when you're going to do it, the Chicago Bears. If it wasn't Forte out there in that field, boy, you wouldn't have won this football game either.
Let me
Somebody better pay this guy.
Let me jump on that one too, Doug. If number 22 for the Chicago Bears is not out there, we do not win this football game, and there's a good possibility we may have not won the prior games. This kid is a force, unbelievable, running and passing the ball, Doug. His ability to cut back, which I cannot understand why Tampa Bay didn't guard against that. I know Tampa Bay's 25th against the run. But, Doug, there's a thing called force, fill, and containment. And on the backside, especially the thing that he does the best is him cutting back. He does it every game, every week. He does it. And you've got to guard against that. Nothing. He cut back and kept running and running and running all day long. And, by the way, when we were down there trying to score, Doug, why were we throwing the football? We ran for 138 yards the first half, 25th against the run. I'm talking about Tampa Bay. And in that fourth quarter, we should be pounding the ball down their throats.
That was a mystery to me, too, Ed. I don't get it. Up to that point, we were running the football for 164 yards. And here's another little tidbit. We were really running the edges, taking off on the outside. We had a 3rd and 1 situation, and we tried to take it again inside. Why? When we're killing them on the edge, we killed the Tampa Bay defensive right inside. The right side of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we just chewed them up. And I don't understand that call, and I agree with you 100%. When you're on top, 21-5, is that what it was at the time?
That's what it was at the time.
And you're trying to throw the football? I don't get it. But this one thing is for sure. The Bear defense, once again, with 4 interceptions, with Conte, Briggs, Urlacher, and DJ Moore, and especially the 2 with Conte and Urlacher in the red zone, really saved the day. Because they were in there to score. Yeah. They were going to score again.
Well, what happened, Doug, they finally figured out in the pass rush, we really weren't getting there, especially our 2 inside men. So what they did, they went to line tricks, what you call a Rex or a Lex, where the defensive end will go in first, or the tackle will go in first, and the defensive end will loop around. And you saw it right at the end of the game. 90 came in, untouched, hurried the passer, the quarterback, threw the ball, no good.
You know, another sequence was kind of amazing to me. This Jackson, the defensive back for Tampa, intercepts the football, runs it on a tip. It was a tip that he picked up off of Marion Barber, runs for 42 yards. On the next play, Conte makes the interception on the 2-yard line. And on the next play, Forte gets a safety. And I think in that play you and I were talking about, or you brought it up to me, didn't Garza get blown up? As far as the center got blown in backwards.
The tackle took him.
And Barber made the play.
3-4 yards right. He's the guy that made the tackle.
Yeah.
Tackled his own man.
This postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Chicago Bears win 24-18. Once again, 4-3, like they were last year before the bye. It's all set up for the Bears to get improvement. But we'll go through this, and then I'm going to ask you about this. I mean, Tampa, again, we're short. How many guys hurt?
Oh, Doug.
You have the list right there in front of you.
Oh, absolutely. Well, their starting center, McCoy, he didn't even suit up. He was out. And then Jeremy no, wait a minute.
No, McCoy's the defensive tackle. Yeah.
Right. At backup center, Jeff Fain, he goes down. Then they come in with a third center. And you've got your running back, Ernest Graham, out.
Blount was out.
He's the starting. So they were running with a third-string running back and a third-string center. Pretty hard to win a football game when you're that banged up.
Yeah, and again, too, as you and I were talking during the game, the fact that we know that Josh Freeman, in his career, he has won 8 games in the fourth quarter. And I said, here we go. Here we go again.
Could you imagine, Doug, if the Bears would have lost this game in the end?
Please stop yourself.
What do you think they'd be doing to March, him calling all those pass plays in the fourth quarter?
Well, I don't get those calls. You know, your running game is being so successful. I understand you want to throw it, you need to throw it, and they did throw when they had to. I thought Cutler looked outstanding in a lot of his throws. I mean, he was throwing bullets out there. But once again, I'm going to go back to something that's going to help down the road, and I hope this is the start of something, with Roy Williams with 5 catches and 1 touchdown. This is huge in my mind. And then you saw a couple times, too, the thing that you were arguing about or talking about many times. We saw him roll out a couple times. He hits Knox for 14-yarders.
2 bootlegs.
2 bootlegs. I mean, those kind of things have to be incorporated. But once again, too, though, they're counting on that defense. And could you see the defensive backs any time during the game? I mean, they were playing so deep, no one could have got the ball behind them.
Doug, I don't know what's going to happen when you go and play a really quality football team. I know Tampa Bay, the record was 4-2. How the hell they're 4-2, I have no idea, because that is not a quality football team.
And at the end of the game, Tampa obviously gets a sack by Rondé Barber, and Talib, their cornerback, gets a personal foul. Can you imagine that, a personal foul on that type of play?
That's a stupid football player.
Stupid.
Period.
They should have left him in the English Channel if I had him. I wouldn't have brought him back. It's unbelievable he could do that. But once again, though, They dug in. They dug in for 3 more plays, held their own, and then had a shot at it with 2 minutes left to go to win the football game. But all in all, the Chicago Bears won it. They're 4-3, just like last year on the bye. Going into the bye now, 2 weeks from now on a Monday night, they'll go against Philadelphia.
They're at Philadelphia on a Monday night game.
And so what's going to happen there, I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. They needed this game. If you say this game wasn't a must game, you're crazy. You're insane. They needed this football game, and they went out and got it. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Tom in his car. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB and Doug. Hey, I've been listening to what you guys are saying, and, yeah, I'm happy the Bears won, but I'll tell you what, we are our worst enemies. I mean, when you're up 21-5, the clock becomes the opponent, and what are we doing running pass plays with naked backfields, no protection, and we get away from the run. What did Forte have, 145 yards or something? And we go away from the run, and we let them back in the game. That's what's frustrating to me, and it's driving me crazy. I don't know what the heck they're thinking up there in the booth.
I agree with you. Ed and I agree with you 100%. I mean, you got the time, like you said, on your side, and you're running extremely well. And why are you testing in the middle anyway? First of all, you've been taking the edges apart, and they went for that 3rd and 1, which I didn't agree with the call. But the fact is, though, they were tearing up the edges, and you want to tear up the clock. You want to kill the clock. And you put the ball up in the air, you're looking for an interception, something to happen, something bad to happen. And it did happen. And it almost cost them. It almost cost them the game. The other thing, too, that I thought they made a huge mistake on the original kickoff, the beginning kickoff. Tampa kicks the ball out of bounds. We get the ball on the 40-yard line. We do nothing with that. That's supposed to be points. You're supposed to get points when that happens. So all in all, there was a lot of mistakes. There's no question about it. But the other thing, too, though, again, go back to the defense, go back to the 4 interceptions. And that last play, Peppers had on the interception put a lot of pressure, Ed, put a lot of pressure on Freeman.
Well, absolutely. Well, Doug, they finally figured out that they had the 3rd-string center in there playing, let alone starting with the 2nd-string center. And if the line tricks, it should have been anywhere. They should have been between our 2 defensive tackles and also the ends and the tackles. Constant pressure, constant mix-up, Doug, coming up the middle, and it didn't happen until a heck of a lot later. Now, Doug, passing yards, we had 218 passing, rushing, 177. We had a total of 65 plays, 32 passing, 33 running. Balanced attack. It worked.
The other thing, too, the average rush for the Bears, 5.4. In the first half, it was 7.7. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. They come highly recommended. This is the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears 24, Tampa 18. Bring it on home.
Here's Freeman on the takeaway. Blitz coming up the middle. Pass is intercepted. Intercepted DJ Moore. Moore running right. Moore stands to the sideline. Fade to black. DJ Moore.
That highlight, courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. DJ Moore's interception rushed by Peppers, who made him throw the football wildly and Moore comes up with the interception. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 24, Tampa 18. Bears 4-3, bye week. Bring on Philadelphia. They're ready to go. A hell of a football game, I thought, at the end. Exciting. A lot of mistakes made by the Bears, but yet a lot of things well done. And I thought their defense, again, as I said before, came up with 4 interceptions, which is a big part of this football team. And once again, I'm going to go back to Roy Williams with 5 catches and 1 touchdown. And I know it's about time you start doing that. There's no question in his first play, he dropped the football. And I looked at it and said, why don't they send this guy back to Dallas? I'm starting to change my mind a tad. Because if this guy can come around, if this guy can make those catches, if this guy can get touchdowns, this is going to make a real improvement on that Chicago Bear offense. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB, Doug, I totally agree with you 100% on your last point, Doug. Roy Williams, after what he did last week and to see what he did today, kudos for him, man. But right now, a W is a W, guys. And we may agree, disagree about certain points of the game and what they should do, what they shouldn't do. Bottom line is what DJ Moore did at that last play to get that interception on 3rd down was what they should be doing during the game instead of dropping Julius Peppers back into coverage and sending in DJ Moore for the rush. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, Mike, it's something you want to change up. You're not going to do it all the time, and you do it with a change-up. There's no question about it. But when you take a look at this, and I'll go back to it, the Bears had 4 interceptions. And, of course, DJ Moore, the last one at the end of the game to save the game, really, on the last drive. But you're talking about Urlacher made a heck of an interception. Briggs made a nice interception. And how about Conti intercepting the ball on the 1-yard line? I mean, those are, you're talking about red zone stuff there, and you're talking about scoring. Your minimum 3 points each time. That's 6 points right there. That ties the game. So, yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about, but overall, when it's said and done with, I thought it was a good game plan defensively. I thought the offense came out with a good game plan as far as running the ball. I just was kind of upset toward the end of the game where they didn't continue to run the football. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 24, Tampa 18.
Snap to Cutler. Gonna let it go. He's got Roy Williams inside the 10. Goal line. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Roy Williams is first. Bears touchdown, 25 yards. Cutler to Williams.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. O'Bradovich and Buffone talking football, mister. Talking about the Bears win 24-18 over Tampa. 312-644-6767. That drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most. And that drive was 7 plays, 79 yards, and 3 minutes and 39 seconds, ending up with Roy Williams catching that touchdown.
You know the second best thing about that is, Doug? Detroit lost today.
That's great.
Second best thing. Now, Green Bay and
the wheels may
Vikings
be coming off of Detroit.
Well, let's hope so.
You
got 7-7, Green Bay and the Vikings.
Now, digging into the number segment is brought to you by Julie. Call Julie at 811 before you dig. Oh, listen to this, Ed. How about Cutler's rating?
Give it to me.
This is kind of hard to believe. 60.2.
Okay. What was number 5 from the opponent team?
51.4. I'm telling you, I thought Cutler's would be higher than 60.2, but I can understand Freeman. He threw 4 interceptions. So he has 51.4, but 60.2 quarterback rating, we got to check that. I think is that right? It's right. So that surprises me. I didn't think it would be 60.2, but Freeman at 51.4 with 4 interceptions.
Well, I'm talking about Cutler, Dougie. If we saw him today, I mean, they had some pressure on him, and I don't know how many times while he was backing up throwing the football. That's a pretty tough thing to do, and he threw a couple of ropes out there. But I tell you what, he was very alert, very aware of what was cognizant of what was going on there. His ability to get rid of the football, I think that pretty much saved it. Why, again, in the fourth quarter or the second half, to me, we kind of abandoned the run, and especially in the fourth quarter when it really got tight, all of a sudden, we had to get a yard or 2 yards, we're passing the football.
Yeah, it did make sense, Ed, and I agree.
Oh, God, no. Doug, there's no question about it.
I mean, it went 21-5. And, we had 32 passes, attempts, and we had 33 runs. That's for the total game. If you look in the first half.
20 passes the second half.
Yeah.
We passed.
In the first half, it was like 18 runs and maybe 14 passes, something like that. I was totally shocked that we were doing that, not running the football, killing the clock, and protecting the ball. But once again, we came out with the win. The defense came up with a big play. Once again, Peppers, and you pointed that out, which you're absolutely correct, put pressure on the quarterback, on Freeman. DJ Moore makes the interception, along with 3 other interceptions by the Bears, and that's exactly what this defense is all about. They need pass rush, and they need takeaways, and they got them both today.
Well, they finally, again, Doug, recognize how hurt they were in the middle of the line. I'm talking about Tampa Bay, and then we got there with the line tricks. Our 2 guys, man-on-man, couldn't do it, which is hard to believe, playing against a third-string center, but finally the tricks worked. They were confused, and it caused the pressure with Peppers coming up, interception, game, set, match.
Ed, I got to single out one guy on the offensive line, and that is Spencer at right guard. This kid made some beautiful plays, beautiful blocks on the pulls that he made. In fact, the touchdown that ran, that Forte ran for 32 yards for a touchdown, he pulled and came out of there on the right side and just blew out the linebacker. I thought he had a pretty damn good game. I thought he moved well, he looked good, was blocking with some kind of being convincing and taking care of the defensive players. So I want to take my hat off to Spencer for what he did. Let's go out to Kevin in South Bend. Kevin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, how you doing, OB and Doug?
All right.
What's up, Kev? It was a great victory, and I think the Bears still got a potential to go to the Super Bowl. What do you think?
Well, I don't know if we're going to look that far ahead. There's a lot of things that have to happen, Kevin. They're behind the 8 ball with the Green Bay Packers. Them jumping out. And, of course, as Ed said, Detroit lost today, so that's a big plus for the Bears. But once again, we're in the same position that we were last year, 4-3, right before the bye. And a lot of things they corrected today. But the one thing you got to look at and say, tell me an individual. Give me some people's ball players' names that could change the course of this team. And I'm telling you, Roy Williams could do this. He could do this offensively. Now, the 5 catches he had.
Doug, but until whether the 5 guys or it's max protection, you go with 6, 7, or whatever it is, until they can cure that problem, for us offensively, it's going to be a struggle, Doug, every week for us to win the football game. The defense has to get the turnovers. We have to put pressure on our opponent's quarterbacks, because if we don't, Doug, it's going to be a long, tough backside of the season.
That's what the key is, though, with a guy with a wide receiver that can do something for you. Roy Williams caught the touchdown. They had max protection on that one. And what I'm saying is you got to have that wide receiver with max protection. He's going to be running against 4 defensive backs. He's going to be out there, and the fact is that he's got to be able to make that play. The only way you can do that, Eddie, is do that maximum protection a lot, is the fact that you have to have some individual performance by wide receivers.
Absolutely.
And that's what Roy Williams did today. It's a move upwards. And I'm surprised about the move upwards with this guy. Because I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to everybody, if this kid could come along, this is going to make a big plus for the Chicago Bears. I never thought in my wildest dreams that he would do anything like that. And today he come up with it. And after that first play, he drops the damn ball. Remember, right across the middle?
Okay.
We say, here he goes again, doing exactly what he always does, dropping the football. And all of a sudden, bam, there he is, and he had a hell of a football game at the end. Let's go out to John in Streamwood. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug. John.
Johnny.
Let's go out to Brian in Champaign. Brian, you're on the score.
Yes, sir. A couple quick questions. First of all, why, when the Bears were on the 2 and they got that safety, why is there 3 wide receivers spread out and just 5 guys on the line when you're going to run and you got 2 yards to play with. First of all, that's a terrible coaching move. And the second question is, I heard Tommy Thayer talking about how Jay Cutler is not allowed to make calls at the line of scrimmage, not to make, he can make maybe like a couple of side adjustments, maybe a couple of hot reads, but he is not allowed to call a different play. And even when he knows that the defense has it aligned to, work against the play that's called. And why is that? Because it seems like, defenses change. They switch. At the line of scrimmage, you got to be able to adjust to that. And if Cutler sees it, he's a smart guy. I think he can do it, but why is Martz, you got the training wheels on this guy?
Well, why? Because he's always done it. That's Mike Martz's offense. That's what he's done with every quarterback he's ever coached. It's exactly what his whole game plan is. You listen to me, I'll make the calls, and you just go out there and throw the football. You're not going to get the opportunity to make your own calls, your own audibles and stuff like that. Because you ask me why, and I'm going to tell you why. Because Martz said so. And that's exactly where it's at. Right or wrong, that's where it's at. Myself personally, I think a lot of quarterbacks have the ability to go out there to change things, to look at things, to change it up. They see something that's going to happen. In fact, a lot of times you saw where Cutler got in, like last week with time. They couldn't get the play in. They couldn't get the play in. Then why wouldn't you let your quarterback make the call? He is waiting on that call from Martz. In most circumstances, when that does happen, the quarterback says, I'll go into my bag of tricks and I'll call what I need to call right now to keep from getting a penalty on the clock. That's exactly what Martz does. Let's go out to Rick in Antioch. Rick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, what a pleasure to talk to two legendary Bears.
Thanks for calling, Rick.
Don't look now, but the Vikings are actually playing with the Packers 7-7 at the end of the first quarter. And wouldn't the Vikings like to knock off the Packers today? My thing is, Detroit losing today at 5-2 and the Bears going 4-3. Really, in actuality, the Bears are really still in this thing, as at least as far as second place, because they still have to play the Lions again at home, and they still have to play the Vikings again and the Packers again. So if they could find a way to come up and beat the Packers and the Lions, then this thing could be very interesting.
It's going to get real interesting next Monday night. Not this Monday night, but the following Monday night when they go against the Eagles. And you're absolutely correct. How much are they going to prove? What are they going to do? It's going to come to individual play. Guys that are going to really step up. I thought Spencer stepped up tremendously today playing that guard. He played, I thought, a pretty damn good football game. Pepper's making some big moves out there defensively. Defensive backs making interception. Linebackers, Lance Briggs, they come up with an interception. Urlacher with an interception. You're talking about Conti on the rookie on the 1 yard line, or 2 yard line making an interception. Individual play. Can we get that? What you're getting here, Forte is the guy that's making all the time, from all the games, made every play. The guy is unbelievable. Just needs help. Cutler needs help. I was surprised that seeing Cutler's quarterback rating today at 60. I really was totally surprised by that. But once again, the fact was he made plays when he had to, but they called some plays, and Ed and I talked about it. You talked about it. Calling in about it was the fact that why in the hell are you running the football when you're winning 21-5? Passing the football when you should be running it. Next thing you know, you get an interception.
Well, Doug, you got 22 Forte. And again, what can you really say about this kid? And
pay him. That's what I can say about him.
Every week he answers the bell. He doesn't take a play off. He picks up the blitzing linebackers. He chips the ends. And he total and complete coming out of the backfield. Very seldom you ever see him drop a football. Runs correct routes. And he has that innate quality of cutting back, which somehow Tampa Bay couldn't figure it out. That's why they're 25th against the run.
And the other thing, too, another guy I got to mention when I talk individual play, Marion Barber. If you get Marion Barber doing what he does and runs that football extremely hard, and all of a sudden you got to back up to Forte to rest him, and you got a 1-2 punch there, this is another big advantage for the Chicago Bears. These are things that's going to make them better. It's going to make them better when they meet the bigger teams, and we call it the bigger teams being the teams that can really play.
When we were down on the goal line and he went to the passing game in the fourth quarter, that's a time to make a statement, to help your offensive line, to believe in them, and pound the ball, pound it in their throats, get it, whether you got to go a yard or 2 or 3 yards, whatever it is. To hell with the passing game down there, man on man, blow them out, and let's get the touchdown. Running. Let's get some confidence.
That's what I thought they were going to do, Ed. I really did.
Absolutely lucky that didn't backfire on him, Doug.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. O'Bradovich and the phone at Mahoney's. We'll be right back.
Snap, Cutler, extending right. Matt Forte, cut at the 30. Inside 25. Makes another move at the 15 to the 10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Matt Forte, 32 yards of excellence.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Today's pest controller of the game is Matt Forte. Brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone.
Now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a $325 sign-up bonus, but also be automatically entered to win 100 in free bets at Hawthorne Racecourse this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
And what are your thoughts, Ed?
The thoughts are, Doug, too, here. Offensively, it's a very simple thing. Number 22. If he was not out on the field today, Doug, we do not win this football game. That's an easy. Defense, the whole thing about it was a team defense. Some mistakes, but they played well. The 4 turnovers.
I agree with you 100%. There's no question. Your first one with Forte, pay the guy. And the second one with the takeaways, that's what the defense is all about. And I had one more going to add, individual players. I thought, again, I'll go back to Roy Williams, Marion Barber, and I'll tell you, Spencer, the offensive guard, had a heck of a game. So those things are my thoughts. Those things help make this team win today and beat Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's go out to George in Nashville. George on the Score. Georgie.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up, George?
Just wanted to make mention of what OB said earlier about Matt Forte. If the Bears don't have Matt Forte today, they don't win this football game. Doug, you asked the question earlier about Cutler's rating of 60. He got a 60 rating today because he earned it. He played poor today, I thought. He had 2 interceptions today. He could have very easily had 4. One of them was a interception or a guy that dropped the ball that could have easily taken into the end zone. This is my issue with the Bears. If the Bears are going to have any second half run, they have got to get consistent quarterback play from Jay Cutler. He did not play well today. He played well the last couple of weeks. If the Bears are going to make a run in the second half, they're going to need Matt Forte, but they're going to need much better play, consistent play out of Jay Cutler. Thanks a lot, guys.
George, hold on. He's gone? All right.
No, I'm not.
I have to disagree with you a little bit, George. I thought Cutler today, I mean, he got sacked a couple of times, but there are a lot of times he avoided the sacks from Tampa. He avoided them, backing up, throwing off his back foot, throwing just liners right at his receivers. I thought he did a pretty good game today.
Yeah, I have no problem with Cutler, and I understand what you're talking about. I understand about the 60 rating. There's no question about that. But the fact is that he made some plays today to make this thing work.
That's exactly
Somebody had
correct.
to throw a touchdown to Roy Williams, and that was Cutler. Someone had to pick up first downs, which they did do. And by the way, talking about first downs, we weren't that good on it. We were 4 for 13. And Tampa Bay on third down situations, 4 for 14. So neither quarterback did a job. That's why both quarterbacks, one was ranked 60, Cutler, and I think what was 50 was ranked for Josh Freeman.
Yeah, George, let me just get back to George a second, Doug. Let me tell you something. We're going basically into we've got the bye week, back half of the season. George, let me tell you something. Offensively, it's going to be a struggle for Cutler to be 115, 135 QB rating. This kid's going to struggle for the last half of the season, and it's not a mystery why.
And thing, too, is if you can keep that running game going, if you can keep attacking and getting the football on the ground and picking up those kind of first downs, and where Forte is taking over a football game, it's going to make Cutler's job a lot easier. Once again, too, what's going to make his job a lot easier is wide receivers and protection. I thought he had decent protection today, Ed. There were times he had decent protection, and when he didn't, he was thrown back on that back foot.
Doug, I disagree with you a little bit there. I thought he was backing up way too many times, but he had to get the football off. If he'd have stayed where he was, he'd have been mauled.
Well, again, too.
That's how you see it? That's
I
how
see it differently, yeah.
Okay.
I see it where he had time and he had to make certain throws he could have made. Let's go out to Tyler and McHenry. Tyler, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Tyler?
Not a whole lot. Just a couple quick comments here about the game that I wanted to throw out there. First of all, with Marion Barber, in my opinion, I can see why they call him the Barbarian, because the way he played today, he did great. And I think he could have done better, but what he did today was good enough for me. And also with Roy Williams with that touchdown earlier, I think it was in the second or third quarter or whatever it was. I thought he did a little bit better. He could have maybe gotten one or two during the Detroit game or the Vikings game also. But with how he did today, what do you guys think about it?
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought prior to this game he was nothing. I said it. Send him back to Dallas. I wasn't impressed whatsoever. I don't care what he did in Detroit in 2004 or whenever it was. I didn't see it, but I saw something today. Maybe a little spark. Maybe something that's going to give him back his confidence. We need that type of player for this football club. Can he do this? I mean, this is one step up. The arrow went up a little bit. It didn't go down. It started to go down after his first play when he dropped that damn football like he always does, going across the middle. That really aggravated the hell out of me. But the kid came back. So I'm going to say, okay, let's take a look at it and see. Let's see what he does. Because if he does come around, we saw Barber coming around and playing the way he can play. This is a big move for the Chicago Bear offense.
Yeah, Tyler, what has to happen, I mean, he has to stay healthy also, Doug.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, if he's not, then we're going to have to take this kid number 22, and I'm going to tell you something. The back half of the season, if the guy doesn't get a breather with some competent running back help, again, it's going to be another big problem for us, Doug.
You need the 1-2 punch nowadays in the National Football League. Very rarely you're seeing one running back take the whole responsibility of running the football. You need a 1-2 punch. And this could work out extremely well for the Bears, especially now with the bye coming up and they can work on certain things they need to work on offensively. Let's go out to Jefferson in Louisville. Jefferson, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, Mr. Buffone. This is Jefferson in Louisville, Kentucky.
There you go, Jefferson.
Hey, you do not get back here near enough. You know, you're a legend around here, and we never see you in town, you know?
I come back for the Derby.
You get, once a year, you know, Junior Bridgman's doing Wendy's commercials. We see him all over the place now. What are you doing to it? Listen, the NFL is obviously up for grabs right now. Manning's losing. You know, Brady can lose. You know, Green Bay may go down today. Who knows? Do you see Lovey and Martz making any kind of a strategic move to change things up to take advantage of, you know, the sort of mediocrity that's in the league right now?
You know, you talk about mediocrity, and I think Ed brought it up. You have to improve. You have to go forward. I think what's happening right now is the fact that when they come along with this idea of the fact of protecting Cutler, maximum protection, get some of your guys out there, probably just two guys running routes, two wide receivers. You have to protect the guy as long as you can run the ball. And that's exactly what they did today. They ran the football. No, I think that Lovey, the one thing that Lovey has been aggravated all year, what do you think that thing was?
Turnovers.
Exactly. You weren't getting him on defense. That's why he's pissed off, because he knows his past success defensively has been takeaways. Take a look what the Bears have done. They've been taking the football away. It makes the difference. And we talked about it, Ed and I. If they don't make those interceptions in the red zone today, we lose the game. We lose the football game. And so that's what I think you say. Lovey will be happy and say, look, this is what it does. We get the takeaways. We got 4 interceptions. We stopped them in the red zone. That's what he's looking at. We had nothing up to this point. The defense was not playing up to this point. And if you talk to Lovey, the first thing out of his mouth is not throwing the football, not running the football, not blocking on offensive line. I want the takeaways. And they got the takeaways today.
Well, there's no question about it, Doug. But I'm going to tell you something. You go quarter after quarter, game after game, especially now, Doug, when we get in the back half, where you talk about games, the first, second, and third, fourth game, those weren't critical games. Every game from here on out, 2 weeks from now, we're going to be up in Philadelphia, and I'm sure that's not going to be a given. We're going to have to play our best football to win that game, and every week out. And you got to do it every quarter, every week, every week. Nobody can take off, and hopefully we don't get injuries.
Well, that's the key is injuries. There's no question about that, Eddie. The other thing, too, is like improvement. How can I improve? What can I do as an individual to improve? Or how, as a coach, can I improve this team?
Take advantages of their weakness.
Take advantage of what you have and what you're using and what your guy can do, either your wide receivers, your quarterback, your running back, and they know what Forte can do. Now they're looking at their defensive line. We saw some inside pressure today, but still not enough.
Dougie, we're here. Okay, what they should have been doing, if you're going to blitz, come up the middle. Come up the middle with your strong or your weak safety, or come with the blitz with 55 and 54. Let them hit the 0 and 1 gaps and come up the middle. Why? Because by the time in the second half you had a third-string center in there, he didn't know who the hell to block.
You know, Ed, up to this game, and I think I told you this, up to this game, the Bears have blitzed 112 times.
Listen, wait a minute, folks. Let me say, all right, say it one more time.
112 times.
Listen to this statistic, folks.
Now, in 112 blitzes, how many sacks do you think we got? Try 0. We have no sacks on 112 blitzes. 33 came from Lance Briggs. 33 came from Urlacher. There were 2 pressures apiece, I think, on both those guys. We got no sacks, but here's something that's really interesting. The quarterback rating against those blitzes was 79.8. So you got to figure there's something about this that is working, but again, we're not getting that 2 linebackers getting to the quarterback and making the sacks. He's Obradovich on Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports
Doug,
Radio 670.
You know that the blitzing is such a huge part of a defense to put the fear in the quarterback or the offensive coordinator, and that is a key to a very successful defense, is the ability to blitz and get to the quarterback. Because why do you blitz? To get to the quarterback, not to get close.
The fear factor, Ed, and the fear factor works.
Damn right.
If you don't even get close to him, all of a sudden you start thinking, and all of a sudden his timing is off. Obradovich and phone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon talking about the Chicago Bears win 24-18 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. For all the right reasons, 4 Seasons. And, Eddie, who's the hot player?
In a runaway, number 22, Forte. And, by the way, who's the guy that's in Antarctica?
I think Chris Harris.
Okay.
I think he's in Antarctica at this point in time.
Okay.
And as you know, I'm heading to Indianapolis tomorrow, and I will be driving a Mini Countryman. You know, a Mini Countryman, the car that I thought that if I couldn't get in this car. I thought, there's no way I can get in this car. Boy, I was wrong there. I thought it looked like Yogi Bear. Remember he's in Yellowstone Park with my head sticking out of the top, like a tin can? I am telling you, this car is so much fun to drive. From 0 to 60, it is unbelievable. It is fast, it is roomy, it's quick, and I feel real sporty. I feel like, you know what, and here, how about this one, Ed? Mitch says to me, look, I'll pay the gas for you to go to Indianapolis, right? We're going to take it down there. Young lady, Ashley, who's in our sales department. The car gets 35 miles per gallon. Oh, Mitch, you really stepped out, didn't you? Stepped out big time.
Wait a minute. Did you get the cash from Mitch yet?
Not yet.
Well, guess what, Doug? You can't hold your breath that long.
That Mini Countryman, it is outstanding. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to a guy in Wheaton. Guy on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Guy.
Two areas I think the Bears need to improve quickly. First, I'm tired of seeing Devin Hester not fair catch the ball, let it bounce and risk either a deflection off one of his own players or let it go 20 more yards towards the goal line. And second, I'm tired of seeing our offensive tackles, when they're not covered by our tight end, help out with the guard rather than block the defensive tackles. I was wondering what you guys think.
Well, if they're blocking down, then the tight end's got to be in there. There's no question. But I got to tell you, Guy, and I'm glad you brought it up. I was thinking about it, but I forgot about it. Hester can't make those mistakes on the punt return. You can't let that ball bounce and then bounce down to get to the 2-yard line or the 4-yard line. You're absolutely correct on that. He has to get better on that. Either try to catch it, fair catch it, but stop the ball right where it's at. Because you take a shot by it bouncing, and then all of a sudden you're down in the 2-yard line. He did it twice today. As far as the tackles are concerned, they're blocking down, helping the guard, but the fact is they're expecting somebody, obviously, to help them out with the tackle. If there's nobody out there, no tight end, then they shouldn't be blocking down. Who's going to block the tackle? Certainly not the defensive back. The only way he's going to come in here is with a chip block, but he's expecting that offensive tackle to get a piece of that defensive end.
It's the ability also, Guy, of guys in the offensive line playing together, getting to know each other. There's got to be a lot of communication. When your center comes up, he's got to bark out whatever the line call is. But even when you get in there and you sit down, it looks like somebody's going to come inside of you, and it's an inside gap, and there's somebody lined up on your head and somebody outside of you. Then you've got to have quick communication on which way to go. And normally what happens when they do something like that, for your first look as a tackle would be inside, head up, outside. It all depends on the amount of people that is in your gaps on the inside and outside and who's up, nose up on you. So you got to be a little bit smart, have good communication. And can it be done? Absolutely. It's not a tough thing.
Let's go out to Zach in Milwaukee. Zach, you're on the score at OB and Doug.
How's it going, guys? Big fan of the show. Listen to you guys every week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was just wondering, I agree with you on the points with Matt Forte. He's definitely our offense. Without him, I don't know where he'd be. And then Jay Cutler today, I thought he played pretty well. His first interception was tipped. Marion Barber should have caught that. And I also agree with you on Roy Williams. A great day for him, except for that first pass that he didn't say dropped. Those are in his hand. But if he can get him more involved, I definitely see his offense playing a lot better down the stretch. And we just got to pay Matt Forte. It has to happen.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I agree about paying Forte. I don't know where the problem is. What I wouldn't want to see, and God forbid something like this would happen, that he got hurt. Can you imagine then trying to go get your contract? Trying to say, you know what, this is what I want? Because he is not stepping back. He is not sitting on the bench. He is not saying, I got a sore here, I got a sore there. He is playing football. He's out there. He's putting it all on the line. I hope the Bears appreciate that. I hope they appreciate what the hell that kid is doing.
You know what, Zach, what's kind of interesting in this, too, also? Do you remember Lovie Smith, like last year again, clamoring for him to get an extension? And if you listen to a lot of talk shows, radio or sports on TV and writers, I mean, they back Lovie. I mean, give him the extension. He's earned it. He's got it. I mean, it was incredible, the amount of pressure that was put on the Bears to get an extension for Lovie Smith. How about a kid that if he's not on the football field, Zach, we're not winning games? Plain and simple. How about taking care of number 22?
Let's go out to Bob in Chesterton, Indiana. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, thanks for the opportunity to call. But, hey, I just want to know what was going on. What game the referees were watching the fourth quarter there. Winslow turned around over his left elbow and Nat Conte right in the head. I mean, come on, a couple steps. It's got to be reviewed by the NFL. That's ridiculous.
I don't know. I missed that one, Bobby. I don't know what happened with that. They do miss plays out there. There's no question about it. In fact, I didn't even see the one they called on the cornerback for Tampa Bay, and Talib, I think his name is. Talib, yeah, the cornerback, and they got him on a personal foul when they sacked Cutler on a third down situation, and we got first and I think 5 on that deal. Yeah, again, too, they make mistakes.
Doug, that Talib, he's done. I mean, he's got a history of doing that.
He's a bad guy.
Stupid plays.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
not
doing stupid things. Guess what? You just take your team out. You fought back to get in it. With that move, you just took him out.
I told you I would have left him in the English
Another
Channel.
Dumb football player.
But anyway, it's good for us. I'm happy about that. You know, Talib wants to play that way, wants to do that. That's their problem, not ours. But they dug in again, though. They stopped us. After that first down, after we got the first down, we had the ball on the 5-yard line or something like that. 1, 2, 3, we couldn't put it in. And we had to kick the field goal and then hope for the defense come back and play defense and not give them a touchdown, which that exactly happened when DJ Moore made the interception on the great pass rush by Peppers. Let's go out to, let's see, we got Larry on the south side. Larry on the score. Larry.
Come on board, kiddo.
Come on, Larry.
Hello, how you doing?
How you doing, Larry?
Listen, I just got this saying that right now I take Forte over Adrian Peterson. Yeah, I know you guys think I'm crazy, but, you know, I just think that.
I don't think you are. I agree with you.
I think Forte is a more productive player. I take Matt Forte over any running back right now. I call me crazy, but that's how I feel.
Well, Larry, you got eyes. You can see. And all you have to do is take a look at what this kid is doing. Not only running the ball, but how about catching it? How about coming out of the backfield? How about blocking? How about picking up the blitzes? How about all that stuff? I mean, he's doing it all. I don't see where the problem is. I really don't with this kid. I mean, there's no question in my mind, and Ed said it. I don't think we'd won many of these games without Forte. Do you, Ed?
Oh, none.
We're 4-3.
That's my statement.
Not just this
and
game.
That's it. I don't care.
Right.
If that kid isn't on the football field for 60 minutes, we don't win. We just don't win.
And good running today. Let's give some offensive line some credit, too, because they did
Doug,
some nice blocking.
When we come back, I want to talk about, you remember when Ted Phillips and Jerry Angelo and Lovey, they were all patting each other on the back and everybody's giving everybody extensions here and there?
Yeah.
All right. Guess what, guys? You got something right in front of you. The kid's giving everything he has. Pray to God he doesn't get hurt. How about stepping up to the plate and taking care of one of the guys that is giving you guys a job?
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Snap, Freeman looking to throw, winds up to the goal line. Pass is juggled and intercepted by the Bears. Intercepted by Conti at the goal line.
All right, they're going to throw.
Interception, Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. It was Chris Conti's interception near the goal line, actually on the 2-yard line in the first half, and stopped him from scoring. This is the big play by the rookie, and this is something the Bears need defensively, is get the interception. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon, our phone number again, 312-644-6767. And talking about the Chicago Bears win, 28, what was it, 20, from the 28, 24, was it? 24-18. I forgot already about the whole damn thing. But, I know we won the game. That was obvious. But the last drive, I was worried about the fact that we had said about Josh Freeman. Josh Freeman in the past has come back 8 times in his career in the fourth quarter to win a football game. So, everybody was concerned about that.
Well, what the thing with the Bears, Doug, and in the first, 4 or 5 games, the rushing attempts were way, way down.
Oh, sure,
and
the
again,
first game especially.
Somehow, when we go and we change, and obviously some pressure is put on March or on Lovey to step in and help make a change. We had rushing attempts. We had 18 the first half, 15 the second half for a total of 33. And I think for us to have any kind of a chance, Doug, to win a football game, we've got to be in the high 20s or minimum 30 on up to win a football game in rushing attempts. Why do I say that? It helps. It helps with the passing game by play action. So if you can get legitimate running and you can come with play action because the 7 people up front have to respect that, and if you bootleg out and you move the pocket a little bit, it's all going to help you, Doug, down the way.
Yeah, you take a look at it, and you look at the balance of the Chicago Bears. They 33 runs, this is for total for the game, and 32 passes. I mean, you don't get much more balanced than that. Although we will say that toward the end of the game when the Bears are winning 21-5, where in the hell was our run game? And we started to go to the air, and, of course, we threw the interception. And I don't think that you can do that, Ed. I don't think you should do that. And I think that's maybe Mike Martz trying to get that passing game in order. But once again, if you're cooking running the football, stay cooking. And you had a good 1-2 punch today. Marion Barber came in. He was no slouch when he was in the football game.
Well, another thing, Doug, that I really didn't like to see, you look at penalties. We had 7 for 54 yards, but they helped us out. They had 8 for 69 yards. Third down conversions, we were 4-13, not good. 7 penalties, again, not good. That's going to jump up and bite us sooner or later, Doug, because we seem to go at 7, 5, 10 penalties, and you cannot play sloppy football like that and think you're going to win out. Not going to happen.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com post-game show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
We were doing a great job up front. We were getting Matt on the outside. He was making some good cuts. Then they started bringing some pressure and hitting some gaps, and that's whenever, we got in a little bit of trouble, had some protection issues, 2 interceptions. We did some stuff that really hurt us. Luckily enough for us, our defense is really good. Long flight, The time difference was a little bit of adjustment early on, but I thought the fans were great. Once we got settled over here and had a good night's sleep, it was a fun experience. It was a lot of fun. The crowd was involved. They were interactive. They were loud. And we got off to a pretty good start.
That was Jay Cutler on WBBM Radio talking about the experience going to London. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears win, 24-18 over Tampa. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, Doug, kind of a personal here. Quick shout-out to my son Eddie, who's sitting over here to our right, Doug. With his girlfriend, Kristen, and her mother and father, Terry and Karen Chiganos. And they're in here enjoying the show, enjoying the food. And also, a shout-out to my daughter, Amy, who was hit by a car last week, and thank God it just broke her leg, and she's going to be okay. They operated and put a couple of pins in, but Amy's going to be fine. And also to my son-in-law, James, who opened up, Doug, a new restaurant, a nightclub and restaurant, 1 block south of Wrigley Field on Clark Street, called Deuces, and the nightclub upstairs is called Diamond. So to James and whoever with, good luck. To Amy, love you. And again, to the Giganos is coming. Thank you for coming, folks. Appreciate it.
Does this mean I get free meals or not?
Does this mean you get free meals?
Well, yeah. Come on. It's your son-in-law. I mean, send me away. How about our crack producer?
He's benevolent. He's benevolent. Oh, Brandon, you want in too?
Brandon.
Yeah.
Look at Brandon.
Yeah. He wants to slide in.
I also want to thank some people at Mercy Hospital who are now on board with the Score Radio and especially our show. It's a great hospital. I go there. I mean, I'm a customer, if you want to put it that way.
A weekly customer?
Weekly. I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't for Dr. Paul Jones, I've not been a customer for a long time. My heart doctor, who does an outstanding job, and they're just so great at Mercy Hospital, and also Dr. Sweeney at diabetes. And you know all about diabetes.
Absolutely.
You've got to have a great doctor.
Unfortunately.
Yep, and that's who I'm with. I'm happy to be with Mercy Hospital, and I'm happy they're on the Score here. Let's go out to Tony in Wisconsin. Tony on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, really appreciate you taking my call.
You got it,
It
Tony.
really stinks being out here for 17 years, missing my hometown, dealing with these Packer fans. But I got to tell you, I don't know if it's as frustrating to you guys as it is for me. But when I'm watching a game, I can't stand it when I see obvious passing situations with Cutler under center, with the defensive line coming strong. I'm not like a big shotgun, gigantic advocate, but wouldn't you think they would put him in that situation more to give him more time to set his feet. You know, I mean, I'll hang up and listen to you guys answer for it, but I can't stand it when I see these guys rushing him, and he doesn't have time to even see. And put him back there. That's what every offense in the league does. I don't get it.
Especially, Tony, when you go to the 5 wideouts, and then you think he would, and nobody in the backfield, then you think there would be a direct snap in a shotgun, okay? And remember when that happened, Doug?
I was
brought
so
it up.
pissed, yeah.
Here, Cutler's under center, 5 wideouts, nobody in the backfield.
You know it's a pass. Who are you fooling? You know, Tony, it's a great call. I don't understand why they don't do it. I don't understand why they don't get in the shotgun. You know they're going to throw the football. There's nobody in the backfield.
How about this one? What the hell are they doing passing the ball? They got 1 yard to go for a touchdown. It's in the fourth quarter. You eat the time up. You've been running the football, and then you go to a passing game. I'm going to tell you something, my pal. If the Bears would have lost this football game, all hell would have broken loose.
Well, yeah, and in fact, if you are going to pass it, then if you have nobody in the backfield, then put the guy in the shotgun. Say, you're telling him you're going to pass anyway. What do you think? Cutler's going to run a draw with that situation? So put him in the shotgun.
Cutler's not going to run.
Right.
All right.
I mean, I don't get it. And we talked about this many times. And, Tony, I'm glad you brought it up. Why not go into the shotgun? Every quarterback in the league, every one of them, they're in that damn shotgun. And you would think the quarterback is back there. He can see everything is in front of him. You know it's going to be pass. The defense knows it's going to be a pass. And they shouldn't have been passing in the first place, like you said in that situation. But they were going to pass. So if you're going to pass, put the guy in the shotgun and let him look over the whole defense to see what's going on. I don't get it. You know, last year, remember, or a couple of years, they used to blame it on Kreutz. Well, Kreutz can't snap the ball.
You know what? There was a big – no, Doug.
That's what you're saying.
I know. That's what they were saying.
They were lies.
Kreutz was at University of Washington. What kind of offense do you think they ran?
How about Orleans? What did
Shotgun.
they do?
Snap the ball. He goes down on New Orleans.
Same thing.
Snaps the ball back.
That's right. Let's go out to Brian in Clarksville, Tennessee. Brian, you're on the score.
Doug, OB, you guys are the best. Let me just say that Mike Martz put this whole game in jeopardy, and he has been putting the last 3 games in jeopardy by the fact that he cannot call a play on 3rd and short. Listen, you do not take the ball when it's 3rd and 1. You do not drop back and give the ball to the running back 3 yards in the backfield to get 1 yard. So you have to go 4 yards to get 1 yard. It's a quarterback sneak or a quick hit like they did to Klutz earlier in the year. You don't bring the ball back. This guy is jeopardized. I've been a Mike Martz apologist for the longest. Why? Because we've had horrible offensive coordinators for as long as I can remember. And this guy, he finally made some adjustments, and I thought, hey, this is the guy. But listen, the guy can't call a game to save his life. He's an idiot. I finally turned on the guy, and he's got to go. We almost lost this game. We should have won it should have been about 42-6. And instead, we barely eked out a win. And I just want to hear your guys' thoughts on the game.
Brian, let's open this up a little wider here. Let's look. We get Cutler. Everybody knows what we gave up for him and what we're paying him a year. Okay? And where has the help been? Who are bringing in these people? We have a guy that's a general manager. And I tell you, Doug, it is 10 years of you talk about being inept on draft choices. It is unbelievable. You get Cutler, a guy that you believe or Jerry believed, obviously when we got him, when the trade went through, that he's the difference maker. He's the guy going to take us to the promised land. There's only a problem, and I'm going to tell you this, Brian. I don't know if we'll get there this year. I would say it's going to be awfully hard. And I'm going to tell you something. We're not talking about replacing 1 or 2 people offensively or 1 or 2 people on defense. We're getting to be an older team. One of the 2 youngest teams in the National Football League just happen to be in our division, Green Bay and Detroit. So we've got to get somebody in here and a lot of people in here on both sides of the ball. And then again, Doug, I hate to say that, do we need help? Then again, who the hell are you going to trust Jerry Angelo to draft or to get? Can you bring any more free agents in there? Can you pay these people $91 million, $51 million? Do you fill your team up with free agency like that? Do the McCaskies, do they have all that kind of money? I don't think so. You got to get some people in here that have some common sense. You've got a guy that can you win a football game, a Super Bowl with him? Yes, you can. For God's sake, get some people in here that can protect them and put some points on the board.
Yeah, the other two, you got to think about this, Ed. Mike Martz did not get an extension, did he?
No, he did not.
He did not get an extension. I got to say why.
He's not one of the three Musketeers.
Think about it. Why didn't he get an extension?
I just told you.
He didn't want one. 2, they didn't want to give him one. And 3, maybe he's thinking about getting a head coaching job somewhere else.
Yeah, well, that ain't going to happen.
Well, I'm saying, though, why didn't he get an extension?
Doug, you remember when he came here, you couldn't get an offensive coordinator to come in here and take the job.
He took
Remember that?
Right.
All right. How about a defensive coordinator? Perry Fuel was set to come in here and helpfully and look promising to be our defensive coordinator. Refused to come here. Took the job with the New York Giants. We can't find people to come in here. Am I saying that correctly, Doug?
Well, first of all, Mike Martz did not have a job anywhere. Nowhere. I mean, he beat people up in San Francisco. He beat people up in Detroit. They said, no way. Okay, but he's with the Bears, and you're going to say to yourself, if he was worth it, then with Cutler, would they have not say, listen, we don't want to put Cutler through this again. I want to bring another offensive coordinator again, come in, change the whole philosophy and all this. I'm not so sure that's going to be the answer next year with Mike Martz.
Doug, we were looking for it, and then we go to the defensive side, and we're looking for defensive coordinators. Like I just mentioned, Perry Fuel. Nobody would come in. Where did they find the defensive coordinator for the Bears?
Yeah, that was Marinelli. But here's why.
There you go.
The fact was that Lovey was not going to change his defense. Whoever came in here, Ed, was not going to be able to put their defense in. They had to put in Lovey's defense, the cover 2.
I agree.
And the only one who could do the cover 2 was Marinelli. That's the only way.
All you hear from the experts out there, the cover 2 is basically outdated, okay? Or you really got to tweak it to make it work. And so far, pal, we've been lucky. Today, 4 turnovers. But I'll tell you something. There's a lot of questions yet to be answered. This season is not over with yet.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich on the phone talking about the Bears' 24-18 win over Tampa.
We'll be right with you, callers.
Defensively, did some good things. Of course, whenever you take the ball away 4 times, you got a good chance of winning the game. We didn't get enough pressure there in the second half, which allowed them to get back in the game. We did have control of it, but again, we let it slip away from us a little bit. I mean, it's hard. You know, you can pretty much look at that turnover ratio each week, and that'll tell you who won the game. But for us, defensively, we haven't been getting enough takeaway. And our offense has secured the ball fairly well. Those interceptions, of course, hurt us. But, again, defensively was good, taking the ball away.
That was Lovie Smith. That was courtesy of WBBM Radio. You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show and presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Bears 24, Tampa 18. And real quickly, I got to talk a little bit about the Mini Cooper, Ed, a car that I'm driving right now. And plenty of room. There's no question about it. The spacious interior of the Mini Cooper is unbelievable. 4 bucket seats. The center row console is all the way to the back, the center rail. And I call it the Hester. And why I call it the Hester is that thing moves from 0 to 60 like nobody's business. And when you want to dart in and out of traffic, buddy, that's the car for you. It's great on gas, 35 miles per gallon. Outstanding, good driving. I feel like it's a sports car, honestly, when I drive it. So I'm recommending it. 35 miles per gallon, 434 miles per tank. Look at the Mini Cooper and see what you think. It's called the Mini Countryman. It's a 4-wheel drive. Let's go out to Gary in Burbank. Gary on the score.
Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Gary?
Doug, you said it a couple weeks ago, okay? March's offense, sure it's flawed, okay? And there's quite a few things wrong with it that I can point out. But, you said a couple weeks ago, Doug, you look at Jay Cutler as your Cadillac. Matt Forte, your nice, shiny rims.
Right.
And then you got ball tires on it and your wide receivers. You don't have a number one wide receiver. You got a bunch of number twos and a bunch of number threes. We don't have nobody that you can throw to and know that they're going to come up with the ball and come down with it. You need somebody to get you up and down the fields, and the Bears don't have that. They don't have a number one wide receiver. Thanks a lot. I'll hang up and listen to your comment.
Yeah, Gary, that's been the problem. That's what Ed's been saying, I've been saying, and a lot of people have been saying. And the fact is, though, if you don't have them, here, Jerry Angelo's got to be the one to provide that. And I've made that comparison to a Mercedes. You buy a brand-new Mercedes, you put 4 ball tires on it, which doesn't make sense. Cutler's your Mercedes. You want to put good tires on Cutler. But the fact is, if you don't do that, then what is Mike Martz supposed to do? You can't go and do what you can't do because you don't have the ball players to do it. It's called adapt or die. He does not want to change it half the time. But he has to change it for them to make any kind of move toward getting to the playoffs. They did it last year. They had to do it. They were 4-3 off the bye. All of a sudden they come back and went and changed it. They adapted. If you don't have the players, you have to adapt. And this is where Mike Martz comes in. He may want to not do that, but if he doesn't do that, you're going to kill your quarterback.
Doug, right along with that, what I've been saying during this whole show about this game today, the guys that didn't step up and do what they did, we have no victory. Cutler comes on. You listen to his comments after the game. And what did he say? For us to win, we have to get better. It's not if or when. They have to get better. And he means by that run blocking, pass blocking, and game planning offensively. We have to get to the passer on defense. We have to cave the middle of the line in on defense. Our tackles have to get up. These are basic things that you have to do if you want to win a Super Bowl. You got 2 weeks to make these corrections. But again, Cutler's saying, Doug, that for us to win, he said they have to get better.
Well, there's no question, Eddie, that's the case. But the key is, how do you get better? I mean, do you have the material to get better with? That's why I was so excited about Roy Williams.
That's why you're paying a coaching staff millions and millions of dollars to come up with the personnel that they have to figure out a game plan to attack every week, whoever the opponent is to be, and have a solid game plan on both sides of the ball. So sometimes it hits, a lot of times we miss, Doug.
Yeah, but sometimes what I'm talking about, Eddie, is the fact that you come up with the best game plan in the world. If you don't have the bullets for the gun, you're done for. And this is what I'm talking about. We have to see individual play for particular people to be better for that to get better. And you got to have play coming from your guys. You're getting a Forte. Maybe now I've told you to Spencer, I thought played a heck of a game today at guard. You had Roy Williams play a pretty damn good game. You had Marion Barber play a good game. Individuals have to step up now. And that's exactly what needs to be done. But your point is simple. Did Jerry Angelo bring enough of these ball players in there? Are they there? Are they there?
You're asking me that question? No, they're not there. I don't think that's a mystery.
Then what do you do? Then what do you do? Let's go out to Steamer in Bridgeport. Steamer, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Paisan, OB, how you doing?
What's up, Steamer?
I'm trying to vent here a little bit, but let's keep it all in control. Why don't the Bears should have killed Tampa Bay. I mean, they should have went after them with the run. And especially what really got my goat was the fact that they had all those, they have 6 or 8 opportunities to score, and to seal it up. Why they're throwing passes. They're going away from the run. They're going away from what got them to the dance.
Well, Steamer, that is correct. After the first quarter, OB looks at me and he says, this game should be 24-0. And that's a fact. They had so many opportunities to put points. And starting the game off, to get the ball on their own 40-yard line and to do anything with that. And that's part of the problem. They've got to do more. They've got to be more for them to play the good teams and win the division.
Every week, Doug, nobody can take a vacation from here on out. That's for damn sure.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears 24, Tampa 18. Obradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Mahoney's, 551 North Ogden in Chicago. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. O'Bradovich on the phone. Bears 24, Tampa 18. Eddie, let's go out to Bob in Palatine. Bob, you're on the Score.
Hello, Doug and Ed. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the quarterback sprinted out much today, but it would be great if he could get out of the pocket once in a while and for passing.
That's Ed. I'm going to let Ed answer that. He's been talking about this for 4 years.
Yeah, 2 times, Bob. 2 times I saw a bootleg. And it definitely looked like me. It was a call play. So I believe I saw it happen twice today. And do I agree with you about running from other different multiple sets and doing things basically like almost all the other teams do? I absolutely, Bob. I think you're dead on. And by the way, I'll see you at the Palatine end.
And besides that, completed both of those. One for 14 yards to Knox, and the other one to the fullback.
My, it's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it? The postgame show was brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Thanks to Adam Harris, Herb Lawrence, Brett Lyons, Connor McKnight, our 5-star producer, Brendan McCaffrey, our beautiful and lovely Ashley Jones, Mike Peterson, and Brian Gertsch. Lawrence Holmes will be up next. More about the Bears, and you'll be on till about 7:15 before we carry the Sunday night football game in Annapolis against New Orleans.
And Ray Martin, my old friend, get well soon, buddy. We love you. Thank you, callers.
Ed and I will see you in a couple of weeks. Thanks for calling.
Snap Jay with time. Jay going to throw. Matt Smith. Goal line, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 5-yard throw to Matt Spaeth. Bears strike first. They're on the board and lead the Eagles here in Philadelphia. Vick going to roll out to the far side of the field. Vick with a pump fake. And Briggs tracks him down. Briggs tracks him down to the 37-yard line of the Bears. So he brings down Vick, who picks up 5 on the sprint scramble to the left side. Vick's first carry of the night. At the 19 of the Bears. 5 red zone turnovers by the Eagles. Number 1 in the NFL is Vick's going to throw. And he's picked off! Oh my! Major right, running right to the 30, to the 35. Breaks a tackle to the 40. Out of bounds! I pulled that one out in perfect timing, baby. Right hash out of the hold of Adam Podlish. Manley to send it back. Snap placement is good. Robbie's kick from 51 yards here in Philadelphia. The kick is good. Robbie Gould is good from 51, and the Bears get something out of the major right interception return of 36 yards. Urlacher and Briggs look like they might be coming. Briggs is, Urlacher isn't. Vick to throw. In trouble. Down he goes. Sacked. Great work. Julius Peppers comes in and drags down Michael Vick. Marion Barber in the backfield. Everybody lined up tight. Snap, takeaway, handing off. Marion Barber tries to jam it in. Goal line, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Marion Barber in from the 2. And the Bears are back in front of Philadelphia. Snap from center. Vick going up the middle to Ronnie Brown. He's got the end zone touchdown. Pure power between the hash marks. 4 yards and a score, and the game is now 17-16. Bears over the Eagles. McCoy sidesteps and Roach finds room 30, left 20 to the 10-5 goal line, end zone. Touchdown. Sean McCoy just went 33 yards and did so with explosive moves and speed. And the Eagles have taken the lead from the Bears. Fake punt. They're throwing to the near side. He bounced it, so the Bears will take over. After a fake punt tried by the rookie. Threw a bad pass to the near side, and the Bears will take over on downs.
Boy, that is gutsy to let a rookie carry out a fake pass punt against the Bears on Monday Night Football.
And now, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill, 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville, it's time for the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on the official station for Bears fans. Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone. That's right. Wow. Phone number 312-644-6767. How about those Chicago Bears? Chicago Bears 30, the Eagles 24. Get your tickets for the playoff, boys, because that's coming around the bend. What a game tonight. I mean, it went all kind of different directions. A lot of things happened, but all said and done with, we saw a lot of hustle by the Chicago Bears. Urlacher and Briggs on the defensive line. We saw the offense come around the second half. And I got to tell you guys, this Bennett, the wide receiver, one hell of a job tonight. The kid has 3 third-down conversions, a touchdown, and I believe 5 or 6 catches. He did a heck of a job. The defense came up when they had to. The defensive line did a lot of line tricks, made a lot of plays. The offense, the only thing I could say bad was that Forte had the 2 fumbles. We spotted him 14 points, but we came back after that. So all in all, I thought they did a hell of a job on Vic.
Yeah, well, when the game started out, we won the coin toss. And the Bears offense came down, Doug, and they had a great first series. They had 8 runs, 4 passes, and the critical was the first down pass to Bennett, Doug. Things that I saw that I liked. The Bears attacked the Eagles, that wide 9. And by the way, that's not the first time that defense has ever been played. But anyway, we ran the 4 and 5 gaps all 4 quarters long. All night long, and the Eagles never once did they make an adjustment. We went to the short passes, kind of a conservative game in the first half, Doug. We moved the pocket, which I like to see on the bootlegs. Vic passes in a double coverage, Doug. What the hell is that guy thinking about? They think he's the greatest quarterback or he's the comeback player of the year. I don't know on what planet they're talking about, but not here, pal.
Yeah, you got to figure out that when that first drive happened, we started running the football. We shoved it right down their throat. Forte did it. The offensive line did a hell of a job. Let me tell you something, guys. Zero sacks tonight for the Eagles.
And
Zero.
Let me tell you, we've got a pretty tough crowd here tonight. Let me tell you something there. The thing I liked in the first half, I don't know if you people watched, somewhere in that second quarter, I believe, the Eagles tried roughhousing the Bears. And every one of the Bears stepped up to the plate and fought them back. They were not going to take any crap from the Eagles tonight, and they sure as hell showed it.
And the fact about takeaways, the Bears had 2 takeaways. Obviously, the 1 interception by Major Wright, which Briggs tipped, and the other thing was the fumble recovery on the punt return that Jackson fumbled. Put us in position to score. But all in all, what I saw tonight was a team that kept battling. They kept fighting for something. Did you see the hustle that went along with Peppers and Briggs and Urlacher? I mean, going from sideline to sideline, going after him, hitting, making their shots on Vic, making him pay for everything he did throw. That was impressive tonight. Now, there were some stupid plays, too, and we'll get into that a little bit later.
Doug, there were some smart plays and some smart coaching that went on tonight. And defensively, our D-line, they have 2 rookies starting in the middle of that offensive line, a center and a guard. And where do you attack them? You attack them up the center. And how can you do that? You do it with line tricks. You do it with your 2 defensive tackles making tricks, with your Mike linebacker and your weak side tackle with tricks, and the defensive end and the tackle with tricks. And they came 4 quarters all night long with the D-line tricks, and they got in Vic's face. They confused them, and that's all they had to do, because I'll tell you what, he was not that mobile a quarterback. He was that not accurate a quarterback. Why? Because we were in his face all night because they had a great defensive game plan.
Boy, there was an explosion. This postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. Hey, let's take some phone calls. Let's go out to Irish Bill. Another shot. What is that? Irish Bill, are you out there?
B, what a great night. What a great night. It's amazing when you give Jay Cutler a guy that can catch the ball.
The Bears are killing the Eagles in the first half. 3 consecutive plays, 2 consecutive drop passes by Hester and then Sonnenbacher. Then you got the fumble that turns the game around, but the Bears still come back. Bennett was great tonight, and I'll tell you one thing tonight that was unbelievable. The crowd in Philadelphia, I'm sick and tired of hearing how tough a town Philadelphia and their rowdy crowd. They sucked tonight. They were terrible. That place was a morgue tonight, and the Bears went in there and kicked the crap out of them.
Yeah, they pounded them to the ground. And not only that, we saw some extra play that really is going to come down the road, and that's Roy Williams. Roy Williams made some nice catches tonight. That's going to really help in what's going on. He dropped one, I understand that, but he made a couple great catches on a third down conversion, which was good. The fact is, when you take a look at this football club, and I felt sorry for Forte, it was the first fumble he had in 347 touches. I mean, come on, stop yourself. So, he made the fumble. I don't know what that noise is. Can you hear it out there? Well, anyway, we take a look at it. The fact is, we're going to take a break till we find out who's trying to blow up our system. It's probably somebody from Philadelphia. I would imagine that. We'll be right back.
What a crowd.
Jay from center. Quick throwing fade. That corner of the end zone caught. Earl Bennett. Touchdown Bears. 5-yard toss. Jay, the fade to the deep right corner to Earl Bennett over Asante Samuel. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears for the lead.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score Sports Radio 670, we are live at Total Sports. Yeah! Lay it on the line, boys. Lay it on the line. O'Bradovich Jumbo phone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Highland Insurance with offices in Skokie and Naperville. One insurance agency for all of your insurance needs.
Dougie, the one thing I'd like to go back to, which I said earlier, was when we ran the 4 and 5 gaps when they're in that 9-wide defense of theirs.
Mm-hmm.
The amazing thing, our offensive line really didn't have to force anybody, push anybody, double team anybody. All they had to do was turn block, turn the defensive end, get the inside move on him, the defensive tackle, get the outside move on him, and there was a hole a mile wide all night long, and they never made one adjustment, not one. Now, their defensive coordinator, I believe, who last year was their offensive line coach, Andy Reid, the head coach, did not go out and look for a defensive coordinator. He made his offensive line coach the defensive coordinator. Thank you, Andy Reid.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you right now, it's just nice that they're stupid because they've had the same problem all year long. That's not our problem.
Doug, how do you let somebody run on you for 4 quarters and you don't make adjustments?
Good for them. I hope they were stupid for the rest of the year. I mean, the fact is they didn't do it before that. They didn't do it tonight. We kicked their ass. Same as that, And I'm happy about that. And I'm happy they're stupid on that part of it. But you take a look at this with this score. Look at the Bears had 22 first downs. They were 7 for 14 on third downs. They had a total of 372 yards, 208 yards passing. They had a 6.5 yards per attempt, which is pretty good. They rushed for over 164 yards. The yards per rush was 4.8, and their time of possession was 33 minutes and 27 seconds compared to 26:33 for Philadelphia.
But the key, Doug, was 34 attempts. They ran the ball 34 times.
The first half, the first quarter, they took the football, shoved it down Philadelphia's throat, took their wide 9 and shoved it you-know-where, and all of a sudden now the Chicago Bears come out winner, 30-24. And I got to tell you, it's hell to go on the road to play, to win, to go into a place like Philadelphia is supposed to be the toughest place around. And the Bears did it. You saw what Urlacher did. You saw what Briggs did. You saw what Adonijah did. You saw what Peppers did. You saw what the offensive line did. You saw what Cutler did. You saw what the wide receivers and Bennett and Williams, all the way down the line, boys. It was one hell of a football game for the Chicago
Bears. And all
Bears.
the pundits across the United States everybody was on the Eagles. Nobody gave the Bears a chance except for one guy, I think, was Mike Ditka.
Yeah, it was Ditka, and who else?
Doug Buffone? Dan Hampton?
Yeah. Let's go out to Dorian in Oak Lawn. Dorian, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Mike Ditka and Rick Morrissey both picked the Bears.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, Earl Bennett, wow.
Unbelievable.
Game tonight. Big game tonight for Earl Bennett. And you know what? 24-17, I was thinking the Bears were all done, but you know what? A 13-0 run to end the game. Big win for the Bears, and next week, Bears and Lions. Revenge game, Bears and Lions. Here we go. Let's go, Bears!
No question about it. This is a great start. I'm telling you, if they win next week, you can plan on them taking off and going to the playoffs. They will handle Seattle. They will handle Denver. They will handle Oakland. Granted, they will handle Minnesota. Green Bay, I don't know about right now, but today's pest controller of the game is Earl Bennett, brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions. 5 receptions, 95 yards, and 1 touchdown. And the main thing I said about Earl Bennett, which was so important, his catches were on third down. He continued on third down conversions. He made a big difference. And you can see Cutler loves to throw to this guy. And he does, and he's sure-handed, and he's a hell of a football player. Let's go out to Pat on the south side. Pat, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, first of all, guys, I listen to radio a lot, and you know what? You got the best radio crowd there, but that bar has got to be awesome.
Oh, they're cranked up, too, buddy. Let me tell you right now. Let's hear it. Give it to them, Naperville.
Is that Naperville?
That's right. Now we're talking.
They are awesome. You know what? This goes towards Eddie. Ed, you said the 4-5. I don't understand the 4-5. What does that mean?
No, they ran the 4 and 5 gap.
The
what
holes.
does that mean? And who's the players that play that? I don't understand that.
Well, what you have, you got the center. It all depends. You go by A or B, or if they go a number, a 1 and a 0, a 2 and a 3, odd. Let's say there's the odd numbers are to the left. Your even numbers are to the right. So we're basically, they ran was off tackle, between the tackle and the defensive end. Our offensive tackle and our tight end. That they ran those holes all night long. It's the 4 or the 5 gap, but whether it's the strong or the weak side, and they never did they ever make an adjustment. You got to bring those defensive ends in. They didn't have to. I mean, if you watched it, half the time they never had to block them. Forte, bang, through there. It was unbelievable to me. I don't understand. I know the word stupid, but I'll tell you what, the Eagles, their defense was stupid.
Well, Ed, they've been stupid all year, and they've been doing this all year, and why they haven't changed it, why they haven't brought him in, I don't know. But once you put a guy out that wide, a defensive end, I mean, you got to figure it out. I'll just pull the guard. I'll kick the defensive end out who was on the sideline.
All you got to do is tournament position block. That's it.
Yeah, and they run right up through there. So the Bears took advantage of it. Forte took advantage of it. Just unfortunately, Forte had a couple fumbles. But like I said, out of 347 times touching the football, that's not too shabby. Him fumbling the football.
Again, for clarification, it's the strong or weak side, whichever, again, is numbered, and where they were running. We're off tackle between the tackle and the end. That's what I'm talking about.
The only thing that I have to complain about this game, and I hope the Chicago Bears and Mike Martz take a good look at it, I want them to take the Wildcat and shove it where the line. Sunshine, why are you running a Wildcat on 2nd and 15, going down in the score? Why would you even bring that out there? That stupid formation. I don't get it. But anyway, besides that, I'm not complaining.
Well, Doug, they followed it up with the position run with Forte to go for the field goal. And again, what I said to you when that happened, don't tell me Lovey's playing not to lose this football game again. They didn't try to get the first down or go into the end zone. What they did, they came up with that Wildcat, like you said, Doug, I can't believe it, and follow up with a position run, and hopefully Robbie Gould kicks the field goal, and that's what happened. Hopefully it didn't backfire on us.
You know, Ed, I don't understand the Wildcat. I don't understand who you're trying to fool or what you're trying to do. You still have your saying cheese.
Yeah, and you're on a roll.
You're on a roll, and you're moving the football.
You're converting on third down. You're moving down.
Right.
And you take 2 plays, and they didn't take you out. You took yourself out of it.
Let's go out to John and Joliet. John, you're on the score.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, John.
All week you had to listen to stats about how great Philadelphia is, how fast Philadelphia is. Well, guess what, Philadelphia? You just got whooped up by the Chicago Bears. The defense did their job.
That's right, John.
Michael Vick might as well call the cops. Israel Donajay stole his wallet and his keys.
That's right, John.
It was unbelievable.
It was a massacre.
You got an ass whipping coming.
You got to love it.
Hey, John, and you listeners there, let me tell you just a quick story, if I may. This is back in the 60s. I can't remember what year. We're playing in Philadelphia. And there was a coach by the name of Joe Kuharich. And he used to be the head coach at Notre Dame, got fired, went to the Eagles as their head coach. Well, on the day of the game, Sunday morning, we arrive in our buses right up to the entry gate where the players come in. And right off to the left of us, when we pulled up with the boat on the bus, Doug, there is an 18-wheeler flatbed trailer that hauls like steel coils, and on it was built a hangman's noose with a guy in a dark blue suit with a hat. And that's what Joe Kuharich wore all the time. We look and we pull up. What is this? There they are. The head coach, they're hanging them right in front of the entrance to the stadium on an 18-wheeler flatbed. And we walk out, and then all of a sudden they hear, "Foof!" And then they set him on fire. For God's sakes, he was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. The game hadn't even started. And they hung him and burned him in effigy.
So what you're saying, then, they should have did the same thing to the defensive coordinator of the Eagles this year, Castillo, for running the wide nine.
You know what they did? They burned and they hung themselves tonight. Okay? You know what? The coaching staff over there, Andy Reid and his coaching staff, they get an F. There's no question about it.
Well, they get an F and the Chicago Bears get an A because of the way they played that football game. And, again, too, it's a win. You're coming back next week against Detroit. You take Detroit, and I will probably guarantee you a playoff picture because there's no question in my mind.
Doug, you got Detroit. We play
Denver.
Oakland. We play Denver.
Seattle.
We play Seattle.
Minnesota
again. Those are teams that we can beat.
Yep.
So could the future be bright for the Bears? Yes, they are. Yes, it can be. And as a matter of fact, if we had all you people every day,
we'd win every year.
We'd win every time.
They got to send a bus and send you guys down to the game, I'll tell you right now. Huh? How's that sound? We'll tell Total Sports to do that. Let's go out to Brian in Iowa. Brian, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Brian?
My favorite part of this game was the fact that Cutler didn't get sacked. The offensive line had very, very few false starts. What, they have two, maybe? And when Forte fumbled those couple times, they didn't get down on themselves, and they kept on coming back.
Yeah, there's no question, I think, and not only that, there were no sacks, but Cutler was moving around in that pocket. I mean, a couple times, shaking them off, throwing to the backs, getting rid of the football quickly, not the 7-step drop all the time. And the fact is they were coordinated. But what really set all that up is go back to that first drive and them running the football and blowing those guys off the line of scrimmage. And that's exactly how it was, and that's how they started it. And they come back to play action, and, of course, then all of a sudden they've taken over. But all in all, like I said, it is so happy to watch a team hustle. I mean, I love defense. I love to watch guys hustle. And you're not going to see more, and I said it before, with Briggs and Urlacher and Peppers and the whole crew. I miss tackles by Wright, Conti. Those things happen. They got to settle down and start wrapping up and making tackles. But other than that, I'm really happy about what happened. Obviously, the Bears winning 30-24 over the Eagles.
And also, you know what you heard before this game all week? All of a sudden, the Eagles were, again, one of the elite teams in the NFC. Well, if they're one of the elite teams in the NFC, then what are we right now?
That's right. You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 30-24 over the Eagles.
Now, back to more of the ExpressBet.com postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank with Doug and OB, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill, 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville, and only on the official station for Bears fans, Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, presented by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, get paid.
That highlight courtesy of WBBN Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back. The ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 30-24 over the Eagles. The Dream Team got smashed tonight. The Chicago Bears won. The Bears were hot. They looked good. And now bring on the Detroit Lions. We're ready to start fighting. Let's go out to Matt in Cincinnati. Matt, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call. I love your show. I agree with you 99.9% of the time, but tonight we just barely walked out of there with our shirt. I mean, we had passes dropped right and left. On the fake punt, nobody was out on the outside covering those guys. That could have been a hell of a play. We got lucky when they had the pass interference call down near the goal line. I mean, Philadelphia, really, they just self-destructed. You sat on the edge of your chair the whole entire time just waiting for the Bears to blow that game.
Well, Matt, you can say that. Obviously, there's some things that did happen out there.
Well, he's right. Well, Matt, you're right about it. But there's also other things that they should have corrected that they never did.
How about the 14 points we spotted them, first of all? We spotted them 14 points on the fumble recovery and also, obviously in the other one. But when you take a look at this, when you win a football game, and a lot of times all the guys screw up, you're somebody say, boy, I tell you what, they're lucky. I don't believe in luck. I never believed in luck. Somewhere along the way, you caused something that to happen. And, Matt, it did happen. They did make a lot of mistakes, the Philadelphia Eagles. But the fact is, when it's all said and done, when the smoke is cleared, who won the damn football game? And that's all that counts, is who won the football game. It won't say 2 years from now, 3 years from now in parentheses, well, I tell you what, the Bears were lucky that football game. No one says that. The key is to win that game. And they're going to have to correct a lot of things because that first half, there's no doubt, Matt, there's no doubt in my mind that the Cutler was way off. He was missing people. Passes were dropped. It was terrible. It was a terrible first half, except for the running game. Second half, a whole different story. And that's one thing about sports. You never quit, you never give up, and you keep shooting at something. And they did it. And they came back in that second half and won. How many games this year have you seen teams come from behind? They're down 20 points. I can tell you right now, there's a record. 5 teams so far down 20 points came back and won because they had a poor first half. It happened. You're playing away. But the thing is, can you correct yourself? Can you come out there and win? And that's exactly what you did, and that's why I'm taking my hat off to those guys. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Okay, Mike.
Okay, Mike.
As great as defensive guys as you were, I don't get why Michael Vick there's people got him as a top 10 quarterback. I understand he's a good athlete. I don't think he's much of a quarterback. I mean, Urlacher tracks him down every time we've played him. That's what the key to our game is against him. You spy him, you keep him contained. I honestly don't, why we weren't
taken more seriously against the Eagles. It was all about the Eagles and not about the Bears. It was about the Eagles coming back to being one of the elite teams in the NFL. And Mike, and I agree with you. I don't get it either. You want to talk about quarterbacks in this league. There are a few more quarterbacks than Michael Vick that I would like to have on my team, and one of them is Jay Cutler rather than Michael Vick. And if there was any proof, the proof probably. Just look at what happened tonight. Cutler didn't really have that good a first half. He came back the second half, converted on third down, made it happen, put the points on the board when we needed it, and that's what you have him here for.
And a lot of times, too, guys, that we understand we're talking about Michael Vick. And I don't think a lot of times you see, or maybe you do see, how many times do you think he was hit tonight throwing the football? More than that. And the fact is, when you start getting hit that way, and as a quarterback or anybody, it's going to start taking its effect on you. And they did. The Bears put the pressure on him. Like Ed said, they came up with their line tricks. They came up with tricks. He was getting whacked. He was getting hit. It wasn't like he was sitting back there like you see Brady do. Brady sits back there and has a cigarette, has a sandwich. Oh, maybe I'll throw it this time. Oh, touchdown. That's not the case. The guy is getting hit. His offensive line, talking about the Eagles, is not that damn good, except for Peters, the left tackle. So a lot of it has to do because he's getting nailed.
Yeah, and this game was so critical tonight. I mean, this game was huge. We lose this game, and then we got to face Detroit and get ready for Detroit on the short week. That would not have been a good situation. This makes it a little bit more palatable, and I'll tell you something. The back half of this schedule, the way things are turning out, folks, who knows?
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears who went 30-24 over the Eagles. Joe, Call Time Bob, Marty, Illini Dean. We'll be right with you.
Hang in.
Snap Jay. Jay with time. Jay going to throw. Matt Spaeth. Goal line, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 5-yard throw to Matt Spaeth. Bears strike first around the board and lead the Eagles here in Philadelphia.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Bears 30, Eagles 24. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And that highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. 12 plays, 79 yards, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Cutler, 5-yard touchdown pass to Matt Spaeth. And right now we're going to go out to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence, who is in Philadelphia. Him and Rocky are together walking down the street. What's up, Lawrence?
Hey, boys, a big win for the Bears tonight. They give themselves an opportunity to be right back smack dab in the playoff race, and just finished talking with the guys in the locker room, and their guys are fired up, ready for this rematch against Detroit next week.
Well, let me tell you something, and they ought to bring Bennett back maybe in a private jet. I thought he had a hell of a football game tonight.
No, he did. The final numbers on Bennett, 5 catches. He was targeted 5 times. He made all 5 catches, converted some third downs at 95 yards, a long of 28, a touchdown for him. He makes a difference. You know, people don't consider him to be a big factor because he's not flashy. He doesn't have a top-line speed. But what he is consistent, and he knows how to play the position. Cutler trusts him more than any other receiver on this roster, and you can see why. When plays break down, he knows how to get to the sticks. He knows how to work back to the quarterback, and he's just reliable. You can throw him the ball and be pretty certain that he's going to catch it, and he's capable of making some plays once he gets the ball in his hands. He's a big addition. Having him back, it changes the way their pass game looks.
Lawrence, did anybody happen to ask Mike Martz or Lovie Smith in the third quarter with 25 seconds to go, 3rd and 1 on a 20-yard line, when they ran the ball all the way down the field, ran it down the Eagles' throats, and 3rd and 1, and they come up with a pass play to our great tight end, and it went bad. Why did not we run the football when we ran it down there? We were successful. We're converting on third downs, and we're going 25 seconds to go in the third quarter, 3rd and 1. Did anybody ask Martz or Lovie Smith that question?
Well, we're not allowed to talk with Mike Martz. We only get a chance to talk with him on Wednesday. And, you know, I was sitting next to some opposing scouts who just started shaking their heads on that play call. It seems to be something that he does a lot of. They'll go empty in 3rd and short, and it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. You know, when they do get the short yardage touchdown out of Marion Barber earlier in the game, I'm not sure, and I believe that was after a timeout, right? Didn't they call the timeout and then come back and they go back with that play? And Kellen Davis was double covered on that play. They had bracket coverage on him, and he was the only guy on the route, and you cut the field in half on that play. A very bizarre play by the Bears, but they end up getting out of it, and they end up getting a fantastic performance from Jay Cutler, who bounced back. I didn't think he had a great first half, but his second half, he was money in the bank. 2 touchdowns for him in the game, a rating of 96.9 for him. They got contributions from Roy Williams. They were able to weather the storm after the 2 Forte fumbles that turned into 14 points. I thought that the cornerbacks tonight, I don't know about you guys, I thought they were heroic tonight. When they went into man coverage, they shut down Deshaun Jackson and Jeremy Maclin. They were physical with them. They played some bump and run. They got into their heads, and you saw both of those guys drop balls over the middle because they were looking for where the hit was coming from.
Yeah, the other thing, the other thing, too, is the fact that there was pressure. There were line tricks. They were all over him, Vic. Vic took a lot of hits tonight. So they were on top of him. Who would get a thrill out of watching, Briggs running down Vic on the sideline or the hits that they gave him? All in all, that defense was really coordinated. I thought they were disciplined. My only complaint in the whole football game is very simple, and I brought it up to guys here out in Total Sports, is the fact that why would Mike Martz use that wildcat on 2nd and 15? I'm losing my head on that one, okay?
Doug, he's got to throw that play.
He's got to burn it.
Playbook.
I'll come up there and do it for him.
Throw it away. And the reason why is it'd be one thing if the Bears showed any passes out of the wildcat.
Nothing.
But they don't. Everyone knows exactly what they're going to do on that play. You can just bring all 11 guys up to the line of scrimmage and play the run.
Well, that's my only complaint. I mean, other than that, I thought the way they came back, and you're absolutely correct, Cutler really he couldn't hit a bull in the ass with a banjo in the first half. He comes out that second half, and I'll tell you, he was outstanding, the way he played. And the guy's making the catches. And you brought up Roy Williams. If this guy can keep on going and getting better and better, he made some nice catches tonight for first downs on a third down conversion.
They just need him to do what he did tonight. And this is why I go back to training camp and them talking about 70 catches or 80 catches. No, you just need a guy that in third down situations can be a big target over the middle for Cutler to get the ball to. And, yeah, he had the big drop on that play where they were backed up against the goal line. It looked like it would have been a 50 or 60-yard gainer. But he also came through with a couple of third down conversions, as you rightly point out, Doug. There's some other guys that I think deserve a lot of credit for tonight, too. And we don't talk about them because they're not necessarily the skill position. Chris Williams and Chris Spencer have done the job at the guard spot. I thought they played great. You saw Lance Lewis pancake Jason Babin on a couple of downs. And Matt Spaeth, I think that might be the best free agent pickup that Jerry Angelo made this year because besides him catching the touchdown, what he does when he's blocking, he saved a couple plays from being blown up. There was a delay handoff where they had Forte, and he was going to get blown up. And here comes Matt Spaeth right down the line, gets the would-be tackler, and it ends up going for a 7-yard gain instead of a 3-yard loss. He's been really impressive, and the two guards have done such a nice job in pulling this year. Chris Williams, I just finished talking with him in the locker room. He says he's finally comfortable at the position. He knows how to deal with the bigger guys now, and that was the biggest transition for him. But those guys deserve some credit, too, for the way that they played. And I love to watch Spencer play. That guy's the nastiest guy on the Bears' offensive line.
Lawrence, Hester, and Julius Peppers, how are they?
Hester left with an ankle injury. His status is still up in the air. Julius Peppers says he's fine. It's that same knee that was giving him problems before. He says he's not 100%, and maybe that's why you see some of the production be down. But he still went out there tonight and gave the Bears a fantastic effort. Ended up with a sack, a couple of tackles for him. Had two passes that he broke up, and a tackle for loss. So Julius isn't 100%, but he's still one of the most dominant guys out there at the end spot. But, yeah, that was a little bit scary. The other thing is, they made a special apparatus for Earl Bennett, a little extra flak jacket after that chest injury, and he said coming out of the game he feels fine. We'll see how he feels a day later after taking a bit of a pounding. but having him back makes a tremendous difference to what the Bears look like offensively.
You know, how dare Forte fumble football after handling the ball 347 times? Can you imagine that? 347 times, and he had a fumble tonight. He must have felt pretty bad because I know that kid is a hell of a competitor.
Yeah, 2 fumbles for Matt Forte. Very uncharacteristic. Ended up being 14 points for Philadelphia, and he's one of the least fumble-prone backs in the NFL. And there's been a lot of talk, that with him kind of going out on the Pay Forte campaign, that there were a lot of people kind of looking at him with the side-eyed eye saying, hey, maybe a good idea would be for you to just play ball and the money will come. But they rallied, and then he was big at the end of the game with some big runs, finished with another nice total for him, 133 yards on the ground for Forte in this game, had another 17 catching the ball out of the backfield, put him right on his number for the year, 5.5 yards per carry for this guy in the game. And speaking of the running back, the Bears shut down LaShawn McCoy. Sure, he averaged 4.4 yards per carry, but it never looked like he could get his fitting. The Bears linebackers played an exceptional game tonight, too. Doug, you talked about Lance Briggs running down Michael Vick on the sideline. Urlacher seemed like he was everywhere tonight, and Nick Roach did a great job in his run fits, getting up there and stopping some runs for losses.
Let's have a safe trip back, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night and have a lot of fun out there because I know people are happy. Big game next Sunday on the lakefront, boys. This is going to be fun.
Oh, it's no problem.
All right, Lawrence.
Put it in the bank. We'll win that one easy. That was Lawrence Holmes in Philadelphia. Let's go out to CB, car phone. CB on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you doing, fellas?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, man, Lawrence stole a little bit of my thunder, but I just had to send out some shouts to the offensive line, man. Lance Lewis was playing borderline dirty. He reminded me a little bit of Conrad Dobler, man. He was nasty. I really love it when the offensive line just plow people into the ground and just stick it right in their nose. So that was my biggest thing. And the other thing I wanted to mention was, can we keep Earl Bennett on the field now and forget about Orville Redenbacher or whatever his name is that's playing wide receiver because he leads the league in drops as far as I'm concerned.
Well, you got to get him healthy, keep him healthy, and there's no question about it. Cutler really enjoys throwing the football to him. You know why he does enjoy throwing the football to Bennett? Because Bennett catches it. He catches the football. And you can't say that about like all of the wide receivers, but when Bennett's near that football, he catches it, and that's why Cutler likes him. And Bennett is one of those typical guys that runs great patterns, doesn't have all the speed like Jackson or Macklin or somebody like that, or even Hester, or even guys that are on the Bear team. But the fact is, he runs precise patterns. He knows exactly where he's supposed to be. Cutler knows where he's supposed to be. He throws him the football, and he makes the catch. And that's big and that's huge. Let's go out to Joe in Paducah, Kentucky. Joe, you're on the score.
Doug and OB.
What's up, Joe?
What crowd you guys have tonight? Man, that crowd is unbelievable.
Oh, they're wild. Yeah, they're just tearing the place up. Total Sports is going up for grabs.
Hey, Doug and OB, you guys are my hero. I mean, you're my heroes. I watch you guys on films and highlights, and tonight reminds me of how football used to be played. I've got one comment and one question. The comment goes to Mike Tice. He is making just a piecemeal offensive line look incredible. The first half was kind of iffy, but the second half, everything seemed to come together. And my question is, how do we prepare for the Lions next week? Because the Eagles, this week you have a mobile QB. Lions have more of a pro offense. So how do the Bears get ready? And thanks a lot for taking my call.
The Bears got one thing they have, and they have a system. And in this system, defensively, they have to be exactly where they're supposed to be. It's called discipline. And if everybody does exactly what they're supposed to do, all 11 guys on defense, this system is supposed to work. And it will work. But what happens in a game is like everything else you do, something influences you out of what you're supposed to be doing. You may feel like you should go to another hole, and all of a sudden the guy runs in your hole. Or you're supposed to be in a certain coverage, and you blow that because you're trying to help somebody else out. If they do, and I'm going to tell you something, the more and more I watch Lovie Smith, the more and more I'm starting to really enjoy what he's doing. Because I'm telling you, I'm the first guy that gave a lot of flack to Lovie, but I still think that when he's out there and what he's doing, he's winning. And he's putting something together. So you could say, I don't like the way he does it. I'd rather have somebody out there who was like a Mike Ditka or a guy like a Buddy Ryan. Or I know you would like that, but that's not the bottom line. The bottom line is to win the football games. And I got to tell you, start giving some accolades to Lovie Smith because he deserves it.
Well, I'm going to tell you, not Lovie Smith also, Doug, and I agree, but I'll tell you what, Mike Tice. Last year, the most valuable Bear was Mike Tice. And through the first half of this season, again, he was given all kinds of problems on the offensive line. And again, he's there. He hasn't moved away. He's worked it out. They're starting to block a little better. They're getting a little more cohesive. So again, this year, you talk about the best coach on the Bears team. You say Lovie, I say it's Mike Tice.
You're listening to ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 31.
See what you started over there? The drum beat.
Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show. Brought to you by Motorworks and Second Bank, Old Second Bank, on the score. Sports Radio 670, we are live. Where are we, boys? We are Total Sports in Naperville. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And the defensive play of the game is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Major Wright, interception of Vic in the first half.
Now it's the time. Now it's time to name our hot and cold players of the game. Presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. And don't interrupt me, I'm going to bop you right on the top of your head. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons. The cold player is Doug.
Stop it, Ed.
Doug,
I'm trying to control myself.
All right. The cold player is Jay Cutler in the first half. The hot player is Jay Cutler in the second half.
Good call, Eddie. Good call. Well, it's amazing how you just pull those things right out of the air.
There you go.
It's got to Marty in Woodland Hills. Marty on the score with Numbnuts and Doug.
Big win for us tonight, you guys.
What's up, buddy?
I said it was a big win for us tonight. I think it was a team win, in my opinion.
It was. There's no question about it.
Absolutely.
It was something that we needed to have. I think if we wouldn't have won tonight, the rest of the season, I don't know how we would have turned out.
I agree with you.
It's hard to say.
Ed and I were talking about it during the course of the game. I said, you know what? This could be such a big stepping stone for the Chicago Bears to win it because, like you said, it took all of them to win this one tonight. It took the defense, the special teams, the coverage. It took the offensive line, who everybody's been screaming about. You're talking about Cutler, what he did in that second half. You're talking about Forte running the football, Bennett receiving the football. So it took all of them to make this happen. So now we're looking and say, wait a minute here.
And also, Doug, some bad coaching by the Philadelphia Eagles coaching staff. I'm not going to let those people off the hook.
Well, that's good. That's in our favor, though.
Exactly.
But always, when all said and done with, 30-24, and we're looking at the Lions now coming up. Let's go out to Illini Dean in Antioch. Illini Dean, you're on the score.
Good old double nickel and OB. A true honor and a pleasure to talk to you guys.
What's up, my friend?
Before football, hey, Doug, good to talk to you. But before football, I'd like to take just a quick moment to say rest in peace to Smoking Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
True American hero. True American hero.
Thank you,
Truly.
Dean.
He's a stud. But I grew up with you guys. I'm 48 years old. LB a little bit before me. You won that championship when I was -1. But you guys, I just got to make two comments on the Bears that I think you might agree with. I'm done. First of all, I'm going to tell you right up front, I'm a Packer fan. But I grew up in Chicago, and I respect the Bears, and Walter Payton's the greatest football player that ever lived. But when I look at this Bear team, I see two people that are the key. That's Coach Smith, and that's Jay Cutler. Coach Smith is a winner. Somehow, some way, with all this terrible lack of talent that Jerry Angelo sticks him with, he still wins. And Jay Cutler is growing up. He's maturing. And tonight, I think the two of them made a statement that said, we're here to win. And I'm a Packer fan, and I'm 8-0, and our defense looks like Swiss cheese, and I'm worried about you guys.
Well, you know, your defense, though, and let's throw some props toward the Green Bay Packer defense. They get takeaways. They intercept the football. They intercepted 4 last week. I mean, that's what they do, and that's what they're designed to do, is take away the football. But what you said about Lovie Smith, it's, again, there's certain things you doubt about him. There's certain things you say about him. There's certain things you look at and say, what is he doing? But when the smoke clears, I'm telling you, it's still the fact that they're winning with this guy. Didn't they not win the division last year? And coming back now, if they can come back again and do something like they did last year and coming off that horrible start, and there's no question in my mind or even in Ed's mind, that offensive line was brutal. We know if Cutler gets time to throw the football, we know he's good. And so that's what they're working on. And Ed says it. You know, he says it, and I think he's correct. Mike Tice could be the guy that you may want to carry on your shoulders down the street. But when it's all said and done with, it's going to take all of those guys for them to win, like it took all of them tonight to win this football game.
Well, I'll tell you another little added thing there, Dean. And, you know, and this goes out to the McCaskies. Let me tell you something. You know, people talk about McCaskies, the Bears, you know, they're cheap. No, that hasn't been, and that hasn't been for quite some time. The Bears have stepped up to the plate year after year and laid out a lot of money for a lot of people. And with Jerry Angelo, they've been given the green light, Doug, Angelo and Lovie Smith, to go out and get into the free agency and bring in who they want and pay them the monies that they have paid. And a lot of them haven't worked out, but they went out and laid out a lot of money and gave up a lot of draft choices for Cutler and a lot of money for Julius Peppers, Doug. And that was given to them by the owners of the Bears. So kudos to the Bears ownership to let these two gentlemen go out and really actually get in to the to the market, Doug, and bring in the free agents. And again, Cutler and Peppers, they gave up an awful lot and a lot of money to get them in there. I'm not quite sure how many teams would have paid Julius Peppers almost $92 million and give up 2 draft choices, a 3rd draft choice, and an extra $50-some-odd million to Cutler. So kudos to Lovie, kudos to the McCaskey family.
Yeah, and the fact is, where the Bears need to improve, they shouldn't have to do that. They shouldn't have to be going out to free agency and spending that type of money.
That's Jerry Angelo, which we could do a 2-hour show on in a heartbeat.
They need to get better in the drafting. All you have to do, and the guy that called in was a Packer fan, all you have to do is take a look what the Packers did. Take a look at their players. Where'd they come from? They're their draft choices. Do you say at the time, I remember distinctly, when the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers, everybody went, are they crazy? They got Brett Favre. You drafted Rodgers in the 1st round. 3 years later, I'll show you how crazy they are. And the guys they brought in, look at those wide receivers they have. These aren't guys they went out and traded for. These are guys that they drafted.
Exactly.
And the fact that when they won the Super Bowl, out of the 21 starters, 15 were drafted. And so we don't want to get in that situation again where you have to, like Ed said, give up everything you have to get a player in
and
here.
A ton of money.
What you need to do is start growing them, homegrown. And that's what the Bears have to get better at. Let's go out to Ed in Quad Cities. Ed, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug Novi, long-time listener, first-time caller. How you doing?
Good, Eddie.
Fine, thanks, Ed.
Good. Hey, there's a lot to talk about tonight. Great signs on the offense. Great escapability by Cutler, good blocking, everything like that. But what I want to talk about is the D-line play. I mean, you guys talked a couple weeks ago about these draft picks by Angelo that he made in the D-line, about Taeahu. These guys need to step up and play. I was just as worried as you were going into tonight's game. But, the speed of the game and the way that the D-line played tonight, they put so much pressure on Vic. I don't know how you can't help but be impressed.
Well, no, you have to be impressed. First of all, take a look. The D-line started out the first game against Atlanta. They got 5 sacks. Then what happened? They go into a slump for 3 or 4 games. They only got 5 sacks. Then they come back to Minnesota, and they got 5 sacks. So, yeah, they're getting better, but the things they did tonight were the line tricks. There was a lot that helped them out. When you got a guy like Peppers on the outside, you need inside. This is the first time that I ever heard Lovie Smith, during the course of the week, call a ball player out. And he called Melton out. And Melton had a pretty damn good game tonight. Lovie never does that. He called Melton out and said, we need more out of Melton from the defensive line, because I am a firm believer that football starts in this middle, and that's where the pressure has to come from. So you got guys on the outside that can make sacks.
And let me tell you what, Eddie, what happened tonight, you played the Eagles, and were they weak in the offensive line? Right up the middle. They have a couple of first-year players in there, so what do? You attack them, and it was just, again, smart coaching by our defense. We had Mike linebacker tricks with the two defensive tackles, tricks between the two defensive tackles, the ends and the tackles, and they did it all 4 quarters, which was the smart thing to do, and it worked.
Let's go out to Paris, Arizona. Oh, Paris in Arizona.
Paris, Arizona.
I never heard of Paris, Arizona. Paris, are you there?
Yeah, that moment when you stand back and block when it's slow.
What happened? Paris.
Hey, how you doing?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here, man.
Okay,
hey,
good.
You're on, Paris.
You're on, Paris. I thought you were in Paris, Arizona.
I'm in Arizona. Yeah, I just moved from Chicago like 3 months ago, man. Just calling about Jay Cutler. I just want to do a little bit of rapid fire and let you guys go on. Just want to say, everybody who's been saying Jay Cutler was soft. I mean, they should have seen the first game and the last couple of years. The man is a beast. He's cold. He is what we need as a quarterback. Matt Forte, I didn't see as much from him as I have this year. He is coming out and doing extremely good this year. You know, as an owner, you kind of want to think about it like, why haven't you been doing it already? Because at first he wasn't, as established as he has been this year. And as Mike Marsh goes, I think that we got Jay Cutler because we knew what he was beforehand. He was a guy who could do the boot, move out of the pocket, make his plays and run a little bit to make the defense, offset. But, if we can get that even out a little bit, we'd be better.
Well, he did it tonight. He took Cutler out on, I think, 3 or 4 rollouts. But what's amazing, and then I've been calling for this for a long time, it was a 1 completion on the rollouts. But the fact is, they showed it. Now they're going to have to practice against it.
Exactly.
And that is something that you have to say. When you start moving that pocket, like Ed says, that makes a big difference for that defense because they have more to work on.
And they went to the shotgun. They used the shotgun more today, and they moved the pocket. 2 good pluses.
You're listening to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Johnny, Carl, Chris, Calvin, Randy, George, Harry. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Ed Abradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And now it's time for Doug and OB's Thoughts of the Game, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Go right now to ExpressBet.com and enter promo code HAWWSCR to not only receive a free $125 sign-on bonus, but will also be automatically entered to win $100 in free bets at Hawthorne Race Course this fall. New winners will be picked each week. That's promo code HAWWSCR at ExpressBet.com. Doug and Obie's Thoughts of the Game brought to you by ExpressBet.com. Get in, get out, and get paid. Eddie, what's your thoughts?
Well, my thought, Doug, there's different ways you could go on this, but I think the main was the thoughts of the defensive coaches to come up with a strategy tonight to corral supposedly their running back, their wideouts, their speed, and Michael Vick, and to control it. And where the weaknesses was on their offensive line up the middle, and to exploit it in different ways with line tricks, blitzes, and I thought it was a great, great defensive game plan. So that is my thoughts of the game is the great defensive calls and the strategy.
My thoughts, Bennett, welcome back. Offensive line, good job. And the linebackers and defensive line, great job. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Johnny on the north side. Johnny on the scoreboard, OB and Doug. Johnny.
John, you're on. John.
Goodbye, John. Let's go out to Tim in Everest Park. Yeah, that's it. Timmy.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hello? Hello?
Oh, you're there. We hear you, Tim.
Sorry, yes. I don't know what happened. It's Evergreen. But I have to say, I don't know how the hell the Bears won this game. I think you got to give all the credit to the defense, like you guys just said. I thought the defense played great. All the high-powered speed offense of the Eagles was just – it looked like the Bears out there on offense, and I couldn't believe the outcome of the game.
Yeah, again, too, the Bears scored 30 points. I mean, that's obviously huge. They had the two takeaways. One was from the punt team. One was obviously a Wright's interception. But when it's all said and done with, and everybody had to perform tonight for them to win this football game. There's no question about it. They had to put points up. They had to keep the Eagles out of the end zone. And you're right about the speed. What Macklin and Jackson and McCoy, I mean, these three guys can fly. So the defense did their part, the offense did their part, and the special teams did their part. Now, there was only one bad part of the special teams, and that's when Robbie Gould kicked the ball out of bounds. I thought that was going to come back to bite us in the ass, but it didn't. So the fact is that we had a bad position on the 40-yard line where the Eagles got to start, but all said and done with, it was a team effort. I mean, everybody was involved in this one. Let's go out to Randy in the west side. Randy on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing,
right.
Doug and Ed? I'm going to comment about Jay Cutler, but I first want to thank you guys for making me a Bear fan when I was a kid. I was somewhere, I don't remember exactly where, and I saw Doug Atkins and Ed O'Bradovich together, and I thought they were the two largest human beings I ever saw in my life.
Ugly, too.
Ugly, I'll give you that. Well, I'm going to tell you something, especially Doug. Doug, for what Randy's talking about, Doug was 6'8" and weighed 280.
Not me, the other Doug Atkins.
That would be Doug. No, well, you were not even in the picture.
Yeah. I mean, and I saw you were walking and talking and moving, and it fascinated me, and I became a Bears fan back then.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Jay. If you all watched the post-game show, when the commenter asked Jay Cutler about Earl Bennett being back, that was the first time I've seen Jay Cutler actually smile since he's been a Bear. He just broke out into a real genuine smile and said, and talked about how valuable his buddy was. And it showed too on the during the game that he's confident when he's got Earl Bennett out there.
Randy, there's no question about it. And two, you got to look at where the receptions were and what happened. They were done on third down. One was 3rd and 16, one was 3rd and 8, and I forgot the other one was like 3rd and 10. He picked up first downs in those 3 plays. You know how important that is? You know, that's unbelievable. I mean, that's what you call, somebody doing something at the right time and then catch a touchdown pass on top of it. So Bennett is definitely, there's no question about it. I guess our only question, Ed and I questioned it, where was Bennett? Why didn't the Bears play him his rookie season?
He was there, Doug, whenever he came on, and if they threw to him, he never dropped the pass, and all through the years, our receivers have dropped him. But then again, they take him off, and he'd disappear, and you've never seen him. Yeah. But, Randy, I'd like to go to one thing. I think where Bennett, what he has, he's got tremendous confidence, okay? And the other thing, he doesn't get intimidated. He's not afraid to go over to the middle. And that is a wonderful thing to have in a receiver, because I can tell you from experience enough and watching enough, a lot of receivers don't like to go over the middle. And I'm going to tell you something. Bennett will go wherever he has to go to catch the ball, and I'm glad we have him.
Let's go out to Calvin in the southeast side. Calvin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Calvin.
Hey, this goes
goes out to Obradovich. You just made a comment about how Lovie Smith is winning outside, in spite of the talent that Jerry Allen's been giving him. And I remember Troy Aikman a long time ago said that, an offense has to have the big three, and if the three near Pro Bowl quality players in the form of a running back, a quarterback, and a wide receiver. And this goes back to, I'm saying all this, I just think that the Plaxico Burress move over the Roy Williams move would have been better, because his numbers, to me, are much better than Williams, and he's a guy that can stretch the field and make Hester and number 19 a better slot receivers. And that would really open up the Bears' offense. Right now, you still don't have the number one guy that can really stretch the field.
Calvin, let me tell you something. There's a lot of different theories out there. But I'm going to tell you one that has been, is now, and forever will be. I don't care who that quarterback is, or how fast the receiver is, or how strong and how tall he is. If you do not have those five guys up front with a quality tight end, you're going nowhere.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. You're listening to the
Scoreboard Update.
.com postgame show presented by Motorworks at Old Second Bank. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Thanks for jumping in there, you moron.
Shotgun snap to Vick. In the pocket. They keep him in. He throws. Snagged high, but short of a first down. Catch is made by Macklin, but he lost his footing. A couple of yards shy, trying to run right. Bears stop the Eagles.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The stop of the game is brought to you by Wingstop. Wingstop serves Chicagoland with 17 locations. Visit wingstop.com. Wingstop, the wing experts. And that was Macklin getting tackled on the fourth down play, stumbled a little bit, fell down. We jumped on him, end of football game. Let's go out to John in Chicago. John, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
What's up, John?
Hey, listen, I'm really starting to see like what I see in this team, because normally when they go through fumbles and start dropping passes, you start seeing the team unravel. But now they're starting to hang in there and get better. So this is really, you're really seeing the maturity and the growth in the team.
John, that's an excellent point, because all you have to do is look at some of the other teams that play in the National Football League and say, boy, look at that New England. They came from behind. Green Bay really came from behind. So-and-so came from behind. The fact is, you're absolutely correct, because when things go sour against you right away, most times, most bad teams fold up their tent and go home. And the Bears didn't do that. And you look at some of the good teams. How many times good teams come back after things go against them? And that's exactly what happened to the Chicago Bears after the first drive. I agree with you 100%. That's a great call, John.
Well, not only that, but I can tell you, Doug, we've been watching Lovie here for several years now, and the one thing that I can't say about Doug, he's had some bad coaching games and he's had some good ones. But I'll tell you what, one thing I've seen, I have never seen his players quit on him.
No, and they'll stick it out. I mean, they will do it. Now what's happened is not only they're not quitting, but they're starting to learn how to win at the end of that game.
That's the key.
And that's the whole key. Let's go out to Kevin in Philadelphia. Kevin, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. Appreciate it. What a game. I was in the building, and after this whole week of all this nonsense with the big point spread, especially out here, having to hear these Eagle people, it was wonderful.
Well, Kev, did you wear your Bear stuff tonight or not?
Well, I couldn't because I was actually up in the press box. But,
okay.
Normally, I'll tell you guys, all cards on the table, I'll go against the Jets, the Giants, the Ravens, the Redskins. I don't go with these guys. You get a battery in the head for no reason. It's ridiculous in this place.
So what'd you think of the game, John? Kevin, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, guys, just absolutely. It was just, back and forth. It had that playoff atmosphere to it because it really did mean so much for both sides. And then, the wild sequence there with Forte losing it and then coming right back on the fumbled kick and getting the ball and scoring. So, the ebb and flow was wild and, never done until that last second. But just great to see Earl Bennett back doing what he did. And listen, why not us, right?
Yeah, let me tell you something, Kevin. What's irritating here, obviously living in the Midwest, everything is in the East. No, I don't care what it is. They get all the pub, they get all the hype, all the whatever you want to talk about it. And they were talking about the Bears. Bears weren't even supposed to be a factor tonight because of the rejuvenated Philadelphia Eagles. The only problem is somebody forgot to tell the Bears. Tough.
Let's go out to Dan in New York. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, you guys said it right, man. You're absolutely right. The Bears weren't even supposed to be a factor in this game. That was a bunch of crap. Everybody on ESPN, except for Ditka, and the only reason he picked the Bears is because he was trying to get back to 500 over the pick of the teams and all that. You know what? The Bears are now 5-1 against Vic. They know how to play this guy. Everybody on ESPN was picking against the Bears, just like all season long. Everybody does pick against the Bears. You know what? Don't count them out. The Bears are for real. All they have to do is keep that offensive line in play. And they're unstoppable. That's all they're missing is just that offensive line. If that offensive line keeps them in check, they are in play for a title game.
Dan,
mark it down.
Yeah, Danny. Okay, we hope you're right, but let me tell you where basically the Bears are at. We have been in the last several years in contention and be able to win some games and get to the Super Bowl and everything, and it's been for one reason, and that's our defense and special teams. Offense has been very inconsistent. Okay. Now, the main people defensively are getting a little bit older. Urlacher, Briggs, now we have Peppers. Time is marching on with these people, and I think our window is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller because I don't know where you go and find another Urlacher, another Briggs, another Peppers, another Peanut Tillman, and time is not on our side. So if we can put things together this year, hopefully make a run somehow, it would be wonderful. And again, Dougie, that I think is the one thing in the whole picture that you got to look at is the age of our team and the people that have kept us in contention is our defense, and they're aging.
And again, too, you talk about the age. The factor is that if they can go, and if you can get an offense that can control the time of possession, which they did tonight with 33 minutes and 27 seconds, it really helps out a guy that's a little older playing defense, and he can get his wind, and he can get his rest, and he can get out there and play.
Time is not on our side, though, Doug.
Right. We're going to take a break. You're listening to The Score, Sports Radio 670, the ExpressBet.com postgame show presented by Motorworks and Old Second Bank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
We're a good football team. Just not getting a whole lot of respect. And, when you go on the road and the Chicago Bears shouldn't be 8-point underdogs when we come and play a team. But and the guys took notice of that.
That was Lovie Smith. It was all lathered up and worked up. Good job, Lovie. Welcome back to ExpressBet.com postgame show brought to you by Motorworks and Old Second Bank on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Salvatore, Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Salvatore, you're on The Score.
Hey, thank you for taking my call, guys.
Okay.
Just a real quick question about when you guys played. Jay Cutler has looked phenomenal when he has protection. And been watching him for, about 30 years. The Bears, by the way. But if you guys could, tell Bear Nation, would you take Jay Cutler as your quarterback while you were playing over any quarterback that you had while you were playing?
In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. I wished I had Jay Cutler when I was playing. In a heartbeat. I'm telling you, that kid is, I said this from the day he got here, and I'm not going to change my mind about him, whatever. He has the goods to take this team somewhere. As long as you can put some people around him, as long as you can keep him upright, as long as you got some blockers out there and some wide receivers, Jay Cutler is one hell of an athlete, and I think he's a hell of a quarterback.
Well, Sal, I agree with what Doug said, but not totally. We won a world championship with a guy by the name of Bill Wade as our quarterback, so I'm certainly not going to send Bill Wade down the road. I would take Bill Wade. We won a world championship. We beat the Giants, and that's another thing, a team from the East, and nobody gave us a chance in that world championship game, Doug, and we just happened to ram it down their throats. So
I wasn't there, so that's why I'm saying you're exactly right. I wouldn't take Bill Wade because he wasn't there with me, but he was there with you to win that championship. And congratulations, and you never let me hear the end of it. Every time, you always show me your ring and all that.
And when the show's over with tonight,
he's going to kick my ass. I'll tell you something. You got to be very careful with this guy, because any time he can spring loose.
You better get to the callers before I give you a springer. A spring in your sproker.
Oh, I tell you what, you're dangerous. I'm going out to Carl in Chicago. Carl, you're on the score with Dangerous OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up, Carl?
All right, Carl.
I just want to talk about the way the season's going so far, and we're 5-3. We got the Lions, the Chargers, and Green Bay coming up again. What are our chances of still being in the playoffs, even as a wild card? Because obviously Green Bay is not going to start losing now.
Carl, I can give you a quick answer on that one. You have Denver, you have Oakland, you have Seattle, and you have the Vikings also on your schedule. So if they can keep things going and don't make stupid mistakes, and because I tell you what, these guys are giving it their all. You know what? The way it's coming out this back half of the season, you never know. Stranger things have happened, Carl.
Yeah, this game was so important for them to try to put everything together. And if you take a look at the schedule, they come into this 4-3. We saw it happen last year. Same thing after the bye. They were 4-3. And so you look at it and say to yourself, yeah, why not? If they can continue to do what they did tonight, if the defense can still play the way they are, the offense comes around, the line plays, Forte running, Cutler throwing, them catching it. Why not? Why not they would be there? They're not as good as the Green Bay Packers. In fact, there's not a team out there as good as the Green Bay Packers as we speak.
Yeah, if you play the Green Bay Packers, if you can put 50 points on the board, you may have a shot at beating them.
Maybe.
Let's
go out to Robbie in Sharon, Wisconsin. Robbie on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for having me. I'm second shifter. I'm just about to drive my way home. But, yeah, the hours that I get to listen to the radio show, who's the Stiegel and who's the guy there around 1 o'clock-ish? Those gentlemen that run the show here? Well, I haven't heard much.
You're kind of breaking up on us, Robbie.
Yeah,
so,
he was breaking up.
We couldn't hear what you had to say. Let's go out to DJ in Madison. DJ, you're on the score.
What's up, guys? Y'all having a good time tonight. That's good. Nice victory.
It was a great victory, DJ.
I just wanted to say I love the adjustment from Mike March. I think that when Cutler actually got an attitude during that game, you need protection. As long as you can bring those two tight ends back, max protection, he has time. Receivers will get open. I would like to see a bigger receiver where Williams does drop a few balls, but I'm not complaining. Great victory. Detroit is a huge game. It puts us back in a great position in the division. We can tie them up. I think we got a good chance for this season. Just like Green Bay did last year, They came out of nowhere. And here we are again. So anything happens in the playoffs, let's just get in there and see what happens.
DJ, that I agree with you. Yeah, anything can happen, but you got to have some difference makers, and we certainly do have the difference makers on both sides of the ball. But I'll tell you what, we cannot have decisions like we did with 25 seconds ago at the end of that third quarter when it was third and 1, the ball's on the 20, and we ran the ball down. We've been running good the first, second, and third quarters, and all of a sudden we want to get cute and throw a pass and stop the momentum and have to settle for a field goal. You continue to make mistakes like that, it's somewhere along the line it's going to come up and bite you hard. So let's just be a little bit smarter, Mike Martz and the rest of the offensive coaches, and let's kind of limit those stupid calls.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, again, there's little things like 12 guys in a huddle. You say, well, that doesn't mean anything, but it costs you time out. So these are mistakes you got to work on, and you have to work on the fact that there's a lot of things still has to be corrected. Ed and I are not saying, hey, hold it, boy, I'll tell you what, they don't have to do anything. Yeah, they do. They have to improve like everybody else has to improve as you go along. But there's something there that we see. We finally see something and said, wait a minute here. They're running, they're stopping, they're catching the ball, they're doing all kinds of things. This gives you hope. And this gives the team hope that they can do those things. And you go in Philadelphia, you beat Philadelphia at Philadelphia. Take a look at the papers. How many people picked the Bears to win against Philadelphia? Ditka, Kutch, and myself and OB, and that was it. And there was nobody else. So, again, we're going to give them kudos all the way for this game tonight. Now, I'll tell you what, reality sets in. Get ready for Detroit because it's another week, and it's another job to get done. This is going to be a tough one for them. Detroit's a damn good football team, but they can do it. The Bears can do it.
Well,
so.
the fact of the matter, Doug, when you sit there, and we always say that this game is important. Last week's game was very important. This one now next week becomes very important, and it's a very simple reason why, Doug. There's only 16 games, pal.
Right.
You can't take a vacation 1 week. You got to be there 16 weeks in a row.
The postgame show is brought to you by Old Second Bank. Start banking on your future. And thanks to Lawrence Holmes, Herb Lawrence, Dave Lewis, Wayne Randazzo, Brent Lyons, Brendan McCaffrey, our expert.
He went from
5
5 to 4.
But then went back up again.
You're going to give him back?
Yeah, at the end,
still 5
yeah, he came around.
Right,
Mike Peterson, Matt Santamaria. And up next, there's only one guy that knows sports like this guy, Eddie. That would be Les Grobstein.
Les will take you through the night. I'll tell you what, on the way driving home, Doug, I listen to him
all the time.
I get home, I'm a little wound up. I listen to him mostly through the night, and there's nobody.
Nobody knows as
guy.
much as he is.
Oh, my God.
I played 14 years, and I don't know how much as that guy knows.
He's the best.
Love him. All right, guys, thanks for listening. See you next week after we whip Detroit's ass. We'll be right back.